Miracle Doctor Wild Empress, Genius Summoner Chapter 318 to Chapter 398. Even after 5 days, Zhou village was still peaceful. Just as Xianxia was about to lose her patience, that night, Xianxia and Huang Ke turned off the lights and rested as usual, while Xianxia sat on the Kong bed to meditate. Just after midnight, a bright light flashed in the sky above the village. Xianxia opened her eyes and immediately woke Huang Ke and Lu Zi up. In the village, there were cries and barks. "Catch everyone inside." Amidst a furious roar, the door of the house where the three of them were in was broken open. Xianxia, Huang Ke, and Lu Zi pretended to be trembling in fear. They hid in the house, not daring to move. Several windhounds that were almost a meter tall rushed in. Windhounds were a hybrid magical beast, a mix of wind wolves and wolfhounds. They were the size of calves and had a pair of black wings on their backs. It was obvious that these windhounds had undergone special training. They were all wearing collars with sharp barbs around their necks. A few mysterious people wearing half-masks rushed in. One of them glanced into the house. In the simple house, there were only 3 terrified youths. 3 kids who are so thin that they can't even fill the gaps between my teeth. What kind of lousy village is this? There aren't many people here. Zhou village was considered a medium-sized village nearby, with more than 500 permanent residents. However, ever since the disappearance of the entire village, the villagers who had a little bit of money in the village had all moved to the town. There were only about 200 villagers left in Zhou village. Most of them were old, weak, sick and disabled people who could not leave Zhou village due to their poor families or their weak bodies. These mysterious people who went out to kidnap people were also rewarded based on their contributions. The stronger the villagers were, the longer they could mine. The villagers of Zhou village were all weak and sickly. If they were brought back, not only would they not be rewarded, they might even be punished by the officers. Xianxia pretended to be sobbing, but she was secretly sizing up the mysterious bandits. They were very tall, all of them at least 1.75 meters, and judging from their walking pace and muscles, it was obvious that they had undergone professional training. These people were either soldiers or hunters. But one thing was for sure, these people were not from the great Zhou dynasty. Don't talk so much nonsense. If they're human, then take them back. If they can't hold on and die, then throw them all outside to feed the Fengao dogs. We don't have much food left. One of them looked like the leader of the unknowns. He glared at his talkative subordinate and made a gesture. Several mysterious people on the side grabbed Xianxia and the other 2, who couldn't even speak, and carried them out of the house. After catching the man, they set the house on fire. In the village, thick black smoke billowed everywhere. The villagers were all gathered at the entrance of the village. No one was allowed to open their mouths or beg for mercy. Among them were a few women and children carrying babies. In order to prevent the news from leaking out, no one was left alive in the village. The animals in the village were all treated as rations and chased to one place. Wah, a frightened child began to cry. The woman holding her was so scared that she hurriedly coaxed her, but the child refused to stop crying. The leader of the unknowns glanced over with cold eyes, and a Fengao dog with saliva dripping from its mouth pounced over. "Let go of my child." Seeing the Fengao dog pouncing on her baby, the woman struggled crazily. She was just an ordinary woman. How could she be a match for a rank 5 windhound? After a terrible swallowing sound, the baby's crying stopped. Xianxia saw this and clenched her hands tightly, her nails piercing into her palms. She couldn't make a move. The anger in her heart was like a stormy sea, making it difficult for Xianxia to calm down. If she made a move at this time, their plan would be ruined. More than 1,000 lives and the purple gold mine. Xianxia took a few deep breaths, and her hand firmly grasped the Oriole's hand. Tonight, this cruel scene was deeply engraved in their minds. 2 adults to a ride, 3 children to a ride, take away all the animals. The leader was indifferent to the death of the baby. After he confirmed that there were no more living people in the village, he commanded his subordinates to chase everyone onto the Fengao dog. In just half an hour, Zhou village turned into a sea of fire. Xianxia, Oriole and Lu Zi sat on the back of a Fengao dog. The Fengao dog quickly rose into the air, and soon Zhou village was left behind. It was the first time Oriole and Lu Zi came into contact with flying magical beasts, and they were so scared that they looked nervous. Those mysterious people, after leaving the ground, also let down their guard. In their eyes, these captured villagers were all ordinary people, and when they were in the air, they weren't afraid that they would cause trouble. Don't be afraid, these are trained magical beasts, just treat it as riding horses. Seeing that the mysterious people had let down their guard, Yunxing quietly placed her palm on the head of the Fengao dog under her. A subtle magic power went deep into the head of the Fengao dog, and a trace of fear flashed in the eyes of the Fengao dog, which was then replaced by confusion, and after a while, the confusion turned into docility. The Fengao dog's flying ability was more powerful than that of an ordinary eagle, and with its huge body, it was most suitable for transporting people and animals. Yunxing observed the Southern Cross in the south of the sky, and silently calculated the flight time. After flying for about 2 hours, the night gradually dispersed, and when the red clouds of dawn appeared, the mysterious people and the Fengao dogs landed on an inconspicuous mountain ridge with their prey. This mountain ridge was no different from the mountain ridge that Yunxing and the rest had passed by when they came. However, if one took a closer look, they would discover that this seemingly lush forest, which was full of life, revealed traces of murderous intent. Between the leaves and the rocks, there was a large number of arrows with amazing attack power, as well as some rocket arrays that emitted fire magical elements. As long as there was an intruder, the ambush of arrows and the rocket arrays would be activated in an instant, and the intruder would be shot into a hornet's nest. There were dense tropical trees and flowers all around, and the Fengao dogs under them landed steadily on the ground. Those mysterious people immediately took out some magical beast meat and fed it to the Fengao dogs. After Yunxing and the other two got off the Fengao dogs, they found that they were already in the mining area. Yunxing also finally saw the thunder explosion magic array that was reported by the Bat of the Zone personality earlier. It was a magic array that was branded with a purplish red mark. The magic array was closed during the day, but when it was night time, the magic array would be activated. As long as someone accidentally stepped on the magic array, they would be blasted into ashes by the thunder attribute magic that would spurt out. Its power was not inferior to that of modern landmines and bombs. The mining area was surrounded by iron fences. Mysterious masked men were either holding magic scepters or armed with weapons, shouting and cursing. Under the morning light, groups of bare-chested strong men walked past Yunxing and the others. They were bound with iron chains and carried dozens of kilograms of purple gold ore on their backs. The iron chains and heavy ore crushed their backs into a bloody mess. However, none of them dared to stop and just walked back and forth like machines. Divide the villagers into 2 groups according to their gender. Bring the old, the young, and those who are unable to work to the livestock shed. Bring the rest to the cave. The mysterious men who brought Yunxing and the others back spoke. They separated the villagers who were captured. Those who were able to work were locked up in the cave and given a certain amount of water and food. They were used to replace the miners who were working hard at any time. The rest of the villagers who were unable to work were directly driven to the livestock shed and locked up together with the livestock they had captured. They would be used as food for the magical beasts in the future. During the time when they were locked up in groups, Yunxing witnessed several carts of corpses being pushed out on carts. There were both men and women among them, and the youngest among them was only 8 or 9 years old. Some of them had their hands smashed by the ore, and some were beaten to death because they resisted or tried to escape. This mine looked lush and leafy from the outside, but in fact, it was a purgatory on earth. When Lu Zi saw this scene, he bit his lips tightly. He did not know if his parents were still alive. No matter if they were locked up in the cave or sent to the livestock shed, they could not escape death in the end. Yunxing believed that even if there were villagers who were lucky enough to survive in such a harsh environment, once the mine was dug out, these mysterious men would definitely kill all the villagers who survived in order to hide their evil deeds. Damn it, these people were simply devoid of humanity. Seeing the tragic scene, the dark Dharma soul in Yunxing's body seemed to have smelled the scent of blood and became active. For the first time, Yunxing's heart surged with such a strong murderous intent. She wanted to kill these beasts in front of her. When she realized this, Yunxing couldn't help but be shocked. She had always had excellent self-control, but she discovered that as she delved deeper into dark magic, her murderous heart seemed to have become much heavier. A red light appeared in her eyes. Although Xianxia and the other two were not very old and were not very tall, their bodies were still very sturdy. Thus, they were quickly selected and rushed to the group of people in the cave. "The three of you, what are you looking around for? Immediately change your clothes, put on the shackles, and follow the formation." Xianxia lowered her eyes when she heard the mysterious man's command, concealing the murderous intent in her eyes. She slowly circulated the jade marrow technique in her body. As the jade marrow technique circulated in her body, Xianxia felt her killing intent gradually calming down. Her eyes also regained their clarity. Impulse is the devil. No matter the situation, I can't let the killing intent control my heart. Xianxia secretly warned herself. The three of them changed into mining uniforms made of coarse hemp, and their feet were also shackled with 5 kilograms of weight. The three of them were pushed into a long and narrow cave by the mysterious men. At the entrance of the cave, there were 5 or 6 mysterious men guarding it. There were also more than 10 level 6 fire lizards. The security was very tight. The cave was very dark, damp, and moss grew everywhere. On the walls of the cave, there were only a few magic lamps, dimly illuminating the path ahead. This group of mysterious men came suddenly. They hurriedly dug these caves. The conditions here were simple and the cave was very deep. As Xianxia walked in, she smelled a rotten and moldy smell. "Liuzi, when we go in later, first look around and see if there are any people from Jinko village. Ask them about the specific situation here." Xianxia glanced at a corner of the cave, where a few bats were resting. Liuzi nodded. At this moment, his heart was heavier than his shackled feet. He was afraid that after entering the cave, he would hear bad news about his parents. "Liuzi, be strong." Oriol, who was also from a poor family, comforted Liuzi in a low voice. He nodded. Liuzi already knew that Xianxia and Oriol were both girls, and that he was the oldest of the three. Before they set off, Yun Songlong had encouraged him. As the only boy among the three, he must protect Xianxia and Oriol. The cave was very long. As they walked down, Yunxing's frown deepened. The living environment of the miners was too bad. There was almost no ventilation here. If all the villagers who survived were imprisoned in the cave, it must be very crowded. In a situation where the air was turbid and the population density was high, once there was a disease or death, the airborne germs were enough to make the healthy villagers collapse. Finally, there were voices in front of him. The front of the cave gradually widened. At the bottom was a space about 100 square meters in size. There were 300 to 400 people imprisoned here. Among them were men and women. Those who did not need to enter the mining area during the day could temporarily remove the shackles. Once they left the cave, they had to put on the shackles to prevent them from escaping. You newcomers, listen carefully. Don't even think about escaping, or you will end up like these people. The mysterious people who drove them in waved a whip full of thorns in their hands and slammed it hard on the ground. The hard ground was immediately smashed into pieces. The stone debris flew up and hit the people's bodies, causing burning pain. Their whips were pointed at the wall of the cave. Everyone looked up. Some of the more timid ones were scared to tears on the spot. On the wall, there were several dead bodies hanging. There was a trace of intact bone in these people's bodies. Their faces were beyond recognition. The men were stripped naked, and the women were also bare-chested. The blood on their bodies had dried, leaving only wrinkled skin. They were barely recognizable as human figures. These people were all people who had tried to escape in the past when the guards weren't paying attention and when they were mining. None of them succeeded. After they were captured alive, they ended up like this. Even so, there were still many people who tried to escape every day. After a few warnings, the mysterious people left the cave. Lu Zi resisted the waves of nausea in his throat. He hurriedly looked for his parents in the crowd. Although the chances were small, Lu Zi still hoped that he could find his parents. Most of the villagers who were imprisoned in the cave were thin and sallow, and their lips were dry and cracked. Their eyes were empty. When they saw the newcomers, they did not make any sound. For them, escaping had become an extravagant hope. Their loved ones died one by one, completely destroying their hope. They were probably just walking corpses. Lu Zi looked around the crowd and found a few people from Jinko village. However, no matter how he asked, they did not speak. He was worried that his parents had met with misfortune. Lu Zi, don't ask any more. Xianxia saw that Lu Zi was on the verge of breaking down. She dragged him aside and gave him a few mouthfuls of water. Only then did Lu Zi calm down. At this time, there was a sound of footsteps outside. Xianxia and the others looked up. 30 to 40 bare-chested and barefoot miners walked in. They all looked tired. These people were the miners who had finished their mining task today. After they returned to the cave, another group of people was driven out. Father. Lu Zi recognized one of the men. He immediately jumped up and rushed over. When he heard the familiar voice, a middle-aged man who looked very strong among the dozens of miners raised his head and looked at Xianxia and the others blankly. When he saw Lu Zi's face, the man's eyes suddenly widened. That man was Lu Zi's father, who was forcibly taken to the cave more than 10 days ago. The father and son did not expect to meet again in such an environment. The two of them hugged each other excitedly. Lu Zi, it's really you? Why are you here? Why are you so disobedient? Didn't I tell you to stay far away? What are you doing here? Lu Zi's father saw his son and was both sad and happy. He was happy that his son was safe and sound. During this period of time, he had seen countless people from the neighboring villages being captured and brought here. He was also worried about Lu Zi's safety outside. But when they finally had news of their son, he had barged into the tiger's den. Everyone knew that there was no chance of survival after entering this hellish cave. Xianxia noticed that Lu Zi's father was the most energetic among these miners. It seemed that he only looked a little tired, and his spirit was very good. This was probably because he had experienced life and death in his early years, so his willpower was much stronger than that of ordinary people. Father, let's not talk about this first. Where's mother? Lu Zi did not see his mother's figure and was terrified. Don't worry, your mother is fine. A few days after we were locked in here, those villains picked a few nimble women in the cave and said that they would cook for them and wash their clothes. Lu Zi's mother was lucky to be chosen and escape the disaster. After hearing Lu Zi's story, Lu Zi's father calmed down. Especially when he heard that Xianxia and the others were the descendants of the Yun army, his originally dim eyes were filled with a desire to live. They are the descendants of the Yun army. Really, Lu Zi's father said with a friendly look. He stayed in the cave for more than 10 days. Because he was strong and did not escape, the group of mysterious people treated him well. They made him the person who distributed food and water in the cave. Although Lu Zi's father appeared to be yielding, he had never given up observing the activities of these mysterious people. This cave held all the villagers who had been abducted. A large number of people had already entered and exited the cave. At its peak, there were 500 to 600 people. There was only one entrance to the cave. Since there were people guarding the other side of the cave day and night, the mysterious people would guard the cave in batches. There were also ferocious fire lizards patrolling the area. There were some villagers who tried to escape, but they were all caught without exception. Most of the villagers who were caught would be beaten to death. Lu Zi's father had thought of running away earlier, but when he remembered that Lu Zi's mother was still in the hands of those people, he gritted his teeth and persevered. At the same time, Lu Zi's father also mentioned some matters regarding the purple gold mining area. It was unknown where these mysterious people had gotten the map of the mine. They had captured the villagers to mine the mine. Within this purple gold mining area, there was a large amount of purple gold ore. Every day, about 500 kilograms of purple gold ore would be transported out by flying magical beasts. However, Lu Zi's father didn't know where it would be shipped to. Father, who are those people? Lu Zi asked. I don't know, but their leader seems to live in a treehouse not far away. Judging from his accent, he doesn't seem to be from Zhou State. Lu Zi's father shook his head. He went out to mine every day to get some fresh air, and this was all he could find out. With Lu Zi's father's detailed description, Xianxia roughly outlined the situation of the entire mining area in her mind. The periphery of the mining area was a dense tropical forest area. The mining area was divided into 4 areas: east, west, north, and south. The main mining area of the purple gold vein was in the east, the villagers who were imprisoned in the cave were in the west, and the other soldiers and livestock were in the south. As for the leader of the mysterious people and some powerful magicians, warriors, and summoners, they all lived in the north. In the middle of these four areas, there were more than a dozen thunder explosion arrays. Without personally exploring the environment, it was impractical to escape. Xianxia decided to stay in the mining area for a few days. It would be best if there was a chance to go to the location of the purple gold vein, and then think of a way to escape with the villagers. While they were talking, Xianxia heard a painful groan. A middle-aged miner who came back with Lu Zi's father earlier fell to the ground. His face was full of sweat, and his stomach was throbbing with pain. "What's the matter?" Xianxia immediately went forward to check. "It's an old problem. The environment here is too bad. Everyone often has stomach pains and diarrhea. It's fine for us who are stronger, but the young and the women can't stand it." Lu Zi's father sighed. While Xianxia listened to Lu Zi's father describe the situation in the mining area, she also paid attention to other things in the cave. Just as she found when she entered the cave earlier, the environment here was very bad. Those mysterious people did not treat these villagers as humans at all. Xianxia checked the drinking water and food of hundreds of villagers every day. The water was turbid yellow muddy water that had not been purified and precipitated at all. There was also a severe shortage of food, and most of it was rancid food. Under such conditions, they still had to mine at a high rate, which undoubtedly greatly increased the mortality rate of the villagers. "Uncle, I'm a doctor. I'll help him stop the pain first. Find a few villagers. I have a few things that I need your help with." Xianxia rolled up her sleeves. Lu Zi's father looked at Xianxia suspiciously. The Oriole at the side chimed in, "It's true. Our master is very powerful. She's a famous divine doctor in the Jade capital." Lu Zi also said that Xianxia had cured his injuries. Lu Zi's father then hurriedly found a few men from the same village. They followed Xianxia's instructions and divided the people in the cave into two types, the sick and the healthy. The sick were arranged to be in the cave, while the healthy were arranged to be on the outside of the cave, near the ventilation area. The villagers also found some sand and charcoal. According to Xianxia's instructions, they used the sand and charcoal to purify and precipitate their drinking water. Before Xianxia came, she had made a thorough plan. She prepared some herbs, a small amount of food, and some magic beast meat in her storage ring. The herbs and food were given to the sick patients first, while the magic beast meat was divided into portions and distributed to the healthy villagers. These villagers had been half full and half hungry for a long time. When they saw the food, their originally dim eyes instantly lit up. They ignored Lu Zi's father's arrangement and all rushed forward, trying to snatch the food from Xianxia and the others. "Oriole." Xianxia was already prepared. The Oriole did not hesitate and knocked down the few villagers at the front. Xianxia pointed the magic scepter at the wall and shot a fireball. The fireball burned a corpse hanging on the wall into ashes instantly. Xianxia's face was tense. Their actions silenced the noisy villagers. "Everyone, listen carefully. From now on, all of us have to be of one mind. If you are willing to cooperate, I can guarantee that you will be brought out alive to reunite with your families. But if you dare to be disloyal and disobey my orders, I can guarantee that you will die an even uglier death than these corpses." Xianxia was not very old, but at this moment, her body was emitting a terrifying aura that intimidated people. To the ignorant and useless villagers, a leader with absolute authority was very important. Xianxia's actions made every villager present feel fear from the depths of their souls. But along with this fear came a desire to survive. Xianxia's magic and her every word was like a shower of rain, gradually giving hope to these spiritually exhausted villagers. No one dared to make a sound. They followed Lu Zi's father's instructions and lined up, supporting their families, wives, and friends to receive medicinal herbs and food. In just one night, the order in the cave had undergone a subtle change. And this change was completely unknown to the mysterious people outside the cave. The sun rose and set not long after Xianxia and the others were taken to the mining area. "Commander, the people from Zhou village have not been taken away. The people we sent to spy on them followed orders and did not alert the enemy. The other party is a group of masked people and we can't tell where they came from. They have a large number of flying magical beasts and they are flying towards the south of southern Cliff Town, near Tangyuan. The night Yunxing and the others were taken away, the hunters of the Heaven Expedition Hunting Corps who were lying in ambush near Zhou village immediately sent the news back to the inn in southern Cliff Town. Yun Songlong and the others had been anxiously waiting there for a few days. My bats have also followed those magical beasts to the mining area. With Master's intelligence, there shouldn't be any big problems. But Yun Brat, what should we do? For safety reasons, Yunxing ordered the clan members not to follow them. He was several generations older than Yun Songlong and called him Yun Brat. Yun Songlong didn't know whether to laugh or cry. I plan to go to Marquis Jiayuan's garrison to take a look. After all, we don't have enough manpower. If we can get the military's help, I believe the chances of rescuing the villagers will be much higher. Yun Songlong was still placing his hopes on the local garrison. He immediately headed to the Marquis of Jiayuan's encampment, but he didn't expect that the other party would give him the cold shoulder. I want to see your general. I am Yun Songlong. I was your general's aide in the early years. Yun Songlong reiterated his identity. The two monkey-like guards glanced at Yun Songlong. One of them rolled his eyes and spat out a mouthful of phlegm. Yun Songlong? Reckless brat, you want to pretend to be the #1 general of Zhou State, the young general of the residents of Yun? Take a piss and look at yourself. If you are Yun Songlong, then I am Zhou State's martial saint, Yun Ba. Yun Songlong's blood immediately rushed to his head. If it weren't for the fact that he had already left the army, he definitely would have dealt with this guard according to military law. He forcefully suppressed the anger in his heart. Brother, whether you believe me or not, I really do have something to report to your general. It's about the missing villagers from the nearby villages. When the two guards heard this, their eyes were filled with bewilderment. One of them said, "Wait here for a moment. I will go inside and report to the general." The guard hurriedly entered the garrison's encampment. "General, there is someone outside requesting an audience. This person says he is Yun Songlong. He says he has clues about the missing villagers from the nearby villages." Yun Songlong? What a joke. Yun Songlong is but a cripple. Why would he come to our southern Cliff Town? He must be a swindler or a spy from an enemy country who wants to infiltrate our army. Men, listen to my orders. Beat that bandit out with military canes. Inside the luxuriously decorated main general's tent, Marquis Jiayuan's nephew, an irony, waved his hand. Disdainfully. That guard hurriedly lowered his head and accepted the order. "General Ni, you just sent Yun Songlong out like this. Aren't you afraid that he will barge in?" Inside the main general's tent sat a man and woman. The man and woman were dressed exquisitely and had imposing appearances. Upon closer inspection, these two were the siblings of Grand Emperor City, Xian Wuji and Xian Mimi. "I've let the two of you see a joke. Who does Yun Songlong think he is? He is but a martial artist who has been stripped of his official position. If he dares to block our path to wealth, I will definitely make him regret ever stepping foot on the land of the border." An irony's eyes flashed with a greedy light as he spoke. In front of him, there were two large pieces of resplendent purple ore that looked like crystals. Each of the ores weighed 50 caddies. If they were forged into limitless purple gold coins, the value would most likely not be less than 100,000. An irony was but a fourth-rank general. Even with his uncle, the Marquis of Jiayuan, looking after him, the annual military pay that was docked did not exceed 10,000 gold coins. How could it compare to the rewards that Grand Emperor City and that mysterious group of people gave him? An irony was naturally happy to be able to exchange a few poor villagers for such a large sum of wealth. "Don't worry, the two of you. I will definitely think of a way to cover up the disappearance of the villagers. However, you need to act quickly. Otherwise, if it attracts the covetous eyes of other powers, it will be impossible to hide it." An irony chuckled. "General Ni is really sensible. If the mining of the purple gold vein is successful this time, Grand Emperor City and His Majesty will definitely not treat you unfairly." Xian Wuji despised an irony's character in his heart, but on the surface, he was full of flattery. The siblings looked at each other, a cruel glint flashing in their eyes. Ever since Xianxia and the others came to the cave, the villagers' lives had quietly changed. That group of mysterious people would enter the cave in 3 batches every day to escort the miners to mine the purple gold vein. Father Lu secretly arranged for the miners to go out and mine according to Yunxing's arrangements. Yunxing stayed in the cave for a few days. Due to the timely purification and isolation of the patients, no one died of illness in the cave in the past few days. The number of people who fell ill again was also greatly reduced. Under the coordination of Father Lu, the people who went to the mining area were all strong and healthy people. As a result, the number of people mining increased every day. Those mysterious people were also very happy. The water and food that was distributed to the cave every day was also better than before. Although the mysterious people did not know what had happened, they were obviously very satisfied with such an improvement. On this day, Yunxing was thinking about how to enter the purple gold vein and see the situation there. The few of you, follow me out. It's your turn to mine. A few mysterious people walked in and picked out 20 people from the cave. Big brother, can we go to the mining area? He's my uncle and he's not in good health recently. While the mysterious people were picking people, Yunxing, Huang Ke, and the others secretly exchanged glances and took the initiative to step forward. Thanks to Sunny and Xiaohei for the tips. You guys are so skinny. Can you do it? Today's task is not easy. The mysterious men glanced at Yunxing and the others. Seeing that they were just teenagers, they could not help but frown. Masters, these children are not young anymore. Their families do farm work, so they are quite strong. But for the brothers who are sick, even if they go to the mining area, they will only delay the progress. It will not be good if they cause you to be scolded. Lu Zi's father had already figured out the temperament of these mysterious men, so he stepped forward to help them. Are they from the same village as you? Well, later you will keep an eye on them. Don't think of doing anything wrong. Otherwise, cut off their legs. The mysterious men did not recognize Yunxing and the others, but they were somewhat familiar with Lu Zi's father. Hearing what he said, they reluctantly agreed with Lu Zi's father. But when they saw that Yunxing and the other 2 were so skinny, they left the shortest aureole behind. Then they picked up 20 people, including Lu Zi's father, and took them out together. As soon as they left the cave, they were shackled and chained. In this way, it was much more difficult to escape. Since Yunxing was brought back to the mining area, it was the first time that she left the cave. As soon as she got out of the cave, the dazzling sunlight made her squint her eyes. Don't look around. Go east. Remember, your task today is to dig up 50 kilograms of purple gold ore. If the amount is not enough, each of you will be whipped 10 times. The mysterious men who supervised them wore masks. Their eyes exposed outside the masks were fierce. They waved the whips in their hands and warned everyone. All the way to the east of the mining area, Yunxing saw a tunnel. The entrance of the tunnel was very high, more than 10 meters high. It went deep into the ground. This must be the entrance of the mining area. The earlier group of miners was coming out of the entrance. 2 mysterious men were responsible for searching their bodies. What is this? With a fierce shout, a shivering miner was grabbed by the neck by a mysterious man like a chicken. From the miner's pants, a purple ore as thick as a finger rolled out. Yunxing looked carefully. The ore looked very similar to purple crystal, but it was completely different from purple crystal. This purple ore was mixed with gold. Under the sunlight, the purple and gold colors were very beautiful. That was the most precious ore on the boundless continent, the purple gold Oregon. The most expensive purple gold coin in circulation in the boundless world was the purple gold card, which was made from precious purple gold ore. The purple gold ore's uses were not limited to that. Legend had it that a brilliant blacksmith could refine the purple gold ore into top-grade defensive equipment. However, the amount of purple gold ore in the entire continent was very limited. Therefore, as long as there was a clue to the empire's purple gold ore, all the major countries would frantically send people to search for it. The capital of Zhou State was no exception. A piece of purple gold or the thickness of a finger was equivalent to 5 purple gold coins, which was equivalent to 50 gold coins. To most of the villagers who worked in the mining area, this was a huge fortune that they would never be able to obtain in their lifetime. It was also to prevent the villagers from hiding anything, so no matter if they entered or left the cave, all the villagers would be searched. Xianxia had also expected this, so she had already hidden her storage ring in a secret place in the cave. That villager who was caught was also greedy, which was why he hid the ore. After he was discovered, he was so scared that he trembled and kept begging for mercy. "Sir, I won't dare to do it again. I was just muddle-headed for a moment." "Muddle-headed? Haha, what a muddle-headed person." A cold light flashed in the hands of the mysterious person who found the ore, and he chopped off one of the villager's fingers. That villager was rolling on the ground in pain. When the other villagers saw this, they were so scared that their faces turned pale. No one dared to go forward to help him. "If it wasn't for the lack of manpower in the mining area, I would have cut off your head and fed it to the magical beasts." Kicking that villager away, the mysterious person waved his hand and motioned for Xianxia and the rest to enter. Xianxia calmly walked over. When Xianxia walked in with shackles on her legs, one of the mysterious people's eyes flashed under the mask and showed some surprise. Why was she here? After Xianxia and the rest entered the cave, the leader of the mysterious people ordered the rest of the mysterious people to patrol the area and pay attention to the situation. "Biming, I'm not seeing things, right? Wasn't that the little miracle doctor just now?" A tall mysterious person whispered in another person's ear. Although Xianxia was dressed as a man, she was still recognized at a glance. She was fine in southern Cliff Town. What did she come here for? She's really messing around. The man's voice was low and there was some dissatisfaction in his eyes. This little wildcat was really worrisome. She didn't know what method Yi Biming used, but his gray eyes now looked dark brown. Qingbai's skin was also dyed a beeswax color. They were wearing masks and their appearance was similar to the other mysterious people in the mining area. If she didn't look carefully, Xianxia wouldn't be able to tell. In a place like the mining area, there were all kinds of people. She actually dared to come here alone. Where did Yin Songlong go? And that Zhong Yi. Then what should we do? Are we still going to continue with our plan? The tall and straight mysterious men were Yi Biming and Qingbai in disguise. A few days ago, Yi Biming, Qingbai, and Bu Jiuxiao had all mixed into this group of mysterious people. This mining area was also the purpose of their trip. Act according to the plan. I know what to do about the little wildcat. Jiuxiao has already found out the origins of these mysterious people. They are most likely related to Tang Yuan. This time, we'll catch a turtle in a jar. Yi Biming's eyes turned cold. He was determined to get this batch of purple gold ore. How could he allow other countries to get a share of it? Xianxia didn't know that she and Yi Biming had boarded a pirate ship. She dragged the heavy shackles and entered the mine. As soon as she entered the mine, she was attracted by the scenery in front of her. Purple gold was indeed worthy of the title of the most beautiful ore on the continent. Whether it was day or night, the mine flickered with a beautiful light like the tail light of a firefly. Purple and gold mixed together to illuminate people's eyes, like a two-colored rainbow. It had to be said that this was an excellent mining area. In the whole mining area, about 4/5 of the area was purple gold ore, and the remaining 1/5 was rough basalt. This was a pure natural mining area. A large amount of purple gold ore was exposed to the ground. The hexagonal crystals of different sizes were of different sizes. Some were only the size of a coin, while others were like pillars that supported the sky, rising from the ground. They grew from the stones on the ground, like towering trees full of vitality. They rose from the sky and reached the top of the cave dozens of meters away. These precious ores also emitted a kind of gauze-like purple mist that lingered above the mine, making the whole mine more beautiful. Every villager who had just entered the mine would be attracted by this strange scene. Don't be dumbfounded. This wealth doesn't belong to us. We can't have evil thoughts. Yunxing and Lu Zi's dumbfounded expressions made Lu Zi's father shake his head. Most of the villagers who had just entered the mine would show such expressions. But after a day, if they couldn't dig up enough ores, what awaited them was the most cruel whipping. After being reminded by Lu Zi's father, Yunxing put away her curiosity. She looked at the mine again. Due to the limited space, dozens of miners were scattered in every corner of the mine. Each of them was given a shovel, a bundle of ropes, and a few bamboo baskets. Although the purple gold ore was beautiful, it was also one of the most difficult ores to collect on the mainland. Unlike ordinary ores, before the purple gold ore was mined, it could not be bombarded with magic, nor could it be excavated by brute force. Otherwise, the whole cave would collapse. It could only be collected by physical means, which was the common sense of manual work. Therefore, even though this group of mysterious people had many mages and warriors, they still chose to capture villagers to collect. Yunxing and Lu Zi listened and began to collect the purple gold ore. These stones are really hard. Lu Zi waved the shovel. He used a lot of strength to dig out a little bit of the purple gold ore. Although Lu Zi was older than Yunxing, he had never really learned martial arts. On the other hand, Yunxing had trained in Wuxuan Wuji school for a while and her strength had improved. However, she soon found that it was very difficult to excavate the purple gold ore with brute force. An hour later, Yunxing had only excavated about 5 caddies of purple gold ore. Lu Zi was even worse, only about 2 caddies. At this rate, it was unlikely that the two of them would be able to collect 50 caddies of purple gold ore before nightfall. Looking at the other villagers, Lu Zi's father was the one who had excavated the most, about 20 caddies. The other villagers also had about 10 caddies. Due to the large amount of mining some time ago, the ores in sight were almost all collected by the villagers. As for the few pieces of ores that were like pillars supporting the sky, Yunxing and Lu Zi could not move them at all. Lu Zi, let's go to the north and take a look. Yunxing pointed to a corner in front of them. The purple gold ore mine was temporarily excavated and extended in all directions. The place where Yunxing and the others were staying now had the densest distribution of ores, but most of them were almost completely excavated. Don't go too far. If there are not enough ores later, I will share some with you. Lu Zi's father reminded them and buried himself in mining again. Yunxing and Lu Zi walked to the other end of the mine, which was much more concealed than before. After turning a few corners, Yunxing soon saw a diamond-shaped purple gold ore area. Liu Zi, keep an eye on the surroundings. Yunxing had Liu Zi keep watch while she stealthily summoned a phantom beast from the Ling Long Beast Tower. Vice Commander, what is this? Seeing this unassuming and ugly beast, Lu Zi was a little surprised. He glanced at Yunxing and wondered where she had conjured this magic beast from. It's a type of magical beast. Our speed of collecting purple gold ore is not as fast as the other villagers, and we can't use magic. I want to try using this little guy. When Yunxing had killed the leader of the Shadow Beast Corps, she had obtained a few magical beast belts and a few phantom beasts as an additional reward. This phantom beast was much better at digging than most Earth-type magicians. It was an improved version of a pangolin. You mean this thing can mine purple gold ore? Lu Zi was still in disbelief. You will know when you see it. If today's experiment was successful, it would not be as simple as mining purple gold ore. Yunxing's Ling Long Beast Tower was known as one of the most mysterious treasures in the Boundless Land. Any magical beast that stayed in the Ling Long Beast Tower for a while would either evolve or mutate. Xiao Hei and the puffed egg were both evolving. This phantom beast did not evolve directly due to its ordinary grade. However, there was a certain mutation in its body. Its shell, which was originally incomparably hard and rock-like, now seemed to be plated with a layer of gold and had mutated into a golden color. It looked like an enlarged version of a scarab. Yunxing simply called it the fantasy gold beast. 5 sharp and narrow golden claws grew out of its hands and feet. The golden fantasy beast put its claws together to form a natural shovel. It aimed at a piece of purple gold ore that was half buried in the ground and dug hard with its claws. A cloud of dust rose, and a pile of rock chips quickly piled up beside the purple gold ore that was originally difficult to excavate. A piece of purple gold ore that could be said to be perfect was completely dug out in 15 minutes. That's amazing. This piece of purple gold ore is at least more than 5 kilograms. Lu Zi's eyes were shining. If not for the golden fantasy beast's ferocious appearance, Lu Zi might have kissed it a few times. It could be expected that with a few more golden fantasy beasts, this extremely rich purple gold ore vein could be excavated quickly in a short period of time. You keep watch here first. I'll look around. Yunxing was very curious about the origin of this purple gold ore vein. Her 5 senses were very sharp. As long as someone was within a mile of her, she could quickly detect it. When she entered the purple gold ore mine, Xianxia vaguely felt a strong energy. The reason why she chose to walk north of the mine was that she could vaguely feel that the deeper she went into the mine, the stronger the energy fluctuation became. However, neither the mysterious person nor the villagers focused on mining in this area. The reason was that the amount of purple gold ore in this area was greatly reduced compared to the mine they had entered at the beginning. The purple gold ore exposed on the surface was scattered and very inconspicuous. Xianxia walked all the way to the bottom of the mine and there was no more road ahead. Only then did she stop. Xianxia stood in front of a wall. She knocked on the wall with her hand and found that the wall was very hard. Perhaps because no one had passed by it for many years, a thick layer of moss grew on the wall. However, the color of the moss was fiery red. Xianxia took out a scalpel and scraped off the layer of moss on the wall. The original color of the wall was revealed. The color seems to be different. Xianxia found that the color of this wall was completely different from the purple gold ore outside and the basalt on the ground. It was like a red copper ore. The mysterious person had also noticed this red ore before. They only determined that this red ore was an ordinary copper ore. There were many copper ores on the boundless land. Moreover, due to the application of magicians and various weapons that were not inferior to iron, copper ores were very cheap. Therefore, the appearance of this red copper ore wall was determined to be the end of this purple gold ore vein. However, Xianxia did not think that this wall was a copper ore wall. This was because she used the scalpel in her hand to poke at the wall. She found that the blade of the scalpel, which was as hard as iron, was actually curled up. How could such a strong wall be made of copper ore? Xianxia's heart skipped a beat. She placed her hand on the wall and softly chanted a fire spell. The scorching fire spell swarmed towards the wall. However, to her surprise, the wall still did not move an inch. There was not even a trace of heat. This is amazing. Xianxia could not help but raise her eyebrows. She really wanted to know what was behind that wall. Deputy Commander, it's almost time. Lu Zi's voice came from the other end of the cave. Xianxia had no choice but to withdraw her hand. No matter what was behind this strange wall, she did not have the time to break it down today. Xianxia turned back. The fantasy gold beast was indeed impressive. In just over an hour, it had already dug out more than 100 kilograms of purple gold ore. It was enough for Xianxia and Lu Zi to report back. When the two of them brought the purple gold ore out, Lu Zi's father was a little puzzled. How did the two of them suddenly obtain so much purple gold ore? However, he did not ask further. The mysterious people brought in a new batch of miners. They worked day and night, 12-hour a day without rest. It was obvious that this group of mysterious people wanted to finish mining this purple gold ore vein in a short period of time. Xianxia estimated that with the current number of villagers and mining speed, this ore vein would be completely dug out in about 10 days. She did not have much time left. Well done. Each of you can get an extra bun tonight. Now, move the ores you've dug out to the Western District. The mysterious leader looked at everyone's progress and found that among this group of 20 villagers, even the two young villagers who looked thin and weak had dug out a full 50 kilograms of ores. This is the purple gold ore that was dug out? Xianxia heard a female voice when she bent over to move the purple gold ore. Hearing the voice, Xianxia's heart skipped a beat and she quickly lowered her head. Xianmimi walked into the mine and casually picked up a piece of purple gold ore and weighed it in her hand. Xianmimi's appearance made Xianxia realize that Grand Emperor City was actually related to this ore vein. She immediately thought of the massacre of the city several years ago. It was very likely that Grand Emperor City had already set their eyes on this ore vein at that time. Miss Xian, please put down the ore. According to the agreement between our master and you, all the ore can only be divided after being transported out. The leader of the mysterious people did not seem to be on the same side as Xianmimi. His businesslike tone made Xianmimi very dissatisfied. The unruly Xianmimi raised her eyebrows and pointed at the leader and scolded, "Who do you think you are to speak to me in such a tone? If it weren't for us, would you have been able to find this purple gold mine? Young Miss Xian, you have provided the map of the ore vein, but if it wasn't for our master, would you have been able to obtain this batch of purple gold ore?" That small leader was also a shrewd and ruthless person. They had long been dissatisfied with Di Hongqing's brother and sister abusing others here. It was only because they abided by the initial agreement that they did not shed all pretense of cordiality. Although the purple gold ore had already been excavated, as one of the most special ores in the continent, the purple gold ore could only be purified after undergoing a special smelting process. In the entire continent, only a few specially trained mages were capable of refining and purifying ores. Although Xianmimi was rude and unreasonable, she also knew that the ore this time was indeed indispensable to this group of mysterious people. In order to vent her anger, she threw the ore out and walked out angrily. Yunxing heaved a sigh of relief. If Xianmimi recognized her, it wouldn't be fun. However, at the same time, she also began to have doubts about the identity of this group of mysterious people. It seemed that this ore vein involved more than just Di Hongqing and the mysterious people's power. Yunxing pondered as she, Lu Zi, and the rest carried the ores to the western district. There, Yunxing and the rest saw nearly a ton of purple gold ore again. At the same time, she also saw a few mages wearing magic cloaks and a few magic arrays. Yunxing pretended to dawdle for a moment. After the villagers delivered the ores, the mages took the ores into the magic array and disappeared. Obviously, this group of mysterious people was very cautious. They must have smelted the purple gold ore in other places. In the past half a month, more than a ton of purple gold ore had already been transported out through these magic arrays. What are you looking at? Perhaps because Yunxing had taken a few more glances, one of the mysterious people who was monitoring her swung a whip at her. Yunxing didn't dare to use magic elements to block it, so she could only grit her teeth and withstand the whip. The whip with sharp barbs whistled through the air and swung toward Yunxing's slender shoulder. Pa! A hand came out of nowhere and caught the whip in its hand. The barbs of the whip wrapped around the person's 5 fingers. The mysterious person standing beside Yunxing caught the whip with his bare hands. When they left the mine, the mysterious man had been following beside Yunxing the whole time. He had not said a word along the way. Yunxing was a little surprised when he suddenly made a move. Seeing that it was one of his own people who made a move, the mysterious person couldn't help but get angry. What are you doing? The mysterious person tried to swing the whip, but when he tried to pull it, he realized that the whip was biting tightly in the other person's hand. Those who were dispatched to participate in this ore vein collection mission were all first-class warriors or mages in the country. Most of them didn't know the other person's identity because they were wearing masks. That said, all of them, with the exception of the squad leaders, possessed similar strength. For these mysterious people, once the villagers here finished collecting the ore, they would kill them sooner or later, so their attitude toward the villagers was also very bad. Based on their temperament, when they were happy, they would give them more food to eat, and when they were unhappy, they would beat and scold them. The mysterious person beside him just snorted. His 5 fingers were like eagle claws, and he suddenly exerted force. The whip, which was strong enough to break a rock weighing dozens of kilograms, was instantly broken into several pieces. The mysterious person who used the whip lost his balance and took a few steps back. With just one move, he could see that the other person's strength was much higher than his. He stared at the broken whip in surprise, and for a moment, he didn't dare to fight back. The leader said that we should be careful. In Zhou State, there are already people who have their eyes on us. It will be very difficult to catch new people. Don't kill people casually. These people are the main force of the ore mining. If we lose one, we will waste more time. It's not worth it. The mysterious person who attacked had a very strange voice. Yunxing looked over from the side. Because he was wearing a mask, she could only vaguely recognize the other person's outline. This was a man with a very deep outline. He had a broad forehead, a sharp nose, beautiful lips, and dark brown eyes. But other than that, Yunxing didn't feel familiar with him at all. If she hadn't told her second uncle in advance, Yunxing would have thought that her second uncle had disguised himself to sneak in. Humph, get out of here. In anger, the mysterious person glared fiercely at Yunxing and the others. Lu Zi's father hurriedly pulled Yunxing away. After walking far away, Yunxing couldn't help but look back at the mysterious person. It was sunset, and a touch of sunset light sprinkled on the man's body, plating a layer of golden light on the man's broad shoulders. For a moment, Yunxing felt that she had seen an emperor come to the world. The pair of dark brown eyes turned into a glazed color in the sunlight, swaying. The mysterious man's gaze fell on Yunxing's feet. Yunxing followed his gaze and found that because of the heavy shackles on her feet, after walking all the way, her delicate skin had already been scratched a few times. Originally, she didn't feel any pain, but when the mysterious man looked at her like this, Yunxing felt that her wounds were burning. Weirdo. Yunxing grinned and followed Lu Zi's father and the others back to the mine. Don't look, they left long ago. Qingbai came out. He stroked his chin and looked at his good friend Yi Baiming with a deep look. Before coming in, Baiming had warned him that he had to be careful with his words and actions in the mine. After all, among the three of them, Qingbai's temper was the most lively and hot-blooded. A few days ago, he had seen the mysterious man killing the villagers several times and wanted to intervene, but he was stopped by Yi Baiming. He didn't expect that today, Yi Baiming would be the first to break the rules. It seemed that Yi Baiming, who had always been too calm, would lose his cool when things were related to little miracle Dr. Yun. Yi Baiming's eyes wandered and he said in a deep voice, "How's Jiao Shao? We've already found out the whereabouts of the purple gold ore. At most, we can take action in 5 days. But how should we deal with these mysterious people?" Qingbai looked at the magic array behind him. The whereabouts of the purple gold ore was their real goal. Kill them, don't leave a single one alive. Thinking of the wound on Yunxing's feet and the whip just now, Yi Baiming's voice was as cold as an icicle in the 12th lunar month. Just hearing his voice made Qingbai feel a chill run down his spine. TSK, it seemed that little miracle Dr. Yun was his brother's reverse scale. Whoever touched him would die. After returning to the mine, the villagers all breathed a sigh of relief. They had made it through another day. However, Yunxing noticed that there was a bat on the wall of the cave that she had never seen before. She walked over to the bat and the bat silently landed beside Yunxing. Under the bat's drooping wings, Yunxing found a small piece of paper. It was a message from the sect. In the past few days, the hunting troops of the Sky Expedition Hunting Corps didn't mind. After failing to contact Marquis of Jiayuan's garrison, Yun Kaitsonglong no longer placed their hopes on the garrison. They suspected that the garrison had been bribed by these mysterious people. Without the help of the military, it would be very difficult for the Sky Expedition Hunting Corps to break through the magic formations and defenses around the mining area with just the soldiers they brought. It was obviously impossible to get the military's help. Yunxing thought for a moment and took out a command token from her storage ring. This command token was something that Yunxing had been given to her when she accepted the invitation of the Hunter Branch's consecrated elder of Mount Daoi. Yunxing remembered that the person in charge of the Hunter Branch had said that as long as she showed this command token that symbolized her status as a consecrated elder, she could unconditionally ask for help from the Hunter Union. Although they were currently at the remote border of Zhouzhou State, the footprints of hunters could be found all over the country. With an elder's command token, she could call for help. Yunxing immediately wrote a letter and hid the command token on the bat. Then, she ordered the bat to rush back through the night. After secretly completing the deployment, Yunxing returned to the cave. Around dawn, Yun Songlong and the others who were anxiously waiting in southern Cliff Town finally heard the sound of a bat flapping its wings. Zhongyi waved his hand and the bat landed. On the bat's body, Zhongyi found a command token and a letter. Yun Songlong impatiently opened the letter. After he finished reading the letter, a rare look appeared in the depths of his eyes. Wow, as expected of our master. Other than being the medicine hall elder of the Wushuan Limitless School, he is also the consecrated elder of the Hunter Union. This is quite impressive. Zhongyi touched the elder's command token as if it was a treasure. Xing'er actually had connections with the upper echelons of the Hunter Union and even had an elder's command token. Yun Songlong couldn't help but sweat. It seemed that his niece was much stronger than him. The elder's command token of the Hunter Union might not be as useful as the sect token of the Wushuan Limitless School. It could mobilize close to 100,000 martial warriors at once, but in terms of convenience, it was better than the sect token. The use of the sect token required a person above the vice head of the Wushuan Limitless School to initiate it. Furthermore, the user had to be the holder of the sect token. However, the elder's command token of the Hunter Union didn't need to be so troublesome. Seeing the command token was like seeing the elder himself. Therefore, as long as Yin Songlong and the others held this command token, they could go to the Hunter Union branch near the border and obtain the help of the Hunter Union branch. Master Zhongren, leave the command token to me. I will go to the Hunter Union branch to seek help. Xing'er also mentioned in the letter that 3 days later, we will meet at an abandoned post dozens of miles away from the mining area. I will hand over all 50 of my brothers to you. It is most suitable for you and the magical beast to be in charge of receiving them. Due to the lack of time, Yunxing's letter was very short, only a few words. Yun Sunlong didn't even know what Yunxing wanted people to receive. Understood. Master has always been shrewd in doing things. I will take care of it. However, when you go to the Hunter Union branch, it's best to find more mages. The thunder explosion array in the mining area is very troublesome. Zhongyi immediately brought Zhou Quan and the others to the location designated by Yunxing. Yun Songlong also didn't stop and immediately rushed to the nearby Hunter Union branch. Around dawn, Bat brought back Yun Songlong's reply. It's almost time to take action. After Yunxing finished reading the letter, she immediately burned it. She found Lu Zi's father and a group of trustworthy villagers who had been observing this situation in the past few days. Listen up, everyone. You must listen carefully to what I am going to say next. I plan to secretly escape with the villagers. Over the past few days, Yunxing had relied on her medical skills to form a special kind of prestige among the villagers. The villagers were almost completely convinced by her words. But today, when Yunxing said that she was going to escape, everyone was still shocked. Escape? Absolutely not. The villagers shook their heads like a rattledrum. They had seen the fierceness of the group of mysterious people many times. Not to mention a group of people, even one person couldn't possibly escape. Moreover, there were more than 300 villagers in the cave now. Including the villagers who were chased to the barn and those who were recruited to cook, there were more than 400 innocent villagers in the entire mining area. Such a group of people was equivalent to the size of a village. Unless there was a large number of flying magical beasts, it was absolutely impossible for a village to escape. The villagers were unwilling to die innocently. Yunxing, this is too rash. Lu Zi's father also didn't agree with Yunxing's approach. Everyone, listen to me first. I have already seen the mine today. The vein inside can be excavated for at most 10 days. If we travel day and night, it won't exceed 7 days. Do you think that group of people will still let us live after the vein is excavated? Yunxing understood that for these villagers, sometimes appropriate threats were more effective. Sure enough, after hearing Yunxing's words, the villagers were all frightened and didn't know what to do. Thank you Bayu and Smoke Ring for your tips. Instead of waiting here to be killed in 20 days, why don't we try my method? If we're lucky, we might be able to escape. It didn't matter if they died early or late. They might still have a chance to live if they tried. The villagers' hearts began to waver. Then tell us, how should we escape? We only leave the cave for a few hours every day. There are people watching us when we go out, the villagers said worriedly. I naturally have a way to get everyone out of the cave. I have a medicine here. Once you take this medicine, you will be like a dead person. However, after 12 hours, the medicine will lose its effect. Yunxing took out a kind of herb. This kind of herb was something she found in the medicine hall of Wushuan Wuji School. It was called poison cardamom. This kind of poison cardamom looked no different from ordinary beans. There were some farmers who didn't know about it and would plant it as food. Once they mistakenly took it, their whole body would be paralyzed, their heart would stop, and even their breathing would be completely gone. To be honest, Lu Zi and I are actually hunters from a hunting group called Skyfelling. We are here to save everyone. You can trust us. The amount of poison cardamom I have is limited. I will let some of the weaker people in the cave take it first. After taking it, the mysterious people will definitely treat you as dead people and carry you out. At that time, I will have my own way to move the rest of the people out. Yunxing took out the poison cardamom. Because they died of illness, the mysterious people would not privately feed these corpses to the magical beasts. As long as the corpses were thrown into the wild, after 12 hours, they would definitely wake up. At that time, these people who took the poison cardamom would be able to escape. When the villagers heard this, they didn't say a word. After a long while, one of them who looked more respectable said, "Everyone, don't doubt it. Most of us here, if it weren't for this hunter, we would have died long ago." The villagers discussed among themselves. They were all simple commoners who clearly distinguished between kindness and hatred. Yunxing's arrival had brought hope, clean water, and food to everyone. Soon, the villagers spontaneously selected a group of people. There were about 100 people. Yunxing distributed poisonous cardamom to each of them. The night passed and the sun had just risen when the mysterious group of people entered the cave again to capture the people. However, as soon as they entered the cave, they found that the cave was in a mess and 1/3 of the people had collapsed. He went forward to check and found that these people were all dead. Even their heartbeats were gone. They hurriedly looked for a few magicians who were proficient in magic potions. After checking, those magic potions masters shook their heads. What's going on? It's only been one night. How did these people die? The mysterious leader stomped his feet in anger after he came in. His master had already sent someone to urge him. He said that later Qin's border was ready to make a move. The Dark Prince's spies had already sent people to search the vicinity. In order to prevent being discovered, they had to speed up the excavation. However, at this critical juncture, so many people had died all of a sudden. This made the leader almost go crazy with anger. Perhaps the inside of the cave was too crowded and the lack of ventilation caused an epidemic. The magic potions masters didn't have any concept of ancient medicine and couldn't identify the poison of the poisonous cardamom. They thought that the large-scale deaths this time were caused by an epidemic. The leader looked at the other people in the cave and they also looked dispirited. He couldn't let the epidemic continue. The remaining 200 or so healthy villagers were his last trump card to mine the purple gold mine. After thinking for a while, the leader immediately made a decision. Trash. All of you are trash. What are you waiting for? If the corpses don't cause an epidemic here, move them all out. The rest of the villagers, move them to an open area and lock them up with the group of villagers in the livestock shed. Yunxing mixed in with the crowd. When she heard the leader's words, a smile appeared on her face. Very good, she was waiting to be locked up together. The mysterious people drove the villagers away and carried the corpses out. While helping to carry the corpses, Yunxing saw the mysterious people she had met earlier. She didn't know if it was an illusion, but she actually noticed that the other party looked at her and winked suspiciously. This made Yunxing feel guilty for no reason. Just as Yunxing had predicted earlier, because they were worried that the corpses would cause the magical beasts to get sick, they ordered the villagers to throw the corpses far away. After throwing away the corpses, Yunxing and the 200 or so villagers were all driven to the vicinity of the livestock shed. In this way, almost all the villagers who had been abducted were locked up together. It's Mother. Lu Zi saw a familiar figure. When Lu Zi's mother saw her husband and son, whom she hadn't seen for many days, she also burst into tears. The family of 3 had never thought that there would be a day when they would be reunited in their lifetime. Liuzi, uncle, auntie, don't be so sentimental. Yunxing stopped the emotional Liuzi's family. She handed a bag of poisonous cardamom to Lu Zi's mother. Aunt, you are in charge of the food of the mysterious people. Help to mix these beans with the beans that they eat daily. Lu Zi's father and son had already told Lu Zi's mother about Yunxing's identity. Little magic doctor, are you going to poison them? Lu Zi's father couldn't help but be shocked. Looking at Yunxing's bright eyes, he suddenly understood. From the epidemic to being driven to the livestock shed to being poisoned, Yunxing had predicted all of this. 100 people died all of a sudden. The leader of the mysterious people ordered his men to carry the corpses out and throw them in the wilderness. Yi Baiming and Qingbai were among them. Looking at the corpses that were casually thrown in the wilderness, Qingbai was a little confused. What the hell is the little magic doctor doing? These people are not dead. Even the magic apothecaries accompanying the mysterious people did not notice it, but Yi Baiming immediately found it. Not dead? You mean, it's her doing? Qingbai was enlightened by Yi Baiming and couldn't help but click his tongue. Wasn't this little miracle doctor a little too bold? He actually dared to brazenly steal 100 people right under the nose of the mysterious man. In addition, can you think of other ways to save them faster and better? These villagers in front of him were all citizens of Zhou State. If possible, Yi Baiming also wanted to save them. These people seemed to be dead at first glance. But if they were really dead, how could their bodies and skin not be stiff after a night? Little wildcat, what a good trick. Is this the power of a doctor? She can save people and control their deaths. Yi Baiming pondered. This was the first time that he had a special sense of awe for someone, but he didn't expect that person to be her. Not long after the corpses were thrown in the wilderness, the Zone people arrived with dozens of hunters that night. When they saw the corpses all over the ground, they immediately treated them with the method taught by Yunxing and quietly transferred them. Within a day and a night, hundreds of people were transferred out of the mine. At the same time, Yun Sunlong also arrived at the hunter branch in the south of the border and showed the elder's order to the local director. Seeing the elder's token was like seeing the elder himself. After listening to Yun Sunlong's explanation of the situation, the hunter branch immediately gathered all the hunters above Class D who were on a mission nearby. After counting, there were more than 200 people. That night, Yun Sunlong took these elite hunters and rushed to the mine. Little magic doctor, I'll do whatever you say. I don't want anything else. As long as Liuzi can go out safely and leave a descendant for my family, I'll be satisfied. Yunxing suggested that Liuzi's mother put poisonous cardamom in the food of the mysterious men 3 days later. Liuzi's mother did not ask about the specific reason. Although she was just an illiterate peasant woman, she knew that there were some things that she should not ask. She carefully hid the poisonous cardamom given by Yunxing. Sister-in-law, don't worry. Your family can go out safely. During this period, I need your and uncle's cooperation. Yunxing found Liuzi's father and whispered a few words. Liuzi's father nodded repeatedly. Because of the sudden loss of 100 people, the head of the mysterious men was a little confused. Liuzi's father volunteered to give a suggestion to the mysterious man. Sir, I have an idea for you. If the idea is suitable, please let my family of 3 live after the mining is done. Liuzi's father had a face full of loyalty as he begged the leader. The head agreed quickly, but sneered in his heart, how stupid. The day when the mining is finished will be the day you die. Liuzi's father's idea was very simple, which was to increase the number of miners. The number of miners was increased from 20 to 100 at a time. No matter men or women, old or young, as long as they could work, they would be sent to the cave. The remaining 100 people were also rushed to the cave to transport the ores excavated at the site to the magic transmission formation. Quick, everyone, hurry up. We have to collect all the ores within 5 days. As a result, those mysterious people had to supervise the miners day and night. The entire mine was caught in an unprecedented high-intensity labor. Due to the lack of manpower, the mysterious people were also on the lookout, so they relaxed a little. After the 3rd watch, the mining in the cave was still in full swing. Several mysterious people walked out of the mine, yawning again and again. When will these days come to an end? If this goes on, even I won't be able to hold on, let alone the miners, one of them complained. Who asked us to be so unlucky? If we were lucky enough to be assigned to the smelting team, we wouldn't have to suffer like this. I heard that this time, the extraction of the purple gold vein was very successful. They extracted over 10,000 gene of the best quality purple gold ore. Even if we secretly hid a piece, it would be equivalent to 10 years of our salary. As the two of them were talking, they suddenly felt a piercing pain on their necks. In the next moment, the 2 heads rolled to the ground, and their eyes did not even have time to close. Yi Baiming and Qingbai deftly took off the waist tags of the 2 mysterious people who were talking. More than 60 to 70% of the mine has been excavated. It's time to act. Yi Baiming had been lurking in the mine for a long time. Due to Yunxing's sudden appearance, he had a premonition that the atmosphere in the mine was a little unusual. His sharp intuition told him that he had to act as soon as possible. Otherwise, he was afraid that the little wildcat would ruin his plan. The 2 of them took out the purple gold ores that they had prepared beforehand and walked towards the transportation area of the mine. When they passed by the defensive area of the mine, Yi Baiming glanced at the powerful magic thunder explosion formation. He suddenly stopped in his tracks. What's wrong? Qingbai saw that he suddenly stopped and thought that something was wrong. Yu Baiming did not say a word. He raised his hand, and his hand emitted a black magic element. He fearlessly put his hand into the magic thunder explosion formation. In the eyes of others, the violent magic formation that would explode with a touch seemed to have no power in front of him. The magic element in the magic formation disappeared all of a sudden, and the magic formation became ineffective in an instant. Yu Baiming walked along and destroyed more than 10 magic thunder explosion formations in a row. He secretly said in his heart, "Little wildcat, don't let me down." Yu Baiming and Qingbai walked all the way to the transportation area. What are you two doing? The magicians guarding the magic formation saw the two mysterious people and stopped them. There's a shortage of manpower in the mine. We were ordered to send the ores for smelting, Qingbai smoothly said. The two magicians checked the two's waist tags before letting them enter the magic formation. Inside the magic formation, magic elements flickered. Under the effect of space-time magic, Yu Baiming and Qingbai found themselves in an unfamiliar area in the blink of an eye. Yu Baiming wrinkled his nose. He felt that the temperature around him and the soil under his feet were somewhat different. What a brilliant space-time magic. If he guessed correctly, the two of them were no longer in Zhou State's territory. To be able to use space-time magic for hundreds or even thousands of miles in an instant, there must be a magician in the other party's camp who could use high-level elemental magic. Baiming, look. Qingbai's expression changed, and there was a hint of surprise on his face. The other end of the magic formation led directly to a large-scale smelting plant. At this moment, the smelting plant was bustling with activity. Hundreds of magicians in magic cloaks were hurriedly bustling about. The purple gold ores that were transported through the magic formation were piled up at the side. First, the magicians with the thunder attribute would break down the large pieces of purple gold ores. Then, the wind attribute magicians would transport them to a huge smelting pool that was the size of 2 basketball courts. There were a total of 30 fire attribute magicians using fire attribute magic at the same time. Not long after the purple gold ores were thrown into the furnace, they were quickly melted by the magic fire. Then, through the smelting pool, they were quickly channeled into another cooling pool. The purple gold ores that had been smelted by the magic fire were more than twice their original size. However, their color had also become more intense. That was the best purple gold. They only needed to be minted into coins before they could be circulated. It was estimated that the purple gold ores that had been transported here in the past 10 days were enough to be made into tens of millions of purple gold coins. Those busy magicians did not notice that there were 2 strangers in the smelting plant. It's actually a large-scale magic smelting plant? Even though Bu Jiuxiao had already infiltrated this place, Yu Baiming and Qingbai did not expect that behind this group of mysterious people, there would be such a powerful magician background. Yu Baiming suddenly understood the true identity of this group of mysterious people. In fact, he should have guessed it long ago. On the mainland, only Tang Yuan could have the support of such powerful magicians. What? You're saying that those ruthless and mysterious people are actually working for Tang Yuan's crown prince, Li Xiao? Qingbai's expression changed. This time, Tang Yuan had joined forces with Grand Emperor City to first obtain the location of the purple gold mine. Then, they would wantonly capture the citizens of Zhou State to mine the mine. The entire plan was concealed very well, and there was no indication that Tang Yuan's people were involved. Qingbai and the others' investigation was also focused on the hunters at the borders of Zhou State and the later Qin Crown Prince. They did not expect Tang Yuan Kingdom to appear at this time. Tang Yuan was located at the easternmost part of the Boundless Land. Crown Prince Li Xiao was known as the first of the Wuji 5 Walls. He was also a rare genius. He could recite poems at the age of 3 and was familiar with the art of war at the age of 8. The rarest thing was that Li Xiao was modest and loved the people as if they were his children. He had always been known as a benevolent person in Tang Yuan. No matter what, destroy the smelting factory first and send out a signal for Jiao Xiao to start the operation. Yu Baiming's eyes darkened. A magic scepter appeared in his hand. On the magic scepter, 5 magic soul stones as dark as the night emitted a terrifying aura. At the same time, Yunxing's eyebrows twitched. She felt a chill down her spine. What's wrong? Lucy looked nervous. Nothing. I don't know why, but I have a bad feeling. Yunxing suddenly felt uncomfortable, as if she had been schemed against. At this time, Yunxing and Lucy were in the mine. The mysterious people who were careless did not notice that the two of them had sneaked into a tunnel. A layer of soil had already piled up in front of Yunxing. Behind the soil, there was a tunnel that was beginning to take shape. Just 2 days ago, after Yunxing managed to send the 100 weak villagers out, she began the second step of her rescue plan. To Yunxing and the Heaven Extermination Hunting Group, finding the purple gold mine was a small matter. Saving the lives of hundreds of villagers was a big matter. Yunxing was very confident that she could escape unscathed in the chaotic environment of the mine. However, she could not protect so many weak villagers. That day, when she used the fantasy gold beast to mine, Yunxing had an idea. Why not use the fantasy gold beast to sneak around the mine and let the villagers sneak out of the mine? She gave it a try and found that a golden illusion beast could dig a tunnel that was nearly 1 mile long in a single night. She had obtained a total of 5 fantasy gold beasts from the beast core. Yunxing had been controlling the 5 fantasy gold beasts for 2 consecutive days and nights. Just now, the fantasy gold beasts had informed Yunxing that they had successfully dug out a passageway to the outside of the mine. There's no time to lose. The tunnel is almost finished. Tonight, when the villagers have a short rest, I'll ask your mother to poison them. Yunxing had been waiting for this moment. Zhongxi had already brought back news that the 100 over villagers had been safely settled in southern Cliff Town. Second uncle also successfully mobilized hundreds of hunters to ambush outside the mining area. Tonight, when she gave the signal, they would immediately attack and occupy the mining area. What Yunxing needed to do was to evacuate as many villagers as possible when night fell. Night came as expected. Just like a few days ago, around dusk, the mysterious people began to distribute food and water. Because they had to protect the villagers from mining, the food had improved a lot during this period. The villagers, who were tired after a day of hard work, sat in 2s and 3s and rested. The mysterious people took out good wine and meat and ate by themselves. Yunxing stole a glance. Because it was mealtime, the mysterious people were relatively relaxed. At this time, there were still more than 20 mysterious people, 10 fire lizards, and a few flying dogs in the mine. The mysterious people gobbled up the meat and drank the wine. No one noticed that there was an inconspicuous bean in their food. Yunxing took a dry steamed bun and slowly moved to the side of a fire lizard. The rank 5 fire lizard's skin exuded a flame-like fighting aura. Little brat, go away. Be careful that the lizard will spit fire at you and kill you. The mysterious people saw that Yunxing was thin and small and wanted to reach out to touch the fire lizard, so they laughed at her. None of them were on guard. The fire lizards, who usually looked like strangers approaching them, all began to tremble when Yunxing approached them. The magic beast's instincts told them that the other party was emitting a terrible wave. It was the unique wave of a summoner. It was a wave that was emitted by the summoning hand on Yunxing's body. It was a wave that only Emperor Zhao had. Now, Yunxing had absorbed more than 20% of the summoning power from the summoning hand. It was easy for her to control these rank 4 and 5 magic beasts. 1. Yunxing seemed to be stroking the fire lizard out of curiosity, but in reality, the moment her hand touched the fire lizard's skin, the fire lizard was quickly tamed by her in just a few breaths. It was a pity that those fierce windhounds had been lying next to the mysterious people. Yunxing did not find a chance to tame them. In the time it took to eat, more than a dozen fire lizards were tamed by her. We finished eating. Don't be lazy. Hurry up and dig. After the mysterious people finished eating, they burped a few times. Just as they were about to wave their whips to urge the villagers to get up, one of them suddenly felt that he could not lift his hand. Not only that, they could not move their feet. Then, they could not even move their eyelids. Plop, plop. One after another, more than a dozen mysterious people fell to the ground. There's poison in the food. Among them, some of the mysterious people had higher cultivation. The poison of the poisonous cardamom could not kill them in a short time. They shouted and drove the windhounds away. They wanted to immediately inform the people outside the cave. But just as they were about to escape from the mine, more than a dozen fire lizards under their command spat out bursts of flames and fought with them. Seeing so many fire lizards suddenly turn against them, the villagers were dumbfounded. "Everyone, let's go together. We can't let these evil thieves escape." Lu Zi's father had long been prepared. He and the villagers had long hated these mysterious people who killed people without batting an eyelid. Seeing that they had been poisoned and their limbs were weak, the villagers all took this opportunity to rush forward. They lifted the rocks and threw them at the group of mysterious people. A large number of villagers surrounded the remaining mysterious people. In just a moment, those mysterious people who had done evil were smashed all over the ground, and their heads were bleeding. "Little magic doctor, what should we do next?" After smashing those evil people to death, Lu Zi's father and the villagers were relieved. But at the same time, they were very scared. They knew that if the mysterious people outside knew what had happened in the mine, they would definitely die. "I think most of the mysterious people outside have also eaten the poisoned food. When they find out, they will definitely enter the cave. We must make good use of this period of time. Everyone takes a piece of purple gold ore, but don't be greedy. Follow me." Xianxia led the villagers to the tunnel located at the fork. The villagers did not dare to be greedy. Each of them picked up a piece of purple gold ore again. In Xianxia's words, these ores would fall into the hands of the Zhou state military anyway. The villagers' villages were destroyed, and some of them had lost their relatives. They needed a lot of money to rebuild. "There's a tunnel here that my companions dug," Xianxia vaguely explained the origin of the tunnel. At this moment, the villagers were full of admiration for Xianxia. They did not resist anymore and followed Xianxia's arrangement. One by one, they walked down the tunnel. When it was Lu Zi and his father's turn, Lu Zi's father hesitated for a moment and turned around. "Little miracle-working doctor, I'm worried about my wife. I want to go with her. You also need someone to help you. I was a hunter in my early years and know some martial arts. I'll stay and help you." Lu Zi also asked to stay. "Well, Lu Zi, uncle will stay. You and the rest of the villagers go all the way down the tunnel. When you reach a safe place, immediately go to Southern Cliff Town. My people will meet you halfway." Xianxia was very emotional about Lu Zi's father and mother's deep affection. She also knew that Lu Zi's father would not leave. After a few words of persuasion, Lu Zi reluctantly went into the tunnel. In just half an hour, the mine was empty, leaving only the bodies of more than 20 mysteries and magic beasts on the ground. Xianxia walked forward and pulled off the mask of one of the mysterious men. Lu Zi's father searched the mysterious man's body again, and he actually found a token. Xianxia looked at the token and found that the word Xiao was written on it. She could not recognize the specific origin of this token, so she put it away first. "Uncle, do you know how to set traps? Later, after you and I sneak out." Xianxia remembered that there were still a few animal traps that she had taken from Banana Leaf Village in her storage ring. Xianxia commanded the fire lizard and Lu Zi's father to sneak out quietly. Although more than 200 people had been successfully transferred, there were still more than 100 villagers, including Lu Zi's mother, outside and in the area of the livestock shed. Xianxia asked Lu Zi's father to change into the clothes of the mysteries and escorted her out. Lu Zi's father walked out of the mine. Outside the mine, there were still a few mystery men on guard. They were waiting for the next batch of mystery men to take their shifts. The people outside the mine were completely unaware of the riot that had happened inside. "What did this kid do?" Seeing the dejected Xianxia, the guard asked. "His hands and feet are dirty. He secretly hid a piece of purple gold ore again. If it was in the past, we would have beaten him to death long ago. Now that we don't have enough manpower, let's take him to the barn first." Lu Zi's father was very flexible. He even glared fiercely at Xianxia. Go to the kitchen and urge them. Those guys who changed shifts haven't come yet. Do they want to starve me to death?" The man guarding the mine waved his hand impatiently. He didn't know that the group of mysterious people in the kitchen had already been poisoned by the poisonous cardamom and had fainted. "Got it. Thank you for your hard work, brother." Lu Zi's father pushed Xianxia and walked quickly in the direction of the kitchen. Along the way, Xianxia suddenly found that the thunder explosion magic array, which was originally full of thunderstorm power, had all failed. God is really helping me. Xianxia couldn't help but feel happy. Everything had gone incredibly smoothly today. It was so smooth that it was as if someone was secretly helping her. Xianxia asked Lu Zi's father to set up a lot of animal traps along the way. The two came to the kitchen. As soon as they opened the door of the kitchen, they heard a gust of wind coming at them. "Uncle, be careful." Xianxia immediately pulled out her magic scepter. The wind magic elements knocked away the wind coming at them. "Mother, it's us." Lu Zi's father took a closer look and saw Lu Zi's mother and a group of women from the village and neighboring villages. They were all holding kitchen knives in their hands and surrounding the door of the kitchen. He hurriedly pulled off his mask. The knife just now was swung by Lu Zi's mother. After she slashed out, she saw that it was the little miracle-working doctor and her husband. These women, who usually didn't even dare to kill a chicken, had all been stimulated by the life-or-death experience. They held kitchen knives and looked fierce, as if they were going to fight to the death. Xianxia, who was still a little nervous, didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "You scared me to death. Father, I just thought you were the accomplices of these villains. I followed the little miracle-working doctor's instructions and poisoned them all." Lu Zi's mother touched her chest and pointed behind her. Sure enough, dozens of mysterious people fell behind her. Xianxia's eyes turned cold. She asked Lu Zi's father to go up and slit their throats with a knife. She had no sympathy for these villains. Xianxia counted. Including those who had been killed earlier, at least half of the mysterious people in the mining area had been killed by them. The most troublesome ones now were the leader of the mysterious people with the highest cultivation and the Xian siblings in the mining area. "Everyone, don't panic. Your families and children are safe. Don't leave the kitchen first." "Auntie, do you know where the leader and the Xian siblings live?" Xianxia asked Lu Zi's mother. "Yes, I know. Every day at this time, I and several little cooks here deliver food to them." Lu Zi's mother was relieved when she heard that Lu Zi had gone out safely. "How about this, I'll disguise myself as a cook and go with Auntie." Xianxia quickly changed into a little cook's disguise. She and Lu Zi's mother each carried a heavy food box and rushed towards the residence of the leader and the Xian siblings. They walked forward with their heads down. They walked through more than half of the mining area and came to a temporary tent. The tent was lit with luminous pearls. There was only the leader of the mysterious people in it, and the Xian siblings were nowhere to be seen. The mysterious people who were keeping watch outside looked normal. Obviously, they didn't know what had happened in the mining cave. "Your Excellency, this is today's meal." Lu Zi's mother put down the food box. "Wait a minute, why haven't I seen you before?" The leader of the mysterious people was cautious. He looked at Xianxia's beautiful face and fair skin, and suddenly grabbed Xianxia's hand. Because of the jade marrow technique, Xianxia's hand was slender and fair, completely different from the rough hands of ordinary village women. The leader recognized the difference in Xianxia at a glance. "Your Excellency." "Bad news." Several mysterious people ran in from outside. "There's a problem with the magic array." "What?" The leader was shocked and let go of Xianxia's hand. Could it be that they had found out that the thunderstorm magic array had failed? Xianxia also noticed that when she and Lu Zi were first brought back to the mining area, there were many magicians in the mining area. But these days, there were almost no magicians in the mining area. It seemed that for some special reason, all the magicians had been transferred away. It was also because of this reason that these mysterious people, who looked like ordinary warriors, didn't notice that the magic array had been tampered with. After listening to them, Xianxia realized that the magic array they were talking about was not the thunderstorm magic array, but the space-time transmission magic array used to transport the purple gold ore. "Thank you to May Dai and Smokering for your tips. I will work hard to write the novel. The female lead will be big. Remember to come back and visit me on the weekends when school starts. The tips I owe will accumulate and I will pay them all back." The leader was obviously shocked. He grabbed the person who came and asked sternly, "Say it again. What happened to those teleportation magic arrays? They don't work anymore. Our people brought a batch of newly collected purple gold ore." As usual, when they were about to go through the magic arrays, everyone who went in was ejected. The mysterious man was also at his wits' end. He could only immediately return to report to the leader. Impossible. The magic arrays that Master had people draw were all made by the best magicians in the country. The leader's face was full of disbelief. He immediately rushed to the magic arrays with his men. Take those 2 women with you. He looked back at Xianxia and Luzi's mother and ordered his men to bring them along. Xianxia remained calm and collected. She and Luzi's mother followed the mysterious men to the teleportation magic arrays. Just as the mysterious men had said earlier, those teleportation magic arrays were now dim and lifeless. Xianxia also noticed that there were no space-time magic elements in those magic arrays. It was as if someone had sucked all the magic elements out of those magic arrays. It was exactly the same as the thunderstorm magic arrays. Xianxia could not help but be surprised. Who was the mysterious man who could break such powerful magic arrays at once? The leader of the mysterious men felt that something was wrong. Come, bring all the villagers here. Take those 2 women and bring them to the cave. The leader of the mysterious men knew very well that these teleportation magic arrays led to the magic smelting field that Master had meticulously set up. Now that the magic arrays had suddenly stopped working, they had lost contact with the smelting field. Something must have happened at the smelting field. Tens of millions of purple gold ore. And nearly 100 magicians from Master's residence. The only thing the mysterious leader could do now was to beg those magicians and the purple gold ore to be safe. Otherwise, he did not dare to think further. He thought that no matter what method he used, he had to transfer the remaining purple gold ore away. This way, at least he could report back to Master. Is there any movement inside? The team leader and the rest of the mysterious people drove the rest of the villagers to the outside of the mine. There's nothing going on. Everything is very quiet. The few mysterious people guarding outside the mine did not know what was going on when they saw the small leader leading a group of people over. I suspect that someone has snuck into the mine. The magic arrays outside have all been destroyed. Drive all these people in. The leader was very shrewd. He was afraid that the enemies who were lying in ambush had already sneaked into the mine. He drove the rest of the villagers into the mine first. Then, he waited outside and listened to the movements inside. At this time, Luzi's father was waiting in the kitchen. After waiting for a long time, Xianxia and Luzi's mother did not come back. He was a little anxious. Calculating the time, it was about time. He took out a signal rocket that Xianxia had given him before she left and threw it into the air. The fire beacon arrow flew into the sky and exploded in midair. A smoke signal floated into the air. Almost at the same time, Yun Songlong and the hundreds of hunters who were lying in ambush outside the mine received the signal. Everyone, let's charge inside. What's that sound? After the leader of the mysterious men drove the group of villagers in, there was no movement for a long time. When he heard the signal of the fire beacon arrow, his expression changed. Sir, it's not good. There are many hunters outside rushing in. The mysterious man who was keeping watch outside reported in horror. Capture all the people inside. A few hundred hunters? When the leader of the mysterious men heard this, he understood that he had fallen into the other party's trap. More than half of the mages under his command were gone, and there were less than 100 people left. Once the other party's elite hunters were out, it would be difficult to resist. He could only use the hundreds of hostages at hand. Who knew that when they rushed into the mine, they would find that there were no villagers inside? Not a single one. How is this possible? The leader of the mysterious men looked as if he had been struck by lightning. He looked at the empty cave and was speechless. Who said that there's no one left? I'm still waiting for you here. A clear voice came from a corner of the mine. A young man stood in the middle of the deadly purple gold ore. The leader of the mysterious men immediately recognized her. She was the little cook who had delivered food to him earlier. Who are you? The leader of the mysterious men still could not understand how so many villagers suddenly disappeared. Yun from the Heaven Extermination Hunting Corps. Xianxia smiled. Although she was young, she was beautiful. When she smiled, the group of mysterious men only felt that their eyes were dazzled. Hunters? You're with the hunters outside. What a heaven extermination hunting corps. I didn't think that we would fall into your trap. However, you're really not afraid of death. Do you think that you can defeat us alone? The leader of the mysterious men could not help but shake his head. This young lady was also stupid. At this time, she should be hiding. Who told you that I was alone? Yunxing pursed her lips and pulled out her magic scepter. Mage? So what if you're a magician? Even if you're a high-level magician, we'll be able to capture you while you're chanting. The leader waved his hand, and the dozens of mysterious men beside him pounced on Yunxing like hungry wolves. Mages were naturally at a disadvantage. Furthermore, the other party was only a young mage. Never underestimate your enemy, idiots. Yunxing's red lips curled up slightly. She pointed her magic scepter at the ground and a summoning array appeared under her feet. The ground churned and the purple gold ore rolled all over the ground. A terrifying magic beast the size of an elephant with 100 legs emerged from the ground. Magic beast? Could it be that the other party was not an ordinary mage? She was also a summoner. When the unknown species of magic beast appeared, the leader realized that the windhounds beside him were all trembling in fear. Although he was not a summoner, he could feel that the magic beast was emitting a terrifying aura. This aura had not appeared even on the Crown Prince's mount, the level 9 dragon horse. Could it be that it was an existence that surpassed level 9? What a pity. If you obediently ate the poisoned food I prepared for you, you could still be full. Now, you can only be used to feed my centipede ants. Leave no one alive. Yunxing's eyes flashed and a murderous look appeared on her pretty face. The magic scepter in her hand shot out several fire arrows at the same time. The centipede ants flapped their wings and spat out venom from their mouths. Blood and flesh rained down in the mine. The leader of the mysterious men was quickly forced to retreat. Escape, he had to escape. Only now did he understand how terrifying this female summoner of the Heaven Extermination Hunting Corps was. Her small figure shuttled through the group of mysterious people, each hand releasing a flame explosion. The crimson flames made her eyes look blood-red. When she killed, her black hair fluttered in the wind. She was like a demon from hell, taking lives with every move. In front of the centipede ant, these martialists, who had undergone strict training, were torn to pieces and swallowed in one gulp. The pleas and cries for help from her subordinates were like a never-ending song. Under the cover of a few mysterious people, the leader finally managed to kill his way out of the mine. However, when he stepped out of the mine, he was met with hundreds of hunters waiting for him outside. Originally, everyone was prepared to fight to the death and see a tragic scene of corpses everywhere. However, when they entered, they felt that it was inconceivable. They found the dozens of villagers who were still in the kitchen and rushed to the mine. Just as they were about to kill their way in, they saw a few cultivators covered in blood running out in a sorry state. Their expressions were as if they had seen a ghost. The person in the lead was like a god, unstoppable. Heaven Extermination Hunting Corps, Yun Songlong. We have been waiting here for a long time. Without the lightning explosion magic array, Yun Songlong and the hundreds of hunters killed their way in. Zhou State, Yun Songlong. When he saw the godlike Yun Songlong and his intact arm, the leader of the mysterious people could no longer support himself. His knees went weak and he collapsed to the ground. How did this person end up like this? Where were the other mysterious people? Second uncle, you came just in time. Yun Songlong was puzzled when he saw his niece walk out of the mine with a relaxed expression. When he saw Yunxing, the leader of the mysterious people shouted, "Don't come over! Don't come over!" He looked as if Yunxing was a demon. Yun Songlong had a headache. It seemed that this group of people had been messed with by his niece. Second uncle. Yunxing still wanted to say something, but suddenly, Yun Songlong's expression changed. The hunters also looked behind them vigilantly. Warhorses neighed. At the entrance of the mine, military flags fluttered in the wind like the clouds in the sky. Above the flags were embroidered the words Zhou State. Shu. A general from Zhou State galloped over. Behind the horses were the Xian siblings from Grand Emperor City. Zhou State's Marquis of Jiayuan's army has come under orders to encircle and suppress bandits. All of you, quickly retreat. That general was precisely the nephew of the Marquis of Jiayuan that Yun Sunlong had met earlier, the general of the southern border garrison, an irony. Zhou State Garrison, Yun Sunlong's expression changed drastically. He looked at the Xian siblings beside an irony and knew that something was amiss. Yunxing also didn't expect that the situation that had been completely under control would suddenly change because of the sudden appearance of the southern border garrison. So it's brother Yun. Seeing the group of hunters standing together, then looking at the mysterious person kneeling on the ground, an irony's small eyes narrowed. He and Yun Sunlong could be considered old acquaintances. The two of them were about the same age. It was just that when Yun Sunlong joined the army, he had always suppressed him in every aspect. This made the petty an irony very dissatisfied. Several years ago, Xian Wuji had plotted against Yun Sunlong and caused him to be crippled. When an irony found out, he even held a banquet in his official residence to celebrate. Without Yun Sunlong as an eyesore and with the help of the Marquis of Jiayuan, an irony had a meteoric rise. He even managed to obtain a lucrative position as the general of the southern border garrison. These years, he had acted like a tyrant in the border area. He had colluded with Emperor Hongqing, later Qin, and Tang Yuan. He had originally reaped great benefits from the purple gold mine this time. Who would have thought that Yun Sunlong and the local hunters would appear halfway and ruin his plans? The Xian siblings were also cunning. They had discovered that the magic array in the mine was damaged before the mysterious person's team leader. They knew that something was amiss, so they informed an irony overnight and let him take over the mine in the name of Zhou State Garrison before Yun Sunlong and the others interrogated the mysterious person. General Ni, long time no see. His Majesty had us investigate this mine when we were in Yujing earlier. Yun Sunlong also knew that something was amiss, but he had already resigned from his position as the general of Zhou State. In terms of status, he was now a citizen and an irony was an official. In Zhou State, he couldn't make an enemy of an irony. He could only tell an irony about the appointment of the Emperor of Zhou State. The Marquis has already mentioned this matter to me. Since the mine has been found, let us deal with these villains who have seized the mine. Also, let me take over the mine behind you. An irony coveted the mine when he thought of the remaining half of the purple gold mine. This group of damn hunters, they don't know what's good for them. How dare they take away my source of income? Let him take over the mine and the mysterious person, Yunxing couldn't help but frown. But if she didn't agree, it would be tantamount to disobeying the military order. The hunters of the Hunter Union wouldn't agree to make an enemy of the army. She and second uncle obviously couldn't confront the army head-on. An irony had come prepared today. He had brought thousands of elite defenders with him. The Xian siblings were secretly pleased, especially Xian Wuji. When he saw Yun Sunlong's dissatisfaction, he felt even more delighted. Wait, which idiot said to hand over the mine? Zhongyi sat on the dragon-clawed bat in the sky. He looked down at an irony with a fierce expression. The Xian siblings also recognized Zhongyi. A sacred beast summoner? An irony's heart skipped a beat when he saw the huge bat below him. Since when was there a holy beast summoner in the Great Zhou dynasty? Sir, you are? An irony was a general of the border guards after all. He had seen the world. He also knew that he couldn't fight force with force when facing someone as strong as Zhongyi. Master Summoner, according to the agreement of the Boundless Continent, this mine is a purple gold mine. This purple gold mine is located in the territory of the Great Zhou dynasty, so it naturally belongs to the Great Zhou dynasty. You see. An irony thought that even a sacred beast summoner could not openly snatch a mine from the Great Zhou dynasty. Who said so? 50% of the ore found in this mine belongs to me. This was said by the Emperor of Zhou State himself. Zhongyi glared and the dragon-clawed Bat King flapped its wings continuously. After the dragon-clawed Bat King leveled up, its body was more than a third bigger than before. Its flapping wings were like a small tornado. The soldiers below were blown all over the place. An irony struggled to steady himself. He stammered, Sir Summoner, are you telling the truth? You have no proof. No proof. Look at what this is. Zhongyi threw down a piece of cloth. When she saw the cloth, the corner of Yunxing's mouth couldn't help but twitch. This Zhongwei was really a clown. Earlier, he had forced the Zhou State's emperor, Yi Qingtian, to cut out 50% of the mine's ownership. He was also afraid that the Zhou state's emperor would go back on his word. In order to prevent others from saying that his imperial seal and signature were fake, he tore off a piece of the Zhou state's emperor's robe and forced the Zhou state's emperor to sign it himself before stamping it with his imperial seal. Only then did an irony see the ownership of the mineral vein. An irony was skeptical. He carefully looked at the ownership of the mine. That piece of cloth was an imperial cloth. The imperial seal and the words were all written by the Zhou state's emperor himself. In this way, an irony had nothing to say. I see. Since Lord Summoner has proof, then half of the mine's ownership belongs to you. As for... An irony wanted to continue. The ownership of the mine is not enough. The ores that are dug out must also be divided into two. Leader Yun, find someone to enter the mine and record all the purple gold ores that have been mined. Half of these ores belong to this old man. Zhong Wei looked old-fashioned, but his brain worked faster than anyone else's. When an irony heard this, he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. The Xian siblings' faces were also as black as the bottom of a pot. They had originally planned to tamper with the purple gold ores that had been mined. With Zhong Wei's plan, even if they wanted to tamper with the ores later, they would have no way to do so. Xian Wuji's eyes turned. Suddenly, he thought of a plan and whispered in an irony's ear. When an irony heard this, he put on a smile. Lord Summoner, this official has something to discuss with you. Earlier, you said that His Majesty gave you half of the mine's ownership in order to find the mine. Why don't we divide the ownership of the mine now? This mine is divided into two directions, north and south. Most of the mines in the south have been mined by my Zhou state's villagers. This official thinks that since this is the case, why don't we use the north and south as the boundary? The south belongs to our Zhou state and the north belongs to Lord Summoner? An irony's words were very clever. However, when Yinxing heard this, she sneered in her heart. With north and south as the boundary, an irony and Xian Wuji were truly cunning. Zhong Yi did not enter the mine, so how would he know the distribution of the purple gold ores on the north and south sides? In fact, this purple gold mine was very unevenly distributed on the north and south sides. Most of the purple gold mines that were easy to dig were on the south side, while the north side was barren. However, Yunxing remembered the strange wall on the north side. An irony and Xian Wuji exchanged glances. They were certain that Zhong Yi had never entered the mine before and would not know the situation inside. Zhongxi glanced at Yunxing and saw her nod. Alright, I won't take advantage of Zhou state. I'll divide the remaining mine into two. The south will belong to you, and the north will belong to me. Neither the north nor the south is allowed to interfere. When an irony heard this, he nodded his head like he was pounding garlic. He was still afraid that Zhong Yi would go back on his word, so he ordered his subordinates to write a contract. Both parties signed it separately, one copy for each person. Thus, the matter of the mine came to an end. An irony ordered his men to escort the mysterious people away. After Yin Songlong thanked the hunters who came to help, he settled the villagers down and the Heaven Hunting Corps members returned to Southern Cliff Town. The rescued villagers thanked him profusely. They firmly remembered the kindness of the Heaven Hunting Corps. The Heaven Hunting Corps' reputation also rose because of this incident. However, this was a story for later. After Yinxing returned to the inn, she showed the token with the word Xiao on it to Yun Songlong. After Yun Songlong checked it, his expression changed. Xing are you sure this token was found on the mysterious people? This token seems to belong to Tang Yuan and Li Xiao's personal guards. It's a pity that the mysterious people have already been taken away by an irony. If I'm not wrong, Dihong City, an irony, and Tang Yuan must have colluded with each other. Yunxing felt that it was a pity that 2/3 of the purple gold ore had fallen into the hands of Tang Yuan's people. Li Xiao is Tang Yuan's second prince. This person is also a top figure, so we need to be more careful. Also, we must have offended Dihong City this time. We need to be more careful in the future. Yun Songlong thought of the sinister glance Xian Wuji gave them when he left the mine. Second uncle, Xing knows what to do. I want to stay at the border for a few more days and develop the purple gold ore vein in the north. The Heaven Hunting Corps' current equipment and members are still too few. After developing the purple gold ore vein, we can obtain more funds. Yunxing told Yin Songlong her thoughts. I'll leave the matter of the ore vein to you. An Irani's men have already started to mine the ore vein. What I mean is that after they've finished mining, we'll go in to investigate to avoid any conflicts. Yun Songlong chose a reliable hunting soldier and handed it to Yunxing. The Heaven Hunting Corps' reputation had spread far and wide. During this period of time, many missions had come to them. Two pieces of news quickly came from an Irani's side. The first piece of news was about the purple gold ore that had been divided. Yunxing and the others had been given a share of the purple gold ore that was worth 1 million. The second piece of news was about the leader of the mysterious people. Not long after that leader was captured by Zhou State's army, he committed suicide with a group of other mysterious people. An Irani even hung his corpse at the entrance of southern Cliff Town. However, his face had been scratched into a mess. On the night after the corpse was hung up, a few fast horses crossed the southern border and headed towards Tangyuan. Late at night 3 days later, in the capital of Tangyuan, the most powerful country in the east of the boundless continent. As the country with the most mages on the continent, Tangyuan was emitting the aura of magic everywhere. In the population ratio here, the ratio of ordinary people to mages was as high as 3 to 1. This ratio meant that 1 out of 4 people was a mage. There was a record of the continent's historians. Among the 5 major countries on the continent, other than the East Imperial capital, the other 5 had their own characteristics. Their characteristics could be seen just by looking at the city walls of their respective imperial capitals. For example, Zhou State and later Qin, countries that worshipped martial arts, most of their imperial capital city gates were built with huge stones. The city walls were sturdy and could withstand the impact of thousands of troops and horses. Punlai was a natural sea country. They used the sea as their wall and countless sea beasts were their best defense. As for the immortal abode, it was a country of elves. The everlasting elven forest was the most natural city wall. As for Tangyuan's imperial capital, Bianliang, it looked no different from an ordinary city. However, upon closer inspection, one would realize that there were countless magic arrays drawn on the city walls of Bianliang. This was a country of magic. The streets of Biantong were not lit by ordinary lamps, but by magic lamps that would not be extinguished for decades. At night, a few horses galloped along the street, led by Xian Wuji and a mysterious leader who should have killed himself long ago. Outside a quiet mansion, the courtyard was deep and bustling. The lanterns of the crown prince's residence were like a long dragon, emitting a frightening light in the dark night. When Xian Wuji and the mysterious leader saw Li Xiao, the second prince of Tangyuan, Li Xiao, he was sipping tea. This man, known as the first of the Wuji 5 Jade Walls, had a picturesque appearance. In terms of appearance, he did not have Yi Baiming's exquisite features, nor did he have Xiao Wenxu's aura that made people unconsciously feel close to him. But Li Xiao's uniqueness was that he was just right, neutralizing Yi Baiming's exquisite handsomeness with Xiao Wenxu's temperament. In addition, he had been trained in the royal family since he was young, so no matter the occasion, he could shine like the most precious purple gold. In the pavilion, Li Xiao personally boiled the water, placed the tea leaves, and washed them. Every movement was very elegant and almost impeccable. Second prince, I deserve to die. The purple gold vein has been taken away. When the mysterious leader saw Li Xiao's peaceful expression, he knelt on the ground. In front of this elegant master, he didn't even dare to say a word. There's more. Li Xiao picked up the fragrant cup and blew on it. The smelting field has been destroyed. More than 100 mages, and tens of millions of top-grade purple gold that had been refined are missing. When the leader of the mysterious people heard the news, he gritted his teeth so hard that they almost broke. He had wanted to die, but when he thought of his wife and children, he had no choice but to bite the bullet and return to Tangyuan. He knew that if he dared to defect, what awaited him would be endless pursuit. Do you know who did it? Li Xiao's face was still calm and elegant, but there was a dark undercurrent in his eyes. Those familiar with Li Xiao knew that this was a sign that he was enraged. After nearly a year of planning, they obtained the purple gold mine from the Grand Emperor city at a high price. Everything went smoothly with more than 100 elite magicians. Whether it was Zhou State or later Qin, no one discovered their secret. But just a few days ago, several bad news came one after another. Zhou State's army launched a surprise attack on the purple gold mine. More than 100 magicians in the smelting factory were slaughtered, and the smelting pool, which was originally filled with purple gold water, flowed with blood. All of his hard work had been destroyed in a single night. The most despicable thing was that tens of millions of purple gold had disappeared in a single night. The casualties were heavy, and these people were all elites under Li Xiao. I don't know. The leader's voice was filled with fear. I don't know. Captain Lin, please get up first. Li Xiao put down the cup in his hand. A silver light flashed in the cup. Although I don't know who destroyed the smelting factory, in this mine incident, a new hunting corps called the Sky Expedition Hunting Corps played a major role. They saved the villagers. This subordinate suspects that the tens of millions of purple gold that disappeared without a trace also went into their pockets. That hunting corps' strength is not to be underestimated. Their leader is the former military general of the Great Zhou dynasty, Yun Songlong. They also have a summoner who can summon commander-level magical beasts. The leader of the mysterious group only knew that he had been captured. He did not know how he had fallen into the encirclement of the Heaven Expedition Hunting Corps. Yun Songlong? Wasn't his hand crippled? When did Zhou State have a summoner who can summon commander-level magical beasts? Li Xiao's expression changed slightly. Zhou State's national fortune was declining, but he didn't expect that several powerful people from Zhou State would be implicated this time. I saw it with my own eyes. Yun Songlong's hands are as good as new, and his cultivation is not inferior to before. As for the summoner, she is young, but very sinister and cunning. Her name is Yan Yun. The leader of the mysterious people described Yunxing's situation. Captain Lin, you've worked hard these days. Li Xiao changed the topic and raised the cup of tea he brewed earlier. This cup of tea is for you. When the leader of the mysterious people heard this, his forehead immediately broke out in a cold sweat. The crown prince's tea, he trembled and took the cup of tea. The silver light of the tea reflected the bright moon in the sky. I know that I have committed a capital offense. I only hope that your highness can spare my wife and children on account of my years of loyalty. The mysterious person drank the cup of tea in one gulp. Very good. Lin Xiaowei, you can leave. Li Xiao walked to the leader of the mysterious people. He raised his hand and patted Lin Xiaowei's shoulder. Lin Xiaowei only felt a cold finger caressing his shoulder. The crown prince didn't blame him, the leader of the mysterious people was overjoyed. He hurriedly kowtowed to express his gratitude and couldn't wait to leave. He had only taken 3 steps when his eyes suddenly widened. A layer of ice quickly condensed on his lower limbs. The ice layer quickly spread to his entire body. In the end, even his hair and eyebrows were completely frozen. With a crack, the leader who was kowtowing to express his gratitude a moment ago turned into an ice sculpture. The ice sculpture shattered inch by inch and quickly turned into a puddle of water. This? Xian Wuji, the young castellan of Grand Emperor City, who was originally sitting at the side and sipping his tea, couldn't help but shake the teacup in his hand. A drop of hot water splashed out. The water splashed on his hand, but he didn't feel hot. He seemed to feel a wave of icy magic elements surrounding him. That pat just now. Xian Wuji finally realized that Tang Yuan and Li Xiao's seemingly careless pat was a fatal one. Even with Xian Wuji's cultivation, he couldn't tell when exactly Li Xiao had injected the fatal ice magic elements into Lin Xiaowei's body. The Wuji 5 annulus was indeed worthy of its name. It was rumored that Tang Yuan and Li Xiao were adept at water magic and could kill people without leaving a trace. Xian Wuji watched as a living soldier turned into a puddle of water in the span of a few breaths. His heart was filled with fear. He coughed and put down the teacup in his hand. Speaking of which, the cooperation between Grand Emperor City and Tang Yuan was carried out in secret. Xian Wuji had originally planned to take advantage of this opportunity to make a huge profit. Who knew that the Heaven Extermination Hunting Corps would suddenly appear and disrupt their plans? Xian Wuji was still depressed. Seeing that Yun Songlong had recovered, Xian Wuji came to Tang Yuan this time to ally with the second prince, Li Xiao, and think of a way to deal with the people of the Yun residence. According to his understanding of Li Xiao, this person looked benevolent but was actually sinister and narrow-minded. He definitely wouldn't let the loss of tens of thousands of kilograms of purple gold go. September 1st, a new month, a rush for votes. Li Xiao's face was still warm, as if the person who had just died in front of him was not a person, but an ant. Compared to Li Xiao, Xian Wuji was far inferior in terms of viciousness. He thought to himself that he must not have any conflicts with Li Xiao in the future. This time, it's all thanks to brother Xian for sending the person back. Otherwise, if my identity was leaked, it would definitely cause unnecessary diplomatic disputes. Li Xiao sipped his tea as if he did not notice the change in Xian Wuji's expression. He still had a modest smile on his face. Your Highness is too polite. The relationship between Dihong City and Tangyuan has always been good. This time, if it wasn't for Yun Songlong and his damned hunting corps, we would have already succeeded. Xian Wuji's face was filled with indignation when he thought of his love rival, Yun Songlong. He had been busy and wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to obtain a windfall. Who knew that Yun Songlong and those damned hunting corps would ruin his plan? Xian Wuji had never thought that the ones who had really hindered his entire plan were Yun Xing, whom he had ignored, and Yi Baiming, who was hiding in the shadows. Brother Xian, do you want to permanently eliminate Yun Songlong? Li Xiao raised his eyebrows slightly. His tone was very amiable, as if he was not discussing killing someone. Of course I do, but it's easier said than done. Back then, I had such a good opportunity, but I didn't get rid of Yun Songlong. Now that his hands have recovered, his cultivation is even stronger than before. Xian Wuji hated Yun Songlong to the bone. A few years ago, Yun Songlong had caused him to lose his fiancée and his prestige in Dihong City. Now, he had also caused him to lose a large amount of purple gold coins for no reason. Xian Wuji wanted nothing more than to drink his blood and eat his flesh. On the other hand, the Heaven Expedition Hunting Corps had earned their reputation and half of the ore vein. Brother Xian, you're wrong. Dihong City can easily eliminate a mere Yun Songlong. The terrifying one is not Yun Songlong, but the martial saint of Zhou State, Yun Ba, Li Xiao said. A large part of the reason why Zhou State was able to stand tall on the boundless continent was because of the martial saint of Zhou State, Yun Ba. As long as Yun Ba was killed, the residents of Yun and Zhou State would be in imminent danger. But Yun Ba's martial realm had already reached the level of a saint. Back then, I spent a lot of money to invite Tian Kezi, but he defeated him with half a move. Later Qin had no choice but to retreat. Where am I supposed to find a martial saint expert to kill Yun Ba? Zuan Wuji also recalled that back then, he had almost been able to kill Yun Songlong. It was that old bastard Yun Ba who had single-handedly killed thousands of Grand Emperor City's warriors. Coupled with Yuan Shahua's death threat, Grand Emperor City had no choice but to give up on the plan to kill Yun Songlong. I have a plan. As far as I know, Yun Ba's vitality was greatly damaged in the battle between him and the martial saint of later Qin, Tian Kezi. After all these years, his martial realm cultivation has not improved. As long as we use some methods to make Yun Ba. If someone were to challenge Yun Ba at this time, what do you think the result would be? Li Xiao said slowly. What do you mean, Brother Li? Zuan Wuji hesitated. Li Xiao's words were very reasonable. Even the current city lord of Grand Emperor City, Zuan Wuji's father, Xian Wuming, had warned him not to provoke the residents of Yun. Although Yun Ba had not moved around the continent in recent years, he was like a sleeping lion. If he was forced into a corner, even Grand Emperor City would suffer countless casualties. No, I mean to use intelligence and not brute force. Li Xiao took out a crystal bottle and placed it in front of Yun Ba. This is? Zuan Wuji took the crystal bottle, opened it, and sniffed. The liquid inside was colorless and odorless. At first glance, it looked like ordinary water. This is one of my, Tang Yuan's, secret medicines. It is a slow-acting poison. As long as one takes this poison, no matter how powerful a martial artist is, as long as they are injured, their body will explode and they will die. Think about it, if Yun Ba dies, you can do whatever you want with the residents of Yun and Yun Songlong. Li Xiao's face was still gentle and refined. However, his words were the most vicious in the world. Ordinary doctors and apothecaries would not be able to discover this unique medicine. Once it entered the body, it would immediately invade the blood vessels and tendons. Even if someone discovered it, it would be very difficult to detoxify. Is this medicine really effective? Zuan was still somewhat apprehensive. If you don't believe me, Brother Xian, you can try it. You only need to find someone Yunba trusts and secretly add this medicine into his daily diet. In less than a month, Yunba will become a cripple. At that time, you can ask Tian Kazi to challenge him. Li Xiao pushed the medicine in front of Zuan Wuji. Zuan Wuji thought for a moment. When he thought of Yun Sunlong's high-spirited appearance, he could no longer hold back and kept the medicine bottle in the purple gold mine. Young master, we can't dig any further after digging to this point. This wall is really too hard. Zhou Quan and the others wiped the sweat off their foreheads. Each of them was as tired as a dog. They were just short of lying on the ground. A few days ago, he and more than 20 other hunters were gathered by young master. At that time, young master had seriously told them that he was going to give them a particularly difficult task. At that time, they were all excited, thinking that they were different from the rest and had been chosen by young master for a special task. Who would have thought that young master would lure them to the purple gold mine and make them dig up all the ore veins in the north of the mine like groundhogs? Later on, when they asked around, it turned out that their miserly young master Yun had said that it would cost money to hire miners. Since the hunting corps had limited funds, they might as well pick a few strong hunters to do the mining. Everyone had cried out in grief at that time. When they had heard that Grandmaster Zhongren had obtained half of the purple gold mine, the hunters of the Heaven Extermination Hunting Corps had rejoiced for a while. Everyone thought that they would be able to live a good life from now on. Later on, they found out that this mine was the leftover ore from Zhou State's army. There wasn't much purple gold ore left in the north of the mine. They didn't know what the shrewd young master was planning to do this time. He had actually asked for such a waste mine. Fortunately, young Master Yun held a high position in the hearts of all the hunters. No one dared to disobey his orders. Zhou Quan's face was covered in dirt as he worked for a few days. Finally, he had dug out more than half of the mine. After digging, Zhou Quan realized that a starving camel was still bigger than a horse. They had dug out about 1,000 caddies of purple gold ore from the waste mine. After refining it, they should be able to get a few 100,000 Empire purple gold coins. Who would have thought that when everyone continued to dig towards the north of the mine, they would encounter a strange wall? After Zhou Quan and the rest told their young master about the situation, he stared at the wall and pondered for a long time. Have all of you tried? You can't even dig 3 feet into the ground? Yunxing looked at the hunters behind her, who were all sweating profusely. Yes, we have. Look at our shovels. We have changed a few pairs. I can guarantee that the stone of this wall is the hardest I have ever seen in my life. Zhou Quan was afraid that the young master would blame them for not doing things quickly, so he brought out the few pairs of shovels that had been dug out. Yunxing took a look. Without exception, every tool was broken. Alright, that's all for today. You guys, prepare some food and water for me. I will be staying in the mine for 3 days. Remember, don't come in and disturb me if there is nothing important. Also, unless I look for you, don't pay attention to any movements in the mine. Yunxing waved her hand and sent a group of hunters out. Zhou Quan and the rest did not know what Yunxing's intention was, but what their young master said was the truth. No one dared to ask and obediently prepared the food and water, leaving Yunxing alone in the mine. The mine returned to silence. Yunxing sized up the wall. She had felt that this wall was unusual the last time, but unfortunately, she did not have the time to study it in detail. On the first day, Yunxing was in the mine, repeatedly experimenting with all kinds of magic. She used the 4 magical elements of wind, earth, water, and fire respectively. Whether it was burning with fire, piercing with water, blowing with wind, or piercing with earth, she tried every method. However, the wall in front of him was extremely stubborn, and no magical element could cause the wall to change in the slightest. On the second day, Yunxing changed her plan. Since magical elements did not work, she tried to use the second combat technique of combining with the puffed egg to try to break the wall with monstrous strength. But even after using 500 kilograms of monstrous strength, the wall still did not move. On the third day, Yunxing decided that if she still could not find a way to solve the secret of the wall, she would use a magic array to temporarily seal the wall. She would try again in the future when her cultivation level improved. Failed again. Xianxia dejectedly withdrew the power of the Jade Marrow technique. The Jade Marrow technique was her last trump card, but even the mysterious Jade Marrow technique had no effect on the wall. Looks like I can only give up. Xianxia had to collect her emotions. She turned and left to meet up with Zhou and the rest. Just as she walked out of the mine, she noticed a large pile of gravel at the entrance of the mine. When Tang Yuan's mages and mysterious people found this mine, due to time constraints, they directly set up a thunderstorm magic array at the entrance of the mine. The thunderstorm had the magical elements of the thunderstorm was similar to a bomb in the modern sense. Explosion, why not try the magic of lightning? Xianxia suddenly thought of her own profound magic. Because the power of the thunderstorm vortex was too astonishing, Xianxia could only use it a limited number of times. After she entered Wushuan Everlasting Hall, she had never used this kind of magic again. Ordinary magic would not work. Perhaps under the effect of the water and fire magical elements, it could produce unexpected effects. Xianxia was wild with joy. She immediately turned around and rushed to the position of the wall. After walking around the wall, Xianxia used her hand to lightly hit the wall. Listening to the sound, she roughly identified the thickness of the wall, which was the weakest point. It's here. Xianxia first activated the Jade Marrow technique in her body. When the Jade Marrow technique came into effect, a jade-like translucent light appeared on Xianxia's right palm. That was the power of the Jade Marrow technique. As long as she had this level of power, even water and fire magical elements would not be able to hurt Xianxia's palm. This was the safest method that Xianxia came up with after countless practice in the magic tower of the Royal Magic Academy. She immediately raised her magic scepter and chanted. When the two soul stones on the bone enchantment scepter lit up, two magical elements, one red and one blue, appeared on Xianxia's fair palms. The red one was the aggressive fire magical element. The blue one was the relatively gentle water magical element. Among the four natural magical elements, fire and water were two completely different elements. Most mages were unable to use and control these two magical elements at the same time. But Xianxia, who possessed 5 magical spirits, was an exception. Her 5 fingers moved quickly. Under the effect of her fingers, the red and blue magical elements were like countless flexible water plants, dancing. They were like small tadpoles, mixing with each other. When the water came into contact with the fire, only a pu-pu sound could be heard. The sound became more and more frequent. As Xianxia's fingers moved faster and faster, more and more of the fire and water magical elements merged together. There was a shocking repulsive force between the two magical elements. But under the effect of Xianxia's trillium hand, the repulsive force was dispelled by Xianxia's fingers once it was formed. From the initial repulsive force, they gradually merged and spun, gradually forming a spherical magic lightning vortex. Condensing an arcane magic lightning vortex consumed more than 50% of Xianxia's magical elements. Her forehead was covered with sweat. Raising her eyebrows, Xianxia secretly said in her heart, "Victory or defeat depends on this. Go." Arcane magic lightning vortex. When Xianxia's hand collided with the incomparably sturdy wall that had not been broken by any battle technique or magic, the wall did not budge at all. But as the arcane magic lightning vortex spun faster and faster, Xianxia injected more and more magical elements. A shocking scene happened. The wall began to tremble. At first, it was only trembling, but later on, the wall was stimulated into pieces of stone debris. It looked as if someone was using a drill bit and crazily drilling into the wall. There's hope. Xianxia was pleasantly surprised. But at this moment, she did not dare to relax. She kept replenishing the arcane magic lightning vortex in her hand while staring at the wall. Slowly, more and more debris flew out and smashed onto Xianxia's face. But Xianxia did not dodge. She excitedly watched the hole in the wall slowly expand. On the wall, cracks similar to tree roots appeared. Oh no, my magical power seems to be running out. Xianxia could feel that the magical elements in her body were being consumed little by little. This feeling was stronger than any previous time. But Xianxia was at a critical juncture now, and she could not stop to take meditation water to replenish her magical power. I'll go all out. No matter what, I'll blast open this wall first. Yunshin gritted her teeth. No longer caring about the depletion of magical power, she clenched the magic scepter in her hand and injected the last of her magical power into the arcane magic lightning vortex. Just when Yunshin thought that she couldn't hold on any longer, Yunshin's eyes lit up. Bang! The wall that hadn't been opened by anyone for who knows how many years exploded. The moment the wall exploded, the entire mine began to shake. Countless rocks came crashing down from the top of the mine. Behind her, the mine was rapidly collapsing. Yunshin did not expect that this wall was actually the inner wall of the mine. At this moment, a large stone slab came crashing down from the top of her head. Yunshin's strength was exhausted and she did not have a trace of magic power in her body. She could not dodge it in time. Her vision turned black. Yunshin only heard a beast-like roar and then she did not know anything else. The moment the mine collapsed, the hunters stationed in the mine also heard the sound of the mine collapsing. Zhou Quan hurried over with a group of hunters. However, by the time they arrived, the mine had already completely collapsed. The entrance had already been destroyed. Not to mention a human, even a dog would have a hard time entering. Oh no, young master is still inside. Zhou Quan was shocked by this sudden turn of events. His expression immediately changed. He ordered people to clean up the cave immediately and sent people to inform Yin Songlong and the rest. When Yin Songlong arrived, it was already 2 to 3 hours later. What happened? Where's Xing'er? Looking at the messy mine and the surroundings, Yin Songlong's expression changed greatly when he did not see Yunxing's figure. Leader, we don't know either. This mine was still fine a few days ago. Young master. Young master was buried inside. Zhou Quan stuttered. Just as he finished speaking, Yun Songlong roared and rushed into the cave. Who knew that there was a figure who was even faster than him? That person grabbed Zhou Quan. What did you say? Yun Xing. She was buried inside the mine? Zhou Quan was dumbfounded. The man in front of him was handsome and his entire person emitted a powerful aura. This aura was different from Yun Songlong's. There was a noble air in his aura. Duke Baiming? Zhou Quan stuttered. He recognized the man in front of him. He was Yi Baiming who had accompanied Yunxing to Luoxia City. He vaguely remembered that between Duke Baiming and young Master Yun, he seemed to be young Master Yun's retainer. Your Highness, please release him first. Zhou Quan, tell me, why is Yunxing alone in the mine? Didn't you send someone to tell me earlier that the mine has been emptied? Yun Songlong was also very worried that Yunxing was trapped in the mine and it was unknown whether she was dead or alive. However, he knew that the more it was like this, the more he couldn't lose his composure. On one hand, he ordered the hunters to immediately find tools and deploy manpower. On the other hand, he asked Zhou Quan in detail about the whole situation. Zhou Quan told Yunxing about the discovery of the wall. Yunxing insisted on staying in the cave alone for 3 days and 3 nights. A few days ago, everything was fine, but in the afternoon, a loud noise suddenly came from the mine. By the time they arrived, the cave had already collapsed. After hearing all of this, Yi Baiming's usually calm face had a hint of anxiety. How could something like this happen in just a few days? Yi Baiming couldn't help but blame himself. He should have rushed over earlier. If it weren't for the purple gold ore, he would have accompanied the little wildcat. She also wouldn't have stayed in the mine alone. The outside of the mine was already in ruins, and it was very likely that a small-scale collapse was occurring inside. It would be very dangerous to enter the mine at this time. Your Highness, your body is priceless. The situation in the mine is unknown and it is very likely to be dangerous. Please go back first. Yun Songlong had just met Yi Baiming not long ago. He didn't even have time to ask why Yi Baiming would appear at the border. Yunxing's accident made Yun Songlong extremely anxious. He commanded the hunters and planned to personally join the rescue team. I'll go with you. Yi Baiming rolled up his sleeves. Ignoring Yun Songlong's dissuasion, he started to move the boulder. The sky gradually darkened. 3 hours had passed since the mine collapsed. The hunters were still moving the boulder. There were countless boulders of various sizes that had collapsed in the mine. Some of the boulders even weighed more than 1,000 pounds. During this period, there were several aftershocks. Yu Baiming didn't care about his own safety. He carried the boulder like a madman. His hands were abraded in many places, but he still refused to stop. His silver-gray eyes flashed with a stubborn light. His actions made Yun Songlong couldn't help but look askance. His Highness and Xing'er. Yun Songlong seemed to see his past self in Yu Baiming. He sighed and no longer tried to dissuade him. Together with Yu Baiming, he moved the boulder one by one. When the hunters saw the dignified Lord Baiming and Yun Songlong working so hard, they didn't dare to be negligent. It wasn't until the moon set in the west, around dawn, that the boulder at the entrance of the mine was removed. A narrow passageway appeared in front of them. With Yu Baiming and Yun Songlong's height, they could only barely pass by climbing. "Your Highness, let me go in first?" Yun Songlong saw Yu Baiming walking in first and hurriedly stopped him. "No, I want to be the first to find her." Yu Baiming bent down and went into the passageway. It was pitch black in front of them. Yu Baiming was the first, Zhou Quan was the second, and Yun Songlong was the last. In order to prevent another accident in the cave, Yun Songlong didn't let anyone else follow in. With only 3 people, the space seemed very narrow. Inside the mine, after a cave-in, the interior was gray and hazy. But Yu Baiming could already clearly see everything in the cave. Although Yu Baiming was very confident in his little wildcat, after seeing the situation in the mine, his heart couldn't help but tighten. His hands were stained with blood, but for the first time, he actually felt fear. He thought of Yunxing's thin and weak body. She was only a magician. With so many boulders, did she still have a chance of surviving? No, she must still be alive. Again and again, he confirmed and denied. Zhou Quan, who was walking behind Yu Baiming, also faintly felt the hesitation of the man in front of him. Every step he took was very careful and heavy. He was worried that if he took another step forward, he would see a corpse that was smashed beyond recognition. "Little wildcat, nothing can happen to you. It's in front, this young master is on that wall." Under Zhou Quan's guidance, Yu Baiming finally reached the end of the mine. The area in front of them opened up and the 3 people hurriedly stood up. How is this possible? There was clearly a wall here? Where did the wall go? This young master is also gone. Zhou Quan hurriedly ran forward and looked around. He was certain that this was the place where he and this young master had found the strange wall earlier. But now, there was nothing around. There were no corpses, no bloodstains. Other than the collapsed rocks around them, there was nothing here. Yu Baiming heaved a sigh of relief. But then, his gaze darkened and he picked up a piece of rock on the ground. "Zhou Quan, look at that wall. Is it this kind of rock?" Yu Baiming held a rock that was as sharp as a knife. Just by feeling it, Yu Baiming could confirm that this rock was very hard. Comparable to any metal ore on the continent. It's this kind. Hey, why is it broken? Could it be that this young master found a way to break this wall? But we tried all of them earlier, and no matter how hard we tried, we couldn't break that wall. Zhou Quan touched his head with a look of disbelief. Yu Baiming turned over the rock and narrowed his eyes. The back of the rock was actually emitting a strong magical wave. Yu Baiming clenched the stone. This is not only a wall, but also a magic array. Magic array? How can there be a magic array in the mine? Where did Xing'er go? After discovering that Yunxing was not dead, Yun Songlong was relieved. But when he heard that Yunxing had triggered a magic array and her whereabouts were unknown, his heart was raised again. If I'm not wrong, this is a space-time magic array. The magic array has existed for a long time. Little Wildcat triggered the magic array. At this moment, I'm afraid she has already been transported to an unknown magic space. Yu Baiming held the stone tightly. The sharp stone pierced his skin and fresh blood dripped down. Little Wildcat, where are you now? Yu Baiming's eyes turned cold, and he repeated in his heart again and again. Somewhere. Pain, her whole body hurts. After an unknown amount of time, Yunxing woke up under the double encirclement of pain and hunger. The moment she woke up, Yunxing felt pain all over her body, as if she had been crushed. She discovered that there was a layer of small blisters on her hands, feet, and body. The cause of these small blisters was the environment she was in at this moment. Yunxing quickly realized that she was no longer in the mine. She recalled the moment before she fell into a coma. The wall shattered, and then the entire mine collapsed. Just at the moment of the collapse, she seemed to have seen something behind the wall. What was it? A thought flashed through her mind. Magic array. She saw a magic array. It was very similar to the magic array she saw in the transportation area of the mine earlier. It was also a magic array that exuded a space-time magic aura. It was also this magic array that allowed her to luckily escape the collapse of the cave and the misfortune of being crushed to death by the boulder. But it was also this magic array that brought her to this unfamiliar area. Yunxing composed herself and first looked at her body. Fortunately, other than the blisters on her body, there were no major injuries. However, due to the blisters, her original appearance was almost disfigured. She looked like a toad now. Yunxing didn't care much about it. If she could leave this place, she had plenty of ways to restore her appearance. However, if she couldn't leave this damned place where not even a ghost could be seen, it didn't matter if she restored her appearance or not. After confirming that she wasn't seriously injured, Yunxing looked at her clothes and couldn't help but smile bitterly. Due to the high temperature, she realized that most of the clothes on her body had been burned away. Only a few pitiful pieces of cloth were left, covering her vital parts. Yunxing's attire at this moment was comparable to that of a primitive man. The only fortunate thing was that the Shenong medical bracelet, the beast language ring, and the magic scepter were still intact. Fortunately, there was no one else around. Yunxing was embarrassed. She wanted to take out new clothes from her storage ring to change into, but when she looked, she found that everything in her storage ring had been burned to ashes. Even the first few limitless purple gold cards were not spared. All the food and herbs were burned. What the hell is this place? The heat here was actually able to pass through the beast language ring and melt the supplies in it. This was the first time Yunxing encountered such a situation. After discovering the situation with the beast language ring, Yunxing was even more suspicious. Licking her dry lips, Yunxing thought to herself that the most important thing now was to find food and water. Yunxing secretly tested it and realized that in such an environment, other than the fire element, her other major magic elements were so weak that they were almost non-existent. However, there was still some dark element left. Yunxing felt a burning sensation under her feet. She activated the Jade Marrow technique. The Jade Marrow technique was originally a Taoist breathing technique. It had a calming effect to a certain extent. After adjusting her breathing, Yunxing felt that the ground under her feet wasn't as hot as before. She then walked forward slowly. Gudong gudong gudong. The sound of boiling bubbles bursting could be heard. Liquid like lava flowed in the ditches on both sides. Streaks of unknown flames rushed out. Yunxing had only walked for a while when she realized that the environment she was in was very harsh. After walking for such a long time, she didn't even find any plants or weeds, let alone animals. The environment here was even harsher than the desert. Yunxing felt as if she had arrived at the mouth of an underground volcano. Other than lava and all kinds of dark flames, she didn't find anything else. If she continued walking like this, even if she didn't starve to death, she would die of thirst. She didn't know how long it had been since the cave collapsed. Yunxing could imagine that at this moment, second uncle and Zhou Quan must be very worried about her. If she didn't go back quickly, everyone would go crazy. It was all her fault for being too confident in her own abilities and being blindly impulsive. This resulted in such an outcome. Yunxing couldn't help but blame herself. The water in her body was slowly sucked dry by the scorching environment. Yunxing still didn't find anything. There was no water, no food, no life. In this mysterious magical space, there was always bubbling lava and spewing flames. The roads here were winding and twisting. There were so many forks that one couldn't recognize them. After a long time, Yunxing slowly started to hallucinate. Relying on her remaining willpower, Yunxing walked forward step by step, hoping that she could find the exit at the next step. But countless times, she was disappointed. Am I going to die here? Yunxing smiled bitterly. She was not willing to accept this. The Heaven Extermination Hunting Corps had just been formed and the problem of the medical hall's herbs had not been solved. Father. Second uncle. Hunting Corps. Night Fox. When Yi Baiming's name appeared in Yunxing's mind, she suddenly felt a strange fluctuation in the Dharma soul in her body. Little Wildcat. A voice suddenly appeared in her mind. Was it a hallucination? At this time, how could she hear Night Fox's voice? At this time, he should be in the Jade Capital, being a free and unfettered prince. Yunxing shook her head. It must be the lack of water and her overly tense nerves that gave her the illusion that she was in a desert. She was hallucinating. Little Wildcat. Do you hear me? In Yunxing's mind, this voice clearly appeared again. Night Fox? It's really you. Just like seeing an oasis in the desert, Yunxing's originally drowsy mind immediately woke up after confirming that she heard that voice. But why would Yi Baiming's voice appear in her mind? Yunxing looked around and didn't see Yi Baiming's figure. This was the first time she wished to see Yi Baiming so much. In this monotonous and despairing environment, she desperately needed someone to accompany her. Even if it was just a voice, it would be fine. You stupid girl. You. Yi Baiming's voice was filled with excitement and anger, but more than that, it was joy. In fact, after he successfully resonated with Yunxing's consciousness, Yi Baiming was overjoyed. He felt as if he had found a treasure and his heart ached. Why are you resonating with my thoughts? Yun. Xing was still a little confused. Because of our Dharma souls. We once cultivated magic together and our Dharma souls come from the same body. As long as our consciousness resonates, we can sense each other's existence. Yi Baiming's tone was still reproachful. Then can you see where I am right now? So it was because of the Dharma soul again. Yunxing couldn't help but feel like she was being peeped at. I can roughly see it. Yi Baiming coughed softly. He could see where Yunxing was and her current sorry state. Yunxing lowered her head and looked at her almost exposed body. Her face flushed red. On the other side of the mine, Yun Songlong, who was with Yi Baiming, also saw Lord Baiming suddenly cough violently. His handsome face was suspiciously red. Your Highness, you said just now that you have a way to find Xing'er's whereabouts? Is that true? Yun Songlong had almost dug 3 feet into the ground to find Yunxing these days. However, Yunxing had completely disappeared. This made Yun Songlong almost go crazy. Yi Baiming was also very alarmed. However, this morning, he informed him that it was very likely that he could find Yunxing. Little Wild Kitten is safe for the time being. Yi Baiming's heart also eased a lot. That's good. How is her situation now? Yun Songlong treated Yunxing as if she was his own daughter. Although his niece was still young, she had already become the backbone of Yun Songlong and the Heavenly Expedition Hunting Corps in the past 6 months. Yi Baiming coughed and thought of Little Wildcat's current situation. Just now, her face was full of anger and she looked like a bun. He could not help but smile warmly. He rarely saw Yunxing so flustered and exasperated. In his impression, Little Wild Kitten was always overly calm. Now, it seemed that she was very cute when he saw her sullen expression occasionally. She's fine. It's just that her situation is a little bad. Yi Baiming didn't say anything else. He focused and connected with Yunxing's thoughts again. Although their Dharma souls were inextricably linked, Yi Baiming wasn't sure that their thoughts could be 100% in sync. He tried dozens of times before he finally connected with Yunxing. In this world, only Yunxing and Yi Baiming could do this kind of special connection between their Dharma souls. However, this kind of connection couldn't be maintained all the time. Usually, they could only communicate for about 15 minutes each time, and only once or twice a day. You're not allowed to see what you shouldn't see. Tell second uncle not to be anxious. I will definitely find the way back. I will continue to move forward. I will contact you when I need to, Yunxing warned Yi Baiming. Yi Baiming touched his nose helplessly. This wasn't what he wanted to see. Are you sure where you are now? Yi Baiming stopped joking. He could also see that although Yunxing wasn't injured, her situation was very bad. Yunxing had already told Yi Baiming about the items in her storage ring being burned. Even the items in her storage ring could be burned. One could imagine how bad the environment was. With Yunxing's knowledge of modern geography, she even suspected that she was now thousands of meters underground in the boundless land. It seems to be underground, or at the mouth of a volcano. I seem to have sensed a different wave of magical elements. Let's not talk about it for now. Remember to take care of my second uncle and the people from the Heaven Hunting Corps for me. Pay attention to Xian Wuji's movements in the Grand Supreme City. Yunxing didn't know how long she had walked, but she felt that the surrounding environment seemed to have cooled down. She hurriedly bade farewell to Yi Baiming and walked forward quickly. Eh? Why is there a lotus pond in this place? Yunxing had been searching for a long time, and her stomach was already rumbling with hunger. She didn't expect that there would be an unusually beautiful lotus pond in this scorching magical space that she suspected to be devoid of living things. In the lotus pond, there was boiling hot lava. Yunxing kicked a rock down. The hard rock fell, but before it could fall into the pond, it was burned to ashes by the scorching heat. The lava in this lotus pond seemed to be even hotter than the lava and flames that she had encountered along the way. The scorching environment did not affect the growth of the lotus flowers in the lotus pond at all. It was just that what grew in the lotus pond were not ordinary green lotus leaves. The color of the lotus leaves and stems was also fiery red like the lava here. There were about a dozen lotus flowers in the middle of the lotus pond. Most of the lotus flowers only had a few leaves, and there was only one lotus bud that was half open. The petals of the lotus bud were as bright as rouge and emitted a natural fragrance. However, it was also because of this lotus pond that the surrounding temperature dropped significantly. Looking at the plump and tender lotus leaves, Yunxing's stomach, which was so hungry that it twitched violently. I don't know if it's poisonous, but it's better to be poisoned to death than to starve to death. Yunxing swallowed her saliva and looked at the boiling lava. She mobilized the remaining wind magical elements in her body and aimed at the nearest lotus leaf. With a slash of the wind blade, the lotus leaf immediately broke out of the water and fell to the bottom of the water, bringing out a white and tender lotus root. After pulling out the lotus root, Yunxing took a few steps back and started chewing on the lotus root without caring about whether it was dirty or not. When the lotus root entered her mouth, a sweet and refreshing juice that she had never experienced before flowed out instantly. Yunxing's dry and bitter mouth was immediately filled with sweetness. Yunxing felt the lotus root juice moisturizing every pore and hair on her body, and she couldn't help but click her tongue. In a few bites, Yunxing finished the tender lotus root that was as thick as an arm. Once the tender lotus root entered her stomach, not only was she full, even the scorching heat disappeared. This tender lotus root could obviously resist the scorching heat here. Not only that, when Yunxing secretly mobilized the magical elements in her body again, she realized that the magical elements that were almost depleted in her body were actually replenished in an instant. Even the magical elements that were suppressed earlier were vigorous. The most terrifying thing was that she actually realized that the Dharma soul in her body had increased by a full circle. It seemed that it was about to break through again. What grade of plant is this exactly? Yunxing only knew that the lotus roots in the pond in front of her were actually rare treasures. Based on her experience as a doctor, even if the grade of the lotus roots here could not be compared to the previous 9-leaf divine grade sage ginseng, it was at least a sacred grade or half divine grade herb. Moreover, there were more than 10 lotus roots in this pond. If she could bring back the lotus roots in this pond or cultivate them in the boundless land, the value would be even more shocking. It's a pity that I can't even find a way to leave this godforsaken place. I'm afraid I can only use this pond of lotus roots as food to appease my hunger, Yunxing lamented. Her gaze landed on the only stalk of flower in the pond. She could faintly see the outline of a lotus seed. Yunxing's heart skipped a beat. Lotus seed. If she could wait until the lotus seed matured and harvest the lotus seed inside, wouldn't that be enough? Yunxing quickly made a decision. Hence, she did not walk forward blindly. Instead, she sat cross-legged on the spot and slowly digested the miraculous effects of the lotus roots in her body. At the same time, she waited for the lotus seed to mature. Time passed by slowly. There was no distinction between day and night in this mysterious space. According to the agreement between Yunxing and Yi Baiming, the two of them contacted each other once a day. Yunxing could roughly deduce that she had already spent 5 days in the magical space. The lotus in the pond had also gradually bloomed from its initial bud. The lotus seed inside had also grown quite a bit. Yunxing pondered. In another 1 or 2 days, the lotus seed would mature. In these few days, she ate another stalk of lotus root. However, compared to the first time, she realized that the lotus root's effects were almost non-existent. It seemed that this miraculous herb could only be consumed once. However, on the day before the lotus seed matured, Xianxia had just finished her meditation when she heard a series of footsteps in the quiet mountain path. There's someone? Xianxia did not expect that there would be someone in such a desolate place. The footsteps got closer and closer. From the sound of the footsteps, Xianxia could determine that there were about 2 people. As she walked closer, she heard a crafty female voice. Brother Bupo, if you dare to leave me behind again, I will definitely tell Uncle Yuan and Aunt Yuan when I return to Grand Emperor City. Aren't you annoying? You're like a fly circling around me all day long. Why don't you follow Shan Wuji to Jade Capital? An impatient male voice sounded. Xianxia recognized the voices of the 2 people. They were Yuan Bupo and Shan Mimi from Grand Emperor City. How did he meet them? Xianxia couldn't help but frown. Did Shan Mimi just say that Shan Wuji was going to the Jade Capital? Although Yun Sunlong was still at the border because of her, Xianxia did not know why, but she felt a sense of unease. She was alone now. If the 2 of them joined forces, she would definitely not be a match for them. Fortunately, the blisters on her face had not healed yet. Coupled with her disheveled appearance, even if the 2 of them met her, they would not be able to recognize her. Xianxia simply stood up and walked out. After taking a few steps, he saw a man and a woman. It was Yuan Bupo and Shan Mimi. Both of them didn't expect to meet a living person in such a place, so they were both shocked when they saw Xianxia. Why was there someone here? Who are you? Shan Mimi noticed that Xianxia was carrying a magic scepter. She immediately became alert. This place was very secluded. Even for them, it took a Herculean effort to reach this place. Mimi, don't be rash. Yuan Bupo was much calmer than Shan Mimi. He held Shan Mimi down. The 2 of them carefully sized up Xianxia. Shan Mimi saw Xianxia's naked body and then looked at her ugly face. Joy flashed across her face. If the girl in front of her was beautiful, she might have killed her immediately. However, she was an ugly girl. This made Shan Mimi very satisfied. Although Yuan Bupo stopped Shan Mimi, he was still very wary of Xianxia. This time, he came to the mysterious geocentric ancient smelt cave. It was a secret. As soon as he saw it, his face flashed with embarrassment and he turned his head away awkwardly. It turned out that Xianxia's clothes were burnt into charcoal in the scorching environment. Apart from her face, the blisters on Xianxia's skin had disappeared because she used the tender lotus root. Her skin looked crystal clear. Her figure was also very slim. Although her appearance was a little scary, her healthy figure gave Yuan Bupo a strange feeling. He felt a heat in his abdomen and did not know where to look. Shameless. Shan Mimi was glad that Xianxia was ugly. At the same time, she also noticed that this female sorcerer's skin was unbelievably good. Moreover, when she got closer, she could smell a clear fragrance from her body. This fragrance was a special fragrance that was produced when Xianxia ate the tender lotus root these few days. Yuan Bupo and Shan Mimi obviously came prepared. Their clothes seemed to be made of a special beast's skin. In such an environment, they were still intact. Miss, you should wear my clothes first. Although Yuan Bupo did not know who she was, he still took off his clothes and passed them to Xianxia. Bupo, why are you giving her the icicle toad clothes? You spent a lot of effort to kill those icicle toads and made them from their skin. Shan Mimi raised her eyebrows and glared at Xianxia when she saw it. Yuan Bupo was usually cold to people. Why would he be so nice to an ugly girl whom he met for the first time? This made Shan Mimi even more furious. Yuan Bupo had been preparing for a few years to enter the geocentric ancient smelt cave. In order to resist the heat wave underground, he went to the dangerous Ice Peak Island and killed a few level 7 icicle toads. Icicle toads were powerful magic beasts that were proficient in water magic. Although they were small, the icicles that they shot out could freeze a person instantly. At that time, Yuan Bupo was on the brink of death to obtain enough icicle toads to make this set of clothes. Who knew that he would give it to someone else? It's just a set of clothes. Aren't you annoying? You're even more nosy than my mother. If you make any more noise, I'll throw you out, Yuan Bupo said angrily. He was really unlucky. When he left the Grand Emperor city this time, he did everything he could to get rid of Xianmimi. Who knew that she would still pester him? If she did not make a fuss along the way, complaining about being tired and thirsty, he would not have wasted so much time rushing here. Yunxing did not refuse. It was awkward for her to walk around in front of people like this. The clothes made of icicle toad skin were very soft. Yuan Bupo was about the same size as Yi Baiming. A set of clothes was enough for Yunxing to wear as a dress. The loose clothes hung on Yunxing's body. It made her skin look like jade and her legs look slender. She had an indescribable charm. Yuan Bupo felt hot in his throat as he looked at her. Vixen. Xianmimi stared at Yunxing and scolded her angrily. It could be seen that although the eldest daughter of the Grand Emperor city was unruly, she did not have any temper with Yuan Bupo. She was really afraid that Yuan Bupo would throw her out in anger. It was not easy for her to find out from her father that Yuan Bupo was leaving the Grand Emperor city for the geocentric ancient smelt cave. Her jade bone mermaid robe, which was immune to fire magic elements, was something that her mother had put in a lot of good words for. Miss, who are you? Why are you in the geocentric ancient smelt cave? Yuan Bupo looked at the magic scepter on Yunxing's waist. Yunxing's magic scepter had 2 magic soul stones embedded in it. She was only an archmage. How could she break through the restriction outside the geocentric smelting cave and enter the cave with her abilities? Moreover, she looked like she had been in the cave for a few days. The geocentric smelting cave was the name of this place. Yunxing thought to herself. She did not expect her guess to be true. Yunxing had a better impression of Yuan Bupo since he was generous enough to give away his clothes. I didn't want to be here either. A few days ago, I accidentally entered a cave and activated a magic formation inside. I was already in the cave when I woke up. I've been trapped inside for a few days and I've been looking for an exit. I only came here today because I heard people's voices. Yunxing was telling the truth. Yuan Bupo was no longer suspicious when he saw how calm she was. Yuan Bupo thought to himself, she doesn't look like she's lying. It's just that she's been in the cave for a few days. That's what I'm looking for, Yuan Bupo quickly asked. Miss, did you encounter anything in the cave? Or did you find a red lotus flower? There's nothing in the depths of the cave, but I've seen the lotus flower you mentioned. It's not far ahead. Yunxing knew that she couldn't hide it. Fortunately, she had already plucked all the lotus flowers in the pond a few days ago, leaving only the lotus flower with a bud. That's great. The ancient records are real. There's really a karmic fire lotus in the geocentric smelting cave. Yuan Bupo could not wait and immediately went to look for it. Sure enough, after a few steps, he found a karmic fire lotus standing gracefully in the lotus pond. However, in the time it took for Yunxing to leave, the karmic fire lotus that had yet to bloom had already bloomed. The karmic fire lotus that looked like a flame was waiting to bloom in the scorching lava. The lotus seed pod inside was bright red. The lotus seed pod was like a ruby that was crystal clear. Brother Bupo, are you saying that we can find the karmic fire beast with this thing? Xianmimi looked at the lotus flower carefully. Other than the fact that its color was slightly different from ordinary lotus flowers, there was nothing special about it. In Grand Emperor City, there were many exotic flowers and herbs. There were dozens of types of lotus flowers. Among them, there was no lack of treasures like colorful lotuses. Compared to colorful lotuses, this karmic fire lotus was very ordinary. What do you know? Your hair is long but your knowledge is short. The entire body of the karmic fire lotus was a treasure. Its tendons, stalks, and leaves were all saint-ranked herbs. Its roots, the karmic fire lotus, was an excellent medicine for purifying magic souls. However, the most precious part of it is its lotus seed. Yuan Bupo understood the karmic fire lotus very well. Yuan Bupo seemed to be worried about something as he did not continue speaking. Yunxing was watching coldly from the side. She already knew that Yuan Bupo was definitely waiting for the karmic fire lotus to mature. He wondered what kind of things would be attracted to the karmic fire lotus once it matured. He stared at the ruby-like lotus seed pod without blinking. The lotus head of the karmic fire lotus could bear the karmic fire lotus seed. This kind of lotus seed was also the favorite food of the karmic fire beasts that were rare in the mainland. Yuanbu did not know what kind of beast the karmic fire beasts were exactly. However, he heard that the karmic fire beasts were born as commander-level sacred beasts. When it matured, there was even a chance for it to break through and become a divine beast. Yuanbu was a summoner. However, as he was different from the summoners in Grand Emperor City, he could only form a contract with a beast once in his life. Therefore, before he matured, he had never formed a contract with a beast. The way he formed a contract with a beast was very special. It was not the usual magic space contract in the mainland. Instead, it was a contract with pleasure. Yuanbu was talented and proud. Naturally, he was unwilling to form a contract with an ordinary beast. Therefore, he spent a lot of effort to find out about the karmic fire beasts that were made from the king of beast kings. Brother Bupa, this woman's background is unknown. When they saw the karmic fire lotus, Yuanbu and Xianmimi had different reactions. Yunxing's understanding of Grand Emperor City was very limited. She did not know that her unintentional intrusion into the Earth's core smelted cave had directly led to a shocking change in Grand Emperor City. All of this was related to the origin of Grand Emperor City. The people of Grand Emperor City were mostly talented. Compared to the rest of the people in the boundless mainland, among the 30,000 people in the city, close to 80% of them were warriors, magicians, and summoners. The Xian and Yuan clans were the largest clans in the city. Their descendants' talents were even more shocking. However, there were not many summoners among them. They only took up about 10% of the population. According to the rules of Grand Emperor City, the successive castellans of Grand Emperor City were the most outstanding summoners from the Xian and Yuan clans. This was because the first castellan of Grand Emperor City made use of Di Hong Song and his beast to create the legend of Grand Emperor City. Therefore, in the Grand Emperor City, there had always been a saying that only the strongest summoner and the strongest magical beast could truly play the Grand Emperor's 9 movements without either of them. However, since 500 years ago, there hadn't been a single talented summoner in the Yuan clan. On the other hand, the Xian clan had at least one outstanding summoner in their generation, all the way until Xian Wuji's father's generation. Yuanbu believed that his talent was much stronger than Xian Wuji and Xianmimi. He had long made up his mind to become the #1 summoner in the Yuan clan in the past 500 years. Yuanbu did this out of selfishness. Firstly, he was not willing to accept a good-for-nothing like Xian Wuji as the castellan. Secondly, he knew that only when he succeeded as the castellan would he have the chance to let his eldest sister, Yuan Shahua, who had been banished from Grand Emperor City, return to Grand Emperor City one day. Back when Yuan Shahua was banished from the city, Yuanbu's mother missed her daughter day and night. This made Yuanbu determined that one day, he would abolish the old rules of Grand Emperor City. Of course, even Xianmimi did not know about Yuanbu's plans. He would not tell Xianmimi about his plans. Xianmimi watched from the side with a greedy look in her eyes. Was that the karmic fire lotus that could lure out the karmic fire beast king? She recalled her father's advice when she was traveling this time. Mimi, remember this. After you leave Grand Emperor City, you must find a way to find Yuanbu. I heard that he might be in the geocentric smelting cave. Your brother is a disappointment. The future castellan position of the Xian clan depends on you. Xianmimi was born in a place like the castellan's mansion. Naturally, she was not that naive. Although she and Xian Wuji were siblings of the same father and mother, Xian Wuji's reputation in the city had plummeted ever since his fiancée, Yuan Shahua, had broken off their engagement a few years ago. As a result, the city lord's mansion's reputation in the city had plummeted. In addition to the rise of the Yuan clan's prodigy, Yuanbu, there were rumors in Grand Emperor City that the Yuan clan would replace the Xian clan as the next castellan. This time, if Yuanbu really used the Di Hong Song to contract the Hellfire Beast, it was certain that Yuanbu would become the future castellan. In the past, Xianmimi still hoped that Yuanbu would marry her after he became the castellan. She did not expect him to confess his love to a lowly Yun clan youth. This made the narrow-minded Xianmimi very upset. If I used the Di Hong Song to contract the Hellfire Beast, Yuanbu would listen to me obediently. Xianmimi thought to herself. At that moment, the three of them had their own thoughts. Yunxing watched from the side. With her sharp senses from being a healer in her previous life, it was not difficult for her to sense the tension between the two of them. Hey, why are you following us? Are you trying to get your hands on the karmic fire lotus too? Xianmimi looked hostile. Miss, I'd like to go out too. However, I don't know the way without your company. There's no water and food in the cave. Wouldn't I die if I get lost? Yunxing believed that Yuan Bupo would not let her go easily before the karmic fire lotus was ripe. Although she could not figure out what the man and woman from Grand Emperor City wanted to do with the karmic fire lotus, since she was the one who discovered the treasure, she would not sit back and watch the treasure be taken away by someone else. Yuan Bupo thought to himself that the way-in was indeed full of twists and turns. If he did not have a map beforehand, he would have gotten lost too. Moreover, he did not want to be alone with Xianmimi. It would be more comfortable if there was another person. The three of them sat down with their legs crossed with their minds. Yunxing had gotten used to the temperature in the cave. Coupled with the icicle toad coat, she soon entered a meditative state. On the other hand, Xianmimi looked nervous as she kept looking at the karmic fire lotus pond. After midnight, he heard a strange fragrance coming from the direction of the lotus pond. Inside the ruby-like seed pod, there were 8 lotus seeds sparkling like diamonds. It's ripe. Yuan Bupo's movement technique was the fastest. He flicked a gust of wind from the tip of his finger and a magic element that looked like a wind blade instantly swept up the mature lotus. With a tap of his feet, he soared up high like a great rock, gliding several meters forward. His legs brushed against the churning lava, not fearing the terrifying temperature at all. Clearly, he had come prepared and was wearing a special protective suit. Yunxing was not in a hurry to attack. She frowned and watched the show from the side. Xianmimi was also watching from the side. Her eyes shone with the longing of a young girl. Yuan Bupo did not know what to do next after the lotus was attacked. That's strange. Didn't they say that the karmic fire lotus's fragrance would attract the karmic fire beasts when it matures? Why is there no movement at all? Yuan Bupo was suspicious as he looked around. Xianmimi was also unusually calm. She didn't immediately make a move. She knew that she was no match for Yuan Bupo. In terms of skills, even her brother, Xian Wuji, might not be a match for Yuan Bupo. It turned out that when the last karmic fire lotus was uprooted, the lava in the lotus pond, which was originally more than 10 meters in size, actually slowly shrank and sank. Like boiling water, the lava slowly disappeared, revealing a huge magic array at the bottom of the pool. It was an ancient magic array. Yunxing, Yuan Bupo, and the others could not understand the seal script on the magic. There were no ripples of magic on the magic array. It was obvious that this was a magic array that had been deactivated for a long time. The three of them were all magicians, and at the same time, they were also very intelligent. They all noticed that there was a small circular hole in each of the 4 directions of the magic array: east, west, north, south, southeast, southwest, northeast, and northwest. The size of the hole was exactly the same as the size of a karmic fire lotus seed. It was clear that the magic array would be activated as long as 8 karmic fire lotus seeds were placed into the 8 holes. The 3 of them were at a loss when they saw the sudden scene. Yunxing was sent there by accident. Yuan Bupo and Xianmimi were guided by an ancient book to look for karmic fire beasts. They did not expect there to be another world at the bottom of the karmic fire lotus pond. What happened today was considered a coincidence. There were 2 conditions that had to be fulfilled in order for the magic array that was buried under the lava to see the light of day again. Firstly, the karmic fire lotus had been uprooted. Yunxing had taken all of the karmic fire lotuses earlier. Secondly, the karmic fire lotus seeds had to be ripe and placed into the 8 holes. Oh no! Just when the 3 of them were in a daze, wondering if they should activate the magic array with the 8 karmic fire lotus seeds, a loud noise came from the other side of the cave. Yuan Bupo's expression changed. He immediately ran to the other side of the cave. The teleportation magic array that he had used to enter the cave earlier had disappeared. The surrounding atmosphere became strange. The 3 of them were left with only one way out. The entrance has been sealed. We're trapped here. It seems like we can only try this magic array if we want to get out, Yuan Bupo said. Yunxing and Xianmimi did not object. The three of them leaped down and stood on the magic array. Yunxing was sure that the magic array was the biggest magic array that she had ever seen. It looked like a gigantic millstone. Yuan Bupo dug out the 8 karmic fire lotus seeds and placed them into the magic array. After a series of noises that sounded like a key opening a door that had not been repaired for a long time, a bright light shone from the magic array. The bottom of the pool sank. The three of them felt like they had stepped on air. They felt something pressing against their eyes and their bodies were sinking rapidly. After a long while, they finally felt that they had stabilized. While the three of them were still feeling dizzy, a series of gurgling sounds were heard, and a black shadow jumped out. The black shadow was so fast that the three of them did not notice it earlier. They realized that they were standing in a gigantic magic array. "Brother Bupo, look! Is that the karmic fire beast?" Xianmimi exclaimed. She covered her mouth and pointed at the demonic beast in front of them. It was a demonic beast that was the size of a giant elephant. Its body was covered in the most terrifying magic elemental suppression. The feeling was even more terrifying than the demonic beast suppression that Yunxing felt from the centipede ant general earlier. The demonic beast's body was huge. It looked like the lion that Yunxing had seen before. However, it was 100 times more ferocious than the lion. Its fur was covered in dancing flames. There was a ring of auspicious fire cloud around its neck. It looked up and its eyes bulged. The fangs in its mouth were spitting flames. Its tail was in the shape of a hollow flame. It curled up behind its back and there were 5 sharp claws on each of its back limbs. At that moment, the demonic beast was squatting on the magic array. Although they had no idea what it was, they were sure that it was not the karmic fire beast. How could a level 9 karmic fire beast have such a powerful suppression? The few demonic beasts in the exquisite beast tower were in a frenzy. "I'm the ancient divine beast, fire-devouring Swanni. You ignorant ants dare to trespass into the sacred place of the fire elves. Leave now." The demonic beast opened its mouth and spoke in human language. Demonic beasts were different from humans. Demonic beasts at the level of holy beasts started to have the ability to think like humans. When they reached the peak of holy beasts, they would have the ability to transform into human form. Only then would they have the ability to speak human language and transform into human form. As soon as this magical beast spoke, the faces of the 3 people present turned green. "Thank you matey and UD for your tips. Thank you everyone for your votes." At that moment, the same thought flashed across their minds. Divine beast. It was a divine beast. What a **T legend. Yuan Bupo almost vomited blood. What level 9 karma fire beast? It was a divine beast that could crush them into dust instantly. To the people of the boundless land, a divine beast was equivalent to the Archmage god, the martial god among the martial artists, and the Emperor Zhao among the summoners. Even the city governor of the Grand Emperor city only had a holy beast at the peak of the holy beast. The powerful demonic beast's aura engulfed the 3 of them. Compared to the Tao Wu's aura, the aura that Yun Xing encountered earlier on was nothing. The Tao Wu seemed to be about the same age as the Earth's core smelted cave. It must be tens of thousands of years old. Under its aura, Yunxing felt as though she was petrified and could not move. At the crucial moment, Yunxing quickly calmed down. She recalled the detailed information about the Tao Wu-type demonic beast in her mind. It was rumored that there was a lion-shaped Tao Wu among the demonic beasts. It liked to grow with lotuses and lotuses grew with every step it took. It turned out that the pond of karma fire lotuses came about because of that. Yuan Bupo also felt that his body was stiff and could not move. He gulped and said, "Lord Tao Wu, we didn't know that you lived here. Please forgive us if we have disturbed you in any way. I'm willing to offer you 8 ripe karma fire lotus seeds. Please let the 3 of us live." Who knew that the Tao Wu would spit out 2 streams of flames from its nostrils that were the size of 2 doorways? Lotus seeds. Ignorant ants, don't mention the lotus seed to me anymore. If it wasn't for those damn karma fire lotus seeds, why would I have a toothache? Toothache? The Tao Wu looked furious. Yunxing looked at its mouth and saw that the left side of its mouth was swollen. No wonder the Tao Wu was indifferent when it knew that its favorite karma fire lotus seeds were about to ripen. It was because of a toothache. Lord Tao Wu? I'm a doctor. If you have a toothache, I can take a look at it. Yunxing mustered her courage. Just as Yuan Bupo, who was standing aside, wanted to stop them, he was pulled back by Xian Mimi. She mouthed something at Yuan Bupo. What she meant was to let the ugly woman treat Bayan. That was a divine beast. If it suddenly showed its might, it would burn them all to ashes. It was better to take advantage of the time when the ugly woman was treating Bayan and escape through the magic array. Yunxing didn't know whether to laugh or cry at the thought of seeing the teeth of a mythological beast. But right now, this was all she could do. The Tao Wu seemed to be tormented by the toothache. It thought for a moment like a human and rolled its eyes. It stretched out its front paw and grabbed Yunxing. "And, I'll allow you to take a look for me, but if you have any ill intentions, I'll burn you to death with a single breath of fire." The divine beast Swanni was in a very bad mood. It let out a deafening roar that could tear Yunxing's eardrums apart at any time. It was said that toothache was not an illness, but it could be fatal. The same saying was applied to the divine beast Swanni. Fortunately, although it was angry, it did not make things difficult for Yunxing. It was because the Tao Wu had lived underground for too long. Due to special reasons, it could not leave the place without permission. Therefore, it could not find a way to treat its toothache. Think about it, if a divine beast had a toothache for almost 10,000 years and suddenly heard that a healer had come, it would naturally be lucky. When she heard the deafening roar of the beast, Yunxing's heart unconsciously thumped. "I'm going to die from the pain. Hurry up and treat me," Bayan immediately urged after putting Yunxing down. Then, the Tao Wu opened its mouth. The Tao Wu, who had not brushed its teeth for 10,000 years, almost suffocated Yunxing with its heavy breath. Yunxing could only hold her breath and clench her teeth. Half of her body was in the Tao Wu's huge mouth. Yuan Bupo and Xian Mimi were dumbfounded again. They even forgot to carry out their original plan of escaping. This female sorcerer actually dared to climb into the Tao Wu's mouth. Wasn't this like a lamb entering the tiger's den? But unexpectedly, the Tao Wu opened its mouth obediently. Yunxing looked in the beast's mouth for a while and finally found the reason why the Tao Wu had a toothache. Speaking of which, it was laughable because the Tao Wu had a wisdom tooth in the left lower corner of its mouth. The wisdom tooth was inflamed. If it was in the modern era, a shot of anti-inflammatory medicine would be able to cure it. But now, because of the lack of equipment, Yunxing simply smeared some anesthetic on the scalpel and did a crude local anesthetic to dig out the wisdom tooth. After digging out the wisdom tooth, Yunxing kept the divine beast's wisdom tooth without any reservation. A divine beast's entire body was a treasure. The wisdom tooth of the Tao Wu was at least 5 to 6 kilograms. It would be an excellent tool to refine anything. It doesn't hurt anymore. The Tao Wu suddenly felt refreshed. When Yunxing almost suffocated and climbed out of its mouth, the Tao Wu actually let out a happy hum. Yunxing wiped the sweat on her forehead and spread out her hands. "The toothache is cured. Pay the consultation fee." Consultation fee, oh my god, how greedy was this woman? Yuan Bupo and Xian Mimi were petrified again. That was a divine beast. A divine beast that could turn a city into ashes in an instant. This female sorcerer actually asked a divine beast for a consultation fee. Consultation fee? What is that? After the Tao Wu's wisdom tooth was removed, it instantly felt refreshed. Looking at Yunxing, it also felt that she was more pleasing to the eye. In fact, it also realized that Yunxing's scent was very pleasant. It was very similar to the scent of its favorite karmic fire lotus. The consultation fee is a valuable thing. For example, do you have any divine herbs or sacred tools? The lowest you can give me is 1 million or 800,000 purple gold. Yunxing demanded an exorbitant price. This time, she suffered a great loss in the Earth's core furnace cave. Most of the herbs were melted, and there were also a few purple gold cards. Fortunately, she had given most of the cards to second uncle. Otherwise, she would become the poor Yunxing again. Moreover, the Tao Wu was a divine beast. It must have a lot of wealth. Only the heavens knew how heavy the Tao Wu's breath was. She almost died in its mouth just now. This divine beast looked silly. If she didn't take advantage of it, she would feel sorry for herself. The consultation fee you mentioned, I don't have any of it. I'm not like those greedy dragons. I don't like shiny things. The Tao Wu tilted its head and thought for a long time. It sadly realized that it was a very poor divine beast. It even despised itself a little. If you don't have consultation fee, then you can be my mount and get a discount. I won't scheme against you. 10 years will do. Yunxing started to have ideas about the Tao Wu. Yuan Bupo and Xian Mimi's mouths were wide open, and the expression on their faces could no longer be described as simple shock. Only Yunxing could think of using a mythical beast as her medical fee for 10 years in the entire boundless land. That won't do. I'm a mythical beast, and you're just an archmage. I can't lower myself to be your mount. However, if you become an archmage in the future, I can consider it. It was rare for Tao Wu to not get angry. He was a fire elemental magical beast, and compared to the other 3 natural magical beasts, his temper had always been fiery. However, because Yunxing had helped him heal his teeth and relieved him of the pain he had suffered for 10,000 years, he was surprisingly good-tempered towards Yunxing. How about this? I don't like to owe people favors. You said that you wanted something precious. Right now, I only have one precious thing. If you have it, just take it. Tao Wu's eyes bulged as he looked around Yunxing. The other party's appearance was ruined, but her jade-like eyes that could still shine in the dark night revealed a calmness and composure that did not match her age. Just the aura she had when facing him just now was enough to be comparable to some of the legendary peak powerhouses in the boundless land. The vision of a mythical beast was amazing. How could Tao Wu not see that although Yunxing was just an archmage, she had a rare multi-elemental magic soul? The rarest thing was that other than the aura of a fairy, there were at least 2 other mysterious forces on her body. Especially the jade bracelet on her hand, and the strange force that was faintly fluctuating from her body. Tao Wu could not help but think, could it be that he had been guarding here for 10,000 years, waiting for this female mage in front of him? After saying that, Tao Wu moved a few steps away. The magic array that had been under its body was exposed. This magic array was very similar to the one that Yunxing and the rest used to enter Tao Wu's territory, but there were some differences. The entire magic array was emitting dense fire elemental magical elements. This is the power of the origin of fire. It is a sacred fire seed left behind by the former spirit king of fire. It is called spirit fire. For a few tens of thousands of years, I've always been guarding this place while waiting for someone with intent to come here and obtain this wisp of elven karmic flames. Unfortunately, no one has entered the geocentric cave until now. As a proud divine beast, it had been trapped underground for tens of thousands of years for the sake of the hellfire. His loneliness and helplessness could not be described in words. Are you saying that you want me to try and obtain this elven hellfire? Yunxing's eyelids twitched. The elven hellfire is the fire that all fire mages have dreamed of for a long time. It will be purified as the level of your magic increases. When you become a mage deity, you can even use it to kill everything in the world. Tao Wu's words made the few people present feel tempted. Xian Mimi couldn't wait any longer and said, Madam Bayan, I'm also a magician. My magic realm is even higher than hers. Perhaps I'm more suitable than her to obtain the elven hellfire. Humph, greedy ant. Since you want to try, go ahead. Tao Wu saw the greed in Xian Mimi's eyes, but it did not stop her. Mimi, don't be rash. Yuan Bupo immediately advised Xian Mimi. Both he and Xian Mimi had a high magic cultivation base. However, even they could not see through the so-called elven magic formation. They had no idea what level the magic formation was. However, a magic formation that could be guarded by the divine beast, Tao Wu, must be extraordinary. Yunxing had her concerns too. She had the same thought as Yuan Bupo. Ants, you better think carefully. I'll only give you one chance to choose. Bayan looked like he was watching a good show. In reality, the geocentric cave's existence was not as secretive as the legends made it out to be. Tao Wu had stayed underground for so many years, and there would be some ant-like humans who would come here. Those who were timid would be devoured by Tao Wu. Those who were brave enough would try to obtain the elven hellfire's tinder. Unfortunately, none of them succeeded. Those who failed, Tao Wu snickered coldly. I'll try. Yunxing thought for a moment and quickly made her decision. Xianmimi immediately took a step forward. I'll try too. I'll try before you. There was only one chance to obtain the precious elven hellfire. If Yunxing took it first, it would be too late. Xianmimi walked into the magic formation as soon as she finished speaking. However, there was no reaction from the magic formation after she walked in. How can this be? Where's the elven hellfire? Xianmimi looked around. Humph, stupid ant. You're cunning. The hellfire won't accept you. Get lost, Tao Wu roared. The fire elven hellfire was the purest tinder in nature. Only those with pure minds could pass the hellfire's test. Xianmimi did not even have the basic qualification. Naturally, the magic formation would not be activated. What hellfire? How can I not trigger the hellfire? Xianmimi did not give up. She stomped hard on the magic formation under her feet. She wanted to crush the magic formation. Unexpectedly, the elven hellfire magic formation, which was originally still, spewed out a flame that was as tall as a person. The flame was ferocious. The fire was strong enough to melt any kind of hard ore on the continent. Xianmimi was not prepared for it. Her face was hit by the flame. She let out a cry. Her entire head and face were on fire. If it was not for the defensive equipment on her, she would have turned into a fireball. Mimi, get down immediately. Yuan Bupo was also shocked. Xianmimi was a member of the Xian clan in Grand Emperor City. He could not sit and watch her being burned alive. Xianmimi rolled and crawled. Tao Wu leaped into the magic formation and kicked Xianmimi out. Xianmimi rolled a few times on the ground. Her body was covered in blood and mud. Although she was treated with magic medicine, her appearance was terrifying. Her originally pretty face was like a smashed persimmon. It was a mess of flesh and blood. Yunxing could clearly see the bones on her face. Idiot, how dare you challenge the hellfire? Tao Wu looked at her with disdain. This time, Xianmimi really became an ugly girl through and through. Brother Bupo, my face, my face. I want father to destroy this place. Xianmimi felt a sharp pain on her face. Mimi, don't cry. I will bring you to Grand Emperor City later. The city lord will definitely have a way to heal your face. Yuan Bupo did not expect the elven hellfire magic formation to have a temper like a human. The people of Grand Emperor City can't heal her face. That's the elven hellfire. It won't be easy to heal the damage caused by the hellfire. Yunxing did not have much sympathy for Xianmimi's injury. The people of Grand Emperor City had killed so many Yun army brothers and crippled Yun Songlong's hands. They had been dispirited for so many years. However, as a doctor, she could give them a reminder. You ugly woman, you're gloating. I knew that you wouldn't dare to enter the fire of Elf's formation. Otherwise, your ugly face would definitely be burned by the fire of elves until it's 1,000 times uglier than mine. Upon hearing that her face might not be cured, Xianmimi's first reaction was not to blame herself for her foolish actions, but to regret not letting Yunxing enter first. Mimi, don't say any more. Apply some ointment first. I'd like to try entering the fire of the elf's formation too. Yuan Bupo was not frightened by Xianmimi's condition. Any mage would give their all to try the fire of the elf's formation if they encountered a top-notch fire magic element. Although Yuan Bupo could not find a suitable warsong beast this time, it would be a worthwhile trip if he could obtain the fire of the elf's formation. Miss, can you let me try first? Yuan Bupo was much more generous than Xianmimi. Yunxing was not in a hurry to return the favor. She nodded and agreed. Yuan Bupo walked into the fire of the elf's formation. As soon as he stepped in, circles of fire of the elves emerged from the magic formation. It was different from when Xianmimi entered. A large amount of fire of the elf's formation soon formed a fire circle and surrounded Yuan Bupo. The divine beast Tao Wu watched from the side and thought to itself, this fella is much more powerful than the ant-like human just now. It's just that he's still lacking. Yuan Bupo felt his skin burning as soon as he came into contact with the fire of the elves. He was the most outstanding genius in Dihong Yuan's generation. Although he was a mage, his parents and other elders in the clan were strict with him since he was young. They requested him to strengthen his physique while practicing magic and the elf's formation. That was the difference between Dihong City and other places. In the mainland, they thought that a good physique would bring a mage a better physique. It would also give them an advantage when practicing magic. Therefore, Yuan Bupo's physique was on par with an ordinary warrior. Even so, the fire of the elves was extremely painful. The fire was tricky. It seeped into his skin bit by bit as if it was going to burn all the blood in his body dry. Yuan Bupo immediately felt his mouth dry up. He felt like he was going to explode. He didn't panic and sat down cross-legged in the middle of the fire circle. He pulled out the purple flute from his waist. He aimed his lips at the flute hole, and a melodious flute note flowed out from his lips. The melodious sound of the flute drifted into the ears of the crowd and by and like the sound of nature. The Dihong song was indeed a marvelous song. Under its influence, the heat of the karmic fire was greatly reduced. Yunxing glanced over and saw that the flames in the hellfire magic array seemed to have shrunk a bit. Good lad, you actually know how to use the flute to expel the karmic fire. Bayan watched from the side and could not help but shake his huge head. However, just when Yuan Bupo thought that he was about to subdue the karmic fire magic formation, the karmic fire in the magic formation grew a little taller all of a sudden. Boom! A flame that was on par with Yunxing's fiery explosion flew towards Yuan Bupo. The purple flute in Yuan Bupo's hand paused, and he left the magic formation by instinct. Yuan Bupo stumbled as he retreated. There was still fear on his face. It's a pity that you've only passed the first test. Although you have a pure heart, you can't resist the fear of the karmic fire. Bayan sighed. The karmic fire of the elves was spiritual. It needed a master who could accept it completely. Due to what happened to Xianmimi earlier, Yuan Bupo was subconsciously afraid of the karmic fire. That was why he failed at the last step. Yuan Bupo was ashamed. But don't be too disappointed, lad. I can see that you're quite talented. If you can continue your Dihong song, I believe that you won't be inferior to your ancestors in the future. Bayan had lived for tens of thousands of years. He had met the couple who founded the Dihong city. You and I are fated. After you leave the Earth's core karst cave, head to the ice fire trench. You'll find a warsong battle beast that belongs to you there. Bayan's words made Yuan Bupo, who was initially depressed, feel better. A battle beast that Bayan personally taught must be extraordinary. It was worth it this time. You're the only one left. You've seen what happened to the other two. Do you want to try again? Bayan looked at Yunxing. In fact, Bayan was looking forward to Yunxing the most. This female sorceress seemed to have the lowest cultivation level among the three of them. She did not seem to care about the other two's setback at all. Yunxing nodded. She took a deep breath and held her magic staff tightly. Then, she slowly walked into the karmic fire formation. Yunxing walked into the magic formation. Unexpectedly, the magic formation did not react at all. Haha, see that? You're the same as me. The karmic fire of the elves doesn't care about you at all. Xianmimi, who had medicine on her face, mocked. Her smile froze on her face. At that moment, the magic formation seemed to have been poured with gasoline. The entire magic formation was ignited like a brazier. The fire was at least 10 times more intense than when Yuan Bupo had entered the formation earlier. She's dead. She's dead. Xianmimi cursed viciously. However, Yunxing's expression remained unchanged. She did not even lift her magic staff. The fire spread rapidly on her body like wild grass in a prairie. The fire engulfed Yunxing's flesh and blood. Her skin cracked piece by piece while the veins in her body exploded. The pain was enough to break a person down. Even so, Yunxing still wore a smile on her face and allowed the fire to engulf her. Bayan's beast eyes shone with a strange light. Her? Yuan Bupo opened his eyes wide. His handsome face was filled with shock. Hee, what a smart little girl. She learned from your lesson and didn't resist the karmic fire at all. She planned to accept the karmic fire's baptism wholeheartedly. However, it's not enough to resist the first karmic fire's trial. Bayan wagged his tail and said with interest. As soon as Bayan finished his sentence, the karmic fire gathered in the magic formation. A sacred fire fairy with fiery red hair and an enchanting figure appeared inside the magic array. The sacred fire fairy's entire body was covered in blazing flames as she looked at Yunxing, whose body was in tatters. Ignorant ants! How dare you disturb my sleep? You'll have to pay with your life for this. The sacred fire elf's body was like a tower. She opened her arms and a few fire dragons flew out from her hands and pounced on Yunxing. It looked like it was about to swallow Yunxing in one gulp. Yuan Bupo stood aside and watched in fear. The female sorcerer did not dodge at all. Was she not afraid of death? Was it really worth sacrificing her life for the tinder? Yunxing looked calm on the surface. However, when she saw Yi Huolong appear, she was a little nervous. Just when she was hesitating whether she should dodge the fire dragon's attack, Yi Baiming's deep voice echoed in her mind. It turned out that the two of them had agreed that it was time for their consciousness to resonate. Yi Baiming did not expect Yunxing to encounter a situation that was much more dangerous than before in just one day. Little wildcat, activate your Dharma soul secretly. Don't dodge, Yi Baiming reminded Yunxing. Yunxing heard him and clenched her teeth. She did not dodge anymore and activated her Dharma soul secretly. A five-colored radiance was released from her body. The fire dragon swallowed Yunxing in one gulp. Just when everyone present thought that Yunxing would not have a chance to survive, Yunxing suddenly changed her mind. The Hellfire fire dragon let out a painful roar, and its body exploded with a boom. A five-colored radiance pierced through the fire dragon's chest like a sharp blade. The fire spirit's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly, and a gorgeous smile appeared on her face. She shook her body and turned into a ball of flames, drilling into Yunxing's magic scepter. A third soul stone appeared on Yunxing's magic scepter. Everyone looked over and saw that there was a graceful figure inside the magic array. Yunxing was like a female elf walking out of the forest in the moonlight. She was beautiful and lively. In the fire, Yunxing's skin fell off quickly. She was like a phoenix bathing in fire. Her new skin was as tender as a baby's. She was like a fire elf in the fire. She was beautiful and enchanting. Her eyes were as black as fine black jade. Her new skin was as tender as a baby's. The most different thing was that there was a flame-shaped brand on her forehead. That flame-shaped brand made Yunxing lose some of her youthfulness and become more enchanting. The fire elves were the most enchanting and passionate elves among the four elves. Yunxing was still unaware of the changes on her body. She touched her forehead subconsciously and realized that there was a flame-shaped brand on her forehead. There's an extra thing? Yunxing frowned. Looks like I should trim my bangs. This thing is too eye-catching. If the fire elves knew that this female sorcerer despised their precious fire elf brand, they would probably fight Yunxing to the death. It's you, they said at the same time. Yuan Bupo and Xian Mimi looked as if they had seen a ghost. They pointed at Yunxing. The female sorcerer whose clothes didn't cover her body and whose face was covered with ugly blisters was actually the young master that he had met once before. Yunxing's long hair fluttered in the wind. Her beautiful eyes were beautiful. Her facial features were exactly the same as before. The two of them then realized that she was a man in disguise. You're Yun Songlong's. Yuan Bupo stared at Yunxing's face. He then looked at her body. She was still wearing his loose robe. Her beautiful legs were swaying in front of him. He suddenly felt heat coming out of his nose. You must have snuck in on purpose. You. Xian Mimi wanted to tear Yunxing's face apart. Yun Songlong is my second uncle. I'm his niece. Yunxing touched her face. She realized that she had earned enough this time. Xian Mimi was so angry that her eyes were on fire. Why was she burned beyond recognition after entering the magic formation? Why was Yun Songlong's niece so beautiful? She was even lucky enough to be recognized by the karmic fire? Is this the benefit you're talking about when you're poor? Why don't I feel like I'm recognized by the karmic fire? Yunxing's words almost made Tao Wu faint from anger. Ignorant human, I'm not going to argue with you. Tao Wu rolled his eyes and spat fire from his mouth. The fire was fierce, but Yunxing only felt a little warmth. Her skin did not even turn red. Her body only felt a little warmth. Could it be that people who have been baptized by the karmic fire are not afraid of fire? Xianxia finally realized the magical effect of the fire. Not only are you not afraid of fire, but as long as it's a fire seed, no matter if it's true fire or fire magic element, it won't cause any harm to you. Tao Wu was annoyed. He had seen bad people, but he had never seen such an ignorant person who looked down on the karmic fire of the elves. Not only that, you're a healer. The pills refined by the karmic fire of the elves will be at least 1 grade higher. Hearing this, Xianxia raised her hand and adjusted the fire magic element in her body. Unlike before, the fire magic element that appeared in her hand was colorful like a karmic fire lotus. The magic element contained in it was at least 2 or 3 times richer than before. Xianxia secretly checked the magic element in her body and was surprised to find that her cultivation was about to break through again. The appearance of the 3rd soul stone meant that she was about to break through to become a master mage. Although he was complaining, Xianxia's appearance still made Feng Wu put down a huge burden. Back then, as one of the 4 magical beasts with natural attributes, he had a duel with someone because he was competitive. Unfortunately, he lost. In the end, he kept his promise and was trapped in the Earth's core furnace for tens of thousands of years. He could only leave when he found someone who was recognized by the karmic fire of the elves. He did not expect to wait for tens of thousands of years. The karmic fire has found its owner. It's time for me to leave the Earth's core furnace. Little girl, and that guy, both of you have been baptized by the karmic fire of the elves. You're considered to be my fated people. I'll give you some advice. The 8 karmic fire lotus seeds that you obtained earlier will be very beneficial to your cultivation in the future. Remember to treasure them carefully. That's all I have to say. I hope we can meet again in the future. The Bayan roared at the sky. Its body leaped into the sky and turned into a ray of fire. This ray of fire was extremely cold. It directly broke open the lava cave and soared into the sky. Tao Wu's figure was hard to find in the blue sky. After Tao Wu left, Xianxia and the other 2 were speechless. Xian Mimi tugged on Yuan Bupo's sleeve tightly. She was wary of Xianxia. However, Yuan Bupo had a complicated expression. He would secretly look at Xianxia from the corner of his eyes. The 3 of them followed the path that Yuan Bupo took earlier and walked out of the cave. Along the way, Xianxia noticed that the karmic fire of the elf's magic formation had dimmed completely. The lava in the entire Earth's core furnace had sunk and the flames had disappeared because of the karmic fire of the elf's core. The cave was no different from an ordinary underground furnace. After walking for about 3 to 4 hours, a cave entrance appeared in front of them. Xianxia walked out of the cave entrance. She noticed that the sky was already dark. The 3 of them were at the foot of an unknown mountain. The Earth's core furnace's entrance was hidden. Yuan Bupo spent a lot of effort to find the entrance. Brother Bupo, bring me back to Grand Emperor City quickly. My face is going to be ruined. Xian Mimi touched her face. Although she applied some herbs, her face did not look any better. She was afraid that her face could not be saved like what Xianxia said. She only wanted to return to Grand Emperor City as soon as possible. Yuan Bupo took a long look at Xianxia. After finding out about Xianxia's identity, Yuan Bupo could not calm down for a long time. She was Yun Songlong's niece. Yun Songlong was the main culprit who caused his elder sister to suffer for so many years. Logically speaking, he should be disgusted with Xianxia. He even thought that if Xianxia was a man, he would definitely teach her a lesson. However, she was a woman. Moreover, she was a very beautiful woman. As they walked, Yuan Bupo looked at the beautiful figure in front of him. He suddenly had a strange feeling. He hoped that there would be no end to the secret cave. If that was the case, he would be able to walk with her forever. Yuan Bupo was shocked when he realized what he was thinking. What was wrong with him? Was he sick? When he was in Hong City, he did not discriminate between men and women. Countless girls in the city tried to be nice to him but he ignored them all. But now, what was going on with this heart-pounding heartbeat? Yes, he must be sick. It was Xianxia who spoke first. We're out. Your friend's injury will be incurable if it's not treated soon. Let's go our separate ways. After saying that, she didn't even turn back and walked straight ahead. Wait, you. Yuan Bupo felt that his tongue was not working well. He stuttered for a long time before asking, "What's your name?" This was the second time they had met, but he didn't even know the other party's name. Why is he asking for my name now? Yunxing grumbled in her heart. However, seeing that she was still wearing his clothes, she reluctantly told him her name. Yunxing. Yuan Bupo muttered to himself. He thought about it and took out 4 karmic fire lotus seeds. Fengwu had mentioned earlier that the lotus seeds were beneficial to their cultivation. However, he did not know that Yunxing had consumed a large amount of karmic fire lotus roots in the past few days. The plump and round lotus seed lay quietly on Yuan Bupo's hand. His breathing quickened. Xianmimi, who was standing aside, widened her eyes. "Brother Bupo. Why are you giving her the lotus seeds?" "It's none of your business." "I can give my things to whoever I want," Yuan Bupo insisted. Xianmimi said and looked at Yuan Bupo. She realized that something was wrong with him. "Brother Bupo." Xianmimi suddenly understood something. Her limbs turned cold. Yuan Bupo liked Yun Songlong's niece. Give it to her? Yunxing did not notice the strange atmosphere between Yuan Bupo and Xianmimi. Yunxing wanted the karmic fire lotus seeds. Since Yuan Bupo was being generous, she did not hesitate. "Then I won't stand on ceremony." Yunxing simply accepted it. When she took the lotus seed, her finger gently brushed across Yuan Bupo's palm. Yuan Bupo felt his heart clench and his breathing quicken. "Brother Bupo, let's go." Xianmimi was shocked and angry. She felt that she was about to lose Yuan Bupo. Yuan Bupo remained silent until Yunxing disappeared without a trace. He then took a step forward reluctantly. Yunxing walked for most of the night and finally arrived at the nearest town around dawn. She asked around and found out that she was still near the border of Zhou State. She bought a set of clothes in the town and changed into them. After a short rest, she immediately rushed to Southern Cliff Town. Second uncle must be waiting anxiously in town. Also, Xianmimi had said that Xian Wuji had gone to the Jade Capital, which made Yunxing very uneasy. Yunxing's return made the Heaven Expedition Hunting Corps in Southern Cliff Town overjoyed. "Young master, you're finally back." When Zhou Quan saw Yunxing, he was overjoyed at first. However, a hint of worry appeared on his face soon after. Yunxing looked around and found it strange when she did not see Yun Songlong. Where's second uncle? Logically speaking, second uncle should still be in Southern Cliff Town. Something happened in the Jade Capital. Second uncle rushed back. Zhou Quan's words made Yunxing's expression change slightly. Did Xian Wuji make a move in the past few days? What happened? Yunxing's heartbeat quickened. She was afraid that some bad news would come. Zhou Quan stuttered and could not say a complete sentence for a long time. Tang Yu caused trouble. Yi Baiming walked in. Tang Yu. Yunxing was not in a good mood when she heard the name. When Zhou Quan saw Yi Baiming, he tactfully retreated. It was that prodigal son again. Yunxing could not be bothered with his life or death. However, she thought about it again. In a place like the Jade Capital, if it was a normal matter, the Yun residents would definitely be able to settle it. Why would she need to personally rush back with Yun Songlong? Yunxing understood her second uncle. Although he had left the Yun residence after falling out with old Master Yun because of the Yun family army, he still remembered everyone in the residence. Zhou Quan was unwilling to say it because he was afraid that Yunxing would be unhappy. Yi Baiming carefully sized up Yunxing. After not seeing her for a few days, the little wildcat was different again. If the little wildcat from before was like a clear spring, then the current her was more feminine because of the fairy hellfire. Yi Baiming looked at Yunxing's forehead again and noticed that there was a row of freshly cut bangs on her forehead. I still prefer your hairless appearance. Yi Baiming raised his hand and brushed Yunxing's bangs aside. When he saw the karmic fire symbol on Yunxing's smooth and round forehead, a wisp of pleasant surprise flashed through his eyes. It was indeed the hellfire of the fairy hellfire. His little wildcat did not disappoint him. Yi Baiming's fingers were icy cold. When he touched her forehead, he felt itchy. Yunxing quickly covered her forehead and glared at him. Don't touch me. Yi Baiming glanced at the icicle-toed clothing at the side. Throw it away. Why throw it away? That's the icicle-toed clothing. It's hard to find. When Yinxing left the cave, she did not have any clothes. Yuan Bupo did not have any intention of asking for the clothes back. Yinxing originally planned to modify the clothes. It could be considered a treasure. I don't like the smell of other people on you. Yi Baiming snatched the clothes overbearingly and threw it away without hesitation. You. Yunxing was flustered and exasperated. When Yi Baiming saw Yunxing stomping her feet, the displeasure in his heart dissipated a little. Due to the connection between their consciousnesses, he had seen Yuan Bupo's reaction to Yunxing earlier. How could he let other men covet his woman? He could not even look at her. What's going on with Tangyu? Yunxing was scared by Yi Baiming's stare. She could only ask Yun Songlong about the reason for his departure. Although she did not like Tangyu, the matter involved her second uncle. She was afraid that it was not a simple matter. That brat never changes. A few days ago, he got drunk and caused trouble on the streets with a group of playboys. He raped a woman. Who knew that the woman's background was not simple? It involved a well-known hunting troupe in Zhou State. A few days after Yunxing went missing, news came from Yujing. What kind of hunting troupe? Even the Marshal St. General's residence could not suppress them? Yunxing looked at Yi Baiming's serious expression. Only then did she know that Tangyu had caused a lot of trouble this time. It's an old hunting troupe, Wolf's Fang. At the same time, it's also one of the few A-class hunting troops in Zhou State. Yi Baiming reported the name. Even though she had not been a hunter for long, Yunxing knew how terrifying an A-class hunting troop in Zhou State was. As the saying went, civilians do not fight with officials. However, this did not make sense in the hunting troupe in Zhou State. After all, the hunting troupe in Zhou State was very influential. In Yujing, if an ordinary citizen got into trouble, the first thing they would think of was not the government, but the hunters. Although hiring hunters would cost some money, their efficiency was much better than hiring the government. The whole story of Tangyu's incident was similar to what Yi Baiming had said. Tangyu was a pervert and had defiled many women in the past few years. Yun Songxue spent some money to get rid of those people and kept it a secret. He had been scolded harshly by Yun Ba because of the Oriole incident and was punished to stay in the residence for 3 months to reflect on his mistakes. He had just been released a few days ago. However, he still did not change. Especially when he knew that his second uncle was not in the Jade Capital, he became even more impudent. The woman he had forcefully snatched was originally from an ordinary family. After he had raped her, Yun Sanxue had planned to give her a status and carry her into the Yun residence in a sedan chair in order to keep the peace. However, the woman had a strong temper and was unwilling to do so. That night, she hung herself on a tree outside the Yun residence. By the time the guards in the residence found her, the woman had already stopped breathing. When the guards of the Yun residence saw her, they hurriedly told old General Yun. When the woman's family knew about it, they immediately brought people to the Yun residence to make a fuss. This incident had caused a commotion in the city. Tangyu was so frightened that he did not dare to leave the residence. He had been fooling around in the past, but he had never killed anyone. Yun Sanxue had planned to use his power to get rid of those people. However, he did not know that it would be better if he did not do so. The woman was 15 years old this year and her father was a scholar with a little reputation in the city. She also had a fiancé whom she had been in love with for many years. They had been betrothed when they were young. That man had left the Jade Capital a few years ago and joined the Wolf Fang Hunting Corps. He even had a good position in the Wolf Fang Hunting Corps and was a B-grade hunter in the Corps. That man's fiancée was humiliated and committed suicide outside the Yun residence. When he heard the news, he could not get rid of his anger and went to the Yun residence to force them to hand over Tangyu. How could Yun Songxue hand over her precious son? She ordered the guards in the residence to beat up that hunter. When Yi Baiming said this, Yunxing already understood. Hunter squads valued glory the most, especially the A-rank hunter squads. Most of them valued reputation, and would take good care of every single member of the squad. This time, not to mention the fact that someone was injured, even if the relative of a member was humiliated, the hunting corps would step in. So in the end, this incident turned into a dispute between the entire Wolf Fang. Hunting Corps and the residents of Yun? Why didn't old General Yun do anything? What Yunxing found strange was that with Yun Ba's temperament, wouldn't he stand out at such a critical juncture? After all, this time, Tang Yu had offended the hunters who had no regard for military law, not the Yun army. Even if old General Yun wanted to intervene, he couldn't. Minister Qin joined forces with a few other civil officials in the imperial court to sue both the Yun residents and Tang Yu. Yu Baiming couldn't help but sigh. The memorial had a total of 30,000 words. It listed all of Tang Yu's misdeeds over the years, including how the residents of Yun had shielded her. No matter how domineering Yun Ba was, he was speechless in the face of such an interrogation in the imperial court. It was a pity that he had a clean reputation and was a senior official of Zhou state for 3 generations, a first-class lord, but in his later years, he had encountered such a disaster. After Yunxing heard this, she felt a sense of sadness in her heart. No matter how Tang Yu's incident was resolved this time, the residents of Yun Ba had lost its reputation. It was already an ironclad matter that the residents of Yun had declined and its reputation had been tarnished. If Yun Ba and Yun Sanxue were willing to hand over Tang Yu, there might be a chance for things to turn around. However, the residents of Yun would never hand over Tang Yu. The entire incident is full of loopholes. Tang Yu was set up by someone, Yunxing said lightly. It wasn't that she had never been to the Marshal Saint General's residence. The guards at the entrance were very strict. Even in the middle of the night, they would never allow a weak girl to be hung on a tree outside the residence. In addition, she had just found out that Xian Wuji had also gone to the Jade Capital. She felt that the entire incident sounded suspicious. It's no longer important whether it was a setup or not. What's important is what you plan to do. This is a muddy water. Yu Baiming narrowed his eyes and looked at Yunxing. A wild kitten was indeed a wild kitten. She had only heard it once, but she had already seen through the loopholes. Let's return to the Jade Capital first. Yunxing didn't make a decision immediately. When Yin Sunlong returned to the Jade Capital, a portion of the hunters and the elders had already returned with him. After he rushed back to the Jade Capital, he felt that there was something wrong with the way the commoners looked at them. Just as he arrived at Waning Alley, he heard a melodious sound coming from the general's residence. Outside the residence of Yun, there was a coffin. Dozens of commoners in mourning clothes were crying and wailing. Some even burned paper money outside the residence of Yun. The gates of the general's residence were tightly shut and a few white lanterns were forced to be hung outside. Not a single guard could be seen outside. The residence of Yun was also shrouded in gloom. Waves of crying and wailing could be heard outside the residence of Yun. Such a situation had been going on for several days. Everyone in the residence of Yun had to take a detour from the back door when they wanted to go out for errands. Even so, they couldn't avoid being pointed at and gossiped about. After the incident with the young master, the entire residence of Yun was under a lot of pressure. In these few days, there were many people quitting their jobs using various reasons such as physical discomfort and old age. Even many of the retainers that the old master had provided for in the residence of Yun had packed up their belongings and left quietly. The old general had yet to fall, but the residence of Yun Sunlong was already on the verge of collapse. When the general's residence was still prosperous, those snobbish people had racked their brains trying to sneak into the residence of Yun Sunlong to beg for a living. Now that the residence of Yun Sunlong was in trouble, they couldn't wait to cut off all ties. Inside the residence, Uncle Yun stood guard outside Yun Ba's room with a worried expression. Ever since the day the old master came back from court and kicked the young master until he spat out a few mouthfuls of blood, he had been locked up in the training room. The old master didn't move an inch when they delivered food and water, and they all left. Uncle Yun tried to persuade him a few times, but he was all chased out by the old master. Bang! A rock was thrown through the wall and rolled to Uncle Yun's feet. There was a piece of paper tied to the rock. Uncle Yun didn't need to look to know what was written on the paper. It was full of insults directed at the residents of Yun. From the young master to the old general, if the upper beam isn't straight, the lower beam will be crooked, the lower beam will be crooked. All kinds of nasty words were directed at the old master alone. Did these people forget who led the army to fight when Zhou state was in turmoil and the people were displaced? Who was the one who emptied the entire residence of Yun Songlong's wealth to buy military provisions to support the front lines? Uncle Yun sighed and lowered his head to pick up the rock on the ground. Just as he bent down, he saw a pair of shoes in front of him. The shoes were covered in dust. Uncle Yun raised his head to look. When he saw Yun Songlong clearly, he excitedly shouted toward the training room, "Old master, the second young master is back." After the incident at the residence of Yun, the third miss held a grudge against the old master for kicking the young master. For the past few days, she hadn't cared about the old master's daily needs. Only then did Uncle Yun send a letter to the second young master. In the training room, it was still silent. How long has father been locked inside? Yun Songlong frowned as he looked at the food placed outside the door. He still remembered that Yunxing had said earlier that Yun Ba's health was no longer as good as it used to be. It's been 3 or 4 days. He's been locked inside the entire time and hasn't even changed out of his court robes. Uncle Yun didn't know what his master had heard in court. He only knew that he had never seen his master so angry before. That day, after the old master left the morning court, he rushed into the residence like a furious lion. He pulled up the guard's saber and was about to chop the little young master when the third young mistress hugged the old master tightly. She threatened that if the old master hurt Tang Yu, she would immediately cut her own throat. Only then did the old master suppress his anger. However, he had still kicked the little young master. "Where's that bastard Tang Yu?" Yun Songlong groaned. The entire incident had started because of Tang Yu. When he had entered the residence just now, he had seen the family members of the deceased kneeling outside the door. He had also felt ashamed. Those people had scolded and smashed him, but he hadn't retaliated. The little young master is in the third miss courtyard. Recently, there have been some unknown assassins sneaking into the residence. In order to protect the little young master, the third miss hired many hunters to protect the courtyard. Uncle Yun shook his head as he spoke. He had watched the little young master grow up. It was all the third miss' fault for spoiling him so much that he had developed the little young master's personality. She hired hunters? Does he think he can protect his wretched life? That woman's corpse is still outside. When Yun Songlong entered the residence, he had also seen the coffin outside. In order to protect the woman's corpse, the woman's family had used a special magic array to protect it. Although it had been nearly 20 days since the incident, the corpse was still vivid and lifelike. Yun Songlong could clearly see that there were signs of hanging on the woman's neck. "Second young master, please calm down. The little young master has made a mistake this time, but if we hand him over, only death awaits him. You also know that the third miss dotes on the young master to the extreme. If anything happens to the young master, she won't be able to live on." Uncle Yun pulled up his sleeve and wiped the corners of his eyes. In his early years, Yun Ba fought on the battlefield and spent more time apart from the Yun family's matriarch. When the Yun family's matriarch was pregnant with the third miss, she unfortunately died in childbirth. The third miss was the youngest in the family, and because her appearance was similar to the late mistress, the master had always loved her dearly and doted on her a lot. "Even if you can't live, you still have to. Tang Yu has to hand it over. I've already asked someone to contact the leader of the Wolf Fang Hunting Corps through the Hunting Union," Yun Songlong said in a deep voice. Before he rushed back to Jade Capital, he contacted the hunting branch at the border. On one hand, he wanted to ask the branch to keep an eye on his niece Xianxing's safety. On the other hand, he wanted to contact the Wolf Fang Hunting Corps through the Hunting Union, hoping to minimize the incident at the residence of Yun. If it wasn't for the fact that the Sky Expedition Hunting Corps had saved so many villagers recently, causing the reputation of the Hunting Corps to rise, as well as Yunxing's elder token, the Sky Expedition Hunting Corps, which was only a newly formed hunting corps, would not have the qualifications to talk to the Wolf Fang Hunting Corps. The Hunting Union had also just sent news that the Wolf Fang Hunting Corps members could meet together, but they had to bring along Tang Yu, the culprit. This was the main reason why Yun Songlong rushed back to the residence of Yun without stopping. Yun Songlong had good intentions, but who knew that just as he mentioned it, he heard a cold snort behind him. "Second brother, you are so vicious. Yu is your biological nephew, and you want to push him into the tiger's den with your own hands." Yun Songlong walked over with Tang Yu and a few well-equipped hunters. The moment Yun Songlong returned to the residence, Yun Songshue's spies reported the news to Yun Songshue. The news of the Sky Expedition Hunting Corps making a great contribution at the borders of Zhou State and saving hundreds of villagers had already spread to the Jade capital a few days ago. Yun Songshue thought that since Yun Songlong was now a regiment commander, he might have some say in the hunting union. Since he had returned to the residence, he must have a way to help Tang Yu. Thus, she immediately brought people over. Who knew that the moment she entered the courtyard, she would hear Yun Songlong saying that he wanted to hand Tang Yu over. She was immediately enraged and questioned him sternly. Vicious? Third sister, even now, you still want to protect that little bastard? A life for a life. If the emperor commits a crime, he will be punished the same as the commoners. He caused someone's death, doesn't he have any responsibility? Yun Songlong couldn't believe that Yun Songshue was still so stubborn. He was too disappointed in Yun Songshue. Second brother, Yuer is in the wrong, but he didn't personally kill anyone. He's young and doesn't know any better. Shouldn't you give him a chance to turn over a new leaf? You keep saying that you want to hand him over, but you're actually biased. If it was Yun Sheng, that wretched girl, would you be willing to hand him over? Yun Songshue was even more furious when she heard this. When he heard Yun Songshue calling Yun Sheng a wretched girl, Yun Songlong felt a surge of anger in his stomach. For Tang Yu's matter, he could only abandon Yun Sheng, whose fate was still unknown. He had rushed back with all his heart, but what awaited him was such an unreasonable tantrum. If it was Sheng'er? Yun Songshue, are your words even human? She's your niece, Big Brother's biological daughter. How can she be compared to your bastard son? My niece saves the dying and heals the injured. She never kills the innocent. Yun Songlong was furious. Yun Songshue was speechless. When Tang Yu saw that second uncle had made his mother speechless, he was even more afraid. Mother, I don't want to leave the residence. Didn't you see those people outside? They're so ferocious. If I go out, they will definitely kill me. Tang Yu's appearance did look a little miserable. These few days, he was so frightened that he didn't dare to leave the residence. Furthermore, those people from the Wolf Fang Hunting Corps sneaked into the general's residence from time to time. His grandfather, who had always been his protective umbrella, not only kicked him this time, but he also almost kicked him to death. He completely disregarded his own safety and allowed those people to come and go in the residence. Tang Yu was so frightened that he couldn't sleep well. When he heard that he was going to be handed over, he was so frightened that he almost peed. Yuer, be good. Mother will never let anyone bully you. Don't be afraid. Even if I have to use 10,000 pounds, I will hire someone to protect you. Don't worry, just wait for 5 more days and the people from the Bloody Hand Tycoon will be back. By then, you don't have to be afraid of anyone. Yun Songshue looked at her son with heartache. These few days, this child was so frightened that he even lost a few pounds of meat. Yun Songshue? Who did you hire? You actually hired people from the Bloody Hand Tycoon? Do you still think that the Yun residence's reputation isn't bad enough? Yun Songlong's mind was blown. The Bloody Hand Tycoon was a very special organization in the Boundless Continent. Its nature seemed to be similar to the Hunting Corps. In the name of receiving commissions, it could complete any mission. These missions included killing and robbing. Under certain circumstances, they could even kidnap and invade. There was nothing that they wouldn't do. In order to complete their missions, the people from the Bloody Hand Tycoon could be said to be unscrupulous and despicable. Yun Songlong had already realized that Yun Songshue's hiring of the Blood Hand Tycoon when the Yun residence was facing such a huge crisis was undoubtedly adding fuel to the fire. The scariest thing about the Bloody Hand Trench was that no one knew the origin of the Bloody Hand Trench, and no one knew how many people they had. People only knew that once the Bloody Hand Tycoon was hired, its people would complete the mission. No matter if it was a commoner or even a noble, the Bloody Hand Tycoon would complete the mission without exception. Since the Bloody Hand Tycoon was so mysterious, the reward it demanded was also very special. It didn't accept gold coins, but it demanded the other party to complete a condition of equal value as the reward. If the employer couldn't complete the task, the Bloody Hand Tycoon's people would take revenge at all costs. Within Zhou State, there was once a wealthy family who hired the Bloody Hand Tycoon to kill his competitor due to a business dispute. However, after killing his competitor, the Bloody Hand Tycoon suggested that the wealthy family use his entire fortune in exchange. That wealthy family naturally didn't agree. However, on the second day, his entire family of 63 people, including all his servants and livestock, were all killed. Not a single one was left alive. Since then, the Bloody Hand Tycoon's notoriety quickly spread throughout the boundless continent. There were many similar incidents. The Bloody Hand Tycoon was the most notorious assassin organization in the continent in recent decades. Therefore, Yun Songlong panicked when he found out that Yun Songxiwei had hired the Bloody Hand Tycoon. It was easy to dodge an open spear, but hard to defend against a hidden arrow. Even Yun Songlong didn't dare to provoke the Bloody Hand Tycoon's people. He didn't expect Yun Songxiwei to hire the Bloody Hand Tycoon without discussing with her family. "Songxiwei, how dare you hire the Bloody Hand Tycoon's people behind my back?" Yunba rushed out of his room. It had only been a few days, but Yunba looked as if he had aged several years. His originally light gray hair had turned white. Father, you can't blame me. These days, those people have been causing a ruckus outside the residence. Yuer hasn't had a good rest for many days. The Wolf Fang hunting corps isn't to be trifled with. I only invited the Bloody Hand Tycoon's people to threaten them." Yun Songxiwei continued to quibble. Yun Songxiwei didn't tell the Yun family's father and son that she had even prepared for the worst. If the Wolf Fang hunting corps still didn't rest, she would let the Bloody Hand Trench's men kill the Wolf Fang hunting corps' captain. Nonsense. Have you ever thought about whether or not you can fulfill Bloody Hand Tycoon's conditions? Yunba let out a long sigh of disappointment and frustration. He didn't expect that Yun Songxiwei would cause an even bigger mess while he was in seclusion trying to think of a solution. At most, we'll just give him more treasures and not gold coins. Our Yun residence also has plenty of things for him to choose from. Yun Songxiwei didn't feel that he had done anything wrong. How long has it been since you sent out the request? Is it too late to revoke it? Yun Songlong also blamed himself endlessly. If he had rushed back earlier, perhaps Yun Songxiwei would not have acted rashly. Seeing that her father and Yun Songlong, who had always remained calm even if Mount Tai collapsed in front of them, had ugly expressions, Yun Songxiwei realized that she had caused a huge disaster. It seemed like the Bloody Hand Tycoon she had provoked was even more troublesome than the Wolf Fang hunting corps. It's already too late. When I woke up this morning, I discovered that there was an extra card at my bedside. Yun Songxiwei hesitated and took out an extra card from her sleeve. It was a gold-plated invitation card. It was squarish and had 4 golden tassels hanging from the 4 corners of the invitation card. It was made of a special metal and looked no different from an ordinary invitation card from a wealthy family. But the cover of the card was a bloody handprint the size of an adult's palm. That bloody handprint emitted a special smell that was like blood and also like a fragrance. Just by smelling it, one would feel flustered. The Bloody Hand Tycoon's card. This card represented that the Bloody Hand Tycoon had already accepted Yun Songxiwei's deal. If they were to break the contract now, they would still face the crazy pursuit of the Bloody Hand Tycoon. Early this morning, Yunba frowned. Although he had been secluding himself in the training room these few days, he was still aware of everything that had happened outside. There was no lack of experts among the hunters from the Wolf Fang hunting corps that had barged into the Yun residence. These people, just relying on those third-rate hunters that Yun Songxiwei had found, was simply not enough to resist them. Every time those people wanted to barge into Yun Songxiwei and her son's courtyard, Yun Ba would warn them. The aura of a martial saint was still very shocking. Even if he did not step out of the house, he would still scare the hunters away. But early this morning, Yun Ba did not discover anyone barging into the general's residence. Could it be that there was a martial saint expert who was not inferior to him in the Bloody Hand Tycoon? Father, since things have come to this stage, the only way out is to settle the matter of the Wolf Fang hunting corps before the Bloody Hand Tycoon arrives. Tang Yu must go and apologize this time. Yun Songlong insisted that Tang Yu go with him to the Wolf Fang hunting corps. One matter at a time, in case the Yun residence was attacked from both sides. When the time came, it would be even more difficult to deal with. No, grandfather, Yuer does not want to go. Tang Yu did not expect that in the end, he still had to meet the people from the Wolf Fang hunting corps. Tang Yu, you are a man. Why are you crying endlessly? Yunba had heard how Yun Songxue indulged his son and insulted Yunxing when he was in the room just now. Looking at Tang Yu's useless appearance, he thought of Yunxing's calm appearance during the free medical consultation. Why was it that they were all descendants of the Yun family, but they were so different from each other? There is no need to talk about this anymore. Songlong, bring Yu to the Wolf Fang hunting corps. I will deal with the matter of the bloody hand tycoon later. Although he was very disappointed in Tang Yu, Yunba could not harden his heart and watch Tang Yu be killed. Yun Songxue was still arguing, but Yunba glanced at her coldly. Songxue, you have disappointed me too much. You are not allowed to have any contact with Yu these few days. Men, take her away. If anyone wants to help Third Miss during this period, immediately banish them from the general's residence and never hire them again. It was only now that Yunba realized how wrong it was for him to leave the matters of the Yun residence to Yun Songxue all these years after such a drastic change. Amidst Yun Songshue's discontent and Tang Yu's wails, the two of them were taken away. The hunters that Yun Songxue had invited were also chased away by Yunba. Uncle Yun, investigate the servants and hangers-on who left the general's residence during this incident and blacklist them. I want to make it difficult for them to establish themselves in Zhou State in the future. Also, spread some fake news. I think there must be a lot of spies in the Yun residence these days. Yunba had also calmed down after staying in the training room for a few days. Thanks to Liuli, Yu, and Modi for their tips in the imperial court, Yunba felt helpless in the battle of words between the old officials. This time, the emperor of Zhou State was also watching coldly from the sidelines. These people were all waiting to see the fall of the Yun residence. He wanted to let these people know that as long as he, Yunba, was alive, the Yun residence would never fall. Didn't you go to the southern border of Zhou State? Why did you come back? Yunba looked at Yun Songlong with some anger in his heart. His good son had established the hunting corps on his own initiative and went to the southern border of Zhou State without his knowledge. That place almost took his life back then. If the people of Grand Emperor City knew that his hand had recovered, they would take revenge even more crazily. What will come will come. Father, have you investigated the matter clearly? Was that girl really killed by Yu? Although Yun Songlong hated Tang Yu for being a disappointment, he still understood his nephew's nature very well. The few times he had abducted women, it was mostly verbal teasing. However, this was the first time he had used force. Isn't it all because of that group of scoundrels? He drank for a long time that day and I can't remember the details. I only remember that when he woke up, it was already too late. Yunba had also seen the coffin placed at the door. A 15 to 16-year-old flowery girl who was indeed beautiful was forced to her death by his own grandson. If it were him, he wouldn't be able to take this lying down. How confident are you about the Wolf Fang hunting corps? It's not convenient for me to accompany you. If necessary, I can let Uncle Yun accompany you. Yunba sighed. He was forced to the point that he had nothing to say in the imperial court. In the end, it was the emperor of Zhou State who spoke. The Wolf Fang hunting corps was an A-class hunting corps. In the early years, they had assisted the military in transporting food and weapons, and even guarded the city. They definitely couldn't fall out with the Wolf Fang hunting corps because of Tang Yu. The emperor of Zhou State's meaning was very clear. In the end, Yunba could only agree that no matter how the Wolf Fang hunting corps wanted to deal with Tang Yu, he wouldn't interfere. The most suitable person for this matter was actually Yun Songlong, who was a hunting corps soldier. I understand. Uncle Yun should stay in the residence and help you. I'll bring some brothers from the hunting corps over. Master Zong also came back with me. Where's that stubborn girl? What, she's still not willing to come to the general's estate? Yunba said, but he did not mean what he said. He shot a few glances behind Yun Songlong. Such a big incident had happened in the Yun residence, yet that child still refused to come. He must really hate the Yun residence to the core. Something happened to Xing'er when she was at the border, so she was delayed. Yun Songlong hesitated for a moment before telling Yunba what had happened in the southern realm. What? You said she was trapped under the mine? How is it? Are you hurt? How could you let a half-grown child stay in the cave alone? Yunba's heart burned with anger when he heard this. Xianxia is not an ordinary child. She has the ability to protect herself. She is safe for now. I have already sent word that she will return to the Jade Capital in a few days. Yun Sunlong looked at his father's reaction and laughed inwardly. His old man was the one who did not mean what he said. Yunba's expression softened. Only then did he relax. The father and son talked about the situation in the Jade Capital. In a private residence in the Jade Capital. From the outside, it looked like a very ordinary residence. Before and after the lantern was lit, a figure slid down from the eaves like a gecko. Like a drop of water dripping down from the eaves, he silently landed in the room. Sitting in the room was the young city lord of the Grand Emperor city, Xianxia, whom he had not seen for a few days. The figure was wearing a scarlet robe that covered him from head to toe. There were no gaps, except for a few holes where his eyes, mouth, and nose should be. Young city lord, everything has been done according to your instructions. Now we just have to wait for the fish to take the bait, the red-robed man said. I heard that Yun Sunlong has returned to the Jade Capital. Things are getting more and more lively. This time, you have done well. You have not wasted my years of support for the Bloody Hand Tycoon. Xianxia played with a medicine bottle in his hand. Originally, he wanted to poison Yunba after entering the Jade Capital. How could he have known that things weren't as simple as he thought? Although Yunba was a military general, he was very cautious in his work. His food and clothing were all taken care of by an old servant in his residence, Uncle Yun, and he never left it to others. Xianxia used all kinds of methods, even letting people sneak into the Yun residence as retainers and servants, but he could not do anything. However, even someone as sinister as Xianxia did not give up on his plan immediately. He sent people to spy on the people in the Yun residence. Very quickly, he found out that there was a huge flaw in the Yun residence. That was Tang Yu, that ignorant and incompetent playboy. As expected, he only needed to do a little trick to catch Tang Yu in the wrong. He then ordered people to secretly approach Xianxia and threw out the Bloody Hand Tycoon. As expected, the mother and son pair fell for it. Outsiders did not know that the Bloody Hand Tycoon was an organization that the Grand Emperor City had nurtured over the years. More than 50% of the Grand Emperor City's huge expenditure came from the Bloody Hand Tycoon. Don't worry, young city lord. However, young city lord, I just received news from the city that young Miss Mei Mei was seriously injured and was just sent back by young Master Yuan. The member of the Bloody Hand Trench respectfully replied. Useless thing, only knowing how to die for men. Don't worry about her, the city lord will take care of her. In these few days, keep a close eye on the Yun residence. If there is any movement, immediately report to me. Xianxia waved his hand impatiently. The members of the Bloody Hand Tycoon left silently. Xianxia looked at the medicine bottle in his hand. This time, no one could save the Yun residence. After traveling day and night, finally, Yun Xing and Yi Baiming returned to the Jade Capital 3 days later. This day was also the day that Yun Sunlong escorted Tang Yu to negotiate with the Wolf Fang Hunting Corps. The location of the negotiation was chosen by the Hunting Corps. They chose a relatively secluded tavern in the city. This tavern was also one of the taverns under the Hunting Corps of the Jade Capital. It was also the place where the hunters drank or made private deals. Yun Sunlong received the news that the Wolf Fang Hunting Corps' commander and vice-commander, as well as the injured B-grade hunter, would be present. In order to show his sincerity, Yun Sunlong brought Tang Yu out early to the tavern. In order to avoid hurting the innocent, a closed today sign was hung outside the tavern. Don't speak later. If you say the wrong thing again, even second uncle will not be able to protect you. Yun Sunlong knew that Tang Yu would only cause trouble. At this moment, a few people arrived at the entrance of the tavern. They were dressed very ordinarily, but just by looking at their footsteps and the way they entered the tavern, one could tell that they were not ordinary customers. There were 3 of them, 3 hunters from the Wolf Fang Hunting Corps. The one walking at the front should be the leader of the Wolf's Fang troop, Song Lang. He was a burly warrior. Behind him was a heavy crossbow that was almost as tall as a person. The crossbow was black in color, and it was shining with a light that was not inferior to the sun. The one in the middle was a female hunter, and an extremely outstanding one at that. She was not even 30 years old, and was at the most attractive age for a woman. She had brown hair and held a magic scepter in her hand. There were 4 magic soul stones embedded on the magic scepter. Behind the female hunter was a male hunter who looked a little pale. Among the 3 of them, he was the youngest. When he saw Yun Songlong and his niece sitting in the middle of the tavern, the male hunter's eyes almost spat fire. He subconsciously pressed on the scabbard on his waist, but his hand was pushed away by the female mage beside him with her magic scepter. When Yin Songlong was sizing up the 3 people from the Wolf's Fang troop, Song Lang and the deputy leader of the Wolf's Fang troop, who was also the female hunter Huanu, were also observing Yin Songlong. When they realized that the other party only brought a hunter as an assistant to negotiate, that there were no ambushes near the tavern, and that the martial sage of Zhou State, Yun Ba, was not nearby, the 2 of them relaxed a little. At the same time, their impression of Yun Songlong was much better. It was rumored that Yun Songlong, one of the 2 heroes of Zhou State's military, was a righteous and upright person. Looking at him now, it was indeed so. Even though they were on bad terms with the Yun's residents, the Wolf's Fang troop still avoided Yun Ba's reputation. Leader Yun. Song Lang walked forward and cupped his hands as a form of greeting. The beginning of the negotiation between both parties seemed to be quite harmonious. Leader Tsong. Yun Songlong also stood up and bowed. Deputy Leader Hua, don't stop me, I want to kill that bastard. Just as the 2 of them were greeting each other, the young hunter suddenly broke free from the magic scepter of the female mage beside him, and his hand went to his waist. The young male hunter's attire was a little special. Most of the martial artists in the Boundless Continent liked to hang their swords on their waists, but on his waist, there was a row of small knives and daggers that were only the length of a finger. With a flick of his wrist, a silver light flashed and 5 to 6 concealed daggers flew towards Tang Yu. The way he shot out the concealed weapons was extremely fast. It was obvious that he was an expert in this area. Every concealed weapon was wrapped in a layer of douqi. 5 to 6 of these daggers, linked together, were all aimed at Tang Yu's vital acupoints. If Tang Yu was really stabbed, blood would definitely splatter on the spot. On the other hand, Yun Songlong was unhurried. His hand was several times faster than the dagger. He picked up Tang Yu and the 5, 6, 8 hidden weapons missed their target. The hidden weapon pierced the wall of the tavern, and suddenly, 5 or 6 knife marks appeared on the wall. After Yun Songlong dodged the dagger, he threw Tang Yu back to his original position. The entire process was smooth and fluid. If one were to look at it from the side, it would seem as if Tang Yu's but had never left his seat. If Tang Yu hadn't been so frightened that his eyes had rolled back, no one would have realized what had just happened. Song Lang and Huanu, who were at the side, also looked calm on the surface. However, at this moment, their hearts were in turmoil. Back then, Yun Songlong was considered a top figure in Zhou State. Even Song Lang and the others, who were hunters, avoided Yun Songlong's name. Previously, there was a rumor that Yun Songlong had abandoned the army to become a hunter after being crippled for many years. His originally crippled hands had miraculously recovered. However, Song Lang and the others didn't really believe it. They thought that it was impossible for a broken hand to recover. Even if it recovered, his skills would definitely be greatly reduced. Therefore, this time, when they heard that Yun Songlong had stepped forward to resolve this matter, Song Lang and the others still had some thoughts of testing him. After testing, they immediately realized that Yun Songlong's skills didn't deteriorate compared to back then. In fact, they seemed to have improved. Song Lang pretended to be angry and said, "Lu Hao, who allowed you to make a move? Don't be presumptuous in front of Commander Yun." "It's fine. This must be Brother Lu. This matter is also Tang Yu's fault." Yun Songlong smiled indifferently. Yun Songlong sneered in his heart. What a good wolf fawn hunting corps, they were also cunning enough. Huanu's cultivation was much higher than Lu Hao's. How could she not be able to stop her impulsive subordinate, Tang Yu, who was at the side, wanted to cry but had no tears. He was really scared to death. "Since we agreed to discuss this matter, let's get straight to the point. This matter originally had nothing to do with our wolf fawn hunting corps. However, Lu Hao is a very promising hunter in our group. Commander Yun, you should know that when a member of your group is in trouble, as a commander, you must stand up for him. Song Lang had already found out Yun Songlong's bottom line, so he straightforwardly spoke of the purpose of this trip. Commander Song is right. Tang Yu, this matter started because of you. Brother Lu is also here today. Just tell us directly how you want to deal with this little bastard. Yun Songlong ordered someone to bring wine. When Lu Hao heard this, he glared at Tang Yu. When he saw Tang Yu, he thought of his fiancée who had died tragically. He wished he could drink the blood and eat the flesh of this damn fatty in front of him. A life for a life. I want his life. Lu Hao said word by word, his hand once again reaching for his dagger. But this time, he did not act rashly. He knew that as long as Yun Songlong was here, even if he shot out a concealed weapon, he would not have the chance to hurt Tang Yu. I didn't kill her. She was the one who took things too hard. Why should I pay with my life? Moreover, that woman is only a commoner. When Tang Yu heard this, he also became angry. Today, his mother was not here, and his grandfather was also not here. If second uncle was impulsive and really wanted him to pay with his life, wouldn't he be dead? It would have been better if Tang Yu did not open his mouth. Once he opened his mouth, Song Lang and Wen Nu immediately glared at him. Most of the hunters were born poor, and they could not bear to hear the sons of officials discriminating against the commoners. Not only did Tang Yu humiliate the lady, he even dared to spout nonsense after her death. Such vile behavior was enough for him to die 1,000 times over. Shut up, you little bastard. The veins on Yun Songlong's forehead throbbed as he slammed his palm onto the table. A handprint appeared on the several inches thick surface of the table. The wine glasses on the table were all shattered. Wine dripped down. Inside the tavern, only Tang Yu's frightened breathing could be heard. Yun Songlong's anger caused the temperature of the tavern to drop by several degrees. Tang Yu stole a glance at his second uncle. Song Lang and Wen Nu, on the other hand, had an indifferent expression as they drank the wine in their hands. After a while, it was Song Lang who spoke first. He put down his wine cup and said, "Leader Yun, I respect the residents of Yun for its loyalty and bravery. But sometimes, a piece of rat poop will spoil the whole pot of porridge. In this case, the gains will not make up for the losses." Song Lang's words were light but heavy at the same time. The murderous intent in his words was self-evident. The vice-leader of Wen Nu also sat at the side with a kind smile on his face. But if one took a closer look, one would realize that the magic scepter in Wen Nu's hand was shining with a moving light. She was already prepared to chant a spell. Song Lang alone might not be Yun Songlong's opponent. But with the addition of an extremely aggressive fire element mage, the outcome would be hard to say. Since we have already spoken to this point, I think Leader Yun should understand our intentions. I will make a decision on behalf of Lu Hao. A life for a life. As long as the residents of Yun agrees, the Wolf Fawn Hunting Corps will promise you that we will not cause trouble at the residents of Yun in the future. But if Leader Yun does not agree, then the Wolf Fawn Hunting Corps and the Sky Hunting Corps will be mortal enemies. Song Lang's words were resolute and decisive. There was no room for negotiation. The matter had escalated from Tang Yu to the entire Sky Expedition Hunting Corps. It was not enough for Song Lang to become the leader of an A-grade hunting corps based on his cultivation base alone. He was like a wolf king. He was cunning and meticulous. He was the leader of the entire hunting corps and also the one who controlled the entire situation. Yun Songlong had to consider carefully. As the leader of the hunting corps, he could not sit back and watch hundreds of hunters be implicated because of his personal affair. Tang Yu's body of fat was trembling non-stop. He did not even dare to cry or make a fuss. Leader Yun, I'll give you 3 days to consider. Tell me your answer after you've thought it through. I hope you don't have any other ideas, such as secretly sending them away. The boundless land is huge, but there are traces of the hunting corps everywhere. Song Lang stood up and was about to leave with Wen Nu and Lu Hao. There's no need for 3 days. I can answer you right now. We won't hand them over. The door of the inn was pushed open. The owner of the inn hurried forward to stop the guests. Dear guests, the inn is closed today. We won't be serving any guests. Seeing the guests, Yun Songlong's gloomy face brightened up. Tang Yu, however, twitched as if he was suffering from epilepsy. There were also 2 men and a woman who entered. However, their formation was different from the wolf fawn hunting corps. Among the 3 people who entered, it was obvious that the female sorcerer was the leader. She was the smallest and the youngest, but she was at the front. Judging from the female sorcerer's travel-worn appearance, she had just returned from overseas. However, the bright smile on her face did not make one feel tired at all. She had a pair of unusually clean black eyes. Her hair of the same color was casually tied behind her back with a cat's eye red jade hairpin. There was a slender magic scepter hanging from her waist. She gave off a very comfortable feeling. Of the 2 men behind her, one was a young and tall warrior. The other one was an elegant young master. He did not need to say a word, but he was a handsome man who gave off an oppressive air of nobility. Yun Songlong saw that his niece was safe and sound and smiled in relief. The emotions that had been suppressed by Tang Yu's matter these few days had also faded. He knew that Yunxing must have her reasons for coming here, so he didn't say much and let Yunxing have the right to speak. Yunxing smiled at Yun Songlong. She wasn't here to meet second uncle. Her beautiful eyes seemed to sweep across the people of the wolf fawn hunting corps as she clasped her hands. This one is Yan Yun, the vice leader of the Heaven Extermination Hunting Corps. Yunxing came back around sunrise. She returned to the medical hall first. Over the past few days, the incident at the residence of Yun had been the hottest topic in the city. Lin Yaoer collected a lot of information. When Yunxing heard this, she rushed to the Yun residence without resting. Just as Lin Yaoer had said, there was a coffin outside the Yun residence. The coffin was open, and inside lay the unfortunate woman who had died tragically. Yunxing didn't enter the general's residence. She pretended to be a passerby and looked around the woman's coffin before asking the woman's family some questions. Just as she was asking around, Uncle Yun walked out of the residence. When he saw Yunxing, he was overjoyed and secretly pulled Yunxing to one side and told Yunxing about the negotiation between Yun Songlong and the wolf fawn hunting corps at the pub. That was why Yunxing rushed to the pub. After hearing Yunxing's self-introduction, the 3 people from the wolf fawn hunting corps were surprised. They didn't expect that the vice leader of the newly established wolf fawn hunting corps was actually this young female hunter. One had to know that it was a very difficult task to establish a hunter corps on the continent. Most of the hunters had been in the hunter world since they were young. They had to complete countless difficult missions before they could gradually accumulate fame and wealth in the hunter world. After they had enough fame and wealth, some people would form their own hunting squad or even a hunting corps. For those who were lucky, it would take 10 years. For those who were unlucky, it might take 20 years. So the hunting corps leaders or hunting corps leaders in the hunting corps, the youngest one was at least 30 years old. The older ones, like Song Lang, were already 4 years old. Fengque from Huang Ting's trio was already considered the youngest among them. But how old was Yunxing? She was really 8 years old, but her appearance was only 12 or 13 years old. No wonder the few people from the wolf fawn hunting corps were dumbfounded. When they were mumbling about Yunxing's age, they suddenly thought of her name. Yan Yun. This name, why did it sound so familiar? Lu Hao, who was by the side, stared at Yunxing strangely and cried out as if he had seen a ghost, You are bloody Lolita, Yan Yun of the Huangting hunting troupe. The Yan Yun who killed the Dark Guard hunting corps and had a master like Emperor Zhao. Lu Hao's shouting made Song Lang and Wennu think of this person. Hunters who had reached the level of Song Lang and Wennu would never go to the hunting corps citadel. But their subordinates were different. Usually, after they finished their missions, they would go to the hunting corps citadel to participate in a few fights for a few drinks or to vent their anger. Coincidentally, when Huang Ting's group of 4 was taking part in the B-grade hunter squad assessment, Lu Hao was also taking part in the hunter combat arena with his fellow hunter brothers. Because of the later Qin's Dark Guard hunting corps, the entire hunting corps citadel knew about Huang Ting's fight. The tickets for the last fight were sold at a sky-high price. When Lu Hao went to buy the tickets, they were already sold out. In order to make up for his regret, he had to spend a high price to buy a magic scroll that recorded the fight. The scene where Yunxing killed the Dark Guard hunting corps left a deep impression on him. But because Yunxing was wearing an illusion earring, he did not recognize her. Now that he heard Yunxing's words and looked at the familiar magic scepter in Yunxing's hand, he immediately recognized Yunxing. Huangting, Are you talking about the B-grade hunting corps that has been in the limelight recently? It is said that they have the chance to become the first A-grade hunting corps in the boundless continent. Speaking of Huangting, Song Lang had some impression of it. Huanu also had a curious look on her face. She had seen the magic scroll that Lu Hao had bought earlier. Who would have thought that this little girl who looked as fresh as Jasmine was actually the bloody Loli who killed without blinking an eye? It was just that her appearance was not related to bloody Loli. Yi Baiming, who was listening at the side, looked at Yunxing from head to toe with a mischievous look on his face. He did not expect that the little wild cat had done so many things before reuniting with him. Yunxing felt goosebumps all over her body when he looked at her. She rolled her eyes back at him. I'm indebted to the brothers from the Hunter Union for thinking so highly of me. I seem to have such a nickname in the past. Facing the crowd who looked as if they had seen a ghost, Yunxing chuckled and did not shy away, directly admitting her identity. Yan Yun was ruthless and had a good relationship with Huang Teng, a newly established hunting team. He also had the backing of a powerful figure like Emperor Zhao. Song Lang could not help but frown when all these factors were added together. However, he had already stated his conditions. If they were to speculate about the power behind Yan Yun and the news spread, the Wolf Fang hunting troop would no longer be able to survive in the underworld. Deputy Commander Yan, you're a little late. I've already discussed the conditions with Commander Yun. Also, this is a private matter between Wolf's Fang and Tang Yu. I don't think you're willing to let the Heaven Extermination Hunting Group get involved in this. Song Lang looked at Yunxing and Tang Yu and knew that they didn't have much of a relationship. He thought that Yan Yun would not be here to help Tang Yu. Don't worry, we don't have the time to clean up that kid's mess. He will get into trouble sooner or later. Yunxing was not in the mood to care about Tang Yu at first. She and the Tang family's mother and son had disliked each other for a long time. She did not even have the mood to talk to them. However, she happened to discover something interesting outside the Yun residence. As long as Tang Yu was still a member of the Yun residence and Yunxing still had the blood of the Yun family flowing in her body, Tang Yu's matter would not be unrelated to her. Yunxing had always been someone who dealt with matters and not people. Due to the protection of a special magic array, the hanged woman's corpse was still well preserved. Her face was even more lifelike. If not for her cold limbs, one would not be able to tell that she had been dead for more than 10 days. When she saw the woman's death earlier, she was even more disgusted with Tang Yu. However, when she took a closer look at the woman in the coffin, she realized that something was amiss. Although Yunxing was not a forensic doctor, she had seen many corpses in the dissection room of the university when she was studying medicine. Some of them died of natural causes, while others died of various reasons. Therefore, she had some understanding of corpses. Normally, when a civilian died, there were no forensic doctors or coroners in the boundless land. The local government would participate in the investigation of the cause of death and invite a doctor to confirm it. However, because this matter involved the Marshal Saint General's mansion, the government had some scruples. In the end, it was still the family of the woman who invited a doctor from the Medicine Emperor Pavilion. Coincidentally, the doctor the woman's family invited was none other than Xianxia. After Xianxia examined the woman's body, he concluded that the woman had hanged herself. Yunxing also saw the woman in the coffin. There were obvious marks on her neck and her face was blue. She had also asked the woman's family. When the woman was first found, her eyes were protruding and her tongue was hanging out. These were the physiological characteristics of a hanged person. Yunxing wanted to let it go, but she accidentally discovered that there were very faint marks on the woman's flat hand. Looking at the color of the wound, it was clearly a wound that existed before the woman died. Yunxing's eyebrows twitched. She remembered that in one of her autopsy classes, her teacher had unintentionally pointed to a corpse that was waiting to be dissected and said that it was a corpse that was disguised as a suicide. Yunxing briefly explained her suspicions. I also noticed that the place where the woman hanged herself was a banyan tree that was more than 3 meters tall. There was also nothing to stand on and she didn't know any martial arts. How did she hang herself there? What do you mean by that? Are you suspecting that Xianyu was killed? The doctor from the Medicine Emperor Pavilion has already personally verified her cause of death. Are you saying that you are more capable than the people from the Medicine Emperor Pavilion? Lu Hao felt as though he was being humiliated when he heard Yunxing's analysis. His fiancée had died tragically, and now someone was suspecting her cause of death. Furthermore, the murderer, Tang Yu, was still at large. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. Whether she committed suicide or was killed, we only need to examine the corpse carefully. Yunxing didn't say much. What she meant was that she wanted to bring them to the entrance of the Yun residence to investigate. Qing Sihai's medical skills weren't bad, but Yunxing didn't think that he had the ability to be a forensic doctor. No, Xianyu is already dead. It's not enough that bastard Tang Yu humiliated her. You guys still want to desecrate her corpse after she died? Lu Hao insisted. No matter what, he wasn't willing to let Yunxing examine Xianyu's corpse. The people of the boundless continent were simple. They had always been respectful towards the corpses of the dead. It was already very humiliating that Xianyu's corpse couldn't be buried after so long. If he let Yunxing examine the corpse in front of everyone, Lu Hao wouldn't be able to get over this hurdle in his heart. Second uncle, you heard her. She also said that I didn't kill that woman. Tang Yu had originally thought that Yunxing was here to kick him when he was down. Now that he heard Yunxing's words, he immediately beamed with joy. He also felt that Yunxing was much more pleasing to the eye. It was as if he couldn't remember who it was that had chased Yunxing out like a beggar when she was at her lowest. Shut up. If you say another word, I'll make sure you can't open your mouth for the rest of your life. Yunxing glared at him. Tang Yu was so frightened that he shuddered. Tang Yu was a lawless existence in the Yun residence. His mother doted on him too much, his maternal grandfather Yun Ba was also very protective of him, and his second uncle Yun Songlong was also indifferent towards him. This was the reason why he had become like this today. Yunxing was the first person who dared to speak to him in such a tone. However, Tang Yu couldn't refute. He had seen how powerful Yunxing was. He heard from his mother that his second uncle's hand was cured by this murderous female jinx. Not only that, his mother also said that her alchemy skills were also very high. Previously, the son of the elder of Wushuan Limitless School's medicine hall was said to have offended this little jinx and was thus poisoned to death. Yunxing naturally didn't know that in the outside world, other than her superb medical skills and bloody lowly, she also had the title of poison doctor. Although Tsang Lang and Huanu weren't medical practitioners, they also felt that Yunxing's analysis just now was reasonable. However, Lu Hao was emotional and refused to agree to the other party's autopsy no matter what. Deputy Commander Yin, you also saw that Lu Hao has a bad temper. If he doesn't want to, none of us can do anything to convince him. I have an idea that may be able to calm both sides down. Huanu saw a group of big men staring at each other for a long time without a result, so she simply walked out and acted as a peacemaker. Yunxing looked at Huanu and saw that she was gorgeous and spoke quite appropriately. She was a woman and a magician, but she could be called an A-level hunter in the hunting world of Zhou State, where warriors were respected. If the other party was not outstanding in magic, then she must have some skills. Sometimes, compared with men, women could indeed play a different role. Deputy Commander Hua, what's your plan? Yunxing didn't know the other party's intention, so she followed Huanu's meaning and said. Everyone is a hunter. There has always been only one rule for hunters to speak and do things. Whoever is stronger will have the final say. There are people from the Wolf Fang Hunting Corps and the Sky Hunting Corps present. Why don't we choose 3 people and have a competition? 3 wins and 2 losses. Whoever wins more will have the final say. Huanu chuckled and her pair of charming eyes lingered on Yun Songlong for a while. Yunxing looked around the arena. Second uncle, her, and Zhou Quan were the 3 of them. However, in terms of strength, second uncle Yun Songlong's strength was unquestionable. The leader of the opposing team, Song Lang, was not weak either. As for Huanu, she had 4 magic soul stones on her magic scepter. She was a holy sorcerer. As for Lu Hao, he was able to become a B-grade hunter at such a young age. His strength should be at the level of a martial honor. At first glance, the Wolf Fang Hunting Corps' strength was obviously stronger than the Heaven Felling Corps. After all, the current competition was 3 wins and 2 losses. There was a limit to the number of matches. Yun Songlong also noticed this point. Just as he was about to remind Xianxia not to be fooled, Xianxia spoke first. 3 wins and 2 losses is fine. However, we will decide the participants. Sure, but the participants must be from the heaven-felling hunting corps. Huanu looked at Yi Baiming meaningfully. This unbelievably handsome man had not spoken a single word since he entered the tavern. However, no one would ignore him. Even with Huanu's cultivation, no one could tell his level of cultivation. He's not from our hunting corps. He won't participate. Yunxing quickly distanced herself from Yi Baiming. She did not plan to let Yi Baiming fight. Little wildcat, you're making me very sad. Yi Baiming touched his nose and squeezed out an ugly smile on his handsome face. However, it was not convenient for Yi Baiming to investigate the affairs of the people. The residence of Yun was currently in a delicate situation in Zhou State. The Emperor of Zhou State obviously wanted to watch the tigers fight from the sidelines. He was a nosy prince who occasionally acted as a hunter. The Emperor of Zhou State would not have any objections. However, if he was directly related to the residence of Yun, it would be a different story. Straightforward. Since Deputy Commander Yan has spoken, we, the Wolf Fang Corps, will definitely accompany you to the end. If you win, I will persuade Lu Hao and Miss Xian Yu's family to let you undergo a second autopsy. However, if you lose, you will have to hand over Tang Yu. A cold light flashed in Huanu's beautiful eyes. Tang Yu was so scared that he was sweating profusely. He actually wanted to say, "You people are betting on my life and death, you should at least ask for my opinion." But when she recalled Yunxing's warning and ferocious gaze, Tang Yu had no choice but to stand together with Yi Baiming with a red face, waiting for this evenly matched hunter competition. Since the words had already been spoken, it would be difficult to change them. Yun Songlong handed it over to Yunxing and lowered his voice. "Xing what are you planning? Huanu and Lu Hao's skills are obviously much higher than yours. If we want to win, we need to win at least 2 matches." He also knew that Yunxing had a lot of tricks up her sleeve, but no matter how clever she was, once it was a one-on-one competition, it was useless. He might be able to defeat Song Lang, but if Yunxing and Zhou Quan were to win another match, he was afraid that, second uncle, it's just 2 wins and 1 loss. We still have more than a 50% chance of winning. Yunxing glanced at Huanu. The magic scepter in her hand was filled with fire-type soul stones. In Yunxing's eyes, it looked like the horn of victory. If it was a month ago, she wouldn't be so stupid as to compete with a sacred magus like Huanu. A sacred magus magic cultivation was 2 magic realms higher than Yunxing's, who was only an archmage at that time. The difference between the 2 magic realms was not easy to cross. However, after Yunxing obtained the Fire of Elves, it was very different. "Captain Song, this humble one is Yi Baiming. I am Deputy Captain Yan's best friend. Today, I am fortunate enough to witness the competition between the 2 great hunting groups of Zhou State. Yi Baiming has a presumptuous request. I hope to be the referee of this competition." When Yi Baiming mentioned his best friend, he deliberately emphasized his tone. Everyone could hear the special meaning in his words. Yun Songlong and Zhou Quan looked at Yunxing with strange expressions. However, Yunxing rolled her eyes at Yi Baiming. The latter looked satisfied and returned her a coquettish glance. His surname was Yi Baiming. Yi was the surname of the royal family of Zhou State. In addition to Yi Baiming's noble aura, his identity was self-evident. Song Lang couldn't refuse. It was good that there were people from the royal family present. Otherwise, there would be other explanations later. Song Lang and Yun Songlong didn't have any objections to Yi Baiming taking the initiative to be the referee. Before the competition began, both parties had to have a short discussion to determine the number of people who would compete. The people in the tavern took advantage of this time to clean up the extra tables in the tavern so that the 2 hunting groups wouldn't raise the entire tavern to the ground. Yunxing pulled Yun Songlong and Zhou Quan to the side and deliberately lowered her voice. She was also afraid that others would hear her, so she simply cast a magic circle around her. On the other side, the people from the Wolf Fang hunting group were calm. "Is that Yan Yan stupid?" She actually agreed to Deputy Captain Hua's condition. "With their mediocre skills, how can they beat the 3 of us?" Lu Hao said with disdain. At this moment, He even suspected that the Yen Yun who shocked everyone when she started a massacre in the Hunter's Fort on Mount Daoi that day was really the harmless-looking girl in front of him. After all, from the looks of it, it had only been a year. How could there be such a huge change in the other party's body? Don't underestimate her. Huanu didn't let down her guard because of Yunxing's straightforwardness. On the contrary, she felt that there was something hidden behind Yunxing's smile. I think so too. Didn't you guys notice that even though Yun Songlong is the group leader, including Yun Songlong himself and another hunter, after Yen Yun came, they all followed her lead. As the group leader, Song Lang was even more considerate. If the young hunter listened to Yen Yun, it would make sense. However, even Yun Songlong, who had been on the battlefield for a long time, did the same. That was strange. Oh right, Lu Hao, the scene recorded in your previous magic scroll shows that Yen Yun is a summoner, right? Huanu thought left and right, then looked at Yunxing's magic staff that was only inlaid with 2 soul stones. She couldn't understand where Yunxing's confidence came from. The only possibility was Yunxing's summoned beast. However, she didn't see Yunxing's summoned beast. Yes, I remember. Her summoned beast doesn't seem to be anything special. It's just a dog? Lu Hao had seen the magic scroll countless times and was very familiar with the scene in the magic scroll. Humph, then when the time comes, I'll make sure she doesn't even have time to summon. Huanu was a sacred magus. Her chanting speed was more than 10 times faster than the average magus. If Yunxing still expected to be able to summon a summoned beast during a battle, then she was gravely mistaken. Yi Baiming and Tang Yu stood at the side. No one knew what the two sides were discussing. Tang Yu wanted to take this opportunity to escape. However, when he looked at Yi Baiming next to him, he didn't have any thoughts of running away. Although Yi Baiming was just standing at the side, Tang Yu felt his legs twitching just by standing next to him. If Tang Yu was afraid of Yunxing, then he was in absolute awe of Yi Baiming. Those people from the Hunter Corps might not know Yi Baiming's identity, but Tang Yu knew. He had stayed in Wushuan Everlasting School for a period of time. He was very clear about the legends of Yi Baiming's inhuman strength. The former crown prince who came out of the cold palace, after being imprisoned for many years, shocked the world with a single feat and joined the Wushuan Limitless School. Although he was a prince, he had entered the Wushuan Limitless School at about the same time as Tang Yu. No matter who it was, they treated everyone equally. Tang Yu and Yi Baiming both started from the outer hall and participated in the morning, afternoon, and night training. However, Tang Yu did not last for a year and left the Wushuan Limitless School. Yi Baiming, on the other hand, rose from the outer hall to the inner hall like a rocket in more than a year's time, and finally became the #1 expert in the inner hall. Tang Yu had never seen him make a move, but he had heard that the two great experts in the inner hall, senior brother Qingbai and Bu Jiuxiao, who were martial marquis, could only fight to a draw with Yi Baiming. That was just an old news from a year ago. He did not know what terrifying realm Yi Baiming's strength had risen to after a year had passed. Yi Baiming did not pay attention to Tang Yu's gaze. If not for Yunxing, he would not have interacted with someone like Tang Yu. Even with the soundproofing effect of the magic array, Yi Baiming's eyes, from beginning to end, only fell on Yunxing's body. Looking at her plump red lips, opening and closing, and her pitch-black eyes, a flash of intelligence, Yi Baiming suddenly felt very pleased in his heart. He actually wanted to tell Yunxing that he knew some lip reading, and he heard everything she said. As expected of a little wildcat, to be able to think of such a moral idea. Inside the magic array, Yun Songlong and Zhou Quan's expressions looked as if they had swallowed an egg. On the other hand, Yunxing's beautiful face was flushed red, and her face was beaming with joy. Yi Baiming watched in satisfaction, and his heart softened. During the time when Yunxing first disappeared, he felt that he was like a violent wild beast that wanted to tear apart everyone around him. It wasn't until he contacted Yunxing that he felt his anger disappear all of a sudden. He liked to stay with Yunxing. Even if the two of them did not say anything, just looking at her frown and smile from afar would make him feel relaxed. Perhaps she was the other half of his life. Inside the magic array, Yunxing did not notice Yi Baiming's gaze, and repeated the plan. Second uncle, Zhou Quan, do you understand? If you understand, give me some reaction? Seeing her second uncle and Zhou Quan's dumbfounded expression, Yun Songlong for Yun Songlong. Yun Songlong fell silent. Why did he feel that his niece was so wicked? Yun Songlong Yun was Yun Songyue Yun Songyue Yun was Yun Songyue was Master Yun Young Master Yun was the kind of ruthless character who could make people laugh even in death. Zhou Yu Princess Yun Yu was Yun Yun Masters Yun Yuns. I think that's too cowardly. Then what do you want to do? Or do you want to fight with that female magician? Let me tell you, a single fire magic from her can burn your entire body until it's as smooth as a white chicken. Yunxing threatened Zhou Quan with a fierce face. When Zhou Quan heard this, he felt even more embarrassed. Forget it, who asked him to meet Yun Songlong? What dignity? Go to hell. Shung'er, your arrangement already has the best chance of winning. But, do you really want to fight with Huanu? You know her strength. Yun Songlong originally planned to fight with Song Lang and barely win the first round, then let Zhou Quan fight with Huanu, and finally Yunxing and Lu Hao. However, Yunxing insisted that she must fight with Huanu. Both of them were magicians. If they really fought, Yunxing would definitely be at a disadvantage. Second uncle, I have my own way. Don't worry, as long as you follow my arrangement, the Wolf Fang hunting corps will definitely lose. Yunxing's face was full of confidence. Her confidence also infected Yun Songlong and Zhou Quan. After the discussion, Yunxing removed the soundproof magic array. The Wolf Fang hunting corps had also finished their discussion. There were a total of 6 people on both sides, each occupying one side. Tang Yu hid in the corner obediently. Yi Baiming walked forward and said loudly, "Today, I am honored to be the witness of the competition between the Sky Extermination Hunting Corps and the Wolf Fang Hunting Corps. Both sides have agreed to use the best of 3 method to determine the winner. The loser will follow the rules of the competition. If you are willing to bet, you must accept your loss. Also, this competition is not a life and death battle. Both sides must not overdo it." After Yi Baiming finished speaking, the leaders of both sides walked forward. They each raised a big bowl of wine and drank it. After Song Lang drank the wine, he smashed the bowl in a forthright manner. The sound of the bowl landing on the ground was unusually ear-piercing. "Leader Yun, I have long heard of your name. Today, I am honored to be able to compete with you. No matter if I win or lose, I will definitely not say anything." After saying that, he got into his stance and was about to start the fight. Yun Songlong held the empty bowl and paused for a few seconds. Then, he coughed and said regretfully, "Leader Tsong, I am afraid that your wish will not come true. I will not be the one to compete with you in the first round." Yun Songlong braced himself and took a step back. Under Yunxing's gaze, Zhou Quan, who had a long face, took a step forward and faced Song Lang. Zhou Quan's voice trembled, "I am sorry, everyone. I am Zhou Quan, an E-class, no, a D-class hunter of the Sky-Felling Hunting Corps. I just advanced a while ago." With every word that Zhou Quan said, the veins on Song Lang's arm, which were popping out due to anger and humiliation, squirmed like earthworms. "Yun Songlong? What do you mean by this? You sent a D-class hunter to fight with me. You are humiliating our Wolf Fang." Song Lang went berserk on the spot. He did not expect that the leader and vice-leader of the Sky-Felling Hunting Corps would not be willing to compete in the first round. An ordinary hunter, a D-class hunter that even Lu Hao could not defeat. Huanu and Lu Hao were also shocked, especially Lu Hao. Zhou Quan, who was obviously the weakest in the Sky-Felling Hunting Corps, was going to compete. Then, the remaining 2 people. Did that not mean that he would most likely be competing with Yun Songlong? With Yun Songlong's skill, he could easily swat away his concealed weapon like swatting a fly. What was the point of competing? The smile on Huanu's face could no longer be maintained. She glared angrily at Yunxing. What a cunning little girl. No wonder she agreed so readily. Yi Baiming, on the other hand, shook his head and laughed. He had seen everything that Yunxing had mouthed just now. This little wildcat, not only did she have strange medical skills, her way of persuading people was also very strange. The battle formation that Yunxing had arranged was Zhou Quan vs Song Lang, Yun Songlong vs Lu Hao, and herself vs Huanu. When such a battle formation was proposed, it was immediately rejected by Yun Songlong. Yun Songlong had his own set of theories. He believed that the battle between hunters was like going into battle to kill the enemy. The first round was the most crucial. The first round must be won. Only then would they be able to achieve a record of 3 wins and 2 losses in one go. However, Yunxing completely rejected Yun Songlong's point of view. She believed that in a situation where the enemy was strong and they were weak, they had to show weakness to make the other party lower their guard. She even gave a very simple story. It was a story called Tianji's horse racing. It was about a minister called Tianji who had a horse race with the emperor of his country. The rule of the horse race was to win 2 out of 3 rounds. Every time he competed, he lost. Because no one else's horse could beat the emperor's horse. In the end, Tianji used an even more ingenious method under the advice of one of his family's advisors. It was still 2 out of 3 rounds. Both sides would send out 3 types of horses, which were superior, intermediate, and inferior. In the past, Tianji would always lose. But this time, he changed his strategy. He used his inferior horse to fight the emperor's superior horse, the intermediate horse to fight the opponent's inferior horse, and the superior horse to fight the opponent's intermediate horse. In this way, he really obtained a battle record of 2 wins and 1 loss, smoothly obtaining victory. Yunxing used the story of Tianji's horse race to compare the strength of the Sky Slayer hunting corps and the Wolf Fang hunting corps. Yun Songlong and Song Lang were both superior horses. In terms of strength, Yun Songlong and Song Lang might be neck and neck. Because this competition was limited, Yun Songlong did not have absolute confidence in winning. Yunxing and Wennu were both intermediate horses. The strength of a sorcerer could only be determined after the competition. Zhou Quan and Lu Hao were both inferior horses. Looking at the situation, Lu Hao was slightly stronger than Zhou Quan. If the 3 rounds of competition went according to everyone's expectations, the result would most likely be Yun Songlong drawing, Zhou Quan losing, and Yunxing being undecided. In this way, the chances of winning would be very low. But if they followed Yunxing's arrangement, the result would be Zhou Quan losing, Yunxing winning, and Yunxing being undecided. In this way, Yunxing only needed to fight for a draw, and Tianji would be guaranteed to lose. If she won, Tianji would obtain a complete victory. From Yunxing's explanation, Yun Songlong comprehended a brand new military strategy. He could not help but be shocked. Yunxing secretly said in her heart, "Great strategist son, please don't blame me. This junior will borrow your military strategy." As a result, the current battle formation was formed. But even if he knew that Yunxing and the others were playing tricks, Song Lang could not do anything. Who asked the deputy leader of the other party to say before the competition that the order of appearance and personnel would be decided by them? "Fine, let's fight then. You brat, I can break your spine with 1 punch." Blue Wolf had not been angered to this extent for a long time. He vented his anger on Zhou Quan. He had said that he would not overdo it, but since Zhou Quan did not respect him, he could not be blamed for being merciless. As long as he did not kill Zhou Quan, he would not go overdid it. "Guild leader Tsong, how can I fight with you?" The vice guild leader said that I'm just going through the motions. In the first round of the competition, I surrender and forfeit. After saying this, Zhou Quan took out a white handkerchief from his body and waved it as if he was performing a magic trick. Their young master had said that if they couldn't win, they could give up. Sometimes, running away was also a kind of victory. Song Lang's face was black and green as if it had been splashed with ink. He pointed at Zhou Quan and then at Yunxing. After a long time, he finally said, "All right. You are very good. Since that's the case, I'll announce the results. In the first round of the competition, Captain Blue Wolf has won. This is the fastest competition I've ever seen." Yi Baiming suspected that Captain Blue Wolf had suffered serious internal injuries. Then let's enter the second round. The second round is. Yi Baiming looked at the lineup of both parties. Lu Hao walked out from the Song Lang hunting corps. Yun Songlong walked out from the Heaven Extermination hunting corps. Leader Yun, Lu Hao knows that his cultivation is low and cannot be your opponent. But I am a member of the Song Lang hunting corps. Our group's motto is to die. Our heads can be broken, blood can be shed, but we cannot lose our dignity. So I, Lu Hao, must fight this battle. Lu Hao could be considered a man. He knew that there was a great disparity between his strength and Yun Songlong's, but he still braced himself to fight. After hearing Lu Hao's words, the two leaders of the Tsonglang hunting corps were delighted. Look, this is what it means to be a hunter. Compared to Zhou Quan, the difference was like heaven and earth. Zhou Quan muttered on the side, "TCH, our young master has taught us that as long as there is life, there is hope. If you don't want your life, then you are an idiot. After 20 years, whatever Tsonglang will become a crippled wolf. At that time it will be my time to shine." If Yun Songlong heard these words, he would probably be foaming at the mouth. He did not know that his niece had already brainwashed the Heaven Extermination Hunting Corps. Lu Hao's insistence made things difficult for Yun Songlong. Logically speaking, this time, he had stood up for Tang Yuqiang and he owed Lu Hao. Logically speaking, he, Yun Songlong, had already been famous for over 10 years. If he really fought against Lu Hao, even if he won, it would still be unreasonable for him to do so. How about this, I will fight with you. But you are a junior and have an order of seniority. I will not fight with you for real. I can see that you are very skilled in using hidden weapons. Our fight will be using hidden weapons. Yun Songlong walked in front of Lu Hao and pointed at the dagger on his waist. You will use all of your moves. I will stand here without moving. You will use all of the hidden weapons on your waist to shoot at me. I will not move a single step and will not use my limbs to block. If you can hit me, or force me to move a single step, then you win. When Yun Songlong said this, Lu Hao's eyes, which originally did not have much confidence, immediately lit up. The two captains of the Wolf Fang Hunting Corps, who had been made a fool of by Yunxing and had won, also couldn't help but be happy. You are the one who said this, Captain Yun. Lu Hao instantly gritted his teeth. He opened the soft armor on his body and a row of daggers could be seen on his waist. Lu Hao was good at using hidden weapons, especially throwing daggers. He was famous in the hunting corps for being a fast blade user. He had once killed more than 10 hunting corps soldiers who were on par with him on a mission without any support from anyone. He only relied on the row of hidden weapons on his waist to shoot and kill more than 10 hunting corps soldiers who were on par with him. It was also because of this that the Wolf Fang Hunting Corps made an exception and promoted him to a B-grade hunter. Yun Songlong's strength was very strong, but if he couldn't move his limbs and couldn't even move his feet, then he would be like a dead end. Lu Hao didn't believe that he couldn't hit Yun Songlong under these conditions. Second uncle. Captain. One family was happy while the other was sad. Yunxing was almost angered to death by her second uncle. She had spent a lot of effort to gain the advantage, but it was wiped out by him with one sentence. It wasn't that she didn't believe in her second uncle, but it was just that a horse could make a mistake. If he wasn't careful and got hit, then they wouldn't be able to compete in the next round. Sheng'er, Zhou Quan, believe in me. Yun Songlong smiled faintly at the two of them, appearing very confident. Yunxing glanced at her second uncle. She realized that at that moment, her second uncle seemed to be radiating the heroic spirit of a young man. If they could completely let her second uncle get rid of the past through this competition and return to his former self, then why not? Either way, they would just have to pay with Tang Yu's life. Thinking of this, Yunxing felt relieved. Then I'll offend you. Please enlighten us, Captain Yun. Lu Hao and Yun Songlong both got into their stances. Yun Songlong was just standing there normally. His back was ramrod straight and his eyes were relaxed. He looked like he was taking a stroll after a meal. He didn't look like he was going to compete at all. On the other hand, Lu Hao looked as if he was facing a great enemy. He had been a hunter for many years and had seen a lot of things. However, if his opponent was Yun Songlong, one of the two heroes of Zhou State, he wouldn't be so sure. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Lu Hao moved immediately. The 5 fingers of his right hand were like springs as he instantly pulled out 3 daggers. Each dagger was extremely sharp and emitted a chill. The daggers turned into 3 arcs and directly attacked Yun Songlong's face, waist, knees, and other vital points. The daggers were fast, but Yun Songlong was faster. His originally ramrod straight body only made a few small swings and easily dodged Lu Hao's 3 daggers. Lu Hao was also prepared. His left hand instantly threw out another 5 flying daggers. Yun Songlong's figure swayed and quickly dodged a few more times. When the daggers brushed past his body, Lu Hao suddenly jumped back. Using the strength of his legs and waist, he was like a fully tensed crossbow. His left and right hands quickly moved towards his waist. In an instant, the entire tavern was filled with the shadows of knives and daggers. On the walls of the tavern, countless shadows of daggers surrounded Yun Songlong like raindrops. Yunxing used her Shenong pupil and saw that Lu Hao's left and right hands actually shot out more than 50 daggers. This made Yunxing very surprised. He was indeed a hunter with the potential of the wolf fawn hunting corps. 50 daggers could pierce a living person into a hornet's nest. Second uncle couldn't move. How could he dodge this time? Yun Songlong's face didn't change. In front of everyone's eyes, his figure disappeared in an instant. No, he didn't disappear, but Yi Baiming's gaze slightly changed. What a handsome body movement. Yun Songlong's title as a martial arts grandmaster was not undeserved. Just as the 50 over daggers were approaching him like a torrential rain, he exerted strength in his legs. His body was like a roly-poly toy, swaying non-stop in all directions. The bystanders could only see countless afterimages. Every time Yun Songlong dodged, he was only a hair's breadth away. However, Yun Songlong was always able to cleverly dodge a dagger. The dagger that was only a hair's breadth away was actually defused by his roly-poly body technique. His feet, however, did not move a single step, just as Lu Hao had promised him earlier. Lu Hao had just steadied himself. When he saw the current situation, a trace of doubt flashed across his eyes. Second uncle, nice dodge. Yunxing couldn't help but praise. Good job, Commander. Zhou Quan was also dumbfounded. Song Lang and Huanu couldn't help but reveal looks of admiration. Lu Hao's hand began to tremble slightly. His gaze suddenly changed. With a chi sound, a dagger appeared in his hand. That dagger gathered all the fighting energy in Lu Hao's body. Once the dagger was released, it carried a force of several hundred pounds. The fierce fighting energy tore the surrounding air apart. The air seemed to have been heated by the dagger, emitting a scorching smell and rolling heat waves. At this time, Yun Songlong had already dodged most of the daggers. He also aimed at that dagger. His body and eyes reacted at the same time. His body slightly swayed, and just as he was about to dodge, hiss. There was a soft hiss, as if a poisonous snake was hissing in his ear. The dagger exploded in midair, instantly turning into countless sharp fragments. Lu Hao, that brat, was smart. When Song Lang and Huanu saw the dagger suddenly explode, they broke out in cold sweat. However, when they saw that the dagger had exploded into hundreds and thousands of fragments, they couldn't help but be overjoyed. Yun Songlong, didn't you have a body technique? You could dodge more than 50 daggers in one breath. Could it be that you could dodge more than 100 dagger fragments at once? Lu Hao was different from the other hunters who were good at using concealed weapons. He usually practiced with his dagger, not only using fighting energy, but he also liked to research his own unique method of using concealed weapons. He could use concealed weapons, he could use his waist, he could use his hands, and he could use his brain. Yun Songlong's strength was much stronger than Lu Hao had imagined. Lu Hao had already used up all his concealed weapons, but Yun Songlong was still handling them with ease. In a moment of desperation, Lu Hao came up with a plan. He pulled out the last dagger on his body and quietly poured his fighting energy into the dagger. The fighting energy of a revered martial artist was no small matter. He quickly poured his fighting energy into the dagger and quickly threw it out. The whole process only took a few seconds. However, in these few seconds, the dagger was torn apart and shattered by the fighting energy in the air. The fragments produced were comparable to countless daggers. Lu Hao believed that no matter how good Yun Songlong's body technique was, this time, it was impossible for him to dodge his clever move. Countless fragments, each of them flashed with a cold light. They whistled as they approached Yun Songlong in an instant. However, for some unknown reason, Yun Songlong actually stopped dodging. No one knew if he was thinking of how to dodge or if he had decided to just give up. Just as Yunxing and the others were feeling nervous, Yun Songlong suddenly shouted, "Retreat!" When his voice fell into everyone's ears, they only felt their eardrums buzzing as if thunder had suddenly descended. Those with weaker cultivations would probably immediately bleed from their 7 orifices and injure their internal organs. That shout formed a waterfall of fighting energy. The fragments of the dagger, which were originally less than a foot away from Yun Songlong, all fell to the ground like stones sinking into the ocean. Looking at the fragments of the dagger, each of them had already been compressed and deformed by the fighting energy. They were like deformed pushpins. Lu Hao's face was pale. He looked at the fragments of the dagger on the ground and then looked at Yun Songlong, who was still standing upright like a green pine tree. Only then did he know how big the gap between him and Yun Songlong was. Strength was everything. No matter how skillful he was with concealed weapons, or how ingenious his techniques were, he was still inferior to Yun Songlong, who was standing still. Lu Hao was like a defeated rooster. He saluted Yun Songlong with cupped hands and said wholeheartedly, "Commander Yun, I lost." Only then did Ji Baiming announce, "Commander Yun wins the second round of the competition. After 2 rounds, 1 win and 1 loss. The third round. The third round is naturally between me and Yan Yun." Huanu's charming eyes slightly raised. She walked out and patted Lu Hao. "Lu Hao, you did very well just now. As long as you work hard enough, one day you will also reach Commander Yun's cultivation." Although they won the first round, Song Lang and Huanu were full of anger. Although they lost the second round, Song Lang, Huanu, and Lu Hao were wholeheartedly convinced. This was the rule of survival for the hunters. They would rather lose openly than win without knowing the reason behind it. Yun Songlong also looked at Lu Hao approvingly and nodded. In that situation just now, the opponent was only an ordinary young hunter. It was really not easy for him to react so quickly. Only then did Lu Hao pull himself together. He secretly thought that in the future, Yun Songlong would be his goal. He must surpass him. The third round of the competition was the last and also the most important one. Yunxing and Huanu both walked out. Huanu smiled and said, "Little girl, you are so scheming. You forced me to take action. I thought we would only have 2 rounds of competition." Huanu originally planned to win the first 2 rounds, but she didn't expect that Yunxing's last-minute plan would force her to enter the third round. "Deputy Commander Hua, you are too polite. Both of us are magicians. You are older than me, so I call you sister. Since you are my elder, you can decide how we will compete in this round. As the saying goes, one shouldn't slap a smiling face." Yunxing had a delicate appearance. Now that she called her sister, Huanu was really embarrassed to be angry with her. "Hee, since that's the case, I'll call Vice Commander Yan little sister. I heard that you are a summoner?" Huanu's beautiful eyes wandered as she wondered if Yunxing would play any tricks in the competition later. "Although I am a summoner, I don't often use my summoned beasts to fight. Since we are both magicians, of course, we will use magic. I promise that I won't use my summoned beasts in the competition later." Yunxing's words made Huanu even more puzzled. She didn't use her summoned beasts. She was only an archmage. How dare she compete with her, a saint magician? "Let's compete in magic. My magic realm is higher than yours. If I fight with you directly, I will be bullying the weak. Why don't we try something else?" Huanu smiled. She walked forward and held Yunxing's hand. The two looked very intimate. Several men at the side looked at each other. What did these 2 women want? A magician's ability is divided into several kinds. For example, magic sensitivity, chanting, and destructive power. We are not a temple, so we won't compete in magic sensitivity. As for destructive power, this tavern is the property of the Hunter Union. If we make a big scene, the old guys of the Hunter Union won't let us go. So, let's go to an open space outside for this competition," Huanu said in a charming voice. "Sister, you are right. Are we going to compete in magic chanting?" Yunxing looked well behaved. Her pair of black eyes made her look even more innocent. Seeing her like this, it was really hard to imagine that she had used so many methods earlier. Yi Baiming watched from the side and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Yet another person had been tricked. Little Wildcat's tricks worked on both men and women. "Let's compete in magic incantations. You know intermediate fire magic, right?" Huanu originally wanted Yunxing to follow her pace, but who knew that unknowingly, she was following Yunxing's pace. "I know a little," Yunxing said modestly. "Then let's have a competition. Let's see who can shoot out the most flame bursts in the shortest amount of time." Huanu said. Yunxing thought for a while and quickly agreed. Considering that the destructive power of the flame explosion could be big or small, they decided to proceed with the third round of the competition outside the city. Sister, there is a river in front. Let's use the flame explosion one after the other and see whose fire magic is better. Huanu saw that Yunxing didn't object all the way. She felt proud in her heart, but also felt that something was wrong. Blazing explosion was the second type of fire magic that Yunxing had comprehended. It was also a type of intermediate magic. For an archmagus, casting blazing explosion wasn't strenuous, but it wasn't easy either. Generally speaking, an archmagus would be able to chant 6 to 10 blazing explosions at a time when they were in a state of deep meditation. Huanu said that it was a fair competition, so she also used a special sealing spell to reduce her magic cultivation to that of an archmage. Even the last 2 soul stones on her magic scepter couldn't be used. Her actions seemed very fair. In the eyes of Wolf Fang and Sky Feld, it was also considered fair. However, Yunxing sneered in her heart. Huanu was indeed worthy of being the vice-captain. If she hadn't lived 2 lives, she would have been fooled by her thoughts and calculations. Only mages, especially those who were experienced mages, would know that the difference between a Saint Magus and an Archmage wasn't just a difference in the amount of magic power. Since Huanu could become a Saint Magus, it meant that her magic control was very strong. It was at least 10 times stronger than an ordinary Archmage. This meant that even if they had the same amount of magic power, an Archmage could use sensitive magic control to fire no less than 30 flame explosions in a row. Therefore, if this competition went according to Huanu's plan, Yunxing would lose, and lose miserably. However, how could Yunxing let Huanu manipulate her so easily? The river that the 2 of them chose for the competition was the largest river outside the Jade capital. Due to the dry weather, the river had shrunk to half of its original size. Brownish-yellow sand was exposed on the riverbed. Sister, why don't we just use magic together and see who's better? Yunxing blinked innocently. Sure, everyone, look carefully. I've already used magic to seal myself. For the time being, I'm an archmage like Sister Yin. Huanu showed everyone. Then let's begin. Let's start chanting at the same time. Huanu looked modest. She took out her magic scepter. Yunxing also held her magic scepter tightly. Huanu's magic scepter was just like her clothes and appearance. It was a red jade bone scepter. Its color was like jade and it was half a person's height. It was much more eye-catching than Yunxing's enigmatic bone scepter. She also wanted to show off. She threw the red jade bone scepter in her hand high up in the air. With a beautiful hand movement, she held the bone scepter in her hand and started chanting. Eh? As soon as she started chanting, Huanu felt that something was wrong. Why was the fire magical element in the surroundings so scarce? Just now, she had clearly sensed that the fire magical elements in this area should be very abundant. Why couldn't she sense it all of a sudden? Just as Huanu was feeling surprised, she suddenly felt a violent magical fluctuation. This feeling. Huanu, who was chanting, immediately looked to her side. Her expression changed at once. Everyone present was a warrior. They didn't feel much of the change that happened. However, Yi Baiming, who was also a mage, narrowed his eyes slightly. Huanu felt a tidal wave of magical elements rushing toward Yen Yun, who was beside her. Among them, there were magical elements that Huanu had sensed when she was chanting. How could it be? How could it be? As the surrounding fire magical elements were sucked away little by little, Huanu's beautiful face was full of disbelief. She even forgot to chant. Her face was like a delicate spring flower that had been sucked dry of all its nutrients, quickly withering. Her beautiful eyes widened, as if she had seen a ghost. She stared at Yunxing, her small mouth slightly open. She could not understand how the other party, who was also a fire mage, could steal all the fire magical elements that originally belonged to her like a group of bandits when they started chanting at the same time. Leader, the deputy leader's condition seems a little strange. Although they were not mages, the 2 members of the Wolf Fawn Hunting Corps felt that something was wrong with Huanu. Although the deputy leader of Huanu was a woman, she was famous for being resourceful in the group. During the development of the Wolf Fawn Hunting Corps, they had encountered many crises, big and small, and Huanu had helped Wolf resolve them one by one. No matter how difficult the situation was, Huanu had never been as abnormal as she was today. Of course, Huanu did not know that the person she encountered today was not an ordinary fire mage, but the almost insane Yunxing. A mage's magical power was affected by many factors, but it was recognized that the more magic souls one had, the higher their magical affinity would be, and they would enjoy a certain level of priority when obtaining magical elements. Although Yunxing and Huanu had a gap in strength, and could not control magic as well as Huanu, the advantage of her 5 elemental magic souls made up for it to a certain extent. In addition, her magic scepter had the brand of the wind spirit, so her chanting was smoother and faster than the average person. However, the most important thing was that she was going to compete in fire magic today. Huanu thought that she had the absolute advantage in the battle of fire magic, but Yunxing did not let her have her way, because she had the brand of the hellfire of the elves on her. The hellfire of the elves was the most precious fire seed of the fire spirit king, one of the 4 nature spirit kings. It was known as the king of all fires. Once the hellfire of the elves appeared, all the fires in the boundless land would pale in comparison. Not to mention, the surrounding fire magical elements immediately swarmed over when they smelled the hellfire of the elves, fighting to be the first to flatter it. To put it in perspective, Huanu and Yunxing were engaged in a tug-of-war competition. Due to the hellfire of the elves, Yunxing had 100 people on her side, while Huanu was left with only 1 person. The outcome of this competition had been decided from the beginning. That's impossible. Almost all of the fire magic elements have entered her body. Huanu gripped the red jade bone staff tightly. His fiery red nails pierced into his palm, and he felt a piercing pain. The pain made Huanu sober up a little. Impossible, it was impossible for an ordinary great magus to have such powerful magic senses. Could she be? Huanu thought again, and suddenly remembered that Yen Yun had said that she was a doctor. It was very likely that she had used some kind of forbidden medicine to blindly enhance her magic sensitivity in order to win the battle. I can't be scared by him. The competition is still going on, so I must continue. Even if there is only a small amount of fire magic elements, I can still chant the most perfect flame explosion. Huanu's complexion became serious. He immediately adjusted his state of mind and calmed down. Then, he began to chant the second chant. So what if he had a large amount of magic elements? Only a smart mage would know that the wisest choice was to use the least amount of magic elements to create the best effect. Generally speaking, a mage's physique was not strong. If Yen Yun had absorbed the magic elements that her body could not bear in order to win the battle, then her body would probably not be able to bear it when he released the magic later. Fire magic elements were the most dangerous of the 4 natural magic elements. They were full of violence. Huanu had once met a mage who had taken a similar kind of forbidden medicine. His body was directly torn apart by the violent fire magic elements, and he burned himself into a pile of ashes. Yen Yun, you asked for it. Huanu calmed down and continued to chant the second chant. Soon, she rushed into the surrounding environment to obtain the fire magic elements. Seeing that Huanu had recovered, the 2 members of the Wolf Fang hunting corps could not help but feel relieved. They believed that Huanu, the deputy leader, would be able to easily defeat the arrogant female mage this time. Yi Baiming and Tang Yu stood aside. Tang Yu's small eyes were anxiously looking at Yunxing and Huanu. He was in a dilemma. He wanted Yunxing to win, but at the same time, he did not want her to win. If she won, his life might be saved. But if she won, it would prove that she was more outstanding than him. Yunxing's appearance had seriously threatened Tang Yu's position in the Yun mansion. It's better to win this round, and then let mother ask the bloody Han Tycoon to kill that eyesore. Tang Yu thought insidiously. While they were waiting, Huanu and Yunxing finished chanting one after another. Middle-level magic, flame explosion. Huanu was the first to finish chanting. 2 soul stones on the red jade bone scepter in her hand lit up at the same time. They were the soul stones of 80-year and 200-year magical beasts. The ratio of Huanu's magic scepter was quite good. Several flame explosions were shot out from the magic scepter. They were like meteors, rumbling through the sky and exploding on the surface of the river. Suddenly, water splashed everywhere on the surface of the river. The stones on the riverbed were also overturned by the shocking impact of the flame explosions. 1, 2, 3. Lu Hao and Zhou Quan could not hold back. They rushed forward and counted the number of flame explosions. There were a total of 15 flame explosions. The water on the surface of the river was blown up by the explosions and splashed several meters high. It looked like the surface of the sea had been hit by a violent storm. 15 flame explosions. It was not a lot, but it was barely enough. Huanu thought. She turned her gaze and looked at Yunxing again. At this time, Yunxing also waved the bewitching bone scepter in her hand. When the scepter was raised, the flame explosion did not appear as expected. Could it be that she had been chanting for a long time, but she did not even succeed in chanting the basic flame explosion? Tang Yu's heart thumped. He almost cursed out loud. She must be doing it on purpose. She wanted to kill him on purpose. Just when everyone was surprised, a sharp cry came from the sky. Everyone raised their heads at the same time, only to hear a flaming bird spread its flaming wings in the air. It dragged its peacock-like tail, and every feather that was formed from flames was clearly textured. That is? Flame transformation? Huanu could not help but cry out in surprise. The flame bird gave a crisp cry. Suddenly, its head and tail swayed, and the entire bird turned into a fireball. As the fireball rolled, hundreds of flame feathers fell from the sky. When the feathers were in the air, they turned into fist-sized flame explosions. Boom, boom, boom. It was too late to say, but it was too fast. Countless feather-shaped flame explosions hit the water at the same time. This pitiful river had only just digested 15 flame bursts a while ago when it immediately encountered the magic madman, Yunxing. Hundreds of flame feathers turned into flame explosions. It was as if a submachine gun had swept across the river. On the surface of the river, waves splashed everywhere. Before the water vapor could splash, it was evaporated into white vapor by the high temperature of hundreds of degrees. The riverbed was also splashed with mud, and countless rocks were smashed into dust. The flame bird in the sky disappeared, but the water vapor and smoke in front of them had not dispersed. On the riverbank, the few people who were petrified did not even notice that they were drenched in mud and water vapor. Improved flame explosion, 9 heaven phoenix explosion. Yunxing wiped the sweat from her forehead and sighed. Yunxing also did not expect that the fire magic soul in her body would undergo such a huge change after absorbing the fire of elves. Originally, she had only wanted to absorb a little more magic elements and release 20 to 30 flame explosions. Who would have thought that she would accidentally absorb too much fire magic elements in the air? When she finished chanting and was about to release the magic, she felt that the fire magical elements in her body were about to explode. This feeling was like a balloon that was suddenly filled with too much gas. If this continued, it would explode sooner or later. In order to find a suitable outlet, she had no choice but to change the flame explosion at the last minute. That was how she came up with her third fire magic spell. At the same time, it was also an improved fire magic spell. Its power was comparable to that of a high-level spell, the 9 Heavens Phoenix Explosion. As it was her first time using it, Yunxing was not very satisfied with the form of a flaming bird formed by the fire magical elements. In her opinion, the form of a phoenix could be more perfect. But at least the effect of the flame explosion was achieved. This could be seen from the stunned faces of the few people. When the white smoke dissipated, the original appearance of the river was also revealed. The river was full of holes from the explosion. Not a single drop of water could be seen in the river. The entire riverbed was also blown to smithereens. It was also a fire magic spell. The result was obvious at a glance. Yi Baiming coughed a few times. He had dodged in time just now. Among the crowd, he was the only one with a clean face and clothes. Tang Yu was the most miserable. He was standing close to the riverbed and the mud that splashed out completely turned him into a mud figurine. The competition is over. I think everyone already knows the result. Yi Baiming secretly gave Yunxing a thumbs up. This fellow was really a monster. This new magic spell came at the right time. Not only did she win, but she also made the leader of the Heaven Extermination Hunters proud. Pooh, pooh, it stinks. Tang Yu also reacted. He spat out the river mud in his mouth and looked at Yunxing. His anger immediately turned into joy. We won? Haha, that's great. I don't have to die. Shut up. Yi Biming rolled his eyes, picked Tang Yu up, and tossed him aside. Tang Yu's beer barrel-like body flew out with a whoosh. His 4 feet were in the air, and he was like an upside-down tortoise as he fell into the muddy riverbank. Now, he could finally have some peace and quiet. I lost. Huanu's voice was as soft as a mosquito bite. Her mind was filled with the scene of the 9 Heavens Phoenix explosion. That was a spell that she had never seen before. She was able to complete the incantation in such a short period of time and cast it perfectly. She had really lost. She had lost completely. Even if she hadn't used her magic, she wouldn't have been able to use such magic. A sacred magus had actually lost so miserably against an archmagus. This could be considered the worst defeat that Huanu had ever experienced since he was born. You must have cheated. How could an archmagus release such inconceivable magic? Lu Hao couldn't stand it anymore. He pointed at Yunxing and was tongue-tied. He didn't know how to describe the magic that she had just used. God knew that he had been dumbfounded just now. It was said that magic was beautiful but useless, while combat skills were simple but useless. Lu Hao had always thought so. But today, after witnessing the magic of the other party's mage, Yan Yun, his view was completely overturned. For a moment, he regretted becoming a warrior. He should have reincarnated as a mage. After the shock, he was enraged. The other party was just an archmagus. There were plenty of archmagi in their hunting corps. But if there was one who could release such a magic, he, Lu Hao, would have to follow the other party's surname. So, after thinking about it, Lu Hao could only come to one conclusion. The other party had either concealed her strength or consumed forbidden drugs. I'm indeed an archmagus. But my strength has improved recently. I should be able to break through and become a master magus soon. Yunxing's face was calm. As for the forbidden drugs, did you see me take them when you were walking with me? Or can I go to the temple with you now to see if there are any remnants of the magic medicine in my body? No need. If you win, you win. I've already lost. I just want to ask you one thing. Yan Yun, how old are you this year? Huanu returned to normal after experiencing the humiliation just now. Her character was like the fire magic element. She was straightforward. She would burn it all in one go. Once it was over, she would let it go. I'm 8 years old this year. I'll be 9 soon. Yunxing said. Huanu's mouth twitched. Song Lang's face stiffened. Lu Hao's jaw almost dropped. The 3 of them said in unison, "You're only 8 years old? That's too abnormal. An 8-year-old archmagus. No, she would soon become a master magus." This kind of person was not only a monster, but also a genius at the level of abnormal. No wonder the strong man at the level of Emperor Zhao accepted her as his disciple. Then why are you in the Sky Hunting Corps? With your magic cultivation and ability to comprehend magic, you should be recommended to join the mainland's magic elite camp. Huanu rolled her eyes. In her impression, such an abnormal person should not wander around the continent. They should all be caught and sent to the mainland's magic elite camp to compete with the group of abnormal magic geniuses. What mainland's magic elite camp? No one told me to go. Yunxing shrugged. Age would always be her Achilles heel. Looking at her appearance, the few people at the side only had one thought. Strangle her to death. The 3 people from the Wolf Fang Hunting Corps were completely speechless. Previously, they were still ashamed of Yunxing's deceitful methods. However, after many competitions, they clearly understood that the other party did not use any despicable methods to win. On the contrary, the Sky Hunting Corps knew their strengths and weaknesses very well. Zhou Quan was the weakest among them, so they did not fight force with force. Instead, they simply admitted defeat. In this way, not only did they preserve their strength, but they also avoided casualties. This method was the most feasible for the Sky Hunting Corps. And the person who made this decision was precisely that abnormal magician who was not even 8 years old, Yan Yun. The Wolf Fang Hunting Corps and the others had a premonition that under the leadership of Yun Songlong and Yan Yun, the Sky Hunting Corps would very likely become a legend in the hunting world of Zhou State. It was even possible that they could make up for the regret of Zhou State's hunting world and become the first SSS-level hunting corps in the history of Zhou State. Of course, this was all in the future. The Wolf Fang hunting corps accepted their loss and did not continue to pester them. Tang Yu was also pulled out from the mud by Yun Songlong. His head was covered in mud and he had already fainted from suffocation. If he went back like this, even his biological mother, Yun Songxue, would not be able to recognize him. When Yinxing saw this, she pulled out a 4 Seasons glazed needle and pricked him a few times. That kid jumped up like a dead pig that had been scalded by boiling water. Tang Yu realized that he could not make a sound. He pointed at Yunxing with a face full of anger. You talk too much. Before I find out the cause of death, you shall remain mute. Yunxing was not in a good mood. She was going to conduct an autopsy later. If not for the fact that she still needed Tang Yu's testimony, she really wanted to do what Ji Baiming did and kick Tang Yu until he would forever be a dead tortoise. Seeing Tang Yu's appearance, Lu Hao felt a little better. The three of you, we are willing to accept our loss and agree to let Vice Commander Yin conduct the autopsy. However, this is also because I believe that Deputy Commander Yan's character will definitely uphold justice for me. Lu Hao was a magnanimous person. He led the members of the Sky Hunting Corps to the Yun residence. It's the Yun residence. When they saw Yun Songlong and the disoriented Tang Yu, the family and relatives of the deceased Miss Xian Yu all gathered around. Uncle, Auntie. Seeing the angry crowd that was about to erupt into a conflict at any time, Lu Hao walked out. He roughly repeated Yunxing's words to her. Nonsense, Lu Hao. Xian Yu is already dead and you still want to humiliate her corpse. Moreover, look at those people behind you. They are all from the residence of Yun. How can you believe what they say? Xian Yu's father walked out. He was an old scholar who had studied and cared about his reputation the most. After his daughter was defiled by that bastard from the Yun residence, he had once thought of marrying his daughter into the Yun residence. Who knew that his foolish daughter would not say a word and hang herself outside the Yun residence? Now, they were saying that Xian Yu didn't hang herself. If this wasn't nonsense, then what was? Father, you said earlier that Miss Xian Yu committed suicide. Let me ask you, if you were in her shoes, would you be able to hang yourself on such a tall ancient tree? Yunxing also knew that an autopsy was going to challenge the nerves of these ancient people. She simply took a few steps back until she reached the ancient banyan tree. The celestial jade was found hanging under the ancient tree. After being reminded by Yunxing, Xian Yu's father walked to the ancient tree and looked up at the treetops. He was about 1.7 meters tall. Xian Yu was a woman, so she was only about 1.6 meters tall. However, even with Xian Yu's father's height, he was still more than a meter away from the top of the ancient banyan tree, which was closest to the ground. Perhaps my daughter used a stepping stone and hung herself on it. Xian Yu's father thought for a moment and looked at the rock not far away. He reluctantly replied, moreover, we have already invited a doctor from the Medicine Emperor Pavilion. Dr. Qing came to take a look and he also insisted that our Xian Yu committed suicide by hanging herself. However, from what I know, when the Yun residence people found the corpse, there were no rocks or stools around. Instead, there were many signs of struggle beside Miss Xian Yu's hand. Yunxing walked to the coffin and grabbed Xian Yu's hand. I wonder if Dr. Qing checked these wounds at that time. Indeed, there were many small wounds on her wrist and fingers that had already changed color. This? Xian Yu's father was a scholar. How would he know so much? He didn't know how to respond. In the Medicine Emperor Pavilion, Qing Sihai was in the middle of a discussion with a few doctors. Suddenly, someone outside requested to see him. The person said that he was Xian Yu's family and hoped that Dr. Qing could spare some time to conduct an autopsy. Autopsy? What's going on? Didn't we already make it clear? Why do you still want to conduct an autopsy? Qing Sihai's expression turned unfriendly. Ever since the incident with the volunteer medical consultation, Qing Sihai had been plagued with bad luck. The medical reputation that he had accumulated over the years was almost completely destroyed. Wen Dogua made him stop doing consultations for a period of time. Even the ordinary refining of pills was handed over to others. A large portion of a doctor's income came from conducting consultations. Xianxia stopped doing consultations and his income was greatly reduced. The worst thing was that Qi Fengfei even ordered people to investigate his past pill refining and purchasing records. This caused a large portion of his income from medicinal herbs to be cut off. On one hand, Xianxia wanted to restore his medical reputation. On the other hand, he had to think of a way to earn some income. Coincidentally, at this time, the Yun residence incident that shocked the entire Jade capital happened. He also happened to have some friendship with Xianyu's father, that old scholar. Xianxia was duty-bound and took the initiative to act as a coroner for a while. His intention was to borrow the Yun residence incident that had caused a commotion in the entire city to regain some attention. He wasn't proficient in autopsy to begin with. He merely skimmed through some of the notes of the Medicine Emperor Pavilion and based on the normal signs of hanging, he was able to write a death certificate. The diagnosis written on it was that the patient had hanged himself. In fact, through this incident at the Yun residence, Xianxia had regained some of his reputation. Wen Dao's anger had also dissipated, and he was relieved to allow him to resume his treatment. Since his goal had been achieved, Xianxia naturally wasn't willing to touch any unlucky corpses. Dr. Chung, the other party, said that Xianyu might not have committed suicide. He said that your autopsy was wrong. The person who came to report the news was also at a loss. He was only a messenger. Who dares to question this doctor's examination? Or does he think that he is better than the doctors of the Medicine Emperor Pavilion? Xianxia was dissatisfied. The other party said that the female doctor of the Little Xiandong is young. The messenger said vaguely. Little Xiandong? I'm afraid it's Yunsheng. Only she dares to question our Medicine Emperor Pavilion and dare to conduct an autopsy. Xianxia, our Medicine Emperor Pavilion can't lose to Little Xiandong. Let's go, I'll go with you. Qi Fengfei walked out. She had been in the Medicine Emperor Pavilion for the past few days. Today, when she came down, she heard the news. She had investigated Yunsheng's background and found out that she was actually the daughter of the eldest son of the Yun residents, Yun Songhai. If she could make use of Tang Yu's matter this time, she would be able to defeat Little Xiandong in one fell swoop. This was much more efficient than starting from the herb supplier and slowly erasing Little Xiandong. When Xianxia heard this, he had no choice but to put down the work in his hand. Carrying a medicine box, he rushed over with Qi Fengfei. When they arrived outside the Yun residence, a simple shed was already set up outside. There was a group of Yun residence's guards outside, blocking the people who came to watch the show. We're from the Medicine Emperor Pavilion. We're here to conduct an autopsy. After showing their doctor badge, Xianxia and Qi Fengfei walked in. The scene had already been cleaned up and most of the irrelevant people had already been asked to leave. Those present were the 3 people from the Wolf Fawn Hunting Corps, the 3 people from the Sky Expedition Hunting Corps, Tang Yu, and Xianyu's parents. Seeing their daughter's corpse being moved out, Xianyu's parents burst into tears. Yunsheng, what do you mean by this? Xianxia took a look and saw that it was really Yunsheng. He immediately flew into a rage. He had really seen a ghost. Ever since he met this brat, he didn't have any good days. His status in the Medicine Emperor Pavilion had plummeted and his reputation was ruined. Occasionally, he would be questioned when he conducted an autopsy. The main culprit was this damned brat in front of him. Make way. The door of the Yun residence opened. Old General Yun Ba walked out accompanied by Uncle Yun and Yun Songxue. Yun Songxue saw her precious son's appearance. His face was bruised and swollen, his body was covered in mud, and he couldn't even speak. She immediately fumed. Like a shrew, she loudly scolded, "Who was it? Who made my Yuer like this? It's already good that he's still breathing." Yunsheng glanced at Yun Songxue and then looked at the cold corpse. A sharp light flashed through her eyes, causing Yun Songxue to immediately become mute. Yun Ba was still in the residence, racking his brains on how to deal with the bloody hand tycoon. Suddenly, he heard Uncle Yun say that Yun Songlong and Yunsheng had brought a group of people to the residence. Among them were people from the Wolf Fawn Hunting Corps. Could it be that the negotiations had failed? Yun Ba couldn't help but walk out. As soon as they reached the entrance, they heard that they were going to conduct an autopsy. Yunxing saw that almost everyone had arrived. Everyone, since everyone is here, I will explain the reason for the second autopsy today. I suspect that Miss Xianyu was murdered. Murdered, other than the people from the 2 large hunting regiments, everyone else was shocked. Xianxia even stuttered, nonsense, her eyes were protruding when she died, her tongue was sticking out, and there were obvious strangulation marks on her neck. How could it be murder? You're obviously spouting nonsense to protect the people from the Yun residence. When Xianyu's parents heard this, they were also very agitated. That's right, our Xianyu was killed by that bastard Tangyu. A life for a life. Lu Hao, don't you want to avenge Xianyu? Lu Hao was silent. He looked at Yunxing. I hope that you can give a reasonable explanation. Alright, Xianxia, you and I are both doctors. You and I will conduct the second autopsy together, Yunxing said, then took out a simple mask from the beast language ring and put it on her face. Yunxing also took out a pair of modified gloves made of animal skin. The conditions in the boundless world could not be compared to the modern world, but some protective measures were still necessary. Yunxing asked Lin Yaoer to help sew the gloves and mask using breathable animal skin. What's that? Xianxia saw Yunxing put on the mask and did not understand. He used to think that Yunxing was weird, but after seeing her today, he despised her even more. It's a medical device used to isolate the body. You won't understand even if I explain. It was not Yunxing's first time coming into contact with a corpse. Even if the corpse was preserved with a magic array, it was easy for it to mutate in such hot weather. It would be bad if it was infected with unnecessary germs. However, there was no need to tell Xianxia these things. I don't need to examine the corpse anymore. I already said last time that she hanged herself, Xianxia said with disdain. Yunxing ignored him and continued to examine Xianyu's corpse. Due to the protection of the magic array, Xianyu's corpse did not decay, and the texture of her skin was very elastic. Yunxing had already roughly examined Xianyu's body earlier, but because of Xianyu's father's request, she had to invite Xianxia before she could examine the body, so she didn't start the detailed examination. Yunxing checked Xianyu's mouth and nose, then her hands and feet, then her neck, as well as her ears and other more concealed parts. Please help me turn over. Yunxing asked Xianxia to help Xianyu up. What kind of examination is this? Xianxia was furious. A mere doctor actually dared to order him, a dignified individual doctor around. However, with so many pairs of eyes looking at her, Qi Fengfei said coldly, listen to her. Qi Fengfei actually didn't understand what Yunxing wanted to do. She had already completed the normal autopsy procedure. Xianxia could only help Yunxing turn over the corpse. Yunxing brushed Xianyu's long hair and touched her cervical vertebrae. It's done. I can already be sure that Miss Xianyu was murdered, Yunxing said firmly. How can you tell? Qi Fengfei's gaze changed. There are no marks on her hands and feet. If she hanged herself, how can there be no signs of her struggling to hang herself? However, the most important thing is her neck and chin. People who hang themselves have their cervical vertebrae broken downwards, but Miss Xianyu's cervical vertebrae are broken upwards. Yunxing gave an example. The few doctors present fell into deep thought. Everyone else was at a loss. Tangyu, Lu Hao, both of you come out. I'll have the two of them do a demonstration for everyone to see. Yunxing also knew that it would be difficult for ordinary people to understand what she was saying, so she might as well do a live demonstration. Reconstructing a murder scene was a common occurrence in modern European and American detective films. However, this was the first time something like this had ever happened in the boundless continent. Lu Hao walked out. When Tangyu heard that, he also had to come out. He was so scared that he hid behind Yun Songxue, but Yi Baiming was faster than him and grabbed him. Yi Baiming casually threw Tangyu away and he rolled over like a rubber ball. Yunxing laughed secretly. This sly fox was addicted to throwing things around. UB*TCH, what do you want Yuer to do? When Yun Songxue saw Yunxing, she was filled with anger. Now that she saw that Yunxing wanted to make an example of her precious son, she immediately cursed like a shrew in the streets. She was furious and wanted to go forward and argue with Yunxing. Tangyu could not speak, so he could only gesture with his hands. What a joke. Lu Hao wanted to chop him into pieces immediately. What kind of ending would he have if he fell into his hands? Either let him cooperate with the simulation, or let the Wolf Fawn Hunting Corps take care of him. Your choice. Yunxing replied indifferently. This pair of mother and son were really incorrigible. They did not even think about who she was doing all this for. Xianxia, a little impatient spoils great plans. Yunba spoke. Yun Xianxia looked around again, thinking that since her father was here, that Hunter would not really do anything to Yu. She could only retreat. Tang Yu walked over with trepidation under the angry gazes of countless people. Uncle Yun, please prepare another rope. Remember to make it thicker and sturdier. Your little young master's neck is a few sizes thicker than an average person's. Yunxing's words scared Tang Yu so much that he could not even breathe. Yi Baiming coughed softly, while Zhou Quan was trying so hard to hold back his laughter that he was about to suffer internal injuries. The rope was quickly brought over. Yunxing handed the rope to Lu Hao. Brother Lu, please use this rope to try to strangle Tang Yu's neck. Don't use too much force and leave him with a breath. Yun Xiangxia's face paled when she heard this. Tang Yu was so frightened that his entire body trembled nonstop. Don't worry, I will be very careful. Lu Hao's eyes were filled with murderous intent. He tugged at the rope in his hand and walked behind Tang Yu. Yunba frowned, but when he saw Yunxing's relaxed expression, he could not help but sigh in his heart. He turned his head away, not wanting to see Tang Yu being tortured. Tang Yu was so frightened that he wanted to run away, but how could he be Lu Hao's opponent? The latter held down his hands and pulled the rope back. The rope, which was as thick as a thumb, was stuck around Tang Yu's neck. He instantly felt a lump in his throat as he struggled with all his limbs. Although he was fat, his strength was no match for the martial honor level Lu Hao. The latter hated Tang Yu to the bone, but he still remembered Yunxing's earlier words and left him with a breath. That's enough, Yu. My poor Yu. Yun Xiangxia broke free from the attendant beside her and pounced forward. Only then did Lu Hao release his grip. Tang Yu's eyes had already rolled back into his head and his legs were twitching. He looked like he was sick and was breathing in less than he was exhaling. Yunxing. You venomous woman, do you want to torture our Yu to death? He's already fainted. What else do you want him to do? Yun Xiangxia saw her son, Tang Yu, on the verge of death and hugged him as she sobbed. However, no one around them showed any sympathy for them. Everyone in Jade Capital knew that the reason why Tang Yu had ended up like this was all because of Yun Xiangxia's pampering. Smashing, robbing women from good families. This time, even if he could wash away the crime of causing Xianyu's death, Tang Yu's reputation in the Jade Capital would also be tarnished. He would definitely become a street rat and be cursed by everyone. Yunba looked at his daughter and grandson without saying a word. His heart was filled with mixed feelings, and he didn't know what to feel. He never thought that one day, the person who would teach his family a lesson would be his own granddaughter. However, what Yunxing had to do was far from over. He fainted just like that? It's alright, I'll give him a needle. I guarantee that he will wake up immediately. Yunxing put on a fake smile and was about to pull out the needle. The people from the Wolf Fawn Hunting Corps saw this and instantly felt a chill down their spines. There was only one thought in their mind. They could offend anyone but Yan Yun from the Heaven Expedition Hunting Corps. This method would cause a layer of skin to be peeled off on anyone. How dare you? Yun Xiangxia almost vomited blood from anger. Tang Yu, who was pretending to be unconscious in her arms, also trembled. I'm only halfway through the simulation. The part of being strangled to death is considered over. As for the part of hanging himself, I still have to find someone to test it out. Tang Yu is the main culprit. If he doesn't try to make up for his mistake and hang himself once for me to compare, then what can I use to prove Tang Yu's innocence? Yunxing pointed at the ancient banyan tree calmly. He still had to hang himself once? With his weight, if he really hanged himself once, he would really commit suicide if he failed to save him. Tang Yu couldn't catch his breath. His head tilted and this time, he really fainted. You are so vicious. I'll do as you wish. I'll hang myself in place of my Yu. Xianxia finally understood that this vicious girl still held a grudge against him and his mother for chasing her out of the Yun residence 2 years ago. She was filled with regret. If she knew that this girl would be so capable today, she wouldn't have given up halfway. She would have found an assassin to kill this B*TCH directly. Xianxia put down Tang Yu, grabbed the rope, and walked towards the ancient banyan tree. At this moment, she really hoped that her father or second brother would speak up and stop her. However, behind her, there was only silence. No one made a sound. Yun Sunlong turned his head away. Yun Ba's eyes darkened and he was about to say something. On the other side, Yun Xing said indifferently, "That's good too. Madame's figure is very similar to Miss Xian Yu's. The effect of the simulated hanging is also very similar." When Yin Ba heard this, he looked at the corpse lying not far away. In the end, he couldn't say anything and lowered his eyes. Yun Sanxue had already walked under the ancient banyan tree. Yun Xing added, "Let me remind you one more time. In order to make the effect more realistic, you must not use your duki to try to break free from the rope. When it's about time, I will remind you to come down." Yun Sanshua's silver teeth were almost crushed in her mouth. She threw the rope onto the banyan tree and hatefully said in her heart, "Yun Xing, Yun Sanxue, and you are irreconcilable." Yun Sanxue was indeed true to her words. During the entire process of her hanging, she was definitely the best substitute Yun Xing had ever seen. That rope had almost strangled her to death. Until Yun Xing leisurely called out, "You can come down now." Only then did Yun Ba hurriedly order Uncle Yun to save Yun Sanxue. "It's already been strangled and hung. You better have a sufficient reason to clear yours name. Otherwise..." Although Yun Xing's actions were to help Tang Yu, there was also a hidden intention to teach the mother and son pair a lesson. How could Yun Ba not know? In front of so many people, Yun Xing completely disregarded the general's estate's reputation. This made Yun Ba very unhappy. "Old general, don't worry. You will be satisfied with the outcome." Yun Xing kicked Tang Yu awake and let the mother and son pair stand together. You should have seen it. One hanged herself and the other was strangled to death. Regardless of the shape or the scar, the two people's wounds are completely different. It is clear at a glance which kind of wound Miss Xian Yu has. After Yun Xing finished speaking, everyone present looked towards the necks of the two people and the corpse. Previously, everyone didn't understand Yun Xing's meaning. Now that they heard it, everyone uniformly looked over. They saw that Tang Yu's short neck, which was almost connected to her body, had a red circle. Fortunately, Lu Ha didn't really have the intention to kill. Otherwise, Tang Yu's fat pig head would have been directly chopped off. Yun Sangshua's neck. The scar on her neck was concentrated in a certain area near the chin. Looking at Xian Yu's corpse, it was very obvious that her wound was closer to Tang Yu's. The scar was a circle. After a moment of silence, everyone started to discuss spiritedly. Qing Sihai's face was ugly while Qi Fengfei's expression became more and more serious. The theory of the autopsy that Yun Xing mentioned was never mentioned by anyone in the Medicine Emperor Pavilion. Qing Sihai didn't notice it at all when he was doing the autopsy. "My poor child, who was so heartless to harm you." Xian Yu's parents cried together. Qing Sihai rolled his eyes at the side and a vicious plan came to his mind. Needless to say, Miss Xian Yu was living well and suddenly died. Wasn't it because she was humiliated by Tang Yu? The Yun residents must have killed Miss Xian Yu in order to silence her and then made it look like she committed suicide. The three people from the Wolf Feng Hunting Corps and Xian Yu's parents who originally believed that Xian Yu was killed felt that it made sense. Qing Sihai, you're really shameless to the extreme. You're obviously the one who made a mistake in the autopsy and now you're making false accusations in order to save your face. Is this the medical ethics of the Medicine Emperor Pavilion? Yun Xing snorted. She originally wanted to clarify that Xian Yu committed suicide and let the matter rest. But after being provoked by Qing Sihai, she knew that if they didn't find the culprit today, the matter of the Yun residents would never end. Yan Yun, your analysis just now is very reasonable. But if you can't prove that Tang Yu is innocent, Xian Yu's death will still be related to the Yun residents. We won't let this matter rest. Song Lang admired Yun Xing's special autopsy skills. But he couldn't just rely on this to make Lu Hao give up on revenge. Lu Hao nodded his head and gazed at the dead Xianyu with deep affection. Yunxing couldn't help but sigh. Since she had already offended someone today, she might as well be the villain to the end. Lu Hao, let me ask you, no matter who the culprit is, will you still be infatuated with Xianyu? Lu Hao didn't hesitate at all. Of course, Xianyu and I are childhood sweethearts. My infatuation with her will never change no matter what. Then I'll ask you one more time. Have you and Xianyu ever done anything between a man and a woman? Once Yunxing said those words, Lu Hao's face instantly turned red. Even the faces of the other people beside him all turned crimson red. On the other hand, Yunxing's face was calm and her expression was very solemn. This, Vice Commander Yin, why are you suddenly asking about this? Xianyu and I haven't gotten married yet, and I'm always away from home. I promised that I'll only marry her when I come back next year. We're innocent, Lu Hao said with difficulty. The identity of the suspect is very clear. He is the father of the baby in Miss Xianyu's womb. Yunxing's words shocked Lu Hao. Xianyu's father and mother's expressions changed drastically. Qing Sihai was tongue-tied, and Qi Fengfei was also shocked. On the other hand, a knowing smile appeared on Yi Baiming's lips as he nodded approvingly at Yunxing. You evil woman, how dare you tarnish my daughter's reputation? When Xianyu's mother heard this, her vision turned black and she fainted. Xianyu's father, on the other hand, was furious. He stepped forward and wanted to fight Yunxing to the death. Lu Hao's face darkened, and his voice turned cold. Vice Commander Yin, if you can't give me a reason, I will fight you to the death even if my skills are not as good as yours. I'm not talking nonsense. When I was examining Xianyu, I noticed that her abdomen was slightly protruding. I pressed it with my fingers, and it did not sink. Look at Miss Xianyu's body, her limbs are very slender. Yunxing was very observant. The commoners of the Great Zhou dynasty, because of the influence of the Great Zhou dynasty's martial arts, even the women who did not practice martial arts liked to wear a modified version of the narrow-sleeved, narrow-waisted dress. But when Xianyu was buried in the coffin, she wore a wide-sleeved dress without a girdle. Because of this, ordinary people would not notice that her abdomen was different. How can clothing prove that she is pregnant? There are many women on the streets who like to wear wide-sleeved dresses. Could it be that they are also pregnant? Qi Fengfei raised her eyebrows slightly. She was critical of Yunxing's words. As long as we cut open the abdomen and take out the child, the truth will be revealed. Miss Xianyu's fetus already has bones and flesh. It will be at least 4 months. Yunxing's words came true. Cut open the abdomen to retrieve the baby. The moment Yunxing's words came out, even Yin Songlong, Yi Baiming, and the others' expressions couldn't help but change. Performing a second autopsy on a dead person was already a big deal. Yunxing wanted to cut open the abdomen to retrieve the child. Such an act was simply shocking in the boundless continent. Ridiculous. Are you a doctor or not? I've never heard of dissecting a corpse to take out the baby. You don't deserve to be a doctor at all. Qing Sihai finally got hold of Yunxing's weakness and jumped up to mock her. Qing Sihai, as a doctor, you can't even tell if a person is pregnant or not. You're the one who really doesn't know how to treat people. Yunxing also knew that once she spoke about this matter, it would inevitably lead to criticism. In this era, insulting a corpse was punishable by death. That was why she didn't want to mention that Xianyu was pregnant with Lu Jia. Yes, we definitely can't let her disgrace my daughter's corpse. Xianyu's mother couldn't stop crying. Shut up, all of you shut up. Lu Hao was like an angry lion. Under his loud roar, the originally noisy crowd quietened down. Yan Yun, I'll ask you one more time. Are you sure that Xianyu is pregnant? If Yunxing's words were true, and Xianyu hadn't been insulted by Tang Yu 4 months ago, and the child in her stomach wasn't his, then the adulterer was indeed the biggest suspect. Although dissecting a corpse to retrieve the child was shocking and unacceptable, if it wasn't dissected, the person who killed Xianyu would very likely get away scot-free. Uncle, Auntie. Lu Hao walked in front of the 2 grief-stricken elders and knelt down. Lu Hao is useless and didn't care about Xianyu. I promise you that if Xianyu isn't pregnant today, I, Lu Hao, am willing to marry her and worship her as my wife for 100 years. If Xianyu is pregnant, Lu Hao is also willing to take her as my godsister and worship her as a family member on Qingming and Double Yang in the coming year. After he finished speaking, he kowtowed 3 times to the 2 elders. Lu Hao's actions made the 2 elders' eyes wet. In the end, the 2 elders finally nodded in agreement. Both of you, I also agree. If my judgment this time is wrong and I've disgraced Miss Xianyu's name, I'm willing to accept Zhou State's punishment and never be a doctor again. Yunxing also spoke. When Qing Sihai heard this, he was even more bewildered. In reality, he really couldn't tell whether Xianyu was pregnant or not. When he examined her body just now, he was completely relying on his hands and eyes to observe. Qing Sihai didn't know that not to mention him, even if when De Guo personally came to the scene, he couldn't be sure that he could determine whether Xianyu was pregnant or not. This was because the living were different from the dead. Even if the dead had the protection of a magic array that prevented the surface from rotting, their internal organs and skin would have a certain degree of change. Moreover, the doctors in the Boundless Continent, especially those in the Medicine Emperor Pavilion, mostly focused on the research of elixirs. As for the structure of the human body, they only stopped at the most superficial observation, listening, questioning, and feeling the pulse, which was the traditional Chinese medicine diagnosis method. However, Yunxing was different. She had learned Western medicine and also had the Shenong Eye and Trillium hand. Ordinary doctors in the Boundless Continent couldn't be compared to her. Although her Shenong Eye hadn't reached the 3rd level and reached the stage where she could see the internal organs of a person, she could observe the most minute parts that others couldn't notice. The touch of her hands was also 10 times sharper than that of ordinary people. What others couldn't confirm, she could rely on the combination of her eyes and hands to accurately determine. But Yunxing suddenly changed the topic. If what I said just now was all true, then shouldn't great Dr. Qing, who insulted me just now, also be held accountable? You made a mistake in the autopsy and then insulted other doctors. With such moral conduct, how can you still be a doctor? Qing Sihai was speechless. However, the words that had been said were like water that couldn't be taken back. At this moment, he could only pray that Qi Fengfei could protect him. Qi Fengfei's expression sank when she saw Yunxing's provocative stare. She spat out a sentence, "If your words are proven to be true, my Medicine Emperor Pavilion will naturally punish Qing Sihai. We'll make him hand over his physician token and never allow him to practice medicine again." What a cunning little girl. Just now, she had said those harsh words in front of everyone. It turned out that she was just trying to force her to make the same promise. Qi Fengfei felt like she was being led by the nose. From the autopsy to the simulation, and then to persuading Xianyu's parents, the whole process seemed to be forced. However, that little girl had a sense of propriety and had a well-thought-out look. Qi Fengfei's status in the Medicine Emperor Pavilion was extraordinary. It had always been others who listened to her, but today, it was the other way around. This made her very angry, but she couldn't vent her anger on Yunxing. Okay. Yunxing's eyes flashed and she took out her scalpel. When they saw Yunxing's special tool, the people around didn't show much surprise. However, Qing Sihai and Qi Fengfei had never seen such a tool before. The sharp edge of the scalpel sliced across Xianyu's pale belly. Xianyu's parents choked and turned their heads away. When Tang Yu saw the bloody mess, he only felt disgusted. He leaned against the wall and vomited. When Yunba saw his grandson's cowardly appearance, his expression became even worse. However, Yun Songxue stared at Yunxing, watching her every movement that was as smooth as flowing water. Cutting open the abdomen to remove the child should have been a very bloody scene, but when Yunxing did it, it did not make people feel nauseous. Every cut of her knife was just right, as if she was cutting a piece of high-quality silk cloth. "It's out." Zhou Quan did not avoid it and was about to move forward, but was stopped by Yun Songlong. Yunxing didn't even frown as she carried out a lump of flesh from inside. Although the facial features were not clearly formed, it was indeed the corpse of a baby. "My poor daughter." Xianyu's mother hugged Xianyu's father and wailed. Lu Hao closed his eyes in pain, but the people of the Yun residence all heaved a sigh of relief. Qing Sihai sat on the ground dejectedly, and there was only coldness left on Qi Fengfei's face. Little Xiandong, Yunxing. This time, they won again. Yunxing carefully placed the fetus beside Xianyu, then rearranged Xianyu's corpse. After stitching her up, Yunxing looked at the serene Xianyu and said softly, "Don't worry, I will definitely find the murderer." The two leaders of the wolf fawn hunting corps were embarrassed. They did not expect that the whole incident would cause such a stir in the city, and they almost broke off relations with the Yun residents. Who knew that the truth would turn out like this? Leader Tsang Lang patted Lu Hao's shoulder and walked forward with an apologetic smile on his face. "I'm sorry, we were rash in this matter. I represent the Wolf Fawn Hunting Corps to apologize to the Yun residents. A few days ago, we will also compensate the Yun residents for the losses we caused." "What's the use of compensating? Can my reputation be restored?" Yun Sanxue and Tang Yu heaved a sigh of relief. Yun Sanxue immediately changed her attitude and scolded the hunters and Xianyu's family. "Enough, third sister. If that brat Tang Yu didn't make any mistakes, how could he be framed? Also, he has violated the laws of Zhou state by insulting a woman. Even if he wasn't the one who killed Miss Xianyu, he still has to go to the military to receive his punishment." Although Yun Sunlo was relieved, he was also very angry at the same time. Yun Sanxue still didn't know how to repent. This time, if not for Xing, the Yun residents would not have been able to explain themselves even if they had 1,000 mouths. What's more, even if this matter was resolved, there was still no way to resolve the matter of the Bloody Hand Tycoon coming to their door in a few days. Furthermore, this incident had placed the residents of Yun at the forefront of public opinion in the Jade capital. Those people in the imperial court with ill intentions were still waiting for the residents of Yun's weakness. If they wanted to protect the residents of Yun, they still had to hand over Tang Yu and handle the matter according to Zhou state's laws. Only then could they appease the public. "Second uncle? You want to send me to be tortured?" Tang Yu squeaked a few words and realized that he could actually speak after being choked just now. He had just been cleared of the crime of murder, but he was still going to be sent to be tortured. When the kid heard this, he immediately sat on the ground and started crying like a child. "Tang Yu, you have truly disappointed me." Yunba watched the farce between the mother and son and felt a surge of anger in his heart. Only now did he realize that what Yun Songlong and Yunxing had said earlier was completely correct. If Tang Yu continued to act lawlessly, the residents of Yun would sooner or later be in trouble. He hardened his heart and said firmly, "Uncle Yun, immediately send the little young master to the military to receive his punishment. Yun Sanxue, this time, if you dare to obstruct me again, I will chase both you and your son out of the residence of Yun." Chase them out of the residence of Yun. Tang Yu, who had been acting shamelessly on the ground, was silent. Yun Sangshua's face was deathly pale, without a trace of blood. Yunba was truly enraged this time. In the past, no matter how big of a mess Tang Yu had made, no matter how many tricks Yun Sangxue had pulled behind his back, Yunba had never said a word. He had not done that because he was muddle-headed and did not understand. On the contrary, the reason why the residents of Yun had been able to stand tall all these years was because of Yunba. He did not seem to care about the affairs of the residents, but through Uncle Yun, he was still very clear about the affairs of the residents. The departure of his eldest son, Yun Songhai, had a huge impact on Yunba. He only wanted to support the residents of Yun so that this family would not fall apart. This was also why he had tolerated them in every possible way. As long as Yun Sanxue and Tang Yu did not surpass him, he could pretend not to know. But this time, the mother and son had really gone too far. They had provoked the Bloody Hand Tycoon, insulted a commoner's daughter, and almost caused the foundation of the residents of Yun to be destroyed overnight. Yun Xing's reprimand seemed to be reprimanding Yun Sanxue and her son, but in reality, it was also a reminder to him. Third sister, don't force yourself into a dead end. When Yin Sunlong saw Yun Sanxue, who seemed to have lost her soul, he ordered people to tie up the frightened Tang Yu and send her to the military. Yun Sanxue was a smart person. Otherwise, she would not have been able to manage the residents of Yun so well in the past few years. She had been lawless in the past because she knew that her second brother did not like to fight for power and she had her own father's love. But if Yunba chased her out of the residence of Yun, then everything would be over. After leaving the residence of Yun, she was just a female cultivator in her 30s. She also had a spoiled son. Without the protection of her adorable son, she had nothing. Yun Sanxue walked into the residence of Yun woodenly. Yun Sunlong sighed and asked Uncle Yun to tidy up the mess outside the residence. Yun Bao looked at Yun Xing and could not say anything in the end. He sighed deeply and turned to walk into the residence. Xianyu's family had already moved the coffin and everything else away. After Lu Hao comforted Xianyu's parents, he asked a few more questions before walking over. Deputy Commander Yin, thank you for your righteousness. I have already asked, and Xianyu's younger sister, Xian Pei, said that she has something to tell us. Lu Hao waved at a woman dressed in white linen clothes not far away. The woman was only about 12 or 13 years old and looked very young. However, her appearance was 70 to 80% similar to the already dead Xianyu. It was just that her features were more delicate and straightforward than Xianyu's. When she saw Lu Hao waving at her, she blushed slightly but still walked over and awkwardly greeted them. I roughly know that big sister has someone else outside. Father and mother don't know. Xian Pei had not thought of that before. It was only when Yun Xing said that her sister was pregnant that she remembered that her sister seemed to have met a man some time ago. Big sister often went out secretly without telling father and mother. Because it was late at night, no one in the family knew. Xian Pei had also advised her sister that she was already engaged and should not be like this. However, she was teased by Xianyu. She did not understand the relationship between men and women. She said that Lu Hao was a boorish soldier who did not know how to cherish women. She said that she was only concerned about the engagement and did not like Lu Hao at all. When Lu Hao heard this, his expression turned ugly. For Xianyu's death, he had done his best and even grieved for a long time. He did not expect that her heart was not with him at all. In that case, have you met your sister's lover? Yun Xing asked again. There was once at night, because I was worried about my sister, I secretly tailed my sister. I followed her all the way to a lotus pond in the south of the city. Xian Pei followed her sister all the way to the lotus pond and heard her sister's joyful cries. She vaguely remembered that her sister called that man Xing Lang. Because she was afraid of being discovered by her sister, she didn't dare to get close. From afar, she could only see that the man was wearing a red robe. Red robe? Does the style look like what we're wearing? Yun Xing suspected that the person who killed Xianyu was most likely a warrior or a magician. Unfortunately, after Xian Pei looked at everyone's clothes, she shook her head. She tilted her head and thought for a while. I didn't see that person's face clearly, but I saw that person's clothes very clearly. Because the style was very strange, it was like a lantern, covering the person from head to toe, only revealing the face. Xian Pei didn't know anything else after that. Yun Xing and the rest couldn't help but feel disappointed when they heard this. Just a strange red robe couldn't prove anything, and they couldn't find the exact person. In that case, unless Xianyu came back from the dead, there was no way to find the real culprit. Dr. Yun. Just as they were speaking, Qi Fengfei walked over. After the autopsy, Qing Sihai left dejectedly, but Qi Fengfei stayed behind. She waited for a moment at the side before walking over. Medicine Man Qi, are you here to fulfill our agreement? Yun Xing had some impression of Qi Fengfei, remembering that she was Wendagua's medicine man. But from the tone of her conversation with Qing Sihai, it seemed that she wasn't as simple as an ordinary medicine man. This is Qing Sihai's physician token. From today onwards, he is no longer a physician of the Medicine Emperor Pavilion, and can no longer practice medicine as a physician. Today, in the name of the Medicine Sovereign Pavilion, I'll give you the physician token. Qi Fengfei was indeed true to her words. In her hand was the physician token that Qing Sihai had spent tens of years to win. It was the physician token of the Four Directions Scattered Doctor. The doctor's card of the Four Directions Doctor was no small matter. It meant that the doctor who held the card could not only practice medicine within the country, but could also legally practice medicine in other countries. Due to the noble status of doctors, especially those above the level of Dr. Ling, they were highly sought after in various countries. The Four Directions Scattered Doctor's plate was equivalent to a pass through the entire continent. No matter which country they passed through, they could waive the toll fee. When a doctor opened a medical clinic, he or she could also reduce part of the country's taxes. Yun Xing naturally wouldn't refuse such a good thing. Then, I'll have to thank Medicine Man Qi. Yun Xing took the doctor's card from Medicine Man Qi's hand. Dr. Yun, I would like to invite you to join the Medicine Sovereign Pavilion in the Jade Capital. As long as you join the Medicine Sovereign Pavilion, we can cooperate with the little Xianxia and remove all the previous obstacles. Qi Fengfei also had some means. She first gave the physician token and then sent an invitation to Yunxing. She was very clear about the current situation of the little Xianxia. Due to the blockade of the Medicine Sovereign Pavilion, the little Xianxia had been relying on the potions to maintain their daily expenses. The last time was an invitation from Medicine Rome. This time, it was an invitation from Qi Fengfei. In the past, the Medicine Sovereign Pavilion had sent an invitation to Yunxing one after another. Moreover, this time, Qi Fengfei's invitation was even more tempting. She didn't even care about the conflict between the little Xianxia and the Medicine Sovereign Pavilion. If it was someone else, they wouldn't dare to refuse the Medicine Sovereign Pavilion, the #1 medical clinic in the continent. However, they threw it to the wrong person. It was fine if Qi Fengfei didn't mention it. Once she mentioned it, Yunxing remembered what the Medicine Sovereign Pavilion did to the little Xianxia. Yunxing wasn't a magnanimous person. On the contrary, she was very vengeful. What Xianxia and her son did to her, she returned it several times over. The Dark Crown Prince schemed against her, she also took revenge on him. Therefore, the Medicine Sovereign Pavilion oppressed her and humiliated Dr. Fan. Yunxing remembered it all. Qi Fengfei patiently waited for Yunxing's reply. This time, the Medicine Sovereign Pavilion lost a doctor of the 4 directions. Qi Fengfei didn't feel much regret. Qing Sihai made too many mistakes during this period of time. He was also one of the higher-ups of the Medicine Sovereign Pavilion. After he was stripped of his qualification as a doctor and left the Medicine Sovereign Pavilion, what awaited him was only a path of death. Qi Fengfei was very interested in Yunxing's medical skills, as well as her calm mind. Earlier, she thought that Yunxing was only a genius who was proficient in pill concoction. But today, she realized that this girl wasn't a person with no talent. If possible, she wanted to bring Yunxing into the core of the Medicine Sovereign Pavilion. However, there was a prerequisite. Yunxing had to be a member of the Medicine Sovereign Pavilion. I'm sorry, I'm not interested in the Medicine Sovereign Pavilion. Yunxing smiled. The 2 dimples at the corner of her lips were incomparably vivid. However, the gaze she used to look at Qi Fengfei was ice cold. It doesn't matter. If Dr. Yun changes your mind one day, the Medicine Sovereign Pavilion will still welcome you. However, Fengfei also kindly reminded you that you shouldn't be too ruthless. No matter how heaven-defying your medical skills are, it's impossible for you to stand against the Medicine Sovereign Pavilion alone. There will be a day where you will come and beg us for help. Qi Fengfei's upbringing was also very good. She didn't get angry and instead smiled. After nodding to Yun Songlong and the others, she drifted away. Don't bother about them. The Medicine Sovereign Pavilion is used to being arrogant in the Jade Capital. They always think that all the medical halls in the world are under their control. With young Master Yun's medical skills, why would you need to beg them? After witnessing Yunxing's actions just now, Zhou Quan was full of admiration for his vice-captain. Young Master Yun was simply too godly. However, Yunxing felt that her heart was heavy. The matter of the Yun residence had come to an end. However, she didn't feel relaxed at all. Instead, she had a bad premonition, as if something bad was about to happen. After Tang Yu was sent to the law department, news came quickly. According to Zhou State's laws, he was punished and sent to the Gobi Desert in the west for 3 years. This kind of punishment wasn't considered light or heavy. After the punishment was announced, Tang Yu was immediately sent to the northwest. When Xianxia received the news, she had already left the Jade Capital. To Xianxia of the Yun residence, this was a heavy punishment. She couldn't sleep the entire night and couldn't stop crying. That night, Xianxia's maid sent food as usual. When the food was sent in, a vase was smashed. The vase fell to the ground and shattered. The maid was so frightened that she trembled. She begged for mercy. "Third miss, please calm down. You haven't eaten for a few days. If this goes on, I'm afraid your body won't be able to take it. Old Master has instructed us to let third miss eat some. Scram. All of you, scram. I don't need your hypocrisy." "What master?" You said it for my own good, but didn't you all want to kill me and Yuer? Now all of you have nothing to worry about. Yuer has been exiled. How can my poor Yuer endure the bitter cold in the west? Yun Sanxue clutched her chest as she smashed and cursed in the room. The things in her room had already been changed twice. Yun Ba had to listen to her curses every day, so he simply moved to another courtyard under Uncle Yun's persuasion and wasn't in the residence these days. Yun Sanxue became even angrier when she saw that her father was avoiding her. She thought back to when she was still unmarried. Her father doted on her and her two elder brothers obeyed her every word. However, ever since she married and gave birth to Tang Yu and her husband unfortunately died in battle, she didn't have a single good day. She also didn't want to marry again. She spent all her thoughts on her only son, Tang Yu. His domineering and cowardice were all good in her eyes. Third miss. The servant girl's voice was shut outside the door. Yun Sangshua's eyes were red with anger. She said fiercely, "Every one of you wants to drive us mother and son to death. I won't let you have your way." What do you mean by letting Yuer learn a lesson? It'll be good for him. If it's really good, why don't you let that wretched girl surnamed Yun go? In the end, isn't it because our Yuer's surname isn't Yun? That wretched girl surnamed Yun has the same thoughts as her wretched mother. They're both very cunning. They keep saying that they don't want to acknowledge their ancestors, but in reality, they want nothing more than to take over the entire Yun residence. Yun Sangshua rambled on and on. Unknowingly, the servant girl outside also quieted down. She only cared about cursing and even forgot to light the oil lamp in the room. She was tired from cursing and remembered that she hadn't eaten or drunk anything in the past few days. Her body felt weak. She was about to call for someone when she suddenly heard a soft laughter in the darkness. The laughter was very light and short, disappearing in a flash. Hearing it in the dark night, one couldn't help but feel their hair stand on end. Yun Sangshua wasn't a coward. She boldly asked, "Who dares to barge into the general's residence? If you continue to act mysterious, don't blame me for being impolite." Haha, the third young lady of the Yun family is indeed as the rumors say. Women are not inferior to men. It's a pity that you were born a girl and were born in a place like the general's residence where men are respected. Otherwise, with your talent, how would you end up in this situation where your husband is dead and your children are scattered? As he spoke, the oil lamp in the room suddenly lit up and a mysterious man dressed in red robes sat by the table. Yun Sangshue could not help being alert. Her cultivation was not weak, she was also a martial saint. However, when this person came in, she did not sense anything at all. This person's cultivation was definitely much higher than his own. Yun Sangshue felt his palms break out in cold sweat as he nervously looked at the red-robed man. "Who are you? Why are you in my room in the middle of the night?" Yun Sangshue originally wanted to ask for help, but she remembered that Yun Ba and her second brother Yun Songlong were not here. Even if the other guards came, they might not be a match for this red-robed man. When she thought of this and recalled what that person had said earlier, she calmed down. "Third young lady Yun, you are so forgetful. You were the one who invited me here. Have you forgotten about the blood hand invitation?" The red-robed man unhurriedly took out an invitation. When she saw the invitation, Yun Sangshue felt her scalp go numb. "You are one of the blood hand tycoon's men?" Yun Sangshue looked at the man's clothes and recalled some rumors about the blood hand tycoon on the mainland. She already understood that this man was one of the blood hand tycoon's men. In order to protect Yuer, Yun Sangshue did not hesitate to find the blood hand tycoon, hoping to use them to attack the Wolf Fang hunting corps. However, she did not expect that Yunxing would appear midway. Now that the case had been solved and Yuer had been exiled to the bitter cold lands in the west, why would the blood hand tycoon appear again? Yunba had also been on guard against the blood hand tycoon. After waiting for a few days, no one had come. In addition, the outside world already knew about Tang Yu's matter. The Yun residents thought that the blood hand tycoon had given up on this business deal. Who knew? Those who came did not come with good intentions. Yun Sangshue knew that the arrival of the blood hand tycoon tonight was definitely not a good thing. "I am one of the blood hand tycoon's men. We have accepted the mission that third young lady Yun gave earlier." The other party took out a letter of authorization. "No need. You should know that the person was not killed by my son. Since that is the case, there is no need for me to hire you to kill him. Yun Sanxue still remembered that Yun Sanlong had said that once the Blood Hand Tycoon carried out a mission, the employer would have to pay a heavy price. Her position in the Yun residence was precarious. She definitely could not provoke the Blood Hand Tycoon at this time. Once the Blood Hand Tycoon has accepted a mission, it cannot be cancelled. You should know this rule. However, since the other party is third young lady Yun, I can give you some face. You can change your hunting mission. For example, let us take care of the exiled young Master Tang. The red-robed man's words were like a sharp sword that accurately pierced Yun Sangshua's heart. Her brows twitched and she stood up agitatedly. What did you say? You can help me save Yuer? Tang Yu's exile this time was a secret. Yunba had clearly told the military that no one was allowed to tell Yun Sangshue Tang Yu's exact whereabouts. Even if Yun Sangshue wanted to use some methods, she would not be able to find her son's exact whereabouts. She thought about how her son would have to do hard labor at the border for the next 3 years, living a life that was neither human nor ghost. She could not eat and could not sleep at night. There is no one in this world that our Blood Hand Tycoon cannot find. I can guarantee that as long as third young lady Yun is willing, young Master Tang Yu will have a comfortable life for the next 3 years. It will not be inferior to the days in Jade Capital. The red-robed man was very satisfied with Yun Sangshua's reaction. He could not help but secretly admire his young city lord. Yun Sangshue was somewhat moved. However, she was still somewhat hesitant. She did not know what the other party's intentions were, whether it was good or evil. After thinking for a moment, Yun Sanxue still decided to reject the other party's good intentions. Many thanks. However, we think that our Yuer should be able to survive the next 3 years. I think I will not take this deal. Yun Sanxue did not dare to take the risk. She was afraid that the other party would make a request that she could not fulfill. Oh, third young lady, have you thought it through? The West is not a good place. Magical beasts roam around there, and there are many poisonous plants and insects. There are also some people who like to bully the descendants of aristocratic families from the capital cities of Jade Capital. 3 years is neither long nor short. If a person disappears in the West in these 3 years, I'm afraid no one will know. The red-robed man seemed to have expected Yun Sangshue to reject him. He was not in a hurry and slowly spat out a few words. These words were like a heavy blow, causing Yun Sangshue's face to instantly turn pale. You are threatening me. Blood Hand Tycoon, you don't have to go too far. I, Yun Sanxue, am not afraid of anyone. You think that you can go against the Yun residents with just an assassin organization? Aren't you thinking too highly of yourself? Yun Sanxue was not someone who was easily threatened. She frowned and cursed loudly. Third young lady, don't be angry. You should take a look at the gift I brought. The red-robed man took out an item and placed it under the oil lamp. Under the oil lamp was a piece of cloth. When Yun Sanxue saw that familiar piece of cloth, all the energy in her body seemed to have been sucked out. She snatched the cloth with trembling hands. It's Yuer's clothes, it's Yuer's clothes. What did you do to our Yuer? Yun Sanxue was practically begging. Nothing much. Our men have been watching young Master Tang along the way. Don't worry, as long as third mission cooperates, we will definitely not go back on our word. 3 years later, we will return you a fair and chubby young Master Tang. If you're lucky, third miss might even be able to carry a fair and chubby grandson, the red-robed man said in a low voice. Women, especially this kind of selfish woman, once they were caught, even a tigress would have to obey orders obediently. Yun Sanxue choked with sobs as she grabbed the cloth. What exactly do you want? It's very simple. A life for a life. We are only here to cooperate with 3rd Mississippi. We know that 3rd Miss's days in the Yun residence are not easy. Our master has always admired a heroine like 3rd Miss, so he wants to help 3rd Mississippi. After the red-robed man finished speaking, he took out a medicine bottle and placed it in front of Yun Sanxue. Yun Sanxue didn't reach out to take the medicine bottle. She stared at the bottle in fear, as if it contained something that could eat people. What is the meaning of this medicine? Third young miss doesn't need to know what this medicine is. Third young miss only needs to add a little of this medicine to old General Yun's food every day. The red-clothed man's voice was very kind, but the things he said were very vicious. What? You want me to poison him? Poison my biological father? Yun Xianxia was so frightened that she took a few steps back. She didn't expect that this time, she would really do as her second brother said. She actually lured this group of demons into the general's residence. Third miss, you have to know that a son is much more important than an old man. In old General Yun's heart, you and young Master Tang's weight can't be compared to his biological granddaughter. If you continue to hesitate, by the time that female magician enters the Yun residence, there will be no place for you and young Master Tang. The red-robed man pushed the bottle forward. Besides, this medicine isn't meant to kill the old general. Otherwise, if the Medicine Emperor Pavilion investigates, you won't be able to escape. Don't worry, once this medicine enters a person's body, it won't leave any traces. Yun Xianxia's heart was constantly struggling. Third miss, if I remember correctly, back then, the Yun family's eldest young master and his wife had a falling out with old General Yun because of your snitch. In a fit of anger, they left the general's estate. If that little girl knows the whole story, how do you think she will treat you and your son? The red-robed man spoke again. Yun Xianxia felt her entire body turn cold. She was tongue-tied. She never thought that there would be a third person who knew about what happened back then. Who are you? How did he know about these things? Other than my father and I, there definitely won't be a third person who knows about what happened back then. Yun Xianxia's face was completely drained of blood. The blood hand tycoon was too frightening. They were all pervasive. They even knew about the most secret of matters. No, she definitely couldn't let the secret leak out. Yun Xianxia unconsciously touched her neck. The mark left by the strangulation had already been healed by her with the best quality ointment. However, that suffocating feeling of being unable to live or die was still there. Every night, Yun Xianxia would recall the scene of her being forced by Yun Sheng. No one was around to help her as she walked step by step towards the ancient banyan tree. If that wretched girl knew the truth, she definitely wouldn't let her off. Alright, I promise you. Yun Xianxia no longer struggled and took the bottle of medicine. Third Miss Yun is indeed a smart person. Don't worry, young Master Tang will definitely be safe in our hands. You only need to wait for old General Yun to return and add this medicine to his meals every day. The red-robed man left with a satisfied expression after achieving his goal. The door opened and the man disappeared like a ghost. The room was empty and Yun Xianxia felt an unprecedented fatigue. She held the bottle of medicine and said blankly, "You can't blame me. She forced me. If you didn't want to take away everything I have, why would I do this?" After a few days, Yunba returned to the residence. Everything in the residence was the same as before. Although the incident this time greatly affected the Yun residence's reputation, it also eliminated a group of people who were hiding in the Yun residence. There were fewer people in the residence, but correspondingly, it was also a lot quieter. Yunba called for Yun Xianxia's maidservant. "How is Third Miss? Is she still making noise these days?" Yun Xianxia's maidservant respectfully replied, reporting to Master, "Third Miss was crying non-stop a few days ago and refused to eat. However, the day before yesterday, she got up and stopped making noise. She even asked where Master went and said that he would immediately tell her when Master returned." That child Xianxia, why was she still unwilling to give up? Yunba couldn't help but frown. He had exiled Tangyu this time so that he could train in the bitter cold of the western region. Although the western region was desolate, it was also the place where the trusted subordinates that Yunba had nurtured in his early years were stationed. Once there, those people would definitely not make things difficult for Tangyu on account of the Yun residence's past kindness. Yunba had just entered the main hall when he saw his daughter Yun Xianxia walk over. "Father, you're finally back." Yun Xianxia had a smile on her face and looked like she had walked out of the shadow of the Tangyu incident. She even held a bowl of chicken soup in her hand. "Daughter made some of father's favorite chicken soup. Come and try my cooking." Seeing Yun Xianxia's completely different attitude, Yunba couldn't help but be surprised. He had always understood his daughter's temper and Tangyu was her precious treasure. He had thought that she would make a fuss for at least a few months, but who would have thought that she would recover in just a few days? Father, why haven't you sat down yet? Are you still angry at Schwer? Schwer has also thought things through these past few days. It was all my fault in the past. I spoiled Yuer and allowed him to run amok and harm so many people. As Xianxia spoke, she placed the bowl of soup in Yunba's hands. Yunba didn't notice that Xianxia's fingers were trembling as she held the bowl of soup. A trace of fear flashed through her eyes. Schwer, it's good that you've thought things through. Actually, I've always doted on you the most out of the three of you. Yuer's incident can also be considered a lesson. He will be back in 3 years. When the time comes, I will get a job in the military for him. You can rest assured. Yunba saw that his daughter's attitude had changed for the better and then looked at the chicken soup that had been delivered. Xianxia listened to Yunba's words and watched him deliver the chicken soup to his mouth. Her heart skipped a beat and she couldn't help but shout, "Father!" Yunba paused before continuing, "Also, this time, no matter what, that girl Yanxing also helped you greatly. You're not allowed to make things difficult for her in the future." Yunxing. Haha, it was Yunxing again. Xianxia smiled bitterly. Sure enough, her father's heart was still with his own granddaughter. Only Yunxing was a true descendant of the Yun family with the surname Yun. How could her Tangyu compare to that cheap girl with equally exquisite medical and magic skills? Right, Schwer, why did you call father just now? Yunba was puzzled. Nothing, I just wanted to remind you that the chicken soup is a little hot, so be careful. Xianxia blankly watched Yunba drink the chicken soup. Schwer personally made chicken soup, the taste is really good. Yunba didn't doubt her words and praised. If father likes it, Schwer will make it for you every day. Seeing that Yunba didn't show any signs of poisoning after drinking the chicken soup, Xianxia rejoiced in her heart. After Tangyu's matter was resolved, Yunxing also breathed a sigh of relief. This time, the Sky Hunting Corps had made a meritorious contribution to the discovery of the purple gold lode, and because they had saved hundreds of villagers, after returning to the Jade Capital, the Hunting Corps was promoted to a B-ranked Hunting Corps under the leadership of the Hunting Corps. Because of this, Yun Sunlong was also very busy. Yunxing immediately began to reorganize the matters of the little Xiandong. They didn't know that at this time an even more terrible conspiracy was quietly engulfing the precarious Yun mansion. Yunxing had just returned to the little Xiandong when she received the news from Lin Yaoer. Oh, you mean, Big Brother Zhou sent the seeds of the medicinal herbs? Yunxing had been delayed in the northern region for a month. During this time, Zhou Qingchuan had returned to the headquarters of the Everlasting Chamber of Commerce. The matter of Zhou family's second uncle had also been resolved. Because of his great contribution, Zhou Qingchuan was promoted to succeed the position of Zhou family's second uncle and became the chief steward of the Everlasting Chamber of Commerce. What he was most grateful for was Yunxing's help on the way back, so after he took over the Chamber of Commerce, he immediately began to prepare the seeds of the medicinal herbs. The medicinal herbs selected by the Everlasting Chamber of Commerce were of good quality and the price was also very reasonable. Yunxing counted and found that there were close to 1,000 kinds of herbs. Among them, 30% were common-grade herbs, the remaining 60% were rare-grade herbs, and there was even 10% saint-grade herbs. Only the Everlasting Trading Firm would be able to take out such high-quality seeds at once. Even the Medicine Emperor Pavilion would find it difficult to gather them all at once. Because of this, Yunxing had specially written a letter to thank Zhou Qingchuan. In addition, she had also given Zhou Qingchuan a precious sage herb million golden pill. Master, why did you buy so many herb seeds at once? What we lack are herbs, not seeds. Lin Yaoer still didn't know what Yunxing's intentions were. Yunxing had been busy earlier, so she hadn't had the chance to tell Lin Yaoer about this. I've thought about it. If we want to break free from the control of the Medicine Emperor Pavilion, the best way is to find a stable and high-quality medicinal herb supplier. On the continent, the best supplier of medicinal herbs that isn't directly related to the Medicine Emperor Pavilion are only medicinal farmers. Yunxing told Lin Yaoer about what Zhou Qingchuan had told her earlier about setting up an independent medicinal farm. This idea is too crazy, but it seems to work. I have been in contact with some medicine farmers before. Most of them are very simple. Lin Yaoer had followed Yunxing for more than half a year, but from time to time, she was shocked by her master's shocking way of thinking. But, wouldn't it take too long to support a village and specialize in growing medicinal herbs? How much money do we need to invest? If the little Xianxia can't provide us with pills and medicinal herbs, I'm afraid it will soon close down. During this period of time, when Yunxing was away, the medical hall only sold magic potions. Thanks to GMO, the magic potions he refined were sold to some magicians. This was how the medical hall was barely able to maintain its livelihood. However, Zhou State was, after all, a country of martial artists. Martial artists were willing to use magic potions, so only selling magic potions wasn't a long-term solution. It's fine. Others need a year to grow medicine, but we only need half a year or even less. Yunxing blinked her eyes. I've already asked around. There's a village on a mountain not far from the Jade capital. I'll take you there tomorrow. Oh, right, call GMO over. The next day, Yunxing woke up early. She hired a carriage and selected some medicinal herb seeds suitable for growing in the vicinity of the Jade capital. Then, she called Lin Yaoer and GMO and set off together. Sitting in the carriage, Yunxing saw that GMO was sitting upright and still, not saying a word. This GMO was really a good employee. She had already heard from Lin Yaoer that during her absence for more than a month, GMO got up early and went to bed late every day, refining magic potions, taking care of the medical hall's medicinal field. There were even a few times when GMO helped her father, Yun Songhai, take care of the magic array. This kid was good at everything, but his skin was thin. It was said that when he saw a female guest, his face would blush for a long time. According to Lin Yaoer's incomplete statistics, GMO spoke no more than 5 fingers a day. If it weren't for the words she said when she hired him, Yunxing would have suspected that this kid was a mute. GMO, thank you for this period of time. Dr. Fan doesn't understand magic potions, but thanks to you, the medical hall can continue to support itself. Yunxing sincerely thanked him. It's what I should do. I was invited by Miracle Dr. Yun. Moreover, I wasn't the only one who did the work. The ancient magicians also came to help. GMO's expression remained unchanged. In front of Yunxing, he was neither servile nor overbearing. Heaven knew that the more he was like this, the more interested Yunxing was in talking to him. She wanted to see if he could break the record of talking in a day. GMO, do you know why I went to the village this time? When Yunxing brought GMO along, she simply said that she wanted to take a look at the village. She didn't explain her specific intentions. Miracle Dr. Yun is going to look for medicinal herbs, right? GMO actually didn't quite understand why Yunxing wanted to go to such a remote mountain village to look for medicinal herbs. The carriage had already traveled for dozens of li. The mountain road was getting steeper and steeper, and the carriage was shaking violently. The surrounding scenery was also getting more and more desolate. GMO remembered that there shouldn't be any villages in the vicinity that were rich in medicinal herbs. You're right. We're here to look for medicinal herbs. To be more precise, we're here to look for a place where we can grow medicinal herbs. As Yunxing spoke, the carriage had already turned into a difficult mountain path. Guest, the road ahead is not easy to walk on. The carriage can only go up to here. The coachman poked his head in. The carriage stopped at the foot of a mountain that was more than 1,000 meters above sea level. In front of them, there was only a mountain road that could only accommodate 2 people walking side by side. Other than animals like mules, the carriage really couldn't go up. It's not a problem. Uncle, take this money and stay at the foot of the mountain for the night. Come back tomorrow afternoon to pick us up. After Yunxing finished speaking, she lightly floated and was already on the mountain road. GMO also got off the carriage. He saw that on the mountain road, Yunxing was wearing an emerald green dress. Her facial features were picturesque. She was looking at the village on the mountain with a faint smile on her face. She was very suitable to wear green. GMO seemed to be attracted by Yunxing's expression. After not seeing her for a month, she had become stronger again. You too, get ready. We still have a stretch of the mountain path to walk. It will be much easier to use magic along the way. Yunxing had already started moving. She had the protection of the wind spirit, so it was very easy for her to use wind magic. As she walked, her speed was much faster than the average warrior. On the other hand, GMO was walking at a steady pace while Lin Yao lagged behind. Yunxing had no choice but to support her with the levitation spell. It took half an hour for the three of them to reach the middle of the mountain. As a magician, your stamina is pretty good. Yunxing looked at GMO and saw that he was calm and did not show any signs of fatigue. Lin Yao took the meditation water from Yunxing and drank it in one gulp. Only then did she feel that the magic elements in her body had recovered a little. I'm from the mountains. When I was young, I often walked the mountain paths and practiced. GMO said vaguely. However, Yunxing gave him the middle finger in her heart. Pretending, still pretending. How could there be such an otherworldly mountain person whose words and actions were comparable to that of a noble? When Gufeng told her that there was a very faint light magic element in Jimo's body, she had suspected that Jimo's identity was not simple. Yunxing was meticulous. She kept chatting with GMO along the way so that she could get some clues from his words. However, GMO was also very cautious. He did not speak much, but he answered all her questions. Along the way, Yunxing did not find any flaws in his answers. However, she was certain that Jimo's identity was not simple. As soon as GMO finished speaking, his gaze turned towards the mountain village, and his expression changed slightly. Yunxing also turned around. When she saw the situation in the mountain village, Lin Yao could not help but exclaim, "Ah, why is this place so poor?" The village that Yunxing and the rest arrived at was located on a 1,000-meter-high mountain. It was called Zhouchu Village. It was the village with the highest altitude outside of Jade Capital. At the same time, it was also famous for being poor in this area. This place was indeed very poor. In the entire village, there were only a few dozen thatched houses. The best houses in the village were just a few houses built with stones. The entrance to the village was the mountain path. Beside it were some corn stalks that had just sprouted. At a glance, there was nothing else in the entire village other than these. This is probably the first time you've come to this kind of mountain village. I also lived in such a village when I was young, so I'm not surprised. Among the three of them, Yunxing's reaction was the most normal. She glanced at GMO with a smile that was not a smile. This brat just said that he came from a village. He deserved to be slapped in the face. GMO's face also reddened. But he didn't expect that Yunxing lived in such a dilapidated village in her early years. Yunxing also turned her head. A place like this probably didn't even have a Dharma temple. Let's go to the front and take a look. Yunxing did not say anything and led the two of them into the village. After taking a few steps, they heard someone call out, "Isn't that the Lord Godly Doctor?" They saw a woman walking out of a thatched house in front of them. The woman was busy doing farm work in the fields. When she heard the voices outside, she walked over and saw Yunxing and the others. "Hey, isn't this the auntie from the volunteer clinic?" Lin Yao recognized the woman. It turned out that this woman was the wife of the farmer that Yunxing had met during the volunteer clinic. It's really the Lord Godly Doctor. Lord Godly Doctor, you're here for the volunteer clinic again? That's great. There are many elderly and children in the village who are not feeling well. It's just that the mountain path is inconvenient and they can't go down the mountain. Wait a moment, I'll get my husband to inform the villagers. The woman was overjoyed. She wiped her hands clean and raised her voice to call for the villagers. Sigh, Auntie, we're not here to. Lin Yao was speechless. Don't worry, we're just here to see a doctor. GMO, later on, you will help me treat the patient. While you are at it, help me take a look and see if there are any children and adults in this village who can sense magic. Yunxing smiled, as if she was used to such situations. So, the reason she called him was to ask him to help with the volunteer clinic. But, why did she want him to help see if the villagers could sense magic? GMO was secretly surprised. He looked at the village again and suddenly understood something. This village was remote and had few villagers. Even the Dharma temple was not stationed in this village. In such a village, no one would check the physique of the villagers or their magical aptitude. To put it more accurately, there were many villages like this in Zhou State. This was an empty area between the martial arts centers and the Dharma temple. All the villagers here, what a good Yunxing. She actually wanted to snatch people from the Dharma Temple and the Martial Arts Center. GMO was greatly shocked in his heart, but his face remained calm. Under the farmer's propaganda, the villagers of this small mountain village quickly rushed out. In such a remote village, there was only one chance to go down the mountain to see a doctor. It was rare to see a doctor, and a highly skilled one at that. How could the villagers not be excited? It was only a village of 300 to 400 people. Sick people and healthy people all gathered around. Ling Yao had to temporarily take up the role of maintaining order. The villagers were simple people. When they heard that a godly doctor was coming, they all gathered around to take a look. The villagers even pushed their children forward, saying that if the godly doctor touched them, they would be cured of all illnesses. Yunxing and GMO were respectively in charge of the patients. Fortunately, the villagers were only suffering from minor ailments. In just 4 hours, the two of them had finished seeing all the patients. How is it? How are the children's aptitudes? Yunxing asked GMO as she tidied up. A few of the children have the ability to sense magic. However, the ability to sense magic is very weak. It's almost non-existent, GMO replied honestly. Magic talent was passed down from generation to generation. The children here were farmers for generations. It was already good enough to find a few with weak magic talent. My results are slightly better than yours. 30 to 40% of the children have good physiques. After some rest, they can practice martial arts. Yunxing did not seem surprised by this result. Just as GMO was about to open his mouth and ask Yunxing what her intentions were, a man with a rosy face and a loud voice walked over from the village entrance with quick steps. Godly doctor, thank you so much. I'm so sorry. I was so focused on treating everyone that I even forgot to invite you to eat. Yunxing and the rest only found out later that the farmer they met at the Jade Capital Free Clinic was the village chief of Zhouchu village. When Yunxing and the rest arrived, he had just gone out. He only rushed back around dinner time. Hearing that the divine doctor who treated him in the city a few days ago had come, the village chief was very happy. The villagers had a headache and fever, but Yunxing gave them some medicinal pills, and they were all cured. They were very grateful to Yunxing and little Xianxia. The village chief persuaded the villagers to go back and let his wife greet Yunxing and others to enter the house. Although he was the village chief, the farmer's family was not rich. The couple raised 3 or 4 children. During the meal, the children ran around the table. They were very curious about the new guests and wandered around Yunxing and GMO. Especially GMO, he didn't speak since he entered the house. However, those children liked him very much and kept pestering him to play with them. When the village chief saw this, he was very embarrassed and scolded the children a few words. It doesn't matter. I didn't have any brothers or sisters since I was a child. Let them play. GMO motioned the village chief not to mind. He didn't speak much. At first, he was a bit nervous, as if he had never encountered a situation where he played with children. No one knew GMO's mood now. When he was a child, because of his extraordinary talent in magic, he spent almost all his time practicing magic and improving his magic realm. As his reputation as a genius grew more and more resounding in the continent, his fellow apprentices and sisters of the same age as him only dared to look at him from afar with reverence. Over time, he was all alone. It was only when Yuji and Umo appeared that things changed a little. But because of the identity of the two brothers, they have always been respectful to him, which made him less intimate. GMO wanted to play with the children, but he also had to maintain a reserved appearance. All of this fell into Yunxing's eyes. Sirs, let's eat. Our village is poor, so we didn't know there were distinguished guests. I'm sorry. While speaking, the farmer woman brought a few pots of porridge in coarse porcelain bowls, a few black and hard cornbread, and a few yellow corn buds that had just been picked. Although it was called porridge, it was actually just a few grains of coarse rice and a lot of water. Looking at the dirty bowl and the stone-like cornbread, even this kind of dinner was already very rare for the village head's children. They only drank the thin porridge in small mouthfuls and looked at the cornbread with eager eyes. Mother had already said that these were for the guests. GMO didn't move his chopsticks. Thank you, Auntie. I'm really hungry. Yunxing was very straightforward. She didn't hesitate and ate in big mouthfuls. She opened her hand and picked up the cornbread. She divided it into several portions and handed it to the envious children. Lin Yao also learned from Yunxing, eating and sharing at the same time. GMO was slightly taken aback and hesitated. In the end, he imitated Yun Dashing and the others and began to eat and drink in large mouthfuls. He did not care about the dirty rice bowl and the coarse grain at all. To GMO, this meal was something he would never forget. After dinner, the woman coaxed the children away, leaving Yunxing and the others to discuss the matter of the herbal field with the village head. Lord Miracle Doctor? You mean you want to grow herbs in our village? The village head thought that he had misheard. Zhouchu village was located in a remote area and the roads were poor. Although the soil was considered fertile, there was a certain amount of labor in the village. However, due to transportation issues, the things in the village could not be transported down the mountain, and things at the foot of the mountain could not be transported up. What if I have a way to solve the transportation problem? Yunxing smiled. She had already seen the soil in the village. The soil here was very suitable for growing a rare herb called sea buckthorn. This herb could be sold for 5 silver coins per kilogram in the market. Lord Miracle Doctor, is what you said true? The village head's face was full of disbelief. You'll know when night falls. Yunxing deliberately kept him in suspense and did not continue. After dinner, Yunxing and Lin Yao accompanied the woman to chat. GMO stood alone at the entrance of the village and looked at the steep hills. The night sky was dotted with stars. What kind of person was she? When alone, GMO restrained his indifferent aura in front of others. Although his slightly pale face was ordinary, under the night light, there was a layer of soft light. What are you thinking about? Yunxing walked over and stood beside GMO. I'm thinking about you. GMO paused slightly, as if he was frightened by his own bold words. I'm thinking about how you can solve the transportation problem here. In fact, it's not just a transportation problem. You know that it's not easy to grow sea buckthorn. The villagers here are all farmers. They don't know how to grow such a precious herb. It's difficult for ordinary people to grow it. However, it's different if it's a magician. Yunxing's gaze also looked into the dark sky. However, unlike GMO, she liked to look for a little bit of stars in the dark sky, looking for a little bit of light. Magician? You mean? A thought flashed through GMO's mind. He thought about what Yunxing did earlier. Then he thought about it. You might not know, but magic can also be used to grow herbs. The effect of the basic earth thorns is 10 times better than ordinary soil. In the dry season, you can use the rain gathering spell. In the cold season, you can use fire magic to create a greenhouse. The herb field I want is a magic herb field. I want Zhou Chutsuan to be the first in Zhou State to use magic to grow herbs. Yunxing's voice was very low, but when her words fell into GMO's ears, it was very shocking. In fact, using magic to grow herbs was not the first thing Yunxing thought of. The Temple of Dharma also used magic to grow some precious herbs. However, no one dared to use magic to grow herbs in an ordinary village without a single magician. If someone else said this, GMO would just laugh it off. However, Yunxing had the ability to do so because she had a high-grade magic potion, the Moon God's Praise. It was a magical potion that could allow ordinary people to become magicians immediately. Even though the Temple of Dharma found the best magic apothecaries and used all kinds of magic materials, they did not have any clues about the Moon God's Praise in the past year. In the boundless continent, only this female magician and healer in front of him had such a magical potion. It was no wonder that she wanted him to check the children's bodies to see if they had the ability to sense magic. No matter how weak the ability to sense magic was, as long as they drank the Moon God's Praise, they could immediately become magicians. Children had the best learning ability. As long as she taught them basic magic, Zhou Chutsuan would have its first batch of magicians in a few days. This speed was too terrifying. GMO could almost see that in the near future, Zhou State would have a batch of talented magicians. And these people were all nurtured by this girl who was not even 10 years old. Although he was usually calm, his palms were already sweating. He knew that this was a serious matter and he had to report it to the temple as soon as possible. But what would happen if the temple found out? with Yunxing's personality, she would never give in to the temple's pressure. Then, the only thing left to do was to kill her. There were many geniuses on the mainland who were killed before they could grow up. Beside him, a faint smell of herbs drifted over. Yunxing looked up at the sky, her dark eyes filled with starlight. "GMO, do you prefer day or night?" Yunxing had not seen such a beautiful starry sky for a long time. It was said that it was lonely at the top, but only at the top could one see the purest starry sky. GMO blurted out almost instinctively, "Of course it's day. Only when there is light everywhere can one see the beauty of this world. But I like the night, because after the night comes the day." Yunxing turned around and smiled brightly. Her eyes were like crescent moons, and the dimples on her lips made GMO feel as if he had drunk a mouthful of aged wine. Warmth flowed from the bottom of his heart to his brain and his heartbeat quickened. At that moment, only the two of them were left in this world. He couldn't help but rejoice that it was night and Yunxing wouldn't notice his abnormal expression. After the dark night, was it day? Just as GMO was about to ask Yunxing why she said that, the starlight disappeared. In the dark night sky, a group of things flew over from afar. As they got closer, they saw that it was a group of bat beasts. They were not ordinary bat beasts, but gigantic winged green bats the size of ponies. The giant winged green bat was a special magical beast that lived on an island in the sea. It was the largest type of bat, but it was different from other bats. It didn't only appear at night. It traveled day and night. It mainly ate vegetables, grass, and hay. It was very gentle and could be easily tamed by a summoner. In Pulai, the gigantic winged green bats were a very popular aerial mount. There were no less than 50 bats and the leader was a sacred beast summoner that had not been seen in a long time, Zhongyi. His commander Dragon Claw bat flew at the very front. GMO noticed that the gigantic winged green bats were carrying seeds and fertilizer on their backs. "Zhongyi, you're really slow. I thought we'd have to wait until dawn," Yunxing complained impatiently when she saw Zhongyi. "Hey, my little ancestor, you think it's too slow? It only took me 1 day and 1 night to tame these big guys. Then, I flew them across more than half of Zhou State before arriving here. Along the way, I had to think about not scaring the civilians, so I took the long way around. Do you think it's easy for me?" Zhongyi jumped down from Bat King's back and complained. Speaking of which, it was quite embarrassing. He was a dignified holy beast summoner, but he was actually sent by Yunxing to tame wild giant winged green bats. These big guys were all stupid. It took him a long time to teach them before they understood the order and followed him back to Zhou State. As soon as the 50 large winged green bats landed, they let out a series of muffled cries. The villagers who heard the sound all ran out of their houses. When the village head's children saw the rat-like magical beasts with strange wings, they were so scared that they didn't move and desperately hid behind GMO. "Everyone, don't be afraid. These are the magical beasts that this honorable Lord Summoner found. They are very docile and only eat grass and hay, just like the mules in everyone's houses. If you don't believe me, who wants to go up and try?" Yunxing urged the villagers. That's right, these level 4 giant winged green bats were the special magical beasts that she had found to transport medicinal herbs. With these gentle green bats with amazing flying abilities, she would be able to solve the transportation problem of Zhouchu village. "It really won't bite?" The village head's youngest daughter, a 4-year-old girl with a ponytail, walked out, her big eyes blinking. She grabbed a few stalks of hay from her shed and walked in front of a green bat. As soon as she reached out her hand, the starving green bat, which had been flying for a whole night, came up to her and ate all the hay. Perhaps sensing the little girl's fear, the green bat didn't forget to use its large wings to pat the little girl's shoulder. The stiff hairs on the green bat's wings pricked the little girl's tender cheeks, itching and numbing. The little girl immediately let out a giggle. "Father, I like this big guy. Let's raise it?" Hearing their little sister's words, the village head's boys also jumped out with a whoosh. They were all very brave and all walked over, either climbing or touching the green bat, having a lot of fun playing with it. When the other villagers saw this, they also dispelled their fear and all gathered around the green bat, discussing nonstop. Seeing this scene, Yunxing smiled. When GMO saw this, it was as if a huge rock had been thrown into his heart, the ripples spreading wider and wider. Magical beasts and humans had always been irreconcilable, but she had managed to do it. The sky gradually darkened. Xianxia and the village head decided to discuss the planting of sea buckthorns tomorrow morning. The villagers gradually dispersed, leaving only GMO standing outside the house. The air in the mountain village was especially fresh. After the flock of green bats, the night sky also regained its tranquility. However, GMO's heart was increasingly unsettled. He was originally an extremely intelligent person. He felt that no matter who or what, could escape his pair of eyes. However, Yunxing's appearance and her completely unpredictable actions made GMO, or rather, Xiaowenqiu, unable to get over it for a long time. That's right, this sorcerer called GMO was the young and precocious person from the Dharma temple, Xiaowenqiu, who made the entire magical world tremble in fear upon hearing his name. A few months ago, he accompanied his master, Elder Si Ming, to the Jade capital to help the Zhou state's royal family survive a calamity. However, it was at that time that the appearance of the moon god's praise high-grade magical potion, as well as the appearance of the sacred elixir, Sage Herb Thousand Golden Pill, made the Dharma temple, which had always been calm in handling matters, somewhat flustered. Su'er, in the past year, the growth of your cultivation has slowed down. I have calculated for you that you will encounter a great calamity in the next few years. This calamity, I have calculated, is closely related to the fate of the Zhou state's royal family. You don't have to follow me back to the Dharma temple. Stay in the Jade capital for the time being. At the same time, find out about the origin of the sorcerer who refined the moon god's praise. Remember, no matter what the situation is, you cannot go against the will of heaven. When Elder Si Ming left, he only warned Xiaowenqiu these words. Just like how a doctor does not treat himself, Xiaowenqiu, who had the ability to predict the future of others, could not predict his own fate. Therefore, he stayed. Xiaowenqiu investigated for a while and finally found the little Xiandong. Coincidentally, he met the female doctor from the little Xiandong who was doing free medical treatment on the streets. However, what he did not expect was that the female sorcerer who was equally outstanding in the field of magical potions and ancient medicine was actually the little girl he had met once. However, time flew by and 2 years had passed. Her appearance had changed, but her temper was still exactly the same as before. After the free clinic, Xiaowenqiu accidentally saw the recruitment notice of the little Xiandong. With Jimo's identity, he lied for the first time in his life and entered the little Xiandong. His original purpose was to investigate the creation of the tribute of the moon god. However, after a long time, he felt that his original intention had changed. Just like today, when he found out about Yunxing's daring actions, he should have immediately reported it to the temple. However, when he thought that if the temple knew about Yunxing's existence, it was very likely that they would kill her, or even make him do it personally, he felt a throbbing pain in his heart. As for the villagers, their earlier happiness and the changes that were about to bring to the village would all come to an end. Until the sun rose in the east, GMO was still unable to release the magic crane that reported the news. With a flick of his hand, the magic crane shattered into pieces in the air. Without saying a word, he walked into the thatched hut. Yunxing's temperament had always been impetuous. The next day, she brought the village chief and told the villagers that she wanted to contract the village to plant medicinal herbs. When the villagers heard that they could plant medicinal herbs that cost a few silver coins per caddy, they were all overjoyed. Every household was very enthusiastic, and every household received 10 caddies of medicinal herb seeds. In addition, Yunxing also chose 20 children from the village. Of these children, 10 of them were between 4 and 10 years old, and they more or less had some magic sensing ability in their bodies. The other 10 had very good physiques, and Yunxing planned to send them to the Wu Profound Limitless School to undergo the most basic martial arts training after washing their marrow and bones. After everything was ready, Yunxing brought the children down the mountain. The preparations for the first magic herb farm went smoothly. Yunxing refined dozens of bottles of the tribute of the moon god at the foot of the mountain. What surprised her was that, other than one child who failed, most of the children successfully became magic spell warriors. Among them, there was even one who was a dual elemental mage. The remaining 8 were mostly fire, earth and wind elemental mages. Yunxing was overjoyed and immediately began to teach these children the most basic meditation and basic magic. In just half a month, 9 mages who knew basic magic were formed. If the people from the Royal Magic Academy were to find out about this, they would probably vomit blood. Yunxing then asked the Zong personality to bring the children back to the village. The planting of the sea buckthorns had also started successfully. Seeing that the moon god's praise was so effective, Yunxing also tried using it on the sky hunting group. But when the effects came out, Yunxing was disappointed. She had used a total of 50 bottles of the praise of the moon god, but only 5 of the adult soldiers of the hunting squad had successfully become magic warriors. This disappointed Yunxing. It seemed that although the praise of the moon goddess was mysterious, it was best used on children under the age of 12. However, she still decided to specially train these hunters who were both magicians and warriors. In this aspect of training, Yunxing directly grabbed Yi Baiming and brought him over to train this group of special hunters. You want to train them to be dual elemental mages? Yi Baiming raised his eyebrows. He had never rejected Yunxing's requests. In Zhou State, there were not many people who knew that Yi Baiming was a dual elemental mage. If it were anyone else, Yi Baiming would have killed them immediately. But since it was Yunxing, he could not reject her. I can help you train them, but I want 10 of them. Also, I have a request. Since these people are handed over to me, no matter what they become in the future, you can't ask about it. Yi Baiming's words made Yunxing shudder. Actually, ever since Yunxing disappeared for no reason, Yi Baiming already felt that there was a need to train a group of personal guards for Yunxing. He could not be by Yunxing's side all the time. Therefore, a group of personal guards that belonged to her and that Yi Baiming could trust at the same time was especially important. The number of people is not a problem. But what exactly do you want to do? Yunxing always felt that the longer she spent with Yi Baiming, the less she understood him. I want to train them to be magic warriors. Yi Baiming smiled and did not want to say more. Yunxing did not ask any more questions. After a few days, she gathered enough warriors and mages and handed them over to Yi Baiming. This group of magic warriors disappeared without a trace. Yunxing did not have any news about them. It was not until later, when Yi Baiming handed over the 10 personal guards to Yunxing, that Yunxing knew what magic warriors were. At this time, Zhou Quan also went to look for Yunxing. Young Master Yun, we have already searched the entire Jade Capital. We have also been monitoring the Lotus Garden that Miss Xianpei mentioned for a long time, but we have not found any red-robed man. Zhou Quan and the rest were still searching for Xian Yu's murderer. This case had already been closed by the authorities and was classified as murder. However, there was no clue as to the murderer. Zhou Quan also did not understand why this young master was still so persistent in finding the murderer, since Tang Yu had already been exiled and cleared of the crime. Yunxing naturally would not tell Zhou Quan that she suspected that the red-robed man was related to the Grand Emperor city. After all, the entire purpose of this matter was to destroy the reputation of the Yun residents. In addition, Xian Mimi had previously said that Xian Wuji did not return to the Grand Emperor city but went to the Jade Capital. Yunxing had already searched all the inns in the Jade Capital but did not find Xian Wuji's whereabouts. As such, there could only be 2 reasons. One was that Xian Wuji had already left the Jade Capital. The other was that Xian Wuji very likely had a residence in the Jade Capital. Therefore, the soldiers of the Heaven Extermination Hunting Corps could not find any clues about him. After all, the Grand Emperor city was rich and imposing. It was very normal for them to have residences in the capital cities of various countries. The Grand Emperor city and some important people in Zhou State must have a certain connection. Xian Wuji's original plan had been thwarted by Yunxing. No one knew what he would do next. As time passed, the uneasiness in Yunxing's heart grew stronger. She had a feeling that something was going to happen, but she could not find any clues. Vaguely, she felt that some conspiracy was about to happen. However, the enemy was in the dark while she was in the light. She really had no way of finding Xian Wuji. The more it was like this, the more Yunxing felt the importance of having her own personal bodyguard. Oh right, young Master Yun, you were busy with the medical center earlier. I haven't told you yet. Zhou Quan recalled something. He told Yunxing that after the purple gold mine had collapsed, they had found a special kind of ore when they were cleaning up the scene. Zhou Quan ordered someone to take a piece of ore. This ore was the one that Yunxing had used the lightning to blast open the abnormally hard wall. That day, after Yunxing used the magic lightning vortex to blow up the strange wall, she entered the geocentric smelting cave. Later, when the hunters entered the cave to clean up the scene, they discovered that it was not an ordinary stone, but a very special kind of metal. We went to the blacksmith shop in the city and asked. No one recognized this kind of metal, and this kind of metal is very light. Zhou Quan told Yun Songlong about this matter. Yun Songlong only said that they should keep the ore first and wait for Yunxing to return before making a conclusion. Who knew that after Yunxing returned, she would be busy with Tang Yu's murder case, and then the matter of the magic medicine matter. It was delayed until today that Zhou Quan remembered this matter. When Yunxing heard this, she could not help but feel a little strange. She also knew that the wall was not an ordinary thing. After all, it was a magic wall used to seal by. It was very likely that it was left behind by the powerful magician who suppressed by an earlier time. Yunxing looked at the stone left behind by the shattered wall and found that it was just as Zhou Quan said. The stone of the wall was very light, but its density was very astonishing. No weapon could pierce through it. We also asked the biggest blacksmith shop in the city, they couldn't refine this kind of ore. Zhou Quan found someone to count the number of pieces of this kind of ore. There were about 100 pieces. Yunxing asked Zhou Quan to bring the ores over. After putting the ores into the beast language ring, Yunxing came to the magic tower of the Imperial Magic Academy. One of the conditions for her to leave the Imperial Magic Academy to go to Wuxuan Everlasting School was to be able to continue using the magic tower of the Imperial Magic Academy in the future. With her current skills, a simple earth meld spell was enough for her to evade the school guards and arrive at the magic tower. It's you. The old magician in the magic tower recognized Yunxing. When he saw Yunxing's magic scepter, his half-closed eyes couldn't help but open. It's only been a year, and your magic realm has broken through again? The old magician had stayed in the magic tower for a long time and had seen countless students and mentors, but it was the first time he had seen someone like Yunxing. He remembered that the last time Yunxing came to the magic tower, her magic cultivation was only that of a magician, but now she was already an archmagus. To be precise, she was a peak great magician. He could sense that Yunxing was about to break through to master magician's cultivation. Yes, Sir Old Magician, I came here today to practice, and also to ask you about something. Yunxing knew that many mentors would enter the magic tower to refine equipment. The old magician has been guarding the magic tower for a long time, so his knowledge shouldn't be comparable to an ordinary magician. If Yunxing's intuition wasn't wrong, then this notorious old magician should be the one with the highest magic cultivation in the entire Royal Magic Academy. Yunxing took out several special ores and gave them to the old magician. When he saw the pieces of ore, the old magician's eyes flashed with a glimmer of light. But immediately after, the old magician retracted his gaze and sized up Yunxing. His gaze lingered on Yunxing's forehead for a few more times. Little girl, I'm really envious of your good fortune. The exquisite beast tower was taken by you, right? When the old magician spoke, Yunxing's heart slightly froze. It seems that the old magician has already discovered the secret of the exquisite beast tower's theft. No need to panic, that exquisite beast tower is a treasure that can only be obtained by a fated person. Since it is fated to be with you, you can take it. As for the ores in your hands, they are hellfire ores. You are the master of hellfire, so these ores can be used to refine magic equipment. After the old magician finished speaking, he returned the ores to Yunxing. Hellfire ores. After the old magician's reminder, Yunxing came to know that hellfire ores are a very special type of ore. It is neither a stone nor a metal. It is a type of magical ore formed during the process of sealing hellfire. Sir Old Magician, can you tell me how to refine this type of magic ore? My companions have already tried various methods, but they were still unable to melt it. Yunxing respectfully asked. Her humble attitude attracted the old magician's goodwill. He pondered for a moment. Little girl, how about this? I will tell you the origin of this ore, but I also have a presumptuous request. The old magician coughed a few times to cover up his embarrassment. He is even older than Yunxing's grandfather. But today, he had to threaten this little girl, so the old magician naturally felt a little embarrassed. Sir Old Magician, as long as I can do it and it doesn't go against my principles, I will agree. Yunxing's face was forthright. Seeing that she was so straightforward, the old magician also felt relieved. He took out a magic scepter. It was a magic scepter made from the bones of a 100-years-old magical beast. There were 4 magic soul stones inlaid on it. It seems that this old magician who was guarding the magic tower was really an expert at the level of a Saint Magus. This old man wants you to help me refine this magic scepter. The old magician's magic scepter looked like it had been around for many years. It seemed to be about the same age as the old magician. Generally speaking, the magic scepters of the boundless world could be eliminated, especially for some powerful magicians. After they broke through the level of a master magician, they would choose to eliminate the magic scepters they used in the early stages and choose a more advanced magic scepter. Yun Songhai also had the same idea when he chose the bewitching bone scepter for Yunxing. Yunxing looked at the magic scepter and was a little puzzled. Sir Old Magician, this magic scepter is too old. Even if it is repaired, it won't be very useful. You should change it. No, I'm not afraid that you will laugh at me. This magic scepter was found by my late wife together with me. It has been with me for 70 years. My age is about the same, and I don't intend to change it. When the old magician spoke of his late wife, there was a touch of indescribable tenderness in his eyes. To the old magician, this magic scepter was like his beloved wife who had been with him for many years, but had passed away due to illness. He could no longer live without it. Therefore, he wanted to ask Yunxing to use the hellfire in her body to refine this magic scepter for him. Legend has it that the hellfire of the elves was the most magical flame in the world. It could wash away the impurities of a magic scepter and make it shine with magic power again. Yunxing was touched by the old magician's infatuation with his wife, and decided to help him refine this magic scepter that had been around for 70 years. The old magician also kept his promise, and immediately told Yunxing the secret of refining the hellfire organ. It was fate that the hellfire ore fell into Yunxing's hands. This was because Yunxing had the hellfire of the elves, the only one on the continent that could refine the hellfire organ. For others, even if they obtained the hellfire ore, they wouldn't be able to refine it. Instead, it would be thrown away as a waste ore. But the ores are different in your hands, because you can refine them with karmic fire and refine them into the one and only magic tool of eternal life. The old magician said as he looked at Yunxing's karmic fire ores with envy. Eternal magic tool? Yunxing could be considered half an entry-level magic craftsman now. She had refined abandoned magic scepters before. She knew that the magic weapons on the boundless continent were called low-grade, middle-grade, high-grade, saint-grade, and divine-grade. However, she had never heard of an eternal magic weapon. The name of the eternal magic tool came from the ordinary magic tools. Compared to the ordinary magic tools, which would automatically be destroyed after one or several uses, the eternal magic tool would never be destroyed. It was also called the eternal magic tool. It was like a battle beast, from the time it was formed to the time it fought. It would gradually become stronger through continuous trials. However, it was more powerful than a battle beast because it was made of ore and would not be killed directly. You mean, it's like I have a robot? Yunxing didn't understand what he was saying. Robot? What's that? That is to say, you have a super magic soldier that is constantly getting stronger. The old magician didn't understand what Yunxing was talking about. Yunxing suddenly understood. She looked at the ore in her hand and unconsciously swallowed a mouthful of saliva. She muttered, "It's a pity that I only have a few dozen kilograms of karmic fire ore. If I had a large pile of karmic fire ore, I could refine a super army." This thing was good. If she encountered any life-threatening missions in the future, she could directly send the magic soldier. Seeing Yunxing's eyes shining and her head full of fantasies, the old magician shook his head. This little girl didn't know what kind of terrifying existence she had. She actually wanted to have a super magic soldier. That's why I'm saying that your fortuitous encounter has made this old man jealous. Forget it, you're also a student of the Royal Magic Academy. Here is a magic card with unlimited usage. Keep it. In the future, whenever you need it, you can directly enter the magic tower. The old magician shook his head as he looked at Xianxia, who was completely immersed in the thoughts of refining a magic soldier. He had a vague premonition that the future of the Royal Magic Academy might be closely related to this female student in front of him. "Thank you, Sir Old Magician. I'll take your magic scepter and enter the magic space." Xianxia couldn't wait to try the new refining. She put away the magic scepter and walked towards the higher floors of the magic tower. When he was halfway there, he heard footsteps coming from the front. "It's you. Why are you here?" Xianxia was walking down the stairs not far away. After returning from Luoxia City, Xianxia heard that Xianxia had gone missing. However, she was sent back later. Since then, Xianxia seemed to have disappeared without a trace. When Xianxia saw Xianxia again, she found that the magic around her was much stronger than before. "Master Magician, she actually broke through earlier than the Crown Prince Yibalian." It was true that a scholar who had been away for 3 days had to be looked at with new eyes. Xianxia found that Xianxia's cultivation had greatly increased. Moreover, she was different from when she saw her before. Xianxia in front of her looked overly calm. Her face that was injured by the water arrow fin fish had already recovered. Her skin was creamy and her face was flushed. She didn't look like she was disfigured at all. "If you can be here, then I can naturally be here too. Don't forget, I'm also a student of the Royal Magic Academy." Xianxia was still a student of the Royal Magic Academy in name. Xianxia had no right to prohibit her from cultivating in the magic tower. After saying that, Xianxia walked forward by herself. When she brushed past Xianxia, the other party said sinisterly, "Don't be too proud. Your good days with Yi Baiming are coming to an end. When the Crown Prince ascends the throne, the first person he will kill will be Yi Baiming." "Hee, you can say this in front of the Zhou State Emperor. I think the Zhou State Emperor is still in his prime. It won't be the Crown Prince's turn to ascend the throne for a while." Xianxia sneered. This woman was also ridiculous. She wasn't anyone related to Yi Baiming. What was the use of saying these things to her? Even if the Zhou State Empire was in chaos, it had nothing to do with Xianxia. After saying that, she left in a flash. Xianxia stood in the corridor for a while. She sneered and left the magic tower. The unlimited magic card that the old magician had given Xianxia could open up any magic space in the magic tower at will. Xianxia chose a relatively secluded magic space on the 6th floor of the magic tower. She didn't immediately start refining the Hellfire ore. Instead, she decided to upgrade the old magician's magic scepter first. That magic scepter had a history of 70 years. Although the user cherished it very much, there were already a lot of calcified black spots on its surface. Xianxia chanted. A flame that looked like a Hellfire lotus appeared in her hand. The Hellfire enveloped the entire magic scepter. In the bright red flame, the magic scepter made a squeaking sound that sounded like a human's voice. As the flame burned, the black spots on the surface of the magic scepter, as well as the dimmed magic soul stone, glowed with a new color, as if they were reborn in the fire. The turbid matter in the bones of the magical beast was completely burned away by the Hellfire. At the last moment of refining, the magic scepter suddenly left Xianxia's hand. It flew into the air and drew a beautiful arc. Then, the magic scepter fell to the ground. A brand new magic scepter appeared in front of Xianxia. Not only the scepter itself, but even the soul stone was filled with magic power again. She didn't expect the Hellfire of the elves to have such a magical ability. Xianxia couldn't help but think that when she broke through to become a master mage, she must purify her bewitching bone scepter once. After the purification of the magic scepter was completed, the next step was to refine the eternal magic weapon. Xianxia drank the meditation water first. Then, she took out all the Hellfire ore from the beast language ring. Soon, a small mountain of Hellfire ore was piled up in the magic space. With so many Hellfire ores, she couldn't use Hellfire like how she purified the magic scepter just now. Xianxia chanted. Hellfire explosion. 6 or 7 Hellfire explosions erupted from her magic scepter at once. They were like 6 or 7 fire snakes that rushed towards the Hellfire ores. The upgraded version of Hellfire had an even more astonishing attack power. As soon as the Hellfire touched the ores, it burned fiercely. In the Hellfire, the ores that were originally extremely hard gradually softened. This refinement was more difficult than any refinement that Xianxia had experienced before. As it consumed more magic power, Xianxia could only continuously replenish the meditation water to ensure that the hellfire didn't go out. After burning for half a day, the size of the hellfire ore that was like a small mountain had also shrunk rapidly. It turned into a lump of ore paste that was like molten iron. However, what should she refine her magic weapon into? Xianxia tried to sketch out the appearance of the magical soldier in her mind, but unfortunately, her imagination was limited in this aspect. After repeatedly imagining Transformers, Robocop, and so on, she finally had a rough prototype in her mind. Withdraw. Xianxia clenched her 5 fingers, and the hellfire ore gradually formed the shape of a human. Just like using her hands to knead clay, Xianxia used her consciousness to control the hellfire and shape the appearance of the magical soldier in her mind. Another half a day passed. Outside the magic tower, the sun rose and set. The moon rose above the top of the magic tower and set again. When a brand new day arrived and the roosters crowed, the hellfire ore had already formed the shape of a human. Xianxia also felt a wave of magical power rushing toward her internal organs. Her magic soul released a dazzling light. I've broken through. Xianxia immediately sat down cross-legged after witnessing the completion of refining the ore. While Xianxia was breaking through, the magical weapon refined from the hellfire ore in front of her was also standing there quietly. Xianxia's breakthrough this time lasted for a full 3 days and 3 nights. From an archmage to a master of magic, it sounded like it was only a magical realm, but its significance was no small matter. This was because only when one became a master of magic could one begin to cultivate high-level magic. Xianxia had 5 magic souls, but so far, she had not comprehended any high-level magic. Of course, the esoteric magic she knew was actually more powerful than high-level magic. However, the esoteric magic was too precious. It was equivalent to Xianxia's trump card, so Xianxia would never use it in front of others easily. What made Xianxia even happier was that with her breakthrough to a master of magic, the 4th extraordinary tendon in her body had also been opened, and the jade marrow technique had also improved by 1 level. Shenong's pupil had also improved to the 3rd level, and the technique of trillium hand had also improved by 1 level. This time it could be said to be a comprehensive improvement. This had never happened before in her previous breakthroughs. Xianxia concluded that it was probably because she had frequently refined elixirs and magic potions in the early days. In addition, she had consumed a large amount of karmic fire lotus roots in the smelted geocentric cave, which had accumulated a large amount of spiritual energy in her body. After adjusting her breathing for a while, Xianxia opened her eyes. She looked at the hourglass she carried with her and found that 3 days and 3 nights had passed. She couldn't help but pat her forehead. Oh no, I left in a hurry and forgot to greet the people in the clinic. Ling Yao must be worried sick after not seeing him for 3 days. Xianxia jumped up, and her eyes suddenly fell on a corner of the magic space. Her lips twitched. He suddenly remembered the real purpose of his visit to the Mana Tower. At this moment, the life magic tool she had refined was right in front of her. It's just that she didn't expect that the ores, which looked black earlier, would reveal such an appearance after being burned by the karmic fire. If it weren't for the fact that the magic space was completely enclosed, she really couldn't imagine what was standing in the corner, looking like the 18 bronze men of the Shaolin Temple in the movie. A humanoid figure, naked from head to toe, shining with the dazzling light of purple gold coins, was the eternal magic tool she had spent a day refining. The old magician had also said that these karmic fire ores were originally the best purple gold ores, but because of the seal, they had lost their original appearance. Yunxing's karmic fire completely melted the karmic fire ores, revealing the purest purple gold ores inside. The golden light was more dazzling than any imperial purple gold coin Yunxing had ever seen. Yunxing thought to herself, not to mention whether this eternal magic tool was really as powerful as the old magician said, just its golden body alone was worth a lot of money. Yunxing thought for a while and gave her first eternal magic tool a rather high-end name. From now on, you will be called Tyrant Gold. After Yunxing gave the eternal magic tool a name, she wanted to try it out and see how powerful it was. She didn't know how to control Tyrant Gold, so after thinking about it, she summoned her own magical beasts from the exquisite beast tower. Puff, my dear master, I haven't summoned Puff for a long time. The puffed egg was still very enthusiastic. When it saw Yunxing, its first reaction was to pounce on her. Yunxing had already experienced the strange power of the egg and quickly dodged. Unexpectedly, before Yunxing could move, a golden light flashed in front of Yunxing and blocked the puffed egg. The puffed egg flew over, and with a bang, it knocked Tyrant Gold away. The puffed egg also felt that its master's touch was not right this time. It suddenly found that in addition to its master, there was another strange guy in the magic space. Xiaohei and the centipede ant general also looked curiously at the golden guy who looked like a human. That's your new companion, Tyrant Gold. In the future, you will all be companions, so you should get along well. Yunxing was happy when she saw it. This guy was not bad, it seemed to know how to protect her. The puffed egg not only had amazing strength, but it was also very fast. She didn't expect Tyrant Gold to be able to block the puffed egg. And from its performance just now, it seemed that as long as an unknown object approached its master, Yunxing, it would immediately react. Puff puff, master is the most annoying. She likes the new and hates the old. Even with Xiaohei and Little Hundred, it's not enough. I hate Tyrant Gold. The puffed egg's egg brain was very simple. This guy was master's new pet. Seeing how affectionate master was towards it, she definitely didn't like puffed egg. Previously, when Yunxing subdued Xiaohei and Little Hundred, the puffed egg was not present, so it could only accept it. But now, this golden thing was fighting for master's attention, the puffed egg was angry. It decided to teach Tyrant Gold a lesson. It flapped its wings and knocked Tyrant Gold out with a bang. Usually, when the puffed egg was being intimate with its master, it paid attention to controlling its strength. It knew that its master's body was a magician and couldn't take it. However, against Tycoon Jean, it did not hold back in the slightest. It could be said that it had unleashed all of its power. With a single charge, it wanted to smash Tycoon Jean into pieces. Tyrant Gold was sent flying. This was no small matter. The entire magical space shook a few times as if it had experienced a magnitude 9 earthquake. Xiaohei and the black centipede ant general, who were watching the fight, also sensed puffed egg's jealousy. The two magical beasts tactfully squatted at the side and watched the show. Magical beasts were all proud. Even though they were now Yunxing's battle pets and magical beasts, they subconsciously thought that their companion's abilities were not inferior to theirs. Xiaohei, the black centipede ant general, and the puffed egg were all top-notch magical beasts. Naturally, they had to observe carefully to see how powerful this new companion was. Seeing Tyrant Gold fall to the ground and not react for a long time, the puffed egg was delighted. Puff puff, now you know who is the most important magical beast to master. If I, the puffed egg, dare to claim to be second, no one will dare to claim to be first. Puffed egg said proudly. Just as it finished showing off, Tycoon Jean staggered up from the ground. Although it suffered a heavy blow, it was not injured at all. Puff puff. It didn't die. Puffed egg was surprised. It could smash a person into a meat patty. It could not tell that Tycoon Jean had a strong vitality. Tyrant Gold twisted its neck and wrists, but before it could even move, its entire body was already making la 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 sounds. It sounded like beans being popped. Suddenly, it gathered strength under its feet and shot out like an arrow. Another loud bang was heard, followed by another loud sound. This time, it was puffed egg that flew out and smashed into the wall of the magical space. If Xiaohei and the centipede ant king were humans, their mouths would be wide open with a "oh my god. That's weird" look on their faces. They had met their match. Pork kiss egg, you can only pray for your own good fortune. Puffed egg slid down from the magical space. It took a while before it regained its senses. This heavy blow did not cause any damage to it. However, it was the first time it suffered such a heavy blow since it was born. It even felt like its eggshell was about to be smashed. The feeling of its eggshell being smashed. It was too aggrieved. Puff puff, you're shameless. You actually copied me. Shameless. Shameless. Puffed egg was furious. That damn Tycoon Jean actually copied its special skill, the 1,000-kilogram fall. What made puffed egg even angrier was that it copied the skill perfectly. It even copied 20% to 30% of the skill's strength. Yunxing, on the other hand, watched from the side without blinking. Xiaohei. Yunxing suddenly ordered Xiaohei, use your swallowing sky combat skill. Xiaohei was very obedient. It jumped up and raised its neck. Awoo. After the wolf-like howl, the magical space turned dark. After the Devour the Heavens combat skill, Tycoon Jean suddenly raised his head and howled like a wolf. The magical space was instantly plunged into darkness. When the darkness dissipated again, Yunxing's eyes were filled with ecstasy. Puffed Egg, Xiaohei, and the Centipede Ant General were all dumbfounded. Although they were not humans, they were all high-ranked magical beasts and had the ability to think like humans. At this moment, they all understood Tycoon Jin's ability. It's actually an imitation, Yunxing exclaimed. Previously, she didn't know how to command Tycoon Jin, but now she realized that she didn't need to command it at all. Its only goal was to protect Yunxing. Without Yunxing's approval, neither humans nor magical beasts could get close to her. Yunxing knew too little about Tycoon Jin. She decided to ask the old magician again. She put Tycoon Jin into the beast speech ring and left the magic space to find the old magician. She first handed the refined magic scepter to the old magician. Seeing that his magic scepter seemed to have been reborn, the old magician was very happy. As soon as the old magician was happy, Yunxing hurriedly asked about the eternal magic weapon. The old magician didn't ask whether Yunxing had used the hellfire or to refine the eternal magic weapon. He just took out a thick magic book and handed it to Yunxing. This is a magic weapon encyclopedia written by my master, an outstanding master refiner. Now that you have the hellfire ore, you can try to refine all kinds of magic weapons. I'll give you this book as a reward for helping me perfectly refine my magic scepter. The old magician urged Yunxing to leave as soon as possible. He couldn't wait to see what kind of unexpected gains he had obtained after the purification of his magic scepter. Yunxing held the magic book. It was a huge magic book with more than 300 pages. Sure enough, it recorded the refinement of various magic weapons. Yunxing didn't have time to read it carefully and quickly flipped down. After counting down a few nights, she turned to the record about the eternal magic weapon. The eternal magic weapon was known as the King of Magic Weapons. It was a super magic weapon refined with the purest magic elements in the world. The eternal magic weapon, because of the different magic power and character of the refiner, the shape of the refined eternal magic weapon was also different. Its shape could be turned into a weapon, a magic scepter, a magic array, or a magical beast according to the preferences of the refiner. Among them, the rarest and most difficult to refine were the humanoid magic weapons. The humanoid magic weapon was also known as the King of Eternal Magic Weapons. When she saw this, Yunxing's eyebrows jumped. She didn't expect that the Tycoon Jin she accidentally refined was the legendary King of Eternal Magic Weapons. Yunxing hurriedly continued to read. The King of Magic Weapons. The reason why the humanoid magic weapon was terrifying was that it could learn like a human. Its greatest learning ability was imitation. Because of the appearance of a human, it could also grow like a human. According to the different formation and growth period, it could be divided into 4 types: primary, intermediate, advanced, and super. The power it exerted was also very different. The primary eternal magic weapon, like the current Tycoon Jin, could learn the enemy's combat skills and magic in an instant. Although these combat skills and magic were only superficial, it could only exert 20% of its power at most. The intermediate eternal magic weapon, on the other hand, could improve its combat skills and magic by itself and exert about 50% of its power. When it reached the advanced level, it could exert more than 80% of its power. If it could evolve to the super level, the humanoid magic weapon could even surpass its imitation target and exert up to 120% of its power. Wow! Yunxing was very excited. That is to say, if her Tycoon Jin could really evolve into a super magic weapon one day, doesn't that mean that it could use the opponent's moves to kill the opponent in an instant? This was very similar to the an eye for an eye in a martial arts novel that Yunxing had read in modern times, but it was even more terrifying. Earlier, Yi Baiming said that she didn't have a reliable private guard. Yunxing now found an irreplaceable private guard, that is, Tycoon Jin. Unfortunately, this magic weapon encyclopedia also said that the existence of the humanoid magic weapon was a very heaven-defying existence. It was almost impossible to evolve it all the way from the primary level to the super level. Xianxia continued to read, looking for a way to upgrade the level of the humanoid magic weapon. The fastest way to improve a humanoid magical artifact is to train it continuously in combat, so that it can learn different combat skills and magic during combat. Only through killing and imitating, especially when fighting against high-level opponents, can one continuously make breakthroughs. This point was easy to understand. Just like the modern exam-oriented students, the only way to improve their grades was to desperately do test papers and flood them with questions. Currently, Tycoon Jean was only at the primary level and could only exert 20% of its power. It looked like it needed to be further strengthened. Xianxia planned to upgrade it to the intermediate level as soon as possible so that it could exert about 50% of its power. Only then would it barely qualify as her personal guard. Finally, Xianxia thought of a way to upgrade it quickly, and that was through combat. She decided to order Tycoon Jean to go to the various hunter citadels during this period of time. There was only one purpose, and that was to continuously participate in combat and continuously learn other people's combat skills and magic. After closing the magic weapon encyclopedia, Xianxia left the Royal Academy of Magic. She first returned to the hunter encampment and found Zhou Quan. "Young master, why are you looking for me?" "Hey, who's that big blockhead behind you?" Zhou Quan glanced at the cloaked figure behind Xianxia. "Tycoon Jean." Thank you to book friends 612 and Rua Meng for their tips. The newly minted eternal magic weapon Tycoon Jean is a gift to Shuang Piaohong's tiger-slaying shoes. Excited? Recently, I've been updating 10,000 times. There are 2 more chapters in the afternoon. After a while, there will be more chapters. Please vote. After September, the recommendation votes and monthly votes are pitiful. Tycoon Gold's appearance was too dazzling. Imagine what kind of uproar a human-shaped gold mountain would cause if it walked on the streets. Xianxia simply found a large cloak and put a mask on it. "This is a new hunter I found in a tavern. It's mute. I'll give you a mission. For the next 6 months, you don't have to participate in any missions at the camp. You're only responsible for bringing it to the 13 hunter citadels in Zhou State and challenging them one by one." Once he heard that he wasn't being sent out for a mission, Zhou Quan immediately beamed with joy. But he didn't understand what young Master Yun was up to this time. Why would a new hunter go to the hunter citadels? "I want you to bring it and challenge all the matches in the 13 hunter citadels. Don't miss a single match. Remember, you have to record all the matches it wins and losses and report to me every other week." When Xianxia said this, Zhou Quan immediately felt sorry for his unknown brother. There were 13 hunter citadels, and all of them were fighting arenas. Even a man made of iron would be beaten to the ground. Zhou Quan didn't expect that the other party was really a man made of gold. But after Xianxia's warning look, Zhou Quan immediately became serious. "Young Master Yun, don't worry. I'll record all the matches and events of this brother without missing a single word. Speaking of which, what's his name?" "You can call him Tycoon Gold." Xianxia waved her hand, indicating that Zhou Quan shouldn't ask any more questions and should leave quickly. Zhou Quan agreed readily and promised Xianxia that he would return in half a year. Xianxia left the hunting grounds and returned to the medical hall. When Lin Yaoer saw her, she couldn't help but nag, "My ancestor, you're finally back. I haven't seen you for 3 days. If GMO hadn't told me that you were going to the Royal Magic Academy, I would have really thought that you had gone missing." Xianxia was going to the Imperial Magic Academy for only one purpose, which was to cultivate in the Magic Tower. Lin Yaoer knew this as well. "Did I say that I'm going to the Royal Magic Academy?" Xianxia was puzzled. When did she tell Ji-mo? Then, he looked at Ji-mo, who was immersed in his work. "Let's not talk about this anymore. While you were away, the sea buckthorns in Zhouchu village have already sprouted," Lin Yaoer said with a face full of joy. Not only that, she and Dr. Fan also inquired about several remote villages similar to Zhouchu village. Lin Yaoer intended to wait for Xianxia to return before heading to those villages to inspect them. The earlier they could solve the problem of the supply of medicinal herbs, the faster the little Xianxia would be able to recover and compete with the Medicine Emperor Pavilion. In the next few months, Yunxing and Lin Yao would occasionally bring GMO along. With Yujing as the center, they gradually spread out and built more than 10 magic herb villages in Zhou State. The Zong personality helped to direct the magical beasts to carry out the transportation. Unknowingly, 3 months had passed. Because of the magic to cultivate the herbs, the first batch of herbs in Zhou Chutsuan's village grew especially smoothly. The sea buckthorns, which normally took a year to mature, only took 3 months to bloom and bear fruit. The formerly barren Zhouchu village was now filled with the fragrance of medicinal herbs. The fruits of the sea buckthorns were like coral fruits, hanging on the branches. Under the leadership of the village chief, the hard-working villagers collected the first batch of sea buckthorns. After they collected the sea buckthorns, they dried them and then transported them to the little Xianxia, ready to hand them over to Yunxing for inspection. "Father, you can rest assured that my sister and I will definitely deliver the medicinal herbs safely." The one in charge of this important transportation was the village chief's 9-year-old eldest son. The eldest son of the village chief, Rihua, was found to have a touch of fire element in his body during the magic test. He was chosen by Yunxing and brought back to the clinic. After consuming the moon goddess's tribute, his physique had indeed changed. What was even more gratifying was that the magical elements in his body had mutated as a result, and he had become a wind and fire elemental mage. Considering his good aptitude, Yunxing also personally taught him the basic wind and fire element magic. He could barely be regarded as Yunxing's first disciple. This was a supreme honor for the village chief's family. For this reason, the whole family regarded Yunxing as their savior. The first transportation of medicinal herbs in the village was naturally handed over to him. Who knew that when Rihua was about to leave, his youngest sister, the girl, Rihua, climbed on the back of a giant winged green bat. The little girl said seriously, "I want to go with my brother. I won't make trouble. I won't make trouble for my brother. I can also help my brother command the big birds." Little Yun was only 4.5 years old. She was now familiar with the giant winged green bats and liked to call them big birds. When the village chief and his wife heard this, they couldn't help but smile. It was strange to say that their little girl was not only not afraid of magical beasts, but also had a good relationship with these ferocious big guys. She wasn't boasting. Although she was young, her ability to command these giant winged green bats had even been praised by the master of personality. Little Hua's magic talent was not bad, but her command of these giant winged green bats was not as good as his little sister's. Thinking that their little daughter had not even been to the Jade capital once since she was born, the village chief and his wife's hearts couldn't help but soften. They discussed for a while and instructed little Hua and a few adults in the village to take good care of little Yun. Only then did they let everyone go down the mountain in the daylight. Zhou Chutsuan's medicinal herbs team flew slowly through the air. This was the first transportation, so there were a total of 10 giant winged green bats. Little Hua and her sister, little Yun, sat on the first giant winged green bat. The two siblings sat on the magical beast and looked at Zhou Chutsuan, who was constantly shrinking, as their parents' figures gradually disappeared. They didn't know that a terrible crisis was about to happen on their journey. Under the dense bushes, a group of people was lying in ambush. They were a few people dressed as hunters. They had been lying in ambush here for a while. One of them raised his head to look at the sky and stood up. This person was Qi Fengfei. Medicine Man Qi, I didn't say wrongly, right? The people of Little Xiandong are indeed secretly planting medicinal herbs outside. I've asked around, the village on the mountain is called Zhouchutsuan. A few months ago, a few strangers brought a batch of medicinal herb seeds and gave the village chief a large sum of money, saying that they wanted them to help plant the medicinal herbs. The one who spoke was Xianxia. Ever since he was taught a lesson by Yunxing and had his doctor tablet taken away from him, he had lost his livelihood. He couldn't be a doctor anymore, so he was reduced to being an unlicensed doctor in a hunting group. A few days ago, when he went out with the hunting group, he happened to meet a villager from Zhouchutsuan. After asking around, he heard that Zhouchutsuan was planting medicinal herbs and the one who asked them to plant the medicinal herbs was a medical hall in the Jade capital called Little Xiandong. After Xianxia received this news, it was as if he had received a treasure. He ran back to the Medicine Emperor Pavilion and told the news to Qi Fengfei. Since Qi Fengfei was rejected by Yunxing, she became even more aggressive in suppressing the supply of medicinal herbs to little Xianyandong, but who would have thought that the other party didn't respond? Just as she was feeling puzzled, the news that Qing Sihai brought back gave her a huge shock. At first, she didn't believe it. Growing medicinal herbs in such a remote village required a lot of manpower and material resources, and transportation was also a problem. Moreover, she had clearly ordered all the pharmacies in the country not to provide high-quality medicinal herb seeds to little Xianyandong, so where did Yunxing get those medicinal herb seeds from? Qi Fengfei used a lot of means to inquire about the supply of little Xianyandong seeds. It turned out to be the largest chamber of commerce in the endless continent, Everlasting Chamber of Commerce. This amazing news made Qi Fengfei reevaluate the strength of little Xianyandong. After all, Everlasting Chamber of Commerce was famous for recognizing money and not people. Even Everlasting Chamber of Commerce could use their influence. The strength of little Xianyandong was far more powerful than she initially imagined. Qi Fengfei didn't dare to take it lightly. She hired Qing Sihai's hunting corps and ordered them to ambush near Zhouchu village, but they found an even more amazing secret. Magic herb matter? Using magical beasts to transport the herbs. When she learned these two truths, Qi Fengfei could no longer sit still. She immediately followed the hunting corps and ambushed them on the only way to Jade Capital from Zhouchu village. Qi Fengfei knew that it was impossible for her to directly clash with Yunxing. Yunxing had the Yun residence, the Heaven Extermination Hunting Group, and that powerful Saint Beast summoner behind her. Qi Fengfei patiently waited until she heard that Yunxing and Zhong Yi were not in Jade Capital these days. Only then did she start her plan. She guessed that after Yunxing's medicinal herbs were cultivated with magic, the medicinal herbs would mature in the near future. Once the medicinal herbs matured, they would be transported down the mountain. At this time, it was the best time for her to take action. After waiting for nearly 3 days, she finally saw the figure of the giant winged green bat. On the back of the giant winged green bat, there were some villagers and bundles of dried medicinal herbs. Even from afar, the quality of the herbs was very good. He must not let little Xianyandong obtain these herbs smoothly, otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Immediately kill this team that is transporting medicinal herbs. Qi Fengfei observed for a moment, and after confirming that there were no abnormalities in the surroundings, she ordered the hunting corps to attack immediately. Kill? But the Kairan are just a bunch of weak villagers. There are even a few children among them. After receiving the order, the hunters were somewhat hesitant. For this ambush, they had prepared a large number of crossbows and arrows. The mages among the hunters had also turned out in full force. However, they did not expect that the other party was just a group of innocent villagers. Just do as I say. Are you afraid that I won't pay? Qi Fengfei said angrily. The hunters looked at each other, but in the end they did not resist. Since they had received the other party's money, they had to complete the other party's request. Not only that, these hunting troops had to lick the blood of their blades every day. They didn't dare to offend the Medicine Emperor Pavilion. High up in the air, the villagers of Zhouchu village were still savoring the joy of their first harvest. They did not know that on the ground, several dozen crossbows were aimed at them. Brother, Xiaoyun also wants to be a mage. Xiaoyun was hugging her brother's neck and asking him questions. In her heart, a magician like Miracle Dr. Yun was the most awe-inspiring. In the future, she must be like Miracle Dr. Yun. She was beautiful and knew powerful magic. I will. Brother will personally teach Xiaoyun magic in the future. Xiaohua pinched his sister's nose dotingly. All of a sudden, he became alert. The sensitivity of a wind elemental mage was beyond that of an ordinary person. Xiaohua heard a slight fluctuation in the air. He looked down and his eyes suddenly widened. Countless arrows dipped in poison shot up from below. Almost at the same time, all kinds of magic attacks were shot out. Quick! Everyone, immediately command the giant winged green bats to fly past this area. By the time Xiaohua discovered it, it was already too late. A group of hunters who had been through life and death situations shot out countless crossbows and magic. How could a group of villagers withstand it? The giant winged green bats were very ordinary magic beasts. They did not know how to attack and their defensive power was only average. After being frightened, they immediately threw the villagers off. Help! The villagers fell from the sky like locusts. The herbs flew all over the sky like snow in June. Xiaoyun, hold on to the green bats tightly. Don't let go. Xiaohua panicked when he saw the villagers from the same village being shot by arrows. After all, he was only a 9-year-old child. In a moment of desperation, his mind was blank. There was only one thought in his mind, which was to protect his sister. At this moment, a hidden arrow suddenly pierced his shoulder. Immediately, blood flowed from his shoulder. Xiaohua clenched his teeth and began chanting intermittently. He cast a wind-type spell on the green bat beneath him. I'll fight it out with you. Immediately, a fireball shot out from his magic scepter and attacked the hunters who were lying in ambush below. There's a mage in the team. Kill him immediately. When they discovered that there was a mage in the team escorting the herbs, the hunters immediately targeted the giant winged green bat that Xiaohua was on. Countless arrows and magic spells. In the sky, a rain of blood fell. Xiaoyun listened to her brother's words and lay motionless on the back of the green bat. Under the effect of the wind magic, they staggered all the way to the Jade Capital. In the Jade Capital, around dusk, Lin Yaoer was counting the income of the day in the little Xiandong. GMO was at the side, helping to record the accounts. GMO's brow suddenly tightened. He looked outside the medical hall. He only heard a thump outside, as if something heavy fell. Then, there was a burst of crying of a little girl. Lin Yaoer and GMO hurriedly rushed out. In the sky above the little Xiandong, a heavily injured giant-winged green bat suddenly fell. On top of it, there was a little person who was shivering. Xiaoyun, what happened to you? Lin Yaoer remembered that today was the day when the first batch of herbs was delivered from Zhouchu village. The villagers responsible for delivering the herbs should have arrived long ago. Earlier, Lin Yaoer was secretly puzzled. Why did they wait from morning to evening and still not see the villagers? Looking at the situation, the villagers had encountered a sneak attack on the way. Sneak attack. Lin Yaoer's eyebrows jumped. Currently, Miracle Dr. Yun was not in the city. Who could be so despicable? Don't ask first, she is injured. GMO quickly walked forward. Xiaoyun was scared speechless, but she still followed her brother's instructions and hugged the giant winged green bat. Xiaoyun, I am Brother Ji. Don't be afraid, you are already safe. Let go of your hand. GMO's body seemed to be emitting an invisible warmth as he softly comforted Xiaoyun. Xiaoyun was in a daze. She recognized GMO and let go of her hand, tightly hugging GMO. GMO looked behind her and found that half of the arrowhead had already sunk into her flesh. Damn it, they actually used such a heavy hand on a child. GMO only took a glance and was sure that if the arrow was an inch deeper, Xiaoyun's life would have been gone. This child was really lucky. Even after suffering such a serious injury, she could still come back. Dr. Fan heard the movement outside and rushed out. When he saw Xiaoyun's pale face, he couldn't help but change his complexion, quickly take the child inside and treat her wound immediately. Otherwise, if the arrow is delayed for an hour, the child's life will not be saved. Yunshin was not here, so he had to do it. No, you can't pull out the arrow. GMO, who had always been silent in the medical hall, stopped Dr. Fan this time. If you don't pull out the arrow, this child will die. Dr. Fan was also angry. Although Yunshin had the final say in the little Xiandong, today, Yunshin was not here. Among the doctors in the little Xiandong, he was the most authoritative one. Dr. Fan didn't hate GMO, but he felt that the boy was too quiet and too indifferent. She couldn't hold on. The arrow was only an inch away from her heart and lungs. Plus, she had been rushing for a long time. Her blood has long been exhausted. Pulling out the arrow is tantamount to killing her with my own hands, GMO calmly replied. How did you? Dr. Fan still wanted to ask, but GMO had already picked up Xiaoyun and walked to the backyard. Hey, boy, don't just walk. What are you going to do? Don't mess around. Dr. Fan had to follow. Who knew that GMO would go straight to his room and lock the door? Dr. Fan, don't stop GMO. Miracle Dr. Yun said that if she's not around and something happens, GMO should handle it. Lin Yaoer did not know that Yunshin was already suspicious of GMO's identity. She only knew that before Miracle Dr. Yun went out this time, she had said that if the medical hall really encountered a difficult patient, if Dr. Fan was not confident in treating it, he should hand it over to GMO. Lin Yao was a little puzzled at first. Could it be that an ordinary magician was more powerful than Dr. Fan? Seeing that there was no movement in GMO's room, Lin Yao and Dr. Fan couldn't just wait. The two of them returned to the medical hall and moved the seriously injured green bat into the medical hall. After Dr. Fan examined it, he found that there were magic attacks and arrow wounds on the green bat's body. All the herbs are gone. Also, this time, there should be 10 giant winged green bats. There is only one left, I'm afraid. Lin Yao didn't say anything else. She and Dr. Fan already knew that something big must have happened during the transportation of herbs. Dr. Fan was still waiting in the medical hall. Lin Yao went out of the city that night to look for Yin Songlong. After Yin Songlong learned the news, he hurriedly rushed to Zhouchu village with a group of hunters. At the foot of Zhouchu village, they found a large number of villagers' corpses and plundered medicinal herbs. At this time, Dr. Fan was still waiting in the medical hall. The door to Jimo's room opened and he walked out alone. There was a trace of tiredness on his plain face, but there was a smile on his lips. Where's little Yun? Dr. Fan couldn't wait to rush into the room. He saw that on the bed, Xiaoyun was sleeping well. She didn't have her previous pale appearance. Her small face was flushed red. She looked like she was tired and fell asleep. The arrowhead on her back was gone. Even the bloodstains and wounds had all disappeared. Seeing such a situation, Dr. Fan was startled and walked out of the room. GMO was currently standing in the courtyard of the medical center. The snow-like moonlight sprinkled on the youth's face. His face, which was unremarkable during the day, now had a special charm to it. Who are you? Dr. Fan's expression was dignified as he stared at GMO. That kind of healing method was not something that could be done with ancient medical skills, nor was it something that ordinary mages could do. In the entire continent, there was only one type of magic that could achieve such an effect, and that was light magic. Furthermore, based on Xiaoyun's recovery, GMO's cultivation in light magic was definitely not weak. GMO didn't want to say more and turned to leave. You're a light mage? You're from the Dharma Temple. Does Xinger know your identity? Dr. Fan questioned. In Dr. Fan's heart, Yunxing was still a child, no matter how good her medical skills were. He didn't want anyone with disloyalty to stay in the medical hall. He also didn't want GMO to hurt Yunxing, even though he didn't sense the slightest bit of hostility from GMO. Light magicians were generally straightforward and upright people, but even if there was a little threat, Dr. Fan still had to take precautions in advance. GMO was about to answer when there was a knock on the door of the medical hall. Yun Songlong's voice came from outside the room. Dr. Fan frowned. Kid, I don't care where you came from. If you dare to hurt Xinger, I, Fan Ji, will be the first to not let you off. Dr. Fan hurriedly went to open the door, but GMO didn't say a word. After a long time, he sighed softly. If it wasn't for the fact that he had no other choice, he also didn't want to be enemies with Yunxing. These few months were the happiest days of his life. And his happiness was only because of a certain person's existence. Yun Songlong rushed over with Xiaoyun's father and a few villagers. Doctor, my daughter, she. The village chief's eyes were red. He already knew that a group of villagers, including Xiaohua, had been killed. During the day, he had personally watched his son and daughter leave. He didn't expect that in just one day, his son would die and his daughter would be seriously injured. This kind of result was almost unacceptable to him. He didn't dare to tell the child's mother the news, so he rushed over with a few of the villagers who had been killed. Xiaoyun's injuries have been cured, thanks to GMO, you guys come in first. What exactly happened? Dr. Fan asked everyone to come in. Yun Songlong told Dr. Fan his findings. They carried out a carpet search at the place where the villagers were killed. Because of the sky, their findings were very limited. However, they still found some messy footsteps in the bushes and woods, as well as some abandoned weapons. It was obvious that this was done by a well-trained hunting team. The villagers of Zhouchu village had always been aloof from worldly affairs. The village had always been poor, and even ordinary bandits were unwilling to rob the village. This group of hunters must have been ordered to do such a vicious thing. Dr. Fan, do you have any clues about this matter? Xing'er is not in the city right now, and Master Zhongren is also not here. We must find out the whole story as soon as possible. Yun Songlong couldn't help but blame himself. He also knew that Yunxing had been running the magic medicine shop recently. He should have reminded her to be careful. With Yun Songlong's understanding of Yunxing, if she knew that the villagers were killed because of her negligence, she would definitely blame herself. Dr. Fan didn't answer, even though he already had the answer in his heart. Let's wait for Xing'er to talk about everything. Group leader Yun, I'll have to trouble you to station some hunters in the village and at the foot of the mountain. I'll leave Xiao Yun in your care for the time being. Yun Songlong could only give up. He arranged for Xiao Yun's father and the villagers to rest in the city. He planned to wait a few days for Yunxing to return before making any plans. After sending Yun Songlong off, Lin Yaoer closed the door of the clinic. She still had to rush back to the Imperial Magic Academy. Dr. Fan went to see Xiao Yun again. After confirming that her condition was stable, he left. It was already very late at night, but Dr. Fan didn't rest. He walked out of the clinic alone and walked in the direction of Yujing City. At this time, it was already around the third watch. The sound of the night watchman could be heard on the streets of Yujing City. Dr. Fan walked to the outside of the Medicine Emperor Pavilion. As the largest medical hall in the Jade Capital, the Medicine Emperor Pavilion was open all night long. Even at night, the side door of the Medicine Emperor Pavilion would still be open. Every night, there would be a doctor at the level of Dr. Ling. Tonight, the doctor was Yao Rong. It's you. Yao Rong didn't even raise her head as she continued to arrange the prescriptions she had given out today. It's you all who did it. Dr. Fan's gaze was cold. Until today, when he saw the bloodied little Yun and the grief-stricken villagers, he realized that he had drifted further and further away from the Medicine Emperor Pavilion. What are you talking about? If you are here to see a doctor or to exchange pointers, the Medicine Emperor Pavilion will welcome you. But if you are here to question the Medicine Emperor Pavilion because the little Ci Endong is at a disadvantage, then you can leave now. Yao Rong could also smell the smell of gunpowder from Dr. Fan. Stop pretending. The people of Zhouchu village were killed by you all. Also, the matter of blocking the supply of medicinal herbs to the little Ci Endong was also done by you all. To think that the Medicine Emperor Pavilion would be afraid of the rise of a small medical hall and do such despicable things. Although Dr. Fan had already separated himself from the Medicine Emperor Pavilion, in his heart, the Medicine Emperor Pavilion had always been the place where he learned his medical skills. He had never fought against the Medicine Emperor Pavilion head-on before. But this time around, the actions of the Medicine Emperor Pavilion had thoroughly infuriated him. What Zhouchu village? What hunters? I don't know anything about it. Yao Rong's face was blank. Go and ask Qi Fengfei. Tell her that even a dog will jump over a wall when it is anxious. This time I will not let this matter rest. The blood debt of Zhouchu village will be repaid by the Medicine Emperor Pavilion sooner or later. After Dr. Fan finished speaking, he angrily pulled out an item from his waist and threw it on the ground. Yao Rong looked over and saw that the item Dr. Fan threw down was his physician token. His actions, did it mean that he wanted to sever all ties with the Medicine Emperor Pavilion? Yao Rong's face was filled with anxiety. She wanted to ask something, but before she could open her mouth, Fan Ji had already left in anger. Looking at the physician token on the ground, Yao Rong understood that this time, Fan Ji really had nothing to do with the Medicine Emperor Pavilion. Wait. Qi Fengfei walked down the stairs. Deep into the night, the lights in the Medicine Emperor Pavilion were dim. Qi Fengfei walked out of the light and darkness like an evil spirit from hell. She looked a bit eerie. Yao Rong's complexion greatly changed. She hurriedly picked up the doctor's card on the ground, wanting to cover up for Dr. Fan. I was the one who did it. Yao Rong didn't know anything about it. Fan Ji, are you very angry and want to kill me? Qi Fengfei slowly walked to Dr. Fan's side and provoked him with her eyes. Are you still a human? Are you still a doctor? Xiao Yun's brother was only 9 years old. He fell from a high altitude and even his bones couldn't be found. Dr. Fan said while gnashing his teeth. The young Xiaoyun reminded him of his daughter who had died young. The grief-stricken villagers made him constantly remember the pain of losing his daughter. If you want to blame someone, you can only blame them for working for little Xiandong. You should know that the status of the Medicine Emperor Pavilion is unshakable. Whoever dares to touch them will die. Also, you have joined forces with Yunxing many times to offend the Medicine Emperor Pavilion. Do you think that you can still leave here safely? Qi Fengfei's complexion was sinister as a vicious light flashed through her eyes. Her 5 fingers, which were hidden under her sleeves, emitted a dense green light. Medicine Man Qi, you promised me that you would let him go. Only now did Yao Rong know that Medicine Man Qi had really done something to the innocent villagers. During this period of time, due to the rise of little Xiandong, Medicine Man Qi had reorganized the Medicine Emperor Pavilion. In the Medicine Emperor Pavilion, if there was any slight disobedience, they would be expelled or even disappear for no reason. The entire Medicine Emperor Pavilion was now in a state of panic. As the third seat of the Medicine Emperor Pavilion in the Jade Capital, Yao Rong didn't dare to speak out. However, she had never thought that Qi Fengfei would be so crazy as to kill innocent villagers in order to keep little Xiandong in check. No wonder Fan Zhi was so abnormal tonight. Yao Rong and Fan Zhi had been practicing medicine for many years with the purpose of healing the wounded and saving the dying. After Fan Zhi left, Yao Rong had been bitterly holding on. She had never thought that Qi Fengfei's actions would completely topple her beliefs. Imperial Physician Yao, I promised you to let him go because he is your man. I promised that as long as he knew his place and continued to be his physician and you were willing to be loyal to the Medicine Emperor Pavilion, I would let him go. However, he became restless. Not only did he take in an extremely daring lass, he even managed little Xiandong with her. After all, he is someone from the Medicine Emperor Pavilion and knows too much. I can't let him go. Qi Fengfei suddenly flashed and a green shadow appeared in her hand. Her 5 claws were incomparably cold as she grabbed towards Dr. Fan's neck. Her 5 claws emitted a cold air. With one look, one could tell that they had been dipped in poison. Fan Zhi, leave quickly. Yao Rong threw herself onto Fan Zhi's body. When Qi Fengfei came down, Yao Rong was already on guard. When she made her move, Yao Rong wanted to protect Fan Zhi. Fan Zhi was still immersed in Qi Fengfei's words. It turned out that he had misunderstood Yao Rong. He thought that it was because she coveted her reputation and was unwilling to give up the generous salary of the Medicine Emperor Pavilion and her reputation as an imperial physician. That was why she was unwilling to leave the Medicine Emperor Pavilion. Who would have thought that everything she did was for him? It was too late for Fan Zhi to regret. Fan Zhi only felt a warmth in front of him. Yao Rong's delicate face was just inches away from him. Before he could see the emotions on Yao Rong's face, Qi Fengfei's hand had already fiercely slapped Yao Rong's body. A terrifying sound of bones breaking was heard. Yao Rong's body shook heavily and a green cloud immediately covered her face. What a powerful poison! Idiot! Since you love each other so much, I'll let you both die together. After Qi Fengfei's attack succeeded, she did not stop. She would rather lose an imperial physician and kill Fan Zhi as well. Suddenly, a strong light flashed. Qi Fengfei's hand that was about to touch Fan Zhi bounced back as if she was burned by flames. When she turned around, Yao Rong and Fan Zhi had already disappeared. Who is it? Qi Fengfei was flustered and exasperated. She did not even see who the opponent was and saved them. This made her very angry. On the street, there was a sound of rapid breathing. Dr. Fan was holding Yao Rong. Before he could react, they had already left the Medicine Emperor Pavilion. He thought that this time, he would definitely die. It's you? Dr. Fan thought that tonight, he and Yao Rong would definitely die. However, he did not expect that GMO would actually save him. The one who broke into the Medicine Emperor Pavilion and secretly saved Dr. Fan and his wife was GMO. At this moment, he had already changed into a set of night clothes. His body was still emitting a dense magic element. Dr. Fan recognized the light magic element at a glance. Ever since Dr. Fan knew about Zhoutsuan, his expression was not good. Yun Sunlong did not pay much attention to it, but GMO who was at the side saw it clearly. After Dr. Fan left the Medicine Emperor Pavilion alone, he had been following behind. Only when Qi Fengfei made a move did GMO save them. Dr. Fan still wanted to ask, but Yao Rong who was in his arms had already been poisoned. Her face was green and her lips had already turned dark purple. Qi Fengfei was Wendagua's medicine man, but who would have thought that her most powerful skill was poison? This poison was incomparably poisonous. As long as one touched it, they would turn into pus in an instant. Yao Rong was a medical practitioner. She had been in contact with all kinds of medicinal herbs all year round. Her resistance to poison was much better than the average person. That was why she could hold on until now. But now, she looked like she was about to die. Rong, how could you be so foolish? You blocked that attack for me. All these years, I have misunderstood you. Dr. Fan felt guilty and pity for Yao Rong. Fan. Gee, I brought this upon myself. I shouldn't have disobeyed you at that time. Our child. Yao Rong's face was already full of tears. The husband and wife finally buried the hatchet. But what awaited them was an eternal separation. Dr. Fan's expression was sorrowful. He suddenly raised his head and looked at GMOU. I don't care who you are. You know light magic. You can save my wife, right? I beg you. Save her. GMO didn't say a word. He just looked at Yao Rong. He and Yao Rong had met a few times. But his nature was cold, and his feelings for people were also very indifferent. When he first saw Yao Rong, he was sure that this person would not live for long and would die young. His master had once warned him. Wen Su, you must know that you have the heaven's eye. You can see through people's life and death. But a person's fate can only be determined by the heavens. If you change it for your own selfish reasons, you will eventually damage your own fortune. The more your fortune is damaged, the more dangerous it will be when you face a great calamity in the future. Therefore, you must not change someone's fate without permission. Even more so, you should not save someone who should not be saved. Today, when he saw Xiao Yun, because of her appearance, although there was a bloody disaster, she would not die. That was why he saved her. But Yao Rong was different. Her eyes were lifeless and her face was dark. She was about to die. Seeing GMO hesitate, Fan Ji's expression became even more miserable. I'm sorry, I can't save her. Her poison is very strong. I used light magic today, so I can't save her. GMO's words made Dr. Fan feel as if he was struck by lightning. Dr. Fan was also a magician. He knew that every time a light magician used light magic, they would need to consume a lot of magic power. Within a day, it would be very difficult to use light magic twice. I don't blame you, it's all fate. Rong, in this life, I've let you down. Don't worry, in the next life, I definitely won't let you down. Dr. Fan's tears flowed like rain. He held Yao Rong and swayed as he prepared to leave. Wait a moment. Jimo's heart was moved. He didn't know why, but his heart was faintly moved when he heard Dr. Fan's words. It gave birth to compassion in his heart. I can't save her, but I think there's someone who can. Xianxia hasn't come back yet. No one can save her, Dr. Fan understood very well. If Yinxing was here, maybe there was still hope for Yao Rong. Go find that poison brat. He may not be good at other things, but when it comes to poison, I'm afraid he's even better than Yinxing. Jimo's reminder woke Dr. Fan up from his dream. He remembered that there was also a person called Abandoned. Abandoned, who was known as Poison Brat, was indeed an expert in poison. Dr. Fan no longer hesitated. He picked up Yao Rong and rushed to the Wanlong gambling house. At this time, Abandoned should still be in the gambling house. Looking at Dr. Fan who was running away, GMO seemed to understand. What was the feeling of love? Why would it make people change so much? GMO's reminder was not wrong. After Dr. Fan found Abandoned, he checked Yao Rong's wound. He used little qing to absorb most of the poison in Yao Rong's body. After absorbing the poison, Yao Rong's life would not be in danger for a short time. The rest of the removal of the remaining poison was left to Dr. Fan to slowly remove the poison in Yao Rong's body. When Yinxing returned to Jade Capital, it was already 7 days later. She and Zhongyi went out to look for a suitable magic pharmacy. It could be said that it went smoothly. Who would have thought that when she returned to Little Xiandong, what awaited her was the bad news of Zhou Chuzuan and Yao Rong, who was left in Little Xiandong. After knowing the whole story, Yunxing's face was gloomy. However, she did not rush to the Medicine Emperor Pavilion to denounce them as expected. Yunxing understood that since Qi Fengfei dared to do that, she must have made full preparations. Not to mention that she did not know which hunting course she hired. Based on her understanding of Qi Fengfei, that woman was very vicious and merciless. She might have already secretly dealt with the hunting corps. As for reporting it to the government, it was even more impossible. Not long after Yao Rong left, the Medicine Emperor Pavilion released a public announcement to abolish Yao Rong's identity as an imperial physician. They even supported Xianxia to become the new imperial physician. The Medicine Emperor Pavilion in Jade Capital was deeply rooted. Presumably, they also had many pawns in the imperial court of Zhou State. Are we just going to let it go like this? Also, because of Zhou Chuzuan's matter, the other villages that had promised to help us grow medicinal herbs all went back on their word. Lin Yaoer was furious. Seeing that everyone's efforts over the past few months and the villagers' blood feud couldn't be avenged, she couldn't wait to kill her way to the Medicine Emperor Pavilion. No, it's the opposite. We can't do it openly, but we can do it secretly. Yunxing already had an idea in her heart. She first went to visit Yao Rong and learned that the couple had reconciled. She was very happy for Dr. Fan. Dr. Fan, this time it's all thanks to you. Little Yun's injury is not a big problem. The arrival of Imperial Physician Yao also brought a new force to our Little Xiandong. Yunxing couldn't help but make fun of the couple when she saw that they were loving each other. She saw that Little Yun's injury was treated very well, and she almost didn't see any wounds. Naturally, she thought that it was done by Dr. Fan. Dr. Fan's eyes flashed, but in the end, he didn't say anything about GMO. Thank you, Dr. Yun. I will also call you Xing'er. I have offended you before, I hope you won't take it to heart. Yao Rong nodded towards Yunxing. Ah Ji, go and pour me a glass of water, I am a little thirsty. Yao Rong looked at Yunxing and sent Fan Ji away. As soon as Dr. Fan left, Yao Rong also sat up. The poison in her body had almost been cleared, but her body was still very weak. Xing'er, you didn't come here today just to see me, right? Compared to Dr. Fan, Yao Rong was more intelligent. She was able to sit on the third seat in the Medicine Emperor Pavilion. Needless to say, her medical skills were also very good. She could also see that Yunxing was not the kind of person who would give up easily. From the previous times when she attacked the Medicine Emperor Pavilion, this time, Yunxing would not let the matter of Zhou Chuzuan go. Imperial Physician Yao is indeed very smart. You should have already guessed the purpose of my visit. I just don't know, are you willing to help me? Yunxing smiled faintly. The two women, who were quite different in age, had a tacit understanding when they smiled. In this tacit understanding, there was a mutual appreciation and at the same time, there was also a deep appreciation. You want me to tell you the weakness of the Medicine Emperor Pavilion? Yao Rong laughed softly. Actually, you don't have to worry about it. When Qi Fengfei tried to kill me, I had already died once. Yao Rong was disappointed that her master, Wen Daiguoshu, did not interfere. Since the Medicine Emperor Pavilion was no longer the Medicine Emperor Pavilion in her memory, why should she be merciful? Who said that men were heartless? When women were heartless, they were much more ruthless than men. When Dr. Fan returned, Yunxing and Yao Rong were talking and laughing, looking like good friends. Thank you for Luli and use reward *. What are you two talking about? Why are you so happy? Dr. Fan's face was also full of joy. Dr. Fan, take good care of Imperial Physician Yao. I will take my leave first. Yunxing walked away with a smile. But what Dr. Fan didn't know was that in Yunxing's beast language ring, there was an extra map. This map was provided by Yao Rong. In the map, the locations and names of all the 180 main pharmacies of the Imperial Medicine Pavilion in Zhou State were clearly distributed. After obtaining the map, Yunxing also looked for Zhong Yi. What, you said you want to find more than 100 giant winged green bats? I say, little master, you still haven't learned your lesson. Look at Zhou Chuzuan this time. In my opinion, even if you want to find a flying magical beast, you should find a more ferocious one. After Zhongyi learned about Zhou Chuzuan, he was angry. He almost killed his way to the Imperial Medicine Pavilion. No, it's still the giant winged green bat. After all, if it's another ferocious magical beast, the villagers won't be able to subdue it. But this time, I want to transform the giant winged green bat. Yunxing's eyes flashed. After the incident with Zhou Chuzuan, Qi Fengfei was very vigilant for a long time. She originally thought that Yao Rong would die after being injured by her, but who knew that she would come back to life? Moreover, with the protection of Yun Songlong and others, it was impossible for her to kill Yao Rong. Qi Fengfei was very worried because Yao Rong was different from Fan Ji. She was the core figure of the Imperial Medicine Pavilion and knew too many secrets. But after waiting for nearly 3 months, there was still no movement from little Xianxia. At Zhou Chuzuan's side, the villagers were still working as usual. Everything looked normal. The other villages also didn't dare to plant medicinal herbs for little Xianxia. Qi Fengfei's deterrent effect was basically achieved. This time, Zhou Chuzuan's medicinal herbs matured again. Qi Fengfei paid close attention to Zhou Chuzuan's situation. After learning that Zhou Chuzuan still recklessly planted medicinal herbs after suffering a heavy blow, Qi Fengfei smiled coldly. Qing Sihai, find the hunting group from last time and sneak into Zhou Chuzuan tonight. Infiltrate Zhouchu village? What do you mean by that? After Yao Rong and Fan Ji reconciled, Qing Sihai was so jealous that he wanted to die. Right now, he was playing the role of Qi Fengfei's lackey. What's the use of keeping those villagers who don't learn their lesson? Bring people and massacre Zhouchu village. Remember to destroy their medicinal fields as well. Then, make it look like the mountain bandits exterminating the village. Qi Fengfei's expression was fierce as she spoke. Hearing this, Qing Sihai felt his scalp go numb. Thinking of killing hundreds of people in the village, Qing Sihai also felt that it was a bit too much. However, he did not dare to disobey Qi Fengfei. Yao Rong was his example. Qing Sihai spent a large sum of money and hired the same hunting group from last time to sneak into Zhouchu village. At night, when all the villagers of Zhouchu village had turned off their lights and gone to bed, the nearly 100 hunters quietly approached the village entrance. The village was silent. Occasionally, only the cries of wild cats could be heard. Dr. Qing, are we really going to kill them all? The leader of the hunting group also felt a chill in his heart. They were just hunters, not killers. Kill them all. Don't leave a single one alive. These blind people have provoked the Medicine Imperial Pavilion time and time again. This time, we'll make an example out of them. Qing Sihai made a beheading gesture. The hunters moved, blocking the various entrances of the village. Dr. Qing, something seems wrong. Didn't you say that the medicinal plants in the village have all matured? Why is there nothing in the medicinal fields? Several hunters scattered around the medicinal fields. Other than killing people, Qi Fengfei also gave the order to destroy the medicinal fields in the village. Today was the 15th. The moonlight was very good. There was only one full moon in the sky. Under the moonlight, Qing Sihai could clearly see the situation in the medicinal field. He looked at the medicinal field. He looked over and found that there really was nothing in the medicinal fields. All the medicinal plants had already been harvested. It was as if someone had already known that there would be a night attack and had harvested them in advance. His eyelids twitched. Like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, he jumped up. No, there must be a trap in the village. Everyone, go and get the villagers. Before Qing Sihai could finish his sentence, he heard a sound that made his heart go numb from the top of his head. The hunters also heard the sound and looked up at the night sky. A full moon hung high in the sky. Around the moon, there were dense dark clouds. Those were not ordinary dark clouds. Those were magical beasts. More than 100 magical beasts densely packed together. They were all giant winged green bats. The leader was a dragon-clawed bat king. There was a person standing on top of it. He held a magic scepter in his hand. The Zong personality looked down at the dumbfounded ants below. TSK, TSK. Little Master's guess was right. You useless things still haven't given up. This time, you want to massacre Zhouchu village, right? Today, I'll let you get what you want. Massacre once. The Zong personality waved his hands and the giant winged green bats in the sky immediately changed their formation. A summoner, but he actually wanted to control a group of giant winged green bats that didn't know how to defend or attack. The hunters couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. They had already fought with the giant winged green bats once. Although the number of bats had greatly increased this time, their manpower was also many times more than before. Leader, Dr. Chung, the village is completely empty. We didn't see a single villager. The hunter who went to catch the villagers in the house turned back. Everyone, don't panic. The other party only has one summoner. We have more than enough to deal with this group of bats. Together, shoot towards the sky. Qing Sihai finally understood that he had fallen into Yunxing's trap. However, the other party had also underestimated their strength. They could escape as long as they broke through the village. That's not right, Dr. Chung. There seems to be something on the mouths and legs of those bats. The leader of the hunters had sharp eyes. He saw that the giant winged green bats were different from the last time. Their mouths, legs, and claws were all biting and grabbing something. Suddenly, almost 100 giant winged green bats released their mouths and claws at the same time. One by one, unknown objects flashing with magical elements fell from the sky. The Zong personality had already brought the group of bats and quickly rose into the sky. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, the entire Zhouchu village was engulfed in flames and explosions. The sound was so loud and the fire was so intense that it dyed the nearby mountains red. Those hunters didn't even have time to think carefully before the tumbling heat waves and ferocious magical elements had already torn them apart and exploded them into ashes. The reason for this effect was that Yunxing had been intensively researching during this period of time. Referring to the magic weapon encyclopedia, Yunxing had created the first magic weapon, sky-blasting thunder. Last time, the green bat was severely injured because of its poor defense and attack power. Yunxing thought for a long time until she saw the gigantic winged green bat flying. She thought of the modern fighter jet. As long as the gigantic winged green bat was equipped with a powerful weapon, it would be able to instantly destroy a large number of enemies with a little training during the transportation process in the future. Even if the gigantic winged green bat did not have any attack power, it would still be able to instantly destroy a large number of enemies with a little training. Yunxing told the Zongwei her idea. The Zongwei thought about it and suggested that the summoned beasts could be equipped with magic weapons. It turned out that in Punlai, there were also some summoners who would equip their summoned beasts with the corresponding magic weapons. These magic weapons could help the summoned beasts and play an unexpected role when the summoner was in danger. Although Yunxing was a summoner, because she was born in Zhou State, a country with very few summoners, her understanding of summoners was limited. The Zongwei came from Punlai, so he had seen and heard much more than Yunxing. When he heard that Yunxing didn't know that the summoned beasts could carry magic weapons, the Zongwei felt a little strange. Could it be that the Emperor Zhao didn't tell Yunxing about this? However, the Zongwei didn't dare to ask more and just explained in detail. Yunxing was very smart and quickly understood. So she spent a few days searching through the magic weapons encyclopedia and finally found a magic weapon called the sky-blasting thunder. Its principle was like a modern time bomb. It sealed the violent thunder element magic on a specific magic material and then activated the magic array on it when it was about to be used. Yunxing didn't understand thunder element magic, but her thunder explosion vortex was much more powerful than thunder element magic. After a few experiments, Yunxing successfully refined the sky-blasting thunder. Then she handed it to the Zongwei and asked him to train the gigantic winged green bat. Finally, this batch of magic weapons was successfully refined before the herbs matured and were installed on the gigantic winged green bat one by one. This was how the previous scene happened. After developing all of this, Zhongyi went to Zhouchu village a few days before the herbs matured and asked the villagers to collect the herbs in advance. That night, the villagers secretly evacuated from a small path behind the village to the foot of the mountain. When the villagers heard that they could take revenge, they were all very cooperative. They pretended to go to sleep with the lights off, but in fact they rushed down the mountain overnight. Not long after they arrived at the foot of the mountain, the village chief and the villagers heard a huge tremor on the mountain. Billowing flames and smoke soared into the sky. They understood that Zhongyi had already killed all the hunters. This group of villagers, who had always been obedient, had a carefree look in their eyes at this moment. The village chief and his wife hugged each other and murmured, "Little Hua, you should rest in peace now. Miracle Dr. Yun has avenged you and everyone else." As the flame soared into the sky, another operation was quietly beginning. If the fire in Zhouchu village was a prairie fire, then the hundreds of medicinal farms of the Medicine Emperor Pavilion in Zhou State were facing a spark of fire. As the most authoritative medical establishment in the entire continent, the Medicine Emperor Pavilion, other than having an endless supply of medical talents, also relied on their supply of medicinal herbs for survival. Their medicinal farms were all built on the most fertile soil of the various countries. There were professional farmers there to help them grow and take care of the medicinal herbs. Every year, June and December were the peak seasons for the Medicine Emperor Pavilion to harvest medicinal herbs. On this night, in the largest medicinal farm of the Medicine Emperor Pavilion, the farmers had just fallen asleep. In this medicinal farm, the Medicine Emperor Pavilion's most precious Saint-grade red Lulon ginseng was planted. Other than that, there were also large amounts of precious medicinal herbs. There was only half a month left until the harvest season in June. Looking at the growth of the medicinal herbs in the field, it could be seen that this year would be a bumper harvest for medicinal herbs. Every year during the harvest season, there would be some people who were not afraid of death sneaking into the medicinal farms to steal medicinal herbs. Therefore, a few magicians were specially arranged to set up a magic array around the medicinal farms. As long as someone entered this area, the magic array would send out a warning. This night, it was very quiet the entire night. On the morning of the second day, the farmers got up and prepared to sow the soil before the dew dried up. One of the farmers sleepily walked to the medicinal farm of the red Lulon ginseng that he was in charge of. When he saw the situation in the medicinal farm, he was instantly scared out of his wits and sat down on the ridge of the medicinal farm. Not good. The medicinal farm has been destroyed by people. At the same time, more than half of the medicinal farms in the Medicine Emperor Pavilion had similar incidents. The medicinal herbs in the medicinal farm were in a mess. The leaves and fruits were all eaten clean. That situation was like a plague of locusts. But the most unbelievable thing was that the magic arrays in the vicinity were all safe and sound. There were no signs of being invaded by people or magical beasts. But the medicinal farm was indeed destroyed, and the destruction was very thorough. All of the medicinal herbs had lost their medicinal value overnight, becoming worthless waste. In the Medicine Emperor Pavilion, Qi Fengfei was still anxiously waiting for news from Zhou Chuzuan. Qing Sihai had been gone for a day and a night. Counting the hour, they should be back by now. Medicine Man Qi. A doctor from the Medicine Emperor Pavilion ran over with a horrified expression. "What are you shouting for so early in the morning?" Qi Fengfei was impatient. Medicinal farm, medicinal farm." That doctor was out of breath. Success? Hearing that the medicinal farm, Qi Fengfei's face was filled with joy. Qi Fengfei already knew that Yunxing had returned to the Jade capital. 3 months had passed, and there was still no news from that lass. From the looks of it, she also knew that she could not win against the Medicine Emperor Pavilion. Taking advantage of her illness to take her life. Qi Fengfei wanted to take advantage of this bloodbath in Zhou Chuzuan to make Yunxing completely collapse. It's gone. It's all gone. Our herbs from all over the country, including several major pharmacies in other countries, including a large number of precious herbs and a batch of sage herbs that were about to mature, are all gone overnight. The pharmacist was on the verge of tears. The Medicine Emperor Pavilion had been established for so many years and had never suffered such a huge loss. Medicinal farms? Qi Fengfei was stunned. She grabbed that doctor who reported the news. How many medicinal farms did you say? If something happened to one medicinal farm, it could still be barely acceptable. But dozens of medicinal farms in the continent, and all of them were the main medicinal farms, were all destroyed in one night. Even if it was a mercenary, it was impossible to destroy so many medicinal farms in such a short period of time. All the medicinal herbs were destroyed, but they could not find any clues about the intruder. These were all the main sources of medicinal herbs for the Medicine Emperor Pavilion for the next half a year. Who did it? Who on earth did this? Could it be that there is no clue at all? Qi Fengfei thought of little Ci Endong at the first moment. Not good, Medicine Man Qi. Another wave of anxious voice sounded. A doctor stumbled into the room while supporting a man whose entire body was almost burnt to charcoal. That person who was burnt beyond recognition was barely recognizable as Xianxia. Dead. They're all dead. Xianxia's body leaned forward as soon as he finished speaking. He fell to the ground and stopped breathing. The smell of burnt flesh and the horrifying corpse was placed in front of Medicine Man Qi. Qi Fengfei's heart felt as if it was grabbed by someone and she couldn't breathe. Who sent him back? Qi Fengfei squeezed out a sentence from between her teeth. It seems to be a flying demonic beast that dropped you off at the entrance of our Medicine Emperor Pavilion. There was even a person sitting on the back of the demonic beast. He wanted me to pass a message to Medicine Man Qin, thank you for your 3 months of time. The person who brought the message didn't understand what the other party meant. But Qi Fengfei's eyes widened. 3 months of time, could it be that in these 3 months, 3 months of time was not a long time and it was just the right time for a complete medicinal herb to grow? At the same time, it also allowed Yunxing to find a way to increase the strength of the giant winged green bat. At the same time, it also allowed Yunxing to deploy the ant soldiers of the centipede ant general. On the mainland, what kind of magical beast was the most abundant? It wasn't rats or birds, but the most abundant magical beast was the beast ant. 3 months of time was enough for the centipede ant general to cross half of the boundless land and gather the ant soldiers from all over the world. Not to mention dozens of major medicine shops, even if there were hundreds of them, it was nothing in the eyes of the beast ant general. What ordinary hunters couldn't achieve was insignificant in front of the beast ant general. Qi Fengfei looked at the already dead Xianxia on the ground, and then looked at the panicked doctor. She only felt that the world was spinning. After a long while, she spat out a sentence, go and invite Wen de Guoshou. It was really ice and fire. When the Medicine Emperor Pavilion fell into an unprecedented desperate situation, the little Ci Endong finally received the first batch of medicinal herbs. Lin Yao and GMO busied themselves for an entire day before they managed to clean up the sea buckthorns. The quality of the sea buckthorn is very good, enough to reach the first grade. About 10% of the herbs have even reached the special grade. It seems that the method of using magic to cultivate herbs is feasible. GMO breathed a sigh of relief, his pair of bright eyes secretly glancing at Yunxing. Unlike Lin and Ji, who were extremely busy, Yunxing was sitting in the clinic, drinking the iced sour plum soup that Yao Rong had prepared early in the morning. She had a satisfied look on her face. Sitting beside her was Xiaoyun, who had recovered. Yunxing and Xiaoyun hit it off very well. Due to Xiaohua's death, Yunxing felt very guilty towards Xiaoyun and the village chief's family. She also secretly discovered that Xiaoyun was very talented as a summoner. Seeing Xiaoyun and Yunxing having so much fun, GMO became even more curious. During this period of time, Yunxing appeared to be unusually calm, which made it difficult for GMO to guess what she was thinking. Could it be that the blood feud between the little Ci Endong and the Medicine Emperor Pavilion was over? As they were speaking, the Zong personality also returned. Little master, everything went smoothly. I have already thrown the charred Xianxia at the entrance of the Medicine Emperor Pavilion. Haha, did you see that group of bastards? They were so scared that their faces turned pale? The Zong personality exclaimed happily. He had been a summoner for so long, and this was the first time he had felt so good fighting and killing. Looking at the raging flames on the ground, turning a group of evil men into ashes, he felt his entire body relax. Unfortunately, he did not get to see Qi Fengfei's face when she heard the news. This was not the first time the Zong personality had lost face. Last time, he had lost a Zhou state's crown prince, and this time, he had lost a Xianxia. That feeling was much better than drinking the sour plum soup. Have the villagers been settled? Yunxing took a sip of the sour plum soup. In such a 6-month period, drinking a mouthful of sour soup was a great joy in the world. Yes, they have been settled. I have already asked the villagers to move the village to the foot of the mountain, where the water is more abundant. The Zong personality did not stand on ceremony, grabbing a bowl of iced sour plum soup and drinking it. Lin Yao and GMO both had a confused look on their faces. They did not understand what the two of them were talking about. The Zong personality could not hold it in any longer, and he looked at Yunxing with a look of worship. Little master, actually I am very curious. Besides blowing up the village, what else did you do? The Zong personality noticed that when he threw the people down, the faces of the Medicine Emperor Pavilion members were as if their mother had died. Just blowing up a group of unrelated hunters, they would not have such a reaction. Thinking about it, it must have been his little master who did something. Blowing up Zhoutsuan. Hearing this news, even GMO couldn't help but raise his brow. The answer will come soon. Yunxing calculated that the people of the Medicine Emperor Pavilion should come in an hour. They are here. The smile on Yunxing's lips disappeared. Outside the medical hall, several people came. Qi Fengfei, with a face full of anger, and several of the most important doctors of the Medicine Emperor Pavilion, led by the white-haired Wen Daiguoshu. Even when Daiguoshu came out. Yao Rong and Dr. Fan also came out. Ling Yao quickly closed the medical hall. In the narrow medical hall, for the first time, there were so many people. Moss. Yao Rong's face was full of embarrassment. She and Wen Daiguoshu had a deep master and disciple relationship. She did not expect that they would meet again after a long time in such a scene. Wen Daiguoshu looked at the small Xiandong. This was a medium-sized medical hall, but it was well managed. Inside, the medicine cabinets, medicinal herbs, and pharmacopoeia were all neatly arranged. Because it was operated together with ancient medicine, there was a special corner where various colors of magical herbs were placed. The overall layout of the small Xiandong was completely different from that of the Medicine Emperor Pavilion. There was no style of the Medicine Emperor Pavilion, but at the same time, there was a warm feeling of home. When Daiguoshu and other people did not know that the layout of the small Xiandong was based on the layout of her ancestral small clinic in her previous life. Yan Yunxing's grandfather had always practiced medicine by letting the patients feel like they were at home. This point, Yunxing had inherited it very well. When Daiguoshu entered the medical hall, he found that the faces of the patients who had not yet left were full of relief. They had complete trust in the doctors of the small Xiandong. When Daiguoshu had experienced the vicissitudes of life. Whether it was fame or fortune, he had seen through it all. He did not expect that after 50 years of stability in the Medicine Emperor Pavilion of the Jade Capital, the position of the Medicine Emperor Pavilion would be shaken by a small medical hall in just a few months. No, to be exact, it was shaken by the little girl in front of him who was a dual cultivator of ancient medicine and magical herbs. His two beloved disciples, Yao Rong and Fan Zhi, betrayed him. His disciple, Qing Sihai, also died. Most importantly, this time around, the Medicine Emperor Pavilion's foundation had been damaged to the core, to the very foundation of the Medicine Emperor Pavilion. The losses of the various pharmacies were more serious than he had imagined. More than 90% of the precious herbs were destroyed, and more than 80% of the sacred herbs were out of stock. This time, the Medicine Emperor Pavilion lost more than half a year's supply of herbs. You are Yunxing, right? This is the first time we have met. Wen Deguai ignored Yao Rong and walked to the front of Yunxing. Seeing her master's indifference, Yao Rong couldn't help but feel sad. Seeing this, Fan Zhi patted his beloved wife's shoulder and the two looked at each other without saying a word. This was also the first time Yunxing met the number one doctor in Jade Capital, the number one doctor in Zhou State, Wen Deguai. He had a childish face and white hair. Looking at his appearance, one couldn't tell that he was an old man who was close to 90 years old. It was rumored that his acupuncture technique was the best in Zhou State. Facing this old senior in the medical world, Yunxing was still polite. She bowed and said respectfully, "This one is Yunxing, Wen Deguai. What advice do you have for me today?" It can't be said to be advice. You can even cure Yin Songlong's hand disease. Your medical skills can be said to be the best in the world. I am here to negotiate with you. Medicine Emperor Pavilion and Little Xiandong have been fighting for half a year. Both sides didn't get any benefits. I hope that from now on, we will each do our own thing and not interfere with each other. You can continue with your medical center and Medicine Emperor Pavilion will resume your normal supply of medicinal herbs. Wen Deguai's words carried the arrogance of a doctor. It was obvious that Medicine Emperor Pavilion was in a disadvantageous position, but his words made it seem like Little Xiandong was overestimating itself. Yunxing smiled coldly, the Grand National Master's words are wrong. When did our little Xianxia compete with Medicine Emperor Pavilion? It was you who blocked our supply of medicinal herbs. If not for the fact that the medical center can still operate some magic herbs, I am afraid that Jade Capital would no longer have little Xianxia. Impudent. If not for the fact that you are old General Yun's granddaughter, do you think you can still stay in Jade Capital? Wen Dugwai's veins faintly moved on his forehead. How many years had it been since someone dared to talk to him like this? Even the current emperor of Zhou State didn't dare to talk to him like this. After all, people would get sick. If they were terminally ill, Wen Dugwai had the medical skills to bring them back to life. The reason why I was able to establish myself in Jade Capital was never because my surname was Yun. If possible, I don't want to have anything to do with this family name for the rest of my life. Yunxing's little face was full of arrogance. What an arrogant little girl. Wen Dugwa was so angry that he almost vomited blood. But she had the right to be arrogant. She, Yunxing, from the Imperial Magic Academy, became famous with a single medicine, to the Bloody Lowly, to the Wei Wei City, and then to the Wushuan Everlasting Hall's Medicine Hall Elder. When had she ever borrowed the power of the Yun residence? The residence of Yun was already nearing its end, but she was the rising sun. Her future was limitless. Even when Deguesho was at a loss for words after being questioned. Yunxing, don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Grand Minister Wen has already given you enough face by personally coming to negotiate. Do you really think that you alone can protect everyone around you? Qi Fangfei's gaze was like a knife as she glared fiercely at Xiao Yun, who was standing beside Yunxing. She was threatening Yunxing. Perhaps there was no place for her to lay her hands on Yunxing, but those villagers and everything related to little Xianxia could be destroyed by any means. Then do you think that with just you and the power behind you, you would be able to protect the hundreds of medicinal villas of the Medicine Sovereign Pavilion at all times? Yunxing didn't have the slightest awareness that she was being threatened. Her lips curled into a shameless smile. The medicine halls of the Medicine Emperor Pavilion, only then did the people in the medical hall come to a realization. It turned out that Yunxing's so-called tampering was referring to the medicinal matter. A snake hits its weak spot. To the gigantic Medicine Emperor Pavilion, their weak spot was none other than the numerous medicinal villas scattered all over the continent. However, what everyone didn't understand was that Yunxing hadn't even left Jade Capital for the past few months, so how did she destroy the medicine halls of the Medicine Emperor Pavilion? Looking at the constipated faces of Wen Daoshou and Qi Fangfei, it wasn't hard to see that Yunxing must have made them suffer heavy losses this time. Wen Daoshou and Qi Fangfei also understood why the hundreds of medicine halls on the continent weren't completely destroyed this time, but only a few dozen. Yunxing's meaning was that it wasn't that she couldn't destroy them, but because Yunxing had long predicted that this negotiation would definitely happen. She had prepared enough chips for this negotiation long ago. Everything was under her control. She was really just an 8 or 9-year-old child. Her calmness and thoughtfulness were enough to make an old ginger like Wen Daoshou blush with shame. What a vicious little bitch. Qi Fangfei had a sense of powerlessness. She could also be considered a vicious person, but when facing Yunxing, she had a heartfelt sense of powerlessness. Thank you for the compliment, but I can't be compared to Medicine Man Qi. Both a vicious person and a vicious heart. Yunxing lifted her eyelids. Wen Daoshou finally compromised. For the Medicine Emperor Pavilion, the supply of medicinal herbs couldn't be cut off. Otherwise, with so many medicinal herbs supplied by the Medicine Emperor Pavilion on the continent, it was enough to make the Medicine Emperor Pavilion collapse in a few months. Yunxing's threat was very simple, but it was the most powerful. Because of this negotiation, the little Xianxia and the Medicine Emperor Pavilion temporarily stopped fighting. Yunxing withdrew the beast dance from the medicine hall, and the Medicine Emperor Pavilion also restored the normal supply of medicinal herbs to the little Xianxia. When Wen Daoshou left, he passed by Dr. Fan and Yao Rong and only said one sentence, "You're on your own." After today's parting, the friendship between the three of them was over. Yunxing and the Medicine Emperor Pavilion understood that the little Xianxia and the Medicine Emperor Pavilion hadn't completely reconciled. They were just giving each other a chance to breathe. For Yunxing, the current strength of the little Xianxia wasn't strong enough to compete with the Medicine Emperor Pavilion. For the Medicine Emperor Pavilion, they had spent too much effort on the little Xianxia. In this period of time, they needed to find an opportunity to completely deal with the little Xianxia. When he passed by GMO, when Daosho's hand suddenly stopped. He said with unclear meaning, the lesson of the past is the teacher of the future. It's not only the Medicine Emperor Pavilion that will be affected. After that, he took another look at GMO. Yaorong was very sad, but Dr. Fan comforted her from the side. People who walk different paths can't make plans together. The current Medicine Emperor Pavilion is different from the Medicine Emperor Pavilion of our childhood. Since the two of them left the Medicine Emperor Pavilion, they had decided to wholeheartedly serve the little Xianxia. Yunxing showed her wit and courage in this confrontation, which made Dr. Fan and Yaorong admire her very much. That's amazing. Ling Yao didn't wake up until when Dogwa's hand left. She didn't see wrong, right? Divine Dr. Yun drove away when Daosho's hand. They won against the Medicine Emperor Pavilion. Don't relax. Tomorrow, we will start to rectify the matter of the Magic Medicine Hall. Yunxing also breathed a sigh of relief. This battle was also thrilling for her. She just didn't know what kind of crisis was waiting for her. GMO, I want to talk to you. Yunxing felt that it was time to lay her cards on the table with GMO. Seeing Yunxing suddenly call out to GMO, the few people in the clinic were stunned. They looked at the two of them in confusion. Yunxing's expression was calm, as if she was chatting with someone. Should I call you GMO, or Xia Ximing? A slight ripple appeared on GMO's ordinary face. He opened his mouth with some difficulty. When did you find out? GMO was actually the young magistrate of the temple, Xiao Wenxiu, who was as handsome as an immortal. The temple, Xiao Wenxiu. Even the chief personage had heard of his name. Xiao Wenxiu, the peerless prodigy of the temple of Wuji's 5 Annulus, was completely familiar with this ordinary-looking, taciturn young man. Dr. Fan and Yaorong finally understood why Xiao Wenxiu's light magic was like this. It was rumored that Xiao Wenxiu of the temple had already become a sky magus 3 years ago. His light magic could bring the dead back to life. Compared to the various expressions of the crowd, Yunxing was very calm. It's been a while. I've always guessed that you were from the temple, but I didn't expect that someone as noble as Xia Ximing would lower himself to come to our clinic to do odd jobs. Yunxing's tone was a little regretful. GMO was a very good talent. Is it because of my words, or my magic? Xiao Wenxiu didn't understand what went wrong with his disguise. Since his identity had been exposed, Xiao Wenxiu simply removed the magic on his body. The magic he used was similar to the disguise magic, but the magic attribute was different. He used a type of illusion magic. Once the magic was removed, Xiao Wenxiu's unforgettable face appeared in front of everyone. He had sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, and his body emitted a gentle aura like the radiance of the sun and moon. He looked like an immortal. Your words and actions are impeccable, and your magic is also perfect. But it's because it's too perfect that it attracts attention. Yunxing hadn't seen through Xiao Wenxiu's identity until a few months had passed. His impeccable words and actions, like the most outstanding model student, made Yunxing suspicious. What made Yunxing completely confirm Xiao Wenxiu's identity was Xiao Yun's wound. Previously, she also thought that Xiao Yun's wound was healed by Dr. Fan, but when she examined Xiao Yun, she discovered traces of light magic elements in her body. Due to the darkness magic soul in her body, Yunxing's sensitivity towards light magic was very high. Moreover, that wisp of light magic was very pure. In Yunxing's impression, she had only seen such pure light magic from one person, and that was Xiao Wenxiu. I didn't think that striving for perfection would become my biggest flaw. Xiao Wenxiu realized that in front of Yunxing, all of his pretenses were so fragile. He had neglected the fact that this girl, who had a pair of bright eyes when they first met, was now revealing a radiance that made him involuntarily glance sideways. Now that his identity has been recognized, Xiao Wenxiu can no longer stay in the little Xianxia. Moreover, Wen de Guoshuo was more or less aware of his identity. It could be assumed that during this period of time, something was wrong with him in little Xianxia, and the keen elder Ximing had already noticed it. During this period of time, for some unknown reason, Xiao Wenxiu sent less and less information back to the temple. For example, Xiao Wenxiu understood that he must bring the information back to the temple, but he didn't do so. It was as if he shouldn't have saved Xiao Yun, but Xiao Wenxiu did. In the eyes of others, this might be due to the benevolence of the young master of the temple, but only Xiao Wenshu himself knew that he wasn't that benevolent. The reason why he did this was all because of Yunxing. He was partial to her, and habitually secretly watched her in the medical hall. He didn't like to see her frown, and he liked to see her drinking sour plum soup while smiling foolishly. He was worried that one day, he would fight with Yunxing because of the matter in the temple. With my identity, it's no longer suitable for me to stay in the little Xiandong. Thank you all for taking care of me these days. After Xiao Wenqi restored his original appearance, his speech and words have all changed back to the humble and courteous Ximing. No one could find any fault in his words and actions. Xiao Ximing, you are too polite. You have helped us a lot recently. This bottle of praise of the moon god is your salary. Before he left, Yunxing gave him a bottle of praise of the moon god. Seeing the bottle of potion that looked like a flaming sunrise, Xiao Wenqi was stunned. She realized the purpose of his visit. Without the embarrassment of being seen through, Xiao Wenqi calmly accepted Yunxing's gift. He took the potion and returned to Jade Capital Temple. The two brothers, Yu Ji and Mo, had been waiting for a long time. Compared to 2 years ago, the two of them had grown a little, but they still looked like children. Ximing, you are finally back. Where have you been all this time? If you didn't send us a message every few days, we would have thought that you had gone missing. Xiao Wenqi didn't explain. He was a man of few words, and the words he said in the past few months in Little Xiandong was much more than what he had said in the past 10 years. While you weren't here, Elder Ximing sent a letter over. Yu Ji and Mo naturally didn't dare to check Elder Ximing's letter without permission. The two of them were worried that something had happened, so they had been waiting for Xiao Wenqi to return. Xiao Wenqi opened the letter, and his master's vigorous words appeared vividly on the paper. The matter started a few days ago. At that time, the battle between Yunxing and the Medicine Emperor Pavilion hadn't officially started yet. A few days ago, Elder Ximing was praying at the altar of the temple. That was Elder Ximing's daily homework. Very few people knew, or rather, only 2 people in this world knew, that in a certain room deep in the temple, there was a divine tool that shocked the entire continent, the Heavenly Fate Mirror of the 8 barren divine tools. No one knew when the Heavenly Fate Mirror fell into the hands of the temple. Very few people knew about the uniqueness of the Heavenly Fate Mirror, because in the temple, only Elder Ximing and young Ximing knew about the use of the Heavenly Fate Mirror. From the outside, the Heaven's Mandate Mirror looked no different from an ordinary mirror. It was just that the surface of the mirror wasn't the usual brass color of the boundless continent. Regardless of whether it was day or night, the surface of the Heavenly Fate Mirror was hazy, and it shone like mother-of-pearl starlight. This seemingly ordinary mirror reflected the general situation of the world. If there was no war in the world, the mirror would reflect a gentle starlight, but if there was war, the mirror would reflect a bloody light. In the past few decades, most of the time, the mirror would reflect a gentle starlight. On this day, Elder Ximing finished her morning prayer class as usual. Just as she was about to turn and leave, a light suddenly flashed on her mirror. The entire mirror turned into a bloody light. When Elder Ximing saw this, she immediately walked in front of the Heavenly Fate Mirror. A figure appeared on the mirror. Thank you Ruameng and Minion for your tips. Those who could appear in the Heavenly Mandate Mirror were naturally not ordinary people. They were definitely people who could change the world. When Elder Ximing saw the scene in the mirror, his expression changed slightly. The martial star of Zhou State, the cornerstone of Zhou State, the martial Saint General Yun Ba, had a bloody calamity. If he died, then the fate of Zhou State, he immediately calculated Yun Ba's fate, but came up with a death divination. What made him even more surprised was that this death divination was extremely dangerous, and it was because of the people around it. Elder Ximing immediately wrote a letter to Xiao Wenqiu. When Xiao Wenqiu opened the letter, he read, "The martial saint of Zhou State will fall. Fate cannot be defied. Pay close attention to the trend of Zhou State." Xiao Wenqiu slowly closed the letter. He stood in the middle of the courtyard in silence, his hands clasped behind his back as he pondered. Yu Ji and Mo had followed Xiao Wenqiu for many years. They knew his habits. Seeing him like this, he must have encountered something that was bothering him. The two of them wisely retreated. the sky gradually darkened. The entire courtyard was silent. Xiaowenqiu frowned and looked up at the starry sky. A sea of stars was reflected in his eyes. Very few people knew that one could see the fate of the continent just by looking at the sky. In a corner of the starry sky, a star was gradually dimming. That star was located in the northeast direction of the starry sky. Its corresponding position was Zhou State. Xiaowenqiu was silent. He couldn't help but think of Yunxing's face. His heart suddenly tightened. Fate cannot be defied. Yunba's death was fate. Just as Xiaowenqiu was about to return to his room and write a letter to Elder Siming, his pupils suddenly shrank. In the sky, a meteor with a long tail streaked across. The sky was instantly illuminated. This is... Xiaowenqiu couldn't help but tighten his grip on the letter in his hand. As the meteor streaked across the sky, the originally dim starlight seemed to brighten a little. Was it a coincidence, or was there a variable? Xiaowenqiu dismissed the idea of writing a letter. He decided to find a suitable opportunity to visit the general's residence in the next few days. He soon found a suitable opportunity because Yunba's birthday celebration was coming up. The Medicine Emperor Pavilion also kept their promises. A few days after Wendagua took over, they lifted the blockade on the supply of medicinal herbs to the little Xiandong. Yunxing also temporarily withdrew the attack of the beast ants. Her magic pharmacy continued to operate in an orderly manner. The only regret was that there were still no clues about Xianyu's death and the red-robed man's investigation. On this day, Yunxing was busy in the medical center when a person came to her unexpectedly. Uncle Yun? Yunxing didn't expect that the person looking for her would be Uncle Yun. She had met Uncle Yun a few times and knew that he was an old servant of the Yun residence. He was also old General Yun's page boy and had watched the 3 Yun siblings grow up together. He was a very amiable old man, but Yunxing heard from Yun Songlong that Uncle Yun shouldn't be underestimated. He was also a martial artist and his cultivation was also a martial marquis. Most of the guards in the Yun residence weren't his opponent. It was said that his skills were trained by accompanying Yunba in the past. Young Miss, Uncle Yun had been waiting for a while. He saw that Yunxing was busy and didn't have the nerve to disturb her. Only when Yunxing noticed him did he step forward to greet her. Uncle Yun, you shouldn't call me young miss. Yunxing didn't like being called young miss and young master. Moreover, she didn't want to be associated with people like Tangyu. Young miss, don't be angry with master. He has always been worried about you. Uncle Yun felt sad when he heard this. After Tangyu was exiled, although the Yun residence was a lot quieter, it was also a lot more deserted. Yun Songlong was also busy with the matters of the hunting corps and rarely came to the residence. In order to make the residence livelier, the third miss made arrangements to celebrate Yunba's birthday. Yunba was already 60 years old this year. He didn't comment on the birthday banquet. But in private, he was still happy. He even asked Uncle Yun a few times about the matter of little Xiandong. Not many people in the Jade capital knew about the battle between Medicine Emperor Pavilion and little Xiandong, but Yunba more or less knew about it. Although he said that Yunxing was arrogant and ignorant, he was secretly very pleased. That was his granddaughter, a member of the Yun residence. If he wanted to do something, he would do it to the top. This time, he made Wendagua suffer a loss. Yunba was very proud. Uncle Yun was well aware of his master's temper. He had snuck over behind Yunba's back and handed a birthday invitation to Yunxing. Young miss, it'll be old General's 60th birthday in a few days. After saying that, Uncle Yun looked at Yunxing with an expectant face. How could Yunxing not understand his meaning? Towards the Yun residence, Yunxing's attitude had always been very clear. She wasn't a member of the Yun residence. As long as old General Yun didn't acknowledge her identity as his mother, she wouldn't call him grandfather and didn't plan to go to the Yun residence. I will prepare a birthday gift, Yunxing said vaguely. She didn't say whether she would personally go or not and prepared to send Uncle Yun away. Young miss, actually, the matter of that year, it wasn't entirely old General's fault. Uncle Yun still wanted to explain. Coincidentally, a patient came to the door. Yunxing used the excuse of seeing a patient and sent Uncle Yun away. Uncle Yun could only walk out of the medical hall. When he left, he turned back to look at Yunxing and saw Yunxing asking about the patient's condition. Yunxing was almost 9 years old now. Her features were beautiful, especially her eyes, which were especially eye-catching. As Uncle Yun watched from the side, he secretly thought to himself, young miss and her mother really do resemble each other. Even the way they speak is 70 to 80% similar. It's a pity that eldest young madam's identity. Uncle Yun returned to the general's residence in deep thought. Once he returned, he heard from the servants that Yun Ba had been looking for him all over the residence, saying that he was looking for someone to spar with. Uncle Yun couldn't help but frown. Old master was looking for someone to spar with again. In the entire Yun residence, there weren't many people who could barely exchange a few blows with Yun Ba. Uncle Yun had been Yun Ba's partner in both martial arts and studies in the early years, so he had always been Yun Ba's first choice to spar with him. But recently, Uncle Yun wasn't very willing to spar with Yun Ba. There was no other reason other than that Uncle Yun felt that old master's skills seemed to have deteriorated. Especially last time, after young miss had treated his illness, he would nag from time to time, asking if he was getting old. The word old was still a taboo to Yun Ba. But these days, even though he had abstained from alcohol and drank third Mrs. nourishing soup every day, old master's health seemed to be deteriorating. Uncle Yun naturally wouldn't tell Yun Ba about this matter. He knew that old master was only talking about it, but if someone really said that he was getting old, he would probably fly into a rage. Yun Song, you rascal, where did you run off to? I was just looking for someone to spar with. Yun Ba's voice boomed like a large bell as he strode over. Old master, Uncle Yun's face was bitter as he thought about how to avoid this competition. This old servant doesn't have the time to spar with you. Look, your birthday is coming soon. As the steward of the Yun residence, I have a lot of work to do. Both inside and outside the residence are waiting for me to take care of things. I also have to send out the birthday invitations one by one. Uncle. Yun took out a list of names from his robes. There was a long list of names written on it. Even the Emperor of Zhou State was an honored guest on the list. There were also guests from other states in the Jade capital, such as Xia Ximing from the Dharma Temple, who were also invited to the birthday banquet. Yun Ba was obviously not interested in this list. He was a martial artist and had always been troubled by these kinds of complicated formalities. Therefore, he had given full authority to Yun Xianxia and Uncle Yun. But today, Yun Ba was different from his usual self and carefully looked at the list. No matter how he looked at it, he felt that there was a name missing. Yun Song, are all the invited guests on this list? Yun Ba muttered in his heart. Why wasn't that little girl's name on the list? It turned out that Yun Ba had other plans in mind when he was willing to hold the birthday banquet this time. According to Zhou State's etiquette, the elder's birthday banquet required the grandchildren to kowtow and cook. In his heart, he was still hoping that little girl Yunxing would come to congratulate him at this birthday banquet. Then, he would naturally make her kowtow a few times and acknowledge her ancestors. After all, he only had Yunxing and Tang Yu as his children. Tang Yu was a disappointment and was exiled. Naturally, he wouldn't come back to kowtow to him. Therefore, only Yunxing was left. Uncle Yun saw that his old master was reluctant to ask and muttered in his heart, "Old master, you have a good plan, but the problem is that the little miss won't admit it." Yun Ba finally couldn't hold it in any longer. I say, Yun Song, are some people missing from the list? I think something's wrong. Master, I know what you mean. People like the second young master and the little miss are family, so they are naturally not on the list. I have personally sent the invitations to both of them. As for the second young master, he had been out on a mission for the past few days. He would be back in about 2 or 3 days. As for little miss. What did she say? Yun Ba asked. She didn't say much. Uncle Yun shrugged. How can I not say anything? I'm her grandfather, and the blood of the Yun family flows in her veins. Does she want to deny it? Yun Ba's hair stood on end as he stomped his feet in the courtyard. His nostrils flared as he huffed and puffed. If Yunxing didn't come, she would be disloyal and unfilial. She would be committing a heinous crime. There's no need to persuade her. If she doesn't come, I won't be able to celebrate my birthday, Yun Ba said stubbornly. Master, this old servant will go back to work on the birthday banquet. Uncle Yun wiped the sweat from his forehead. His master was really getting worse and worse. His temper was like that of a child's. Yunba wanted to say something, but a guard came in and reported, "Master, Xianxia of the Dharma Temple wishes to see you." When Yunba heard this, his expression softened. Uncle Yun heaved a sigh of relief and took the opportunity to slip away. Yunba straightened his clothes and went out to welcome the guest. Xiao Wenshu had come to Zhou State this time and saved the crown prince's life. The imperial family of Zhou State was very courteous to him. In addition, he was young, so his reputation as a genius had spread throughout the mainland for many years. Even someone like Yunba, who didn't like to interact with sorcerers, couldn't help but treat him with respect. "Xiaoximing, an honored guest has come to visit. Please forgive this old man for not going out to welcome you." As soon as Yunba stepped out, he saw Xiao Wenshu waiting at the door, accompanied by 2 children. Although he had heard of Xiao Wenshu's name long ago, this was the first time he had seen him in person. It was rumored that Xiao Wenshu was like an orchid and had an unparalleled bearing. Now that he saw him today, he had a tall and straight posture and wore a sorcerer's robe. His silver hair was like snow, and it reflected his handsome face. Even a boorish person like Yunba couldn't help but praise him in his heart. This person was really favored by the heavens. "Old General, I trust you have been well since we last met. When Wenshu came to Zhou State this time, I should have paid you a visit long ago. However, because of some trivial matters, I didn't come. Please forgive me, Old General." Xiao Wenshu was also secretly sizing up Zhou State's #1 fierce general, the old Marshal Saint General. After welcoming Xiao Wenshu into the residence, Yunba chatted with him as they walked. The two of them were quite congenial. This was Xiao Wenshu's first time coming to the general's residence. He had come today to reply to Yunba about the birthday banquet, but in his heart, he wanted to see the reason behind Yunba's bloody disaster this time. Logically speaking, Yunba was only 60 years old this year. To the cultivators of the boundless continent, 60 years old wasn't the age of destiny. Instead, it was the time when one's martial strength and battle chi reached their peak. Xiao Wenshu was good at reading people's faces. As soon as Yunba stepped forward, he observed the other party's complexion, steps, and aura. With a single glance, Xiao Wenshu discovered something unusual. From the outside, Yunba's body looked very healthy. He walked like a dragon or a tiger, and his voice was loud and powerful. It didn't seem like he was sick at all. However, upon closer inspection, he felt that something wasn't right. This feeling made Xiao Wenshu feel very strange. Since it wasn't an illness, nor was it poison, then what was the cause of Yunba's bloody calamity this time? Yunba didn't know what Xiao Wenshu was thinking. He brought him all the way to the main hall. As soon as he sat down, he had a servant serve tea. The two of them chatted for a while. At this time, Yun Songxue walked in with a servant. The servant was holding a bowl of soup in her hands. The soup had clearly been cooked not long ago. It was still steaming hot. "Father, it's time for you to drink the soup." Yun Songxue saw Xiao Wenshu as soon as she entered. Xiao Wenshu's face was too outstanding. Even the married Yun Songxue couldn't help but take a few more looks. "Schwer, I'll drink the soup later. There are guests here. Let me introduce them to you. This is Xiao Ximing, the genius Ximing of the Fa Miao Temple. You should have heard of his name before." Yunba chuckled as he introduced Yun Songxue and Xiao Wenshu. Xiao Wenshu was the #1 genius of the Fa Miao Temple. At the same time, he was the most outstanding potion master in the field of potions in the Fa Miao Temple. Yun Songshua's expression tensed. She subconsciously looked at the bowl of soup in the servant's hands. Yunba didn't care about her unnatural expression. However, Xiao Wenshu caught Yun Songshua's strange expression. He discreetly glanced at the bowl of soup that the servant had brought over. The servant's expression was calm and didn't reveal anything out of the ordinary. However, Yun Songshua's smile was very forced. "Xiao Ximing is too polite. Father, Xiao Ximing isn't an outsider. You should drink the soup while it's hot. I spent many days preparing these ingredients." Yun Songxue nervously clenched her fists. When the people of the Bloody Hand Tycoon gave her the bottle of medicine, they had already said that this was a very new type of medicine. Even if a great national expert personally came, they wouldn't be able to see any problems with it. Moreover, this medicine wasn't a magic potion. She wasn't afraid that Xiao Wenqiu would recognize it. However, Xianxia was still a little nervous. In order to avoid any unexpected problems, she urged Yunba to drink the soup quickly. This child. Yunba only saw Xianxia's abnormality as concern. He didn't refuse and picked up the bowl of soup, finishing it in a few gulps. Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. Xiao Wenqiu, on the other hand, felt that something was amiss. Father, you two chat first. Shuer will go down to attend to the birthday banquet. Xianxia bowed to Xiao Wenqiu and left with the servant girl. Xiao Wenqiu looked at Xianxia's back and didn't miss the guilty look in her eyes when she left. Old General, are you well? Xiao Wenqiu retracted his gaze and asked casually. I'm healthy. It's a pity that Xia Ximing is proficient in magic. Otherwise, we could have a good fight. Yunba laughed. Xiao Wenqiu chatted for a while more before leaving the Yun residence with Yuji and Umo. After leaving the Yun residence, Xiao Wenqiu fell silent. Young Ximing, are we going back directly? Yuji and Umo jumped into the carriage. Let's go back. Xiao Wenqiu's mind was still recalling Xianxia's actions. After traveling for a short distance, Xiao Wenqiu suddenly called for the carriage to stop. We're not in a hurry to go back. Let's go to the little Xiantong. Yuji and Umo could see that Ximing was acting strangely today. They didn't ask too much and stopped the carriage at the entrance of the little Xiantong. But when he entered the medical hall, he didn't see Yunsheng. You're Xia Ximing? Lin Yaoer saw that there were a few unfamiliar guests in the medical hall. Then, she looked at the person in the lead. He had an outstanding face. You should call me GMO, Xiao Wenqiu nodded. GMO, Yuji and Umo were both surprised. After all, Xia Ximing hadn't mentioned the surname Ji for many years. That was his mother's surname. Ever since he was sent to the temple when he was young, Xia Ximing had never told anyone about his background. Yuji and Umo only found out by chance that GMO was Xia Ximing's real name. But why would Xia Ximing tell such a secret about himself to the people of this inconspicuous medical hall? You're here to look for godly Dr. Yun, right? She's not here, so she should be at the Wushuan Limitless Hall. Lin Yaoer was obviously not used to Jimo's original appearance, she even preferred Jimo's ordinary face from before. Not here. Xiao Wenqiu's eyes darkened and there was a clear look of disappointment on his face. Yuji and Umo were even more shocked. That can't be, right? That's Lord Arbiter of Fate. When Lin Yaoer saw the disappointment on the handsome man's face, she immediately felt guilty. Just as she was about to say something, a voice came from behind her. Miss Yaoer, can I trouble you to get me some hemostatic agent? Yi Baiming stood at the entrance of the clinic. He also came to find Yunsheng, but unfortunately, he ran into Xiao Wenqiu. Prince, if you want to use medicine, why don't you just take it from divine Dr. Yun? Lin Yaoer looked between Yi Baiming and Xiao Wenqiu. She had a feeling of being overwhelmed and unable to bear the sight of it. In one day, she saw two peerlessly handsome men, each with their own merits, and both of them were here to look for miracle Dr. Yun. Haha, you also know that the price that little wild kittens are sold to me is always very fair. Yi Baiming smiled slightly, and there was a hint of mockery in his phoenix eyes. Why was Xiao Wenqiu here? Was he also here to look for little wild cat? Xiao Wenqiu also had a lot of questions in his heart. Why did the dignified Dark North King need to come personally to buy medicine? The two men with the same appearance and strength looked at each other. There was a flash of lightning in their eyes. The two brothers, Yuji and Umo, also smelled a very unusual scent from their arbiter of fate. This feeling seemed to be hostility. Xia Ximing had hostility towards others. To be precise, the Xia Ximing they knew disdained to have too many emotions towards others. Prince, your medicine. Lin Yaoer saw the 1.8 tall men standing at the entrance of the medical center, one not leaving, the other not leaving. She was anxious in her heart. Yi Baiming calmly took the medicine and did not move at all. Lin Yaoer could only helplessly ask Xiao Wenqiu, Xia Ximing, if you have something urgent, I can help you pass a message. It's fine. I'll wait for her to come back, Xiao Wenqiu said indifferently. Miracle Dr. Yun might not come back for the next few days. Lin Yaoer could not tell him that Yunxing had hidden in Wushuan Wuji Martial Hall to avoid meeting Uncle Yun again. Xiao Siming, if you don't mind, I can help you pass a message. Little Wildcat and I will be staying in the Martial Hall together. You also know that with your status, it's not convenient for you to enter the Martial Hall. Yi Baiming emphasized the word together. Xiao Wenqiu raised his eyebrows slightly, a trace of anger flashing in his good-looking eyes. He wanted to leave in a huff, but when he thought of Yun Ba, he could not help but be patient. If Yunxing did not return to the medical center for a few days, he would not be able to meet her for a while. If his guess was correct, something would happen at Yun Ba's birthday banquet in a few days. Tell her that if possible, she must attend old General Yun's birthday banquet this time. Xiao Wenqiu only suspected that Yun Ba's bloody disaster this time might be related to Yun Songxue. However, he was unable to reveal the secrets of heaven. Right now, the only thing he could do was to give Yunxing some hints, hoping that she would go to the residence of Yun as soon as possible. Perhaps, with her medical skills, she would be able to discover something amiss. Yi Baiming also knew about Yun Ba's birthday banquet. However, based on his understanding of Little Wildcat, that fellow's personality was stubborn. She was exactly the same as Yun Ba. She would definitely not personally attend the birthday banquet. I will pass the message, but whether Little Wildcat goes or not is her business. Actually, Yi Baiming wanted to say that if Xiao Wenqiu also wanted to go, he would definitely not let Little Wildcat go. Then I will have to trouble Lord Baiming. Xiao Wenqiu nodded and turned to leave. Wait a minute, Xiao Siming. I heard that the Siming of the Dharma Temple has always been emotionless. Why do you care about the Yun residence? Yi Baiming asked from behind. Xiao Wenqiu did not say a word and directly left. Yi Baiming stayed in the medical center for a while before returning to Wushuan Wuji building. Yunxing was in the medical center. She and Little Wild Bird were sitting on the ground. In front of them were 7 or 8 musical instruments. At the same time, there were 7 or 8 musicians in the medical center. Master, are you sure you want to learn these musical instruments? Early in the morning, Xiaochen had just finished participating in the outer pavilion's trial when Yunxing mysteriously dragged him over. After asking, she found out that Yunxing said she wanted to learn musical instruments. To be exact, she wanted to learn the first 3 movements of the Song of Confucius after learning the musical instruments. Yes, I want to learn the 4 arts. I can't know all of them, but at least I need to know how to play a musical instrument. Only then can I show that your master is well educated and knowledgeable, Yunxing said with certainty. Little Wildbird was speechless. She had never seen a young lady as well educated and knowledgeable as her master. She would definitely not tell Little Wildbird that the reason she wanted to learn musical instruments was because she had seen the effects of Yuan Bupo's Dihong song. Earlier on, Yunxing had only heard the Dihong song played by Oriole and thought that it was just SOSO. However, when she was taming the Hellfire, Yuan Bupo played the last few chapters of the Dihong song, which opened Yunxing's eyes. At the moment when the Dihong song was played, she could feel that Yuan Bupo's cultivation had increased tremendously. He was only a few steps away from taming the Hellfire. If Yunxing did not have the Shinnon medical bangle and the 5-elemental Dharma spirit, she would not be able to compare to Yuan Bupo. Although Yunxing's current abilities were not bad, she was far from the top. Even if she was a summoner, it was because of the summoning demon hand. However, Yunxing did not want to rely on the summoning demon hand too much. After all, it was a magical weapon. If she was not careful, she would be discovered. A man's wealth was his own ruin. With Yunxing's current abilities, she could not protect the magical weapon. In a short period of time, the Dihong song was the only safe way to increase her cultivation. Oriole used a pipa. It was said that Yun Songlong's sweetheart, Yuan Shahua, used a guzheng. Yuan Bupo himself used a piccolo. This meant that any musical instrument could play the Dihong song. Yunxing knew nothing about musical instruments. Out of desperation, she thought of choosing the same musical instrument among all the other musical instruments. Therefore, after thinking for a while, Yunxing decided that she wanted to learn musical instruments. There were all kinds of musical instruments in the Wuji continent. For example, the guzheng, the pipa, the eru, the bell, the xiao, the sheng, the guzheng, the flute, and so on. Looking at the style, there were all kinds of musical instruments. Xianxia invited a few musicians. Each of them performed in front of her once. Then, she planned to choose the most suitable musical instrument. All of you, play at once. I'll memorize the playing method. Xianxia was quite confident in learning musical instruments. She had a good memory. She thought that as long as she memorized the fingering method of each musician, it would be fine. But this time, Xianxia was gravely mistaken. When Yi Biming arrived, Xianxia was halfway through her work. A sharp, ear-piercing, terrifying demonic sound, like morning music, reverberated endlessly in the medicine hall. It turned out that Xianxia was playing the eru. Don't be afraid of a fool singing, but be afraid of a musical idiot playing music. The musicians all had bitter looks on their faces, as if they had swallowed 10 flies. They were all famous musicians in the Jade capital. When they saw that the musical instruments they were good at had all become weapons of murder in Xianxia's hands, all of them felt miserable beyond words. Ah, that's strange. The tone is not right. Xianxia clearly remembered that she had memorized their fingering technique very well, but when she played, the sound changed. The songs she used for practice were naturally not Dihong's song. They were all famous songs from Zhou State. Master, I don't think you're suitable to learn music. Why don't you give up? She was about to cry when she heard the words. It is indeed terrible. Yi Biming also felt that his ears were buzzing. Musical instruments are not played like this. Yi Biming casually picked up a guqin. It was a guqin made of willow wood. He tuned the strings and plucked the strings. His eyebrows were lowered, and his eyelashes fluttered like a butterfly flapping its wings. His long fingers with distinct joints plucked the strings. An ancient song, Seeking a Phoenix, lingered endlessly in the medicine hall. The mellow male voice and the beautiful sound of the guqin complemented each other seamlessly. The musicians could not help but clap along with the beautiful sound of the guqin. Kayer also closed her eyes to listen. After the song, Xianxia jumped up and patted her chest. I've decided. I want to learn the guqin. Xianxia did not have a sense of music. There was no other reason why she patted her chest and wanted to learn the guqin. The scene of the handsome man playing the guqin and the smoke from the incense burner at the side was a classic example of pretentiousness. If she, Xianxia, could play such a song one day, just thinking about the scene made her blood boil. However, Xianxia was also very strange. How could Yi Biming know how to play the guqin? She had never seen him play the guqin when they were in Jiaya village. Besides, he was blind when he was young. How did he learn to play the guqin? Instead, it was the Oriole beside her who answered her doubts. Lord Biming's guqin skills are indeed outstanding. It is rumored that Lord Biming learned to play the blind guqin at the age of 3. At the age of 6, his guqin skills were the best in the harem. Now that I've seen him today, he really lives up to his reputation. Yi Biming stroked the strings of the guqin with some emotion. When he was playing the guqin just now, he had also recalled some old memories. He started learning the blind guqin at the age of 3. The reason for learning the guqin was very simple. It was because his mother, Empress Li, was an expert in the guqin. Empress Mother would often burn incense and bathe at night, play the guqin, and wait for the arrival of the Emperor of Zhou State. However, there were almost 20 days in a month when the Emperor of Zhou State would not come. Although Yi Biming was young, he could feel that his mother would be unhappy whenever Imperial Father did not come. In order to make his mother happier, he pestered her to learn the guqin. Empress Li was also a smart person. In order to make it easier for Yi Biming to practice the guqin, she had once created a very special blind guqin. Yi Biming did not need to use his eyes. He could rely on the touch of his fingers to play beautiful music. After learning it for a year, Yi Biming was able to play the guqin freely at the imperial banquet. As a result, he was known as the #1 expert in the imperial harem of Zhou State. However, after Empress Li's death, Yi Biming had never touched the guqin again. Who would have thought that today, for Xianxia's whim, he would play a song? Oriole, give them their wages and send the musicians away. Xianxia saw Yi Biming sitting next to the guqin, looking down at it with a myriad of thoughts in his eyes. She knew that he must have recalled some memories. Since you want to learn the Guqin, just find this prince. There is no need to trouble outsiders. His thoughts suddenly stopped. Yi Baiming hooked his finger at Yunxing, his eyes full of temptation. Yunxing had something to ask of him, so she was too lazy to care about outsiders. She immediately ran over without any integrity. Like a little pug, she obediently nestled beside Yi Baiming, very obedient. Yi Baiming found it somewhat funny, but in his heart, he loved Yunxing's rare docility. Yi Baiming taught, Yunxing learned. Unknowingly, more than an hour had passed. Yunxing had just barely learned the basics of the Guqin. If only your musical sense had 10% of your medical talent. Yi Baiming finished teaching and rubbed the space between his eyebrows. He had always thought that this little wild cat could learn anything. He did not expect that she would also have a difficult time. Just now, when he saw her look like she wanted to chop the Guqin with firewood, he had the urge to laugh out loud. Do you think that everyone is like you and can learn anything easily? Yunxing was not in a good mood. If it were not for the Dihong song, she would not be willing to learn the Guqin. But, speaking of which, can this Guqin withstand magic or combat skills? Yunxing wanted to play the Dihong song. She remembered that whether it was Yuan Bupo or Xian Mimi, their instruments were not ordinary. Sure enough, Yi Baiming broke Yunxing's fantasy. No, if you have the idea of using the Guqin as a weapon, I advise you to give up. The Guqin is very fragile. If you want to achieve the effect of combat skills or magic, you need at least a sacred level Guqin. Those are treasures that can only be found but not sought. Yunxing thought that when she practiced the Guqin better, maybe she could entrust Zhou Qingchuan to find a Guqin through the influence of the everlasting Chamber of Commerce. I almost forgot. Xiao Wenxiu came to the medical hall to look for you today. He said that you must attend the birthday banquet at the Yun residence in a few days. When did you get to know him? Yi Baiming told Yunxing about Xiao Wenxiu's visit. Between his words, there was a hint of inquiry. Of course, he didn't tell Yunxing that the two of them were provoking each other and couldn't see eye to eye. Xiao Wenxiu asked her to attend the birthday banquet at the Yun residence. Could it be that something big was going to happen at the birthday banquet? Yunxing was playing the zither when she heard this news. Her hand paused. The sharp zither string drew a line of blood on Yunxing's slender white finger. Yi Baiming frowned slightly and grabbed Yunxing's finger. The smear of red on her finger was slowly dyed red. Yunxing was about to say that it wasn't a big deal. She had the Shenong medical bracelet on her body, so such a small wound was nothing. Who would have thought that she would feel a warm and moist sensation on her fingertip? Yi Baiming's plump lips had already landed on her finger. The tip of his tongue brushed across her finger. A strange feeling spread from the bottom of Yunxing's heart. It was as if someone had thrown a stone into a still pool of water. You. Yunxing was embarrassed and anxious. Don't move. When Imperial Mother was alive, she treated my wounds like this. Yi Baiming licked the blood off Yunxing's finger clean. Her blood was different from the stench of magical beasts' blood. It was as if it was emitting a faint fragrance just like her. Yi Baiming's heart unconsciously rippled. When Empress was mentioned, Yi Baiming's voice had a trace of fluctuation. For some reason, Yunxing didn't pull her hand away. Her other hand mysteriously landed on Yi Baiming's hair and patted it as if she was comforting an injured beast. The two of them were speechless for a moment, but neither of them felt awkward. After a while, the blood on Yunxing's finger was gone. Only then did Yi Baiming loosen his grip. Looking at the broken strings, Yunxing curled her lips. Her beautiful eyes were as calm as an ancient well. She said as if she was chatting casually, I'm not going. If it were you, would you be willing to return to the palace to participate in the so-called family banquet? The relationship between the imperial palace and Yi Baiming was the relationship between the Yun residents and Yunxing. She was unwilling to return. This was also the reason why Yunxing would rather hide in the dojo than go to the pharmacy. One Uncle Yun and one second uncle. Her ears were already getting calluses from their constant nagging. The imperial palace is a place where people are eaten without spitting out the bones, but the residents of Yun is not. If it was in the past, I wouldn't have approved of you returning to the Yun residence either. However, these words were brought back by Xiao Wenxiu, so the meaning is different. I'm afraid that something will happen to old General Yun. Putting aside Yi Baiming's personal grudges with the Dharma Temple, Xiao Wenxu's heavens, I was very effective. Although he didn't like Xiao Wenxu, Yi Baiming would never allow anything to happen to Yunxing because of his personal likes and dislikes. To Yunxing, the residence of Yun was where her roots were. Yi Baiming understood very well that Yunxing was a classic example of a person who was hard on the outside but soft on the inside. Her personality was exactly the same as old General Yun. She kept saying that she didn't like the residence of Yun, but from the last time when she helped Tang Yu, it could be seen that the residence of Yun's position in her heart was no less than little Xiandong. You're saying? Something will happen to old General Yun's birthday banquet this time? Yunxing's expression changed when she heard this. It's better to be safe than sorry. If you don't want to go as a descendant of the Yun family, you can go as Wuxuan Limitless Martial School, Yi Baiming reminded. The relationship between Yun Ba and Wuxuan Limitless Martial School was no small matter. The deputy head of the Wuxuan Limitless Martial School was also promoted by Yun Ba. Yunxing pondered for a moment, but still couldn't make up her mind. Time passed in the blink of an eye. Soon, the day of Yun Ba's 60th birthday arrived. On the day of the birthday, the entire residence of Yun was filled with joy. Yun Ba had also changed into a festive outfit. He had been on the battlefield all year round and was used to wearing a helmet and armor. Not wearing a helmet all of a sudden really made him feel a little uncomfortable. There was an endless stream of people who came to congratulate the martial saint general on his 60th birthday. But in Yun Ba's heart, he hoped to see his granddaughter, Yun Xing, come to acknowledge him as her master. Yun Songlong also rushed back. However, since he had left the residence of Yun Ba, he didn't greet the guests with the attitude of a master. Yun Sonxue acted like the mistress of the residence of Yun Ba, receiving guests from all over the place. Why are you alone? Yun Ba was unhappy to see that Yun Songlong was alone. He blew at his beard. The brothers of the hunting corps are outside. They said there were too many people and they didn't dare to barge in, Yun Songlong replied. Yun Ba shook his beard and stared blankly. Just as he was speaking, he suddenly heard the guard shout, "Guests have arrived. Elder Chen's family has arrived." Yun Ba's expression became even worse. He muttered, "Those who should be here didn't come, but those who shouldn't have come are here." Elder Chen's face was full of congratulations. "Old General Yun, congratulations, congratulations. This is just a small gift." Behind him was a group of children and grandchildren. The most outstanding of them was naturally the future crown princess, Qin Lian. You brought a group of children and grandchildren over to celebrate my birthday. What is the meaning of this? Yun Ba was furious when he saw this. After Elder Chen finished his congratulations, he pretended to look around. Why don't I see His Majesty and Her Majesty the Empress? Even His Majesty the Crown Prince didn't come? The Emperor of Zhou State didn't come personally to celebrate the birthday of an old official. He only ordered the palace eunuchs to send over a big gift. It seemed that Tang Yu's incident had more or less affected the Yun residents. Yun Ba's face darkened. Just as he was about to explode, he suddenly heard the guard shout, "Guests have arrived. Imperial Consort Wenren has arrived." Imperial Consort Wenren was the most favored consort of the Emperor of Zhou State other than the Empress. Other than the Empress, she was also the only imperial concubine with a son. It was just that her son was still young, and her family was also a prominent family in Jade Capital. However, imperial concubine Wenren kept a low profile and rarely interacted with the court officials outside of her own family. This time, she personally came out of the palace to congratulate the Yun residents. It was quite rare. For old General's birthday, this consort has specially sent over a southern sea jade coral. Imperial consort Wenren's appearance was very delicate. Her facial features were quite similar to Wenren Xiu's. She came this time because of Wenren Xiu. Her troublemaking younger brother had told her that Yunxing of the Yun residence had helped him a lot and asked her to take care of the Yun residence. When Tang Yu's incident happened, the fourth prince was unwell. Imperial consort Wenren couldn't even take care of herself, so she didn't intervene. This time, she came personally to congratulate old General Yun on his birthday. The Emperor and the Empress didn't come, but a consort came. This could be considered as giving some face to Yun Ba. Elder Chen snorted. Yunba's back also straightened a little. Just as he welcomed Imperial Consort Wenren in, he suddenly heard another voice. Welcome, Yujing's Soldier Hunting Union has sent over a gift. The Soldier Hunting Union sent over a gift because of Yun Songlong and Yan Yun. Even the Soldier Hunting Union was related to the Yun residents, the guests discussed animatedly. They didn't expect the general's residence, which was rumored to be on the verge of collapse, to have so many forces behind it. Thank you for your tip, 070, and 960 drops. Monday, twist and twist for tickets. There will be more in the afternoon. Suddenly, he heard someone say, Welcome, the Everlasting Chamber of Commerce has sent 1,000-year-old profound snow ginseng. A classless Chamber of Commerce? Yunba couldn't remember when he had established a relationship with the Everlasting Chamber of Commerce. However, he didn't mind receiving too many gifts, so he just accepted it first. Yunba looked to the side at Elder Chen, whose expression was getting uglier and uglier. In his heart, he felt more carefree than if he had drunk 10 jeans of good wine. A guest has arrived. Xia Ximing from the Dharma Temple has arrived with a gift. Xia Wenxiu walked into the crowded general's mansion and looked around. He was disappointed to find that Yunxing wasn't here. Guests and gifts came in waves. In the hall, there was an endless stream of guests, but Yunba didn't see the person he wanted to see the most. In the end, he was already a little irritable, his old eyes staring at every guest that came in, as if he had a grudge against them for killing his son and stealing his wife. The guests were so scared that their hair stood on end, their faces pale as they took their seats. The birthday banquet was about to start, and the guests outside the Yun mansion were getting fewer and fewer. Yunba couldn't help but feel disheartened. Just as he was about to take his seat, he suddenly heard a shout from the door. The Wushuan Everlasting Hall's deputy director has led a group of disciples here to celebrate the birthday. Zhonli strode in with a few disciples behind him. When Yunba saw them, his old eyes immediately became clear. Yunba was delighted and was about to go welcome the guests. His originally disappointed expression immediately disappeared. Behind Zhonli were a few of his favorite disciples. They were the limitless three talents, Yi Baiming, Bu Jiuxiao, Qingbai, Yunxing, and a few other female disciples. When Yin Songlong saw his niece, he was also very happy, but Yun Songshua's face was gloomy. Old General, Zhonli came late, please forgive me. Zhonli handed over a gift. It's good that you're here, there's no need to bring gifts. We're all family, family. Yunba's old face was smiling like a chrysanthemum, his iron palms fiercely slapping Zhonli's shoulders. His eyes couldn't stop staring at his granddaughter. Zhonli's eyes were wide open from the slaps, and he had a crying face. Yunxing pretended to ignore him. She had struggled for a long time today, and finally, under Zhonli's persuasion, she came. Yunxing was still worried about Yunba's health. He was old but strong. After seeing her granddaughter, his face glowed with health. He didn't look like he had any mishap at all. Yunxing was a little puzzled. Her pair of beautiful eyes looked around, wanting to find Xia Wenxiu and ask him what was going on. Coincidentally, she was met with Xia Wenxiu's kind smile. Who would have thought that Yi Baiming would impartially block her direction and completely block Xia Wenxiu's gaze? Zhonli led his beloved disciples to their seats. Today's birthday banquet at the residence of Yun had been meticulously prepared. They had even invited the city's most famous opera troupe to set up a stage in the courtyard. The guests took their seats and the wine was served. Yunba was about to announce the start of the banquet. A guest has arrived. Another long voice rang out. At this moment, the residence of Yun was already full of guests. Basically, all the guests on the list had arrived. How could there be another guest at this time? The gatekeeper hurried over and whispered in Uncle Yun's ear. When Uncle Yun heard this, his originally joyous face couldn't help but turn serious. He hesitated for a moment, then walked to Yunba's side and whispered. Yunxing noticed that Yunba's expression had turned gloomy in an instant. What are the Dark Crown Prince of Later Qin and Tian Kazi doing here? Yunba lowered his voice, but the seats closer to him could still hear him clearly. Yun Songlong and Zhonli, who were seated below, also stopped drinking. The Dark Crown Prince of Later Qin has arrived. A sudden shout rang out. The residence of Yun was first in an uproar, followed by a deathly silence. When did the residents of Yun become friends with the later Qin? Grand Secretary Chen, who had been in a bad mood earlier, immediately perked up and waited to see Yunba's good show. The guards of the residents of Yun stood in a row, and 3 dazzling men walked in. The 3 men were of different ages, but their identities were all top-notch existences in the Wuji continent. The one walking at the front was actually the youngest, but no one dared to look down on him. This person was dressed in a gorgeous black Qilin battle robe. His figure was tall and straight, like a treasured sword that was ready to be unsheathed at any time. He walked with a majestic gait. Even in the dark night, his pair of black eyes shone brightly, emitting a beast-like glow. His red hair was like fire, wild and wild. The one in the lead was the dark crown prince of later Qin. The person in the middle was dressed in an elegant green robe. It was a pity that he had a pair of upside-down triangular eyes, which revealed a trace of insidiousness. Xian Wuji, Yun Sunlong clenched his fists so tightly that they made cracking sounds. He stared unwaveringly at the man in the middle. The last person was a man in his 40s in the prime of his life. He had a bald head and a tiger-like forehead. The muscles on his body were smooth and tight, and he looked very well built. With every step he took, the tiles under his feet sank a few inches. Although he was the last person to walk in, when he walked in, the sound of discussion was the loudest. This was especially so for the martial artists and generals present. When they saw this person, they discussed endlessly. Zhou State revered martial arts. To be able to make the martial artists of Zhou State so agitated, the other party must also be a peerless martial artist. Tian Kezi. Heavens, am I seeing things? It's the later Qin martial saint, Tian Kezi. To be able to see 2 martial saints of the current era in one day, for many martial artists, tonight was definitely an unforgettable night. Tian Kezi, wasn't that the later Qin martial saint who fought to a draw with Yun Ba in the battle where Yun Sunlong was seriously injured? Because of this, the 3 nations had no choice but to sign an armistice agreement, and the Grand Emperor's conspiracy had failed. When Yunxing saw these 3 people, her heart skipped a beat. Could this be the thing that Xiao Wenchu said was about to happen in the Yun residence? It was Yun Ba's 60th birthday, and the later Qin crown prince and later Qin martial saint, as well as Xian Wuji, who was at odds with the Yun residence, had all paid a visit at the same time. This matter was definitely not simple. Old General Yun, long time no see. How have you been? Why didn't you inform Tian Kezi that it's your 60th birthday? I also wanted to come and ask for a cup of wine to drink. When the burly man saw Yun Ba, he laughed as if he had seen a close friend of many years. Old brother Tian, you really like to joke. The wine in the Yun residence is just ordinary wine. How could we dare to trouble you to come and ask for wine? Yun Ba also knew that those who came did not come with good intentions. He slowly got up. Although he spoke in a jovial manner, his gaze was as sharp as a fierce tiger's. While Yun Ba and Tian Kezi were having a war of words, the hidden crown prince's thoughts were focused on finding the person he was looking for. He had already found out that the summoner called Yan Yun's true identity was Sun Si of the Yun residence. She was the former sky sorcerer and the only daughter of Yun Songhai. Today was Yun Ba's birthday, and he was sure that Yunxing would be present. There were countless people present, but the hidden crown prince fixed his gaze on Yunxing. It was her. The dark crown prince's gaze landed on Yunxing and his eyes narrowed slightly. When he saw the delicate and refined young lady behind Zhonli, even though her appearance was very different from the one he had seen before. Her facial features, especially that pair of bright eyes, were unforgettable. The dark crown prince's thin lips pursed together and curled up slightly, revealing a cruel smile. In almost a second, he confirmed Yunxing's identity. A trace of astonishment and surprise flashed across his eyes. His heart felt like it was being scratched by a cat's paw. Just thinking about her made him excited. This kind of explicit gaze made Yunxing very uncomfortable. The dark crown prince's gaze was as if he was stripping off her clothes one by one. She was completely naked and it made her feel humiliated. Yunxing lifted her head and glared fiercely at the dark crown prince with her beautiful eyes. In the dark crown prince's eyes, Yunxing's actions were unruly and delicate. If it wasn't for the fact that there were people around, he would have already laughed out loud. Whether it was the grandson of the Yun residents or Yin Yun, he, Dugu Xiao, was definitely going to be hers. Just as the Dark Crown Prince was recklessly sizing up his prey, two displeased gazes shot over. The Dark Crown Prince frowned and noticed the two people. One person was like the stars in the night sky, hiding in the dark. The other person was like the warm sun in winter, emitting a luster that was hard to ignore. Right at this moment, Yunba suddenly changed the topic. It's fine if Brother Tian is here to ask for wine. But could it be that the Dark Crown Prince and young city Lord Xian are also here to ask for wine? Everyone's gaze turned toward the Dark Crown Prince. Although Zhou State and later Qin State weren't at war, the Crown Prince of another state had entered the capital of another state without prior notice. This would inevitably raise the alarm. The Dark Crown Prince faintly smiled. Although he was smiling, his smile caused others to feel a chill run down their spines. He glanced around and his gaze landed on Yunxing. Yunba's question interrupted the three people's exchange of glances. Yunba also noticed the young man who came with Tian Kazi and could tell that he had an extraordinary identity. However, he didn't expect that person to be the Dark Crown Prince. Old General, there's no need to panic. Xiao came to the Jade capital today to congratulate you on your birthday and also for the purple gold or vein at the border. The Dark Crown Prince retracted his gaze. It seemed that the lass had many protectors by her side. But it didn't matter. The law of the jungle was the Dark Prince's hobby. Yunba immediately understood what was going on when he heard about the purple gold mine. It seemed that the news of the purple gold mine had been leaked. Yunba was also very calm. He chuckled, "Many thanks to your highness for personally coming to celebrate this old man's birthday. However, I wonder what is this purple gold mine that your highness mentioned?" "Old man, you're still pretending." The Dark Crown Prince sneered. "Old General, don't hide it. Zhou State's appetite is not small. That purple gold or vein was originally an agreement between the three states to be developed together. Now, Zhou State is the sole owner. Tang Yuan may be able to tolerate this, but my later Qin can't." As soon as these words were spoken, the crowd burst into an uproar again. The matter of the purple gold or vein couldn't be concealed. Sooner or later, it would be spread out. However, the Dark Crown Prince kept saying that Zhou State was the sole owner of the entire purple gold or vein. Where did this come from? Only a few important people knew that the purple gold or vein had been divided into three parts. More than 50% of it had been obtained by the mysterious person, Tang Yuan. The remaining 50% was divided equally according to the agreement between Zhou State's emperor and Zhongyi. "Crown Prince, I'm afraid you've misunderstood. My Zhou State did obtain some purple gold ore, but we definitely didn't obtain it alone. Crown Prince, I'm afraid you've been tricked by Tang Yuan State. Our country only obtained 50% of the ore vein." Yun Songlong stepped forward and explained the ins and outs of the matter. "General Yun, there's no need to be so hypocritical. Don't beat around the bush. Zhou State is also well-intentioned. On the surface, they let Tang Yuan obtain 50% of the purple gold ore, but secretly sent troops to massacre Tang Yuan's magic smelting factory. This time, Tang Yuan suffered heavy losses. More than 100 sorcerers died or went missing. The purple gold ore was also completely looted. Apart from Zhou State, who else could do such a thing?" The Dark Crown Prince insisted. He was also furious when he heard the news. Zhou State and Tang Yuan actually excavated the purple gold or vein right under his nose without him knowing at all. Looted it all? Even Yunxing was bewildered. She didn't expect there to be such a development behind this matter. Who was so capable? Then why did Crown Prince come today? Before the birthday banquet started, the joyous atmosphere was completely washed away by the sudden arrival of the Dark Crown Prince and the others. With the martial saint of later Qin accompanying him and the young city lord of Grand Emperor City, the Dark Crown Prince came with full confidence this time. The atmosphere in the Yun residence had already become tense. Imperial Consort Wenren frowned and quietly ordered her servants to bring the news back to the palace immediately. "It's very simple. I'm naturally here today for the purple gold or vein. I don't care who the purple gold or vein ends up in. I only have one condition. I want half of the ore vein obtained by Zhou State," the Dark Crown Prince said. Yunba said in a deep voice, "Crown Prince, aren't you making things too difficult? What if my Zhou state isn't willing? Zhou state definitely wouldn't hand over half of the ore because that was all the ore left in Zhou state's treasury. If they gave it all to the Dark Crown Prince, wouldn't Zhou state's efforts be wasted? If word got out, Zhou state would lose face. You're not willing? Haha, old General Yun, do you want to personally lead the troops down south after the birthday banquet? My later Qin and Tang Yuan could join forces once 8 years ago. Why can't we join forces again 8 years later? The Dark Crown Prince's words were filled with killing intent as if a storm was coming. He didn't expect the Dark Crown Prince to collude with Tang Yuan. If he didn't guess wrongly, the border was already filled with the troops of the two states. Even the usually calm Yun Ba was drenched in cold sweat. In the past few years, the Marquis of Jiayuan had gradually taken over the military power of the Yun residents. Currently, Zhou state's border was under an irony's control. If what the Dark Crown Prince said was true, then the situation at the Zhou state's border was definitely very dangerous. Even if Yun Ba wanted to lead the troops down south, it was already too late. This matter is of great importance and I can't make a decision alone. Dark Crown Prince, please wait for a moment. I'll immediately send someone to report to the Emperor of Zhou state. Yun Ba was burning with anxiety. Yun Ba had just finished speaking when a shrill voice dragged in from outside the door. The Emperor has arrived. The Emperor of Zhou state still came in the end. Today was the birthday banquet of the Yun residents. The Emperor of Zhou state did not personally attend because he wanted to give the Yun residents the cold shoulder. However, the Emperor of Zhou state ordered people to keep an eye on the Yun residents. In just a few hours, the name list and background of every guest who entered the Yun residence appeared in the imperial study of the Emperor of Zhou state. However, who would have thought that such an ordinary birthday banquet would cause such a huge uproar? The mixed forces of various worlds even led to a war. This was something that the Emperor of Zhou state did not expect. As soon as the Emperor of Zhou state appeared, the Yun residence was immediately surrounded. Countless crossbows and imperial mages were lying in ambush in the dark. As long as the Emperor of Zhou state gave the order, no one in the Yun residence would be able to escape. The Emperor of Zhou state was dressed in a bright yellow imperial robe. He walked with a majestic gait and his aura was unparalleled. Long live the Emperor! Thunderous cheers came from both inside and outside the Yun residence. However, the Dark Prince and the others stood calmly. The Emperor of Zhou state could not help but show some anger on his face. His anger was not only directed at the Dark Crown Prince and the others, it was also directed at Yun Songlong and the others. The purple gold mine was divided into two. He originally thought that half of it had fallen into Tang Yuan's hands. However, after hearing the Dark Prince's words, the whereabouts of the ore were unknown. The Emperor of Zhou state's first suspect was the Sky Hunting Corps. What exactly is going on? Yun Songlong, Yan Yun. I have already given you full authority over the purple gold mine. Could it be that you dare to deceive the Emperor and embezzle the purple gold mine without permission? The Emperor of Zhou state was furious. Yun Songlong was speechless. Seeing this, Yunxing walked out calmly. In front of nearly 1,000 people in the Yun residence, Yunxing was calm and said in a crisp voice, "Your Majesty is wise. The Sky Hunting Corps is loyal to Zhou state. The sun and moon can bear witness. Our hunting corps is just a newly established hunting corps, even with all of our elites, we only have a few dozen hunters." When they entered the mine that day, for the sake of the safety of the villagers, all of them participated in the rescue. Where would they find the manpower to plunder the remaining ores? If the Emperor did not believe it, he could ask the villagers in the mining area and the border guards. If His Majesty still did not believe it, he could ask the young city lord of Grand Emperor City. He was also in the mining area that day. If there is a single lie, my heavenly extermination hunting corps will be at His Majesty's mercy. When the Zhou state's emperor heard this, he realized that with the size and numbers of the heaven hunting army, it was impossible for them to kill hundreds of Tang Yuan's mages at the same time. Is this the young city lord of Grand Emperor City? May I ask if you noticed anything suspicious about the heaven extermination hunting corps that day? The Zhou state emperor was unable to find a witness for the time being, but Xian Wuji was a ready-made witness. Xian Wuji did not expect that Yunxing would suddenly change the topic to him. This young city lord did not pay attention. Did young city lord really not pay attention, or was he pretending not to? Or did young city lord have other plans at that time? For example, secretly sneaking in and stealing the remaining ores? Yunxing's voice was stern as she suddenly questioned Xian Wuji. She already knew that Xian Wuji harbored evil intentions in the Jade capital, but she did not expect him to be in hiding for so long and actually act together with the later Qin's hidden prince. When Yunxing said this, the Zhou state's emperor and the hidden prince could not help but become suspicious. The Heaven Extermination Hunting Corps did not have the strength to act on both sides, but it was different if it was the Grand Emperor City. With the thousands of years of foundation of the Grand Emperor City, it was not impossible for them to find out the location of the ore vein and secretly rob it. Xian Wuji almost cursed out loud. He pointed at Yunxing and said, "Yan Yun, you are slandering us. My Grand Emperor City has never plundered a single piece of purple gold ore. What are your intentions for slandering my Grand Emperor City?" "Enough." The hidden prince's cold eyes narrowed, appearing very impatient. He was not here to listen to a confrontation. No matter who stole the remaining purple gold ore, the Zhou state and Tang Yuan broke the alliance first. My later Qin must have a share of the loot. Since the Zhou state's emperor has personally come, then this crown prince will ask one thing. Is Zhou state handing over the ore or not? When had the Zhou state's emperor been questioned like this? Even if the later Qin's emperor personally came, the Zhou state's emperor might not lower his voice. He was immediately enraged. "Dugu Xiao, you are only the later Qin's crown prince. What qualifications do you have to negotiate with this emperor? With the 200,000 allied troops of my later Qin and Tang Yuan, we have already arrived at the southern border of Zhou state. If the Zhou state's emperor is not willing to hand over the ore, we must fight this battle." 200,000 troops, the Zhou state's emperor's heart skipped a beat. For a moment, he couldn't help but panic. In these years, the Zhou state's generals had withered, and Yun Songlong had just resigned from the military. If this battle really started, the Zhou state wouldn't be fully prepared. Tang Yuan and the later Qin's soldiers would be like wolves and tigers. The possibility of victory was extremely low. Thinking of this, the Zhou state's emperor's expression softened. He was an ingrate and knew how to observe people's expressions. He was like this when he was a prince, and he was still like this now. "Hidden prince, there must be a misunderstanding. If you don't believe me, I can order someone to take you to the smelter to check. My Zhou state really only obtained a quarter of the purple gold ore." The Zhou state's emperor's words were already filled with anxiety. When the Zhou state's officials saw this, including Yun Ba and the others, they all felt dissatisfied. In the eyes of the generals, the Zhou state's emperor's humble appearance could be said to be extremely cowardly. Yunxing couldn't understand. She faintly felt that the whole thing was very wrong. Could it be that after those mysterious people used the magic array to transfer the purple gold ore, something else happened? Thinking of the magic array in the mining area that suddenly lost its effect overnight, it seemed that this matter was really a bit strange. Yunxing's heart skipped a beat. She glanced at Yu Baiming, only to see him smiling and throwing her a coquettish glance. Could it be? "Your Highness, why don't you listen to this official's words?" Tian Kezi, who hadn't spoken since he entered the room, suddenly spoke at this time. "Master Tian, if you have something to say, just say it." The hidden prince was still very respectful towards Tian Kezi. Tian Kezi was the later Qin's martial saint. In later Qin, he was the head of the later Qin's #1 martial arts hall, the 7 Stars Martial Arts Hall. When the hidden prince was young, he had learned combat skills in the 7 Stars Martial Arts Hall. This official thinks that when the 3 countries fought, blood would flow like rivers and the people would be plunged into misery and suffering. Later Qin, Zhou State, and Tang Yuan 8 years ago, for the sake of that purple gold or vein, the border area was filled with starving people. Every time this official thinks of that miserable scene, this official feels endless heartache. Tian Kezi's voice was full of emotion. From his appearance, it seemed that he wasn't a martial artist, but a great scholar who worried about the country and the people. Yunba cursed in his heart as he listened. Tian Kezi had a good reputation outside, but he was actually a hypocrite. Yunba despised people like him the most. However, his rash words already vaguely made Yunba have a bad feeling. Lord Tian is right. The three states definitely suffered heavy losses in the war back then. Now that Penlai and Immortal Abode are at peace, our three states are in turmoil and will definitely attract unwanted attention. The Zhou state's emperor let out a sigh of relief. Good white face and bad black face. What were these two later Qin fellows' intentions? Yunxing watched from the side. She didn't miss the gloating smile on Xian Wuji's gloomy face. The Zhou state's emperor and Dark Crown Prince, do you remember how the three states signed the armistice agreement 8 years ago? Tian Keizi provoked as he glanced at Yunba. 8 years ago, when the three kingdoms were at war, the final battle was not between the armies of the three kingdoms. Instead, it was the battle between the martial saint of the Great Zhou dynasty, Yunba, and the martial saint of the later Qin dynasty, Tian Keizi. That battle, which the continent's cultivators called the Battle of the Pinnacle, ended in a draw between the two. The three states signed the armistice agreement and won the peace that followed for 8 years. Who could forget about this matter? Tian Keizi proposed such an idea at the crucial moment. Neither the Zhou state's emperor nor the Dark Crown Prince would refuse. The Zhou state's emperor had already made his decision to exchange the battle of the two of them for the battle of 200,000 soldiers. When Yunba heard this, he let out a sigh of relief. So they came looking for a fight. That old fellow Tian Keizi really thought that he could tie with him like he did 8 years ago. Yunba couldn't be any clearer. 8 years ago, in terms of true cultivation, he was stronger than Tian Keizi. It was only because he had used up a large amount of battle qi to save his second son, Yun Sanlong, that they barely tied. Let's fight then. Tian Keizi, do you think I'm afraid of you? However, the expressions of several people in the crowd changed slightly. Yun Sangshua's hands and feet turned cold. She didn't expect that the bloody tycoon had her poison her father for so long. Uncle Yun also had a distressed expression. In the entire Yun residence, only he had noticed the changes in his master's cultivation during this time. He wanted to remind him, but his master had already agreed impatiently. So that was the case. Xia Wenqi was shocked. It was actually a battle between martial sages. The Dark Crown Prince and Xian Wuji exchanged glances before Xian Wuji stepped forward and said, Wuji is also extremely honored to be able to meet two martial sages today. How about I, Dihong City, be the judge today? Since old General Yun has no objections, it is decided. 10 days from now, old General Yun and Tian Keizi will hold the competition between martial sages in my Zhou State's Emperor's Palace. If later Qin wins, Zhou State will hand over a portion of the purple gold or without any complaints. However, if Zhou State wins, later Qin will no longer pursue the whereabouts of the purple gold or vein. The Emperor of Zhou State and the Hidden Prince had no objections to this decision. The arrival of this battle between two peak martial sages meant that Yunba's 60th birthday banquet had come to an end. The guests discussed animatedly. Tomorrow morning, Zhou State would definitely be in an uproar. Yunba, this time, Zhou State's honor and disgrace will be shouldered by you alone. As I am busy with government affairs in the palace, I will not be able to free myself for today's banquet. Here is a 500-year-old blood ginseng. I will give it to Yunba to nourish yourself. After the Hidden Prince and the others left, the Emperor of Zhou State asked for Yunba's well-being and ordered someone to give him a blood ginseng. A moment ago, he had ignored the Yun residents. Now, he was asking for Yunba's well-being. The Emperor of Zhou State was indeed a two-faced villain. Yunxing watched from the side and sneered in her heart. However, compared to the Night Fox, the Emperor of Zhou State was more hypocritical. If Yunba were to lose this competition. What Yunxing was thinking was also what everyone in the Yun residence was thinking. Yun Songlong had been silent since the incident. Yun Songxue pretended that she wasn't feeling well and didn't even see the guests out. She left the aftermath to Uncle Yun and left first. Zhonli and the others were also sent to the door. Uncle Yun hesitated for a moment and suddenly called out to Yunxing. Young miss, please wait. This old servant has something to discuss with you. Yunxing walked to the side. Uncle Yun looked anxious. Young miss, you must persuade old master. He can't compete with Tian Keizi. Uncle Yun, why do you say that? Do you think that old General Yun can't defeat Tian Keizi? Even if his cultivation has declined due to old age, his martial realm should be higher than Tian Keizi's. Yunxing sensed that something was wrong. She looked at Uncle Yun's expression and saw that he was worried. She had noticed that Yun Ba had already quit drinking. He didn't touch a drop of wine at the birthday banquet. According to her earlier instructions, even if Yun Ba's cultivation declined, it would take at least a few years or even close to 10 years. Young miss, ever since you diagnosed old master last time, this old servant has been monitoring him. But recently, when this old servant sparred with old master, I found that old master's strength has declined. Can you diagnose old master's body and see what's wrong with it? Uncle Yun originally didn't want to disclose this matter, but if Yun Ba was going to compete with Xianxia, then Yun Ba's strength would become a problem. I'm afraid that even if I'm willing to check, old General Yun won't appreciate it. Yunxing sighed. Divine Dr. Yun. Xiao Wenxiu, who had left the Yun residence with Yunxing and the others, turned back. You should take a look at old General Yun. I've divined for him. He will face a bloody disaster in the near future. Young Master Ming, how could you? Yu Ji and Yu Mo's expressions changed. How could young Master Ming say the results of her divination? This was divulging heavenly secrets and was very disadvantageous for young Master Ming. Xiao Wenxiu originally only wanted to give Yunxing a hint, but who knew that the Dark Prince and Xianxia would suddenly appear? It's you, I remember you. You're the girl who stole our carriage. Good, nothing good happens every time we meet you. Last time. Yu Ji sized up Yunxing and was shocked. This female sorcerer was the female sorcerer they met 2 years ago. After not seeing her for more than 2 years, her appearance had changed quite a bit. What was even more shocking was her strength. Yu Ji and Yu Mo both discovered that Yunxing, who was just an ordinary sorcerer 2 years ago, was now a master sorcerer. In 2 years, she had broken through 2 magic realms. Even in the temple, people couldn't help but raise their eyebrows at such a cultivation level. Yu Ji, shut up. Xiao Wenxiu's expression hardened. Yu Ji rarely saw young Master Ming get angry, so he blamed Yunxing even more. However, Yu Mo glanced sideways at Yunxing. If he didn't remember wrongly, young Master Ming had done something that went against his usual behavior because of her. Thank you for your reminder, Xiao Wenxiu. I'll remember this favor. After hearing Xiao Wenxiu's words, Yunxing also knew that Yun Ba's body might really have some hidden dangers. She had to carefully examine him. Yunxing and Uncle Yun returned to the Yun residence. Inside the residence, the birthday banquet had been dismissed, and the servants were cleaning the courtyard in 2s and 3s. The people of the Yun family had already disappeared. Yunxing followed Uncle Yun all the way to Yun Ba's courtyard. The Yun residence was spacious, but there were few people in recent years, so the courtyards of the young masters and misses were all empty. Yun Ba was born a general, so the courtyard was quite simple, but there were a few tall broad-leaved parasol trees planted in it. When Yunxing entered, she happened to hear Yun Songlong persuading Yun Ba. Do you think I can't beat Xianxia? Humph, 8 years ago, he was already no match for me. 8 years later, he is still no match for me. She heard Yun Ba's voice as soon as she entered. Uncle Yun, why did you bring her here? Humph, didn't someone say that he would never step into the Yun residence in this lifetime? When Yun Ba saw Yunxing and Uncle Yun walk in, there was a touch of joy in his old eyes, but then he turned his head away awkwardly. He looked like a child who was quarreling with his friends. Yunxing muttered in her heart, this old man is really getting worse and worse. Father, Xing is already here. Why do you have to say such angry words to her? If you really make her leave in anger, I'm afraid you won't be able to sleep all night. Yun Songlong was very puzzled by his father's childish behavior as he grew older. He had heard from Yunxing that Yun Ba had damaged his cultivation in order to save him, so it would be difficult for him to improve his martial arts realm in these years. Just now, he had also carefully observed Xianxia. The other party's eyes were bright, and his forehead was very full. Xianxia was more than 10 years younger than Yun Ba, and he was the martial sage worshipped by the later Qin royal family. These years, he must have been well taken care of, so his cultivation would only improve. In this way, it was hard to say who would win. I did say that I won't enter the Yun residence in this lifetime, but I said that I won't enter as a descendant of the Yun family. Today, I'm here as a doctor. Old General, you're going to represent Zhou State in the martial sage competition in a few days. Since the reason for this competition is the purple gold vein, I'll reluctantly do a physical examination for you. Yunxing had been in contact with Yunba for quite some time now. She was already immune to this old man's poisonous tongue and provocation. What medical examination? The number of times I've killed enemies on the battlefield is more than the number of times you've eaten in your entire life. Why do I always need a doctor to examine me? I'm not that refined. Yunba fumed. You're not going to get checked? Don't tell me you're suffering from some kind of geriatric disease. Are you afraid of being found out and embarrassing? Yunxing countered. As expected, Yunba became anxious after hearing her words. Who said that this old man has geriatric disease? This old man eats 3 bowls of rice every meal. If you want to check, then so be it. I'm not afraid of you, Yunba said as he sat down. Yunxing stepped forward and began to examine him. After a round of examination, Yunxing didn't find anything out of the ordinary. How is it? This old man's body is very good. I can cripple that guy Xianxia with a single punch. He dared to behave atrociously at this old man's birthday banquet. This time, this old man will definitely make those old fellows from later Qin and Tang Yuan suffer a double loss. Yunba was extremely pleased with himself. The examination isn't over yet. What's there to be proud of? Yunxing was annoyed. She pressed down on Yunba's wrist with the back of her hand. If there was nothing wrong with Yunba's body, there shouldn't be any problems with the competition. But what should she say about a bloody disaster? Her brows twitched, and the jade marrow technique in her body quietly entered Yunba's body. The jade marrow technique in Yunxing's body was a Taoist technique. It was used to cultivate one's body and mind. It was the best way to use it to nourish one's body. At the same time, it also gave Yunxing the sharpest sense of touch. Yunba's cultivation was very high. The moment the strange power in Yunxing's body entered his body, the fighting aura in his body immediately reacted. What kind of skill is this, little girl? It's not fighting aura, nor is it sorcery? Yunba quickly discovered that his fighting aura had changed from its initial irritable state to a peaceful state. It actually automatically gave way to the jade marrow technique in Yunxing's body. Yunxing's jade marrow technique circulated all over Yunba's body. His muscles, blood, dantian, Yunxing's expression changed slightly. She retracted her finger as if it had been pricked by a needle. Inside Yunba's body, the change in her expression was very subtle, but it didn't escape the eyes of the 3 people present. Yun Sunlan understood Yunxing's personality very well. This girl was the calmest. Last time, even when she was treating his hand, she was still calm. But just now, her expression changed. Sheng how is it? Yun Sunlan hurriedly asked. Little girl, there's no need to act mysterious. Just tell me whether it's good or bad. This old man can take it. Yunba saw the change in Yunxing's expression. This competition cannot be carried out. Yunxing also knew that it was useless to hide anything in front of Yunba. She might as well get straight to the point. Why can't it be carried out? There's nothing wrong with this old man's body. If he hadn't seen Yunxing's medical skills with his own eyes, Yunba would have immediately turned and left. There's nothing wrong with your body, but this competition cannot be carried out. In other words, there's nothing wrong with a normal person. But if the opponent is Xianxia, then it's a different matter. Yunxing frowned. Old General, there's something wrong with your blood. You can't carry out Beast Blood Berserk. Beast Blood Berserk was the ultimate way for a martial practitioner to unleash their potential. Martial practitioners were different from magicians and summoners. They didn't have heaven-defying magic, nor did they have summoned beasts to assist them. Their only advantage was that during the process of advancing in the martial realm, they had fused with the blood of countless beasts, forming a tyrannical physique. When Yunxing was examining Yunba's body just now, she discovered that his body's condition had indeed improved compared to a few months ago. This should be because Yunba had stopped drinking. But when she used the jade marrow technique to examine him further, she discovered that there was something wrong with Yunba's blood. Yunxing could feel that as soon as Yunba's blood came into contact with internal energy, fighting aura or jade marrow technique, it would become abnormally active. It was like a river after a rainstorm, aggressive and aggressive. Under such circumstances, if Yunba mobilized all the fighting aura in his body, once he was injured, it was very likely that his blood would flow in reverse and eventually break out of his body. Yun Songlong and Uncle Yun were astonished. "Little girl, what do you mean by that? What's wrong with this old man's blood?" Yunba was a martial saint. In his life, every time he broke through in the martial realm, he would undergo a beast blood fusion. His last beast blood fusion was when he killed a commander-level demonic beast. After fusing with its blood, he advanced to martial saint. Without beast blood berserk, this meant that Yunba was bound to lose this competition. When experts fought, especially martial saints, how could they not go berserk at the end of the battle? Yunba had also gone berserk at the last moment to fight Tian Kz to a draw. Yunba's tall back trembled slightly when he found out that he couldn't go berserk. Although he still didn't believe it, Yunxing's confident tone made him lose his confidence. He recalled that he had not undergone beast blood berserk transformation for the past 8 years or so. Other than the fact that it was hard to find an opponent in Zhou state and that no one could provoke him to go berserk, the other reason was that berserk was very harmful to one's body. Especially when one's martial realm was higher, they wouldn't be able to use battle chi for a certain period of time after going berserk. "Sheng are you sure? Why can't you go berserk?" Yun Songlong's face was also anxious. He was a martial practitioner and understood that if Tian Kz, who had gone berserk, went berserk against Yunba, who couldn't go berserk, Yunba would lose without a doubt. "I'm sure. As for the cause of this phenomenon, I can't do anything for now." Yunxing was perplexed. She was sure that Yunba didn't show any signs of being poisoned, nor did he have any internal injuries. It was just that the blood in his body was very strange. For the time being, she couldn't think of any solution to this problem. If she had discovered this earlier, she might have been able to find a solution. But Yunba and Tian Kz were going to fight in 10 days. It was already too late. "Sheng you must have a solution. You can even cure second uncle's hand, can't you?" Yun Songlong begged Yunxing. He already believed Yunxing's words. Yunba, who usually liked to argue with Yunxing, didn't say a word at this moment. His expression was gloomy as he sat on the armchair. Uncle Yun couldn't help but advise, "Master, just take it as this old servant begging you. It's only a competition, you should." Yunba smiled, his voice carrying some fatigue. "Yun Song, don't you understand? The Yun residence is already in a difficult situation." Yunxing was silent. Yun Songlong's eyes darkened, and Uncle Yun's old eyes couldn't help but moisten. Everyone in the room understood that this battle did not only concern Yunba's reputation, nor did it concern the ownership of a quarter of the purple gold mine. It also concerned the lives of hundreds of people in the Yun residence. The actions of the Emperor of Zhou state these days had made it clear that he intended to deal with the residents of Yun. It was only because of Yunba's existence that he did not take action. If Yunba couldn't even defend the glory of a martial saint, then what was the point of keeping the Yun residence? "Little girl, let me ask you one more time. If I insist on going berserk with the beast blood, what will the result be?" Yunba raised his head, his eyes filled with determination. "After going berserk once, I'm afraid that if it's light, you'll lose all of your do chi. If it's serious, you'll be crippled. If you're not careful and get injured by the enemy, you'll die from blood loss." Yunxing said word by word. Yunxing did not sound like she was joking at all. She was serious. She even wanted to persuade Yunba not to force himself, just like Uncle Yun. "This old man is tired. Yun Song, see the guests out." Yunba closed his eyes tiredly and raised his hand, gesturing for the guests to leave. Yunba had already made up his mind. He would rather fail in the beast blood mineralization and die than flee at the last minute and become the laughingstock of the entire Zhou state. Uncle Yun could only leave with Yun Songlong and Yunxing. "Uncle Yun, I'll have to trouble you to bring over the old general's daily diet and the medicinal pills he takes for me to see." Even though Yunba had already made up his mind, Yunxing still suspected that Yunba's current condition was caused by someone. If she could be sure that it was man-made, then there might be a chance to turn the situation around. Yunba's diet had always been personally taken care of by Uncle Yun, so he quickly brought over all of Yunba's diet and elixirs for Yunxing to take a look. Yunxing looked through them one by one and did not find any problems. That's all? Uncle Yun, think about it again. Is there anything else that we missed? Yunxing reminded Uncle Yun. There's really nothing else. The old general is now doing idle work in the imperial court and doesn't have the habit of socializing outside. If there's really something that we missed. Oh right, third miss cooks soup for the old master every day. Uncle Yun suddenly remembered this matter. Apart from the daily diet and elixirs that he had personally arranged, there was only third miss soup. Yun Xianxia cooks soup? What kind of soup is it? Yunxing had also noticed that she had not seen Yun Xianxia after the incident at the Yun residence. Logically speaking, with such a big incident happening at the birthday banquet and Yun Xianxia being the actual ruler of the Yun residence, how could she not ask about it? It's all ordinary chicken soup and ginseng soup. The old master drinks a bowl of it every afternoon. Uncle Yun also felt a little strange. Why did Yunxing suddenly ask about this? Uncle Yun, from tomorrow onwards, secretly instruct the servants to leave some of the soup for the old general. Remember to send the leftover soup to the medical hall, Yunxing instructed. Sheng are you suspecting third sister? That's impossible. How could third sister harm father? Yun Songlong did not believe her. I'm just suspecting. Let me see the leftover soup first. Yunxing also brought back a portion of the elixirs that Yunba had taken. As the night deepened, Yunba sat alone in the room. Ever since his wife died more than 20 years ago, he had not remarried and lived alone in the huge courtyard. In the courtyard, the red lanterns used at the birthday banquet swayed in the night wind. Yunba walked out of the courtyard alone. He opened his arms and looked at his palms. Compared to the past, his hands had aged quite a bit. Yunba's figure flashed and he had already rushed out of the courtyard. Who's there? The hidden guards hiding in the courtyard of the Yun residence were alarmed. It's me. You don't have to follow me. This old man is going out for a walk. After Yunba finished speaking, his voice had already become one with the night, disappearing into the boundless night. The streets of the Jade capital were already empty. Yunba walked along the long street until he reached the little Xiandong. He did not make a sound and did not alarm anyone in the medical hall. He entered the courtyard of the medical hall and walked into an unlocked room. This was a narrow but tidy room. There were only some simple furniture inside and a person was lying on the bed. Within the icy blue sleeping cloud dream magic formation, Yun Songhai was as silent as he had been for countless days and nights in the past. He seemed to be sleeping quietly, without making a sound. Yunba walked around the head of the bed and sat on the side. He looked at the person on the bed who had once made him furious and was also the son he was most proud of in his life. One was lying quietly, the other was sitting without making a sound. Unknowingly, most of the night had passed. No one knew that in the past few months, Yunba would come to the little Xiandong every other day. He would sit there for 3 to 4 hours, from midnight to dawn. End of chapter 398. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.